Afternoon, northeast China, Chenjia village, inside a small courtyard. Army sat quietly on a small wooden stool, tilting his head up at a 45-degree angle, gazing blankly at the sky. Sunlight bathed his body. Feeling the warmth, Army raised a finger toward the sky, murmuring in confusion, "Where is this? Didn't I die of old age?" The moment the frail, elderly Army closed his eyes, he had been ready to embrace death. The next moment, when he opened his eyes again, the surrounding scene, houses built of mud and bricks, stunned him. His gaze fell upon a yellowed calendar on the wall. Seeing the date November 9, 1982, he suddenly realized, had he been reborn? Army rubbed his eyes and stared again at the calendar. No, he wasn't mistaken. He really had been reborn. As a reincarnated soul, Army was momentarily overwhelmed. To make sure he wasn't dreaming, he instinctively pinched his own cheek, then cried out in pain. Hiss! So I really am reborn. Wait, November 9th, 1982? Army suddenly looked up sharply at the black and white calendar hanging on the wall, nearly scared out of his wits. November 9th, 1982, the date was etched deepest in Army's memory. It was the year when higher authorities began encouraging and organizing hunting activities. Firearms weren't yet strictly regulated, and wild animals had no protection rights. People in the village, poorly fed and lacking fats and oils, often ventured into the mountains to hunt game, gambling on a lucky break, hoping to stumble upon prey like a blind cat catching a dead rat. The previous life Army had been no different. Hunting was extremely dangerous. Without professional skills and powerful firearms, encountering a wild boar, big cannonball, or a bear meant certain death. If you were lucky, you might catch a great immortal Huang weasel, a great immortal Hu fox, or a hibernating squirrel, and could skin them to sell for profit. Back then, Army had planned to go hunting in the deep mountains with his childhood friend Li Jiangguo, hoping to earn some pocket money. But neither of them had guns or proper weapons, just two reckless youths. In the mountains, Army and Li Jiangguo spotted an injured wild boar, big cannonball. Thinking they had an easy catch, they tried to trap it. But the trap only enraged the boar, which then chased the two of them around the mountain in panic. Only when an old hunter arrived and fired a warning shot into the air, scaring the boar away, were Army and Li Jiangguo rescued. But by the time they returned home, news had already spread throughout the village. Their parents quickly found out, and both boys were beaten half to death. Sending two 17-year-olds hunting? Did they want to die? Did they think they were on sin 1,000-year geniuses, just going hunting on a whim? To eliminate this dangerous idea once and for all, both families gave their sons a severe beating. Yet, ironically, Army benefited from this misfortune. The beating sparked a rebellion against his father, Lu Chuan, and from then on, in his previous life, Army dedicated himself to mastering hunting, eventually becoming quite skilled. Unfortunately, with the rise of animal protection rights, Army's opportunities to hunt dwindled. By the time he died of old age, he hadn't touched a hunting rifle or gone hunting for nearly 2 to 3 decades. But now, thanks to reincarnation, he had returned to this perfect momentable to relive it all once more. Before Army could dwell further, a shrill scream interrupted his thoughts. He heard his neighbor and childhood friend, Li Jiangguo, shrieking in agony. Li Jiangguo was already being beaten. Dad, how can you hit so hard? I'm your real son. Li Jiangguo covered his backside, running while screaming. And I'm your real father. Li Zhengmin roared, brandishing a wrist-thick stick. Hard. You stay right there. I'll break your legs. You damn brat. If you die out there, fine. But you dragged Army into this, hurt him, and I'll skin you alive and rip out your tendons to repay the Lu family. Knowing his furious father was beyond reason, Li Jiangguo knew arguing was pointless. He kept running, finally ducking behind his mother. Han Wan, Li Jiangguo's mother, shook her head helplessly and angrily, then grabbed her son's shoulders. Come here, husband. Hit him harder. Good. Here, take this stick. We'll take turns, one hit each. Let him learn what it means to remember. Li Zhengmin handed her the stick. Good. Li Jiangguo, staring at his demon-like parents, instinctively mourned for his poor backside. Backside, I'm sorry. It's not that I don't want to protect you. It's just that I truly can't save you this time. Li Jiangguo endured the brutal double assault from his parents. His wailing grew even louder. Li Jiangguo's younger brother, 4-year-old Li Aigua, sat on a small stool, clapping and cheering. Good job. Good job. Hey, hey, hey. In his courtyard, Army listened to Li Jiangguo's heart-wrenching screams, plus the added encouragement from the little cheerleader, as if afraid Li Jiangguo wasn't getting beaten hard enough. Army instinctively stretched his neck. Thinking he'd soon face the same parental double beating, he felt a wave of helplessness and bitterness. Why, of all times, did he have to be reborn into this moment? Not a moment earlier, not a moment later. This was just too much to handle. Army, what are you spacing out for? Go chop some firewood and find a good-sized stick. When your father comes back, behave yourself. His mother, Li Qiushui, snapped, her face dark with anger as she glared at him. Remember, when you're getting beaten, scream louder and admit your mistake properly. Got it? Army stretched his neck, staring at his mother angry, yet clearly trying to protect him lost in thought. Okay, Mom, after the beating, I want to eat your cooking. Army blurted out. He missed it so much. He missed his mother's food terribly. In his previous life, his mother had overworked herself for the family. After Army got married, she passed away just a few years later. You deal with the beating first. You'll get what's coming to you later, just make sure you admit your fault. Understand? Li Qiushui's eyes filled with tears as she looked at Army. This irresponsible child. As Army's mother, of course she didn't want her husband Lu Chuan to beat their son. He was flesh of her flesh, both hands were dear to her. But this incident had happened so suddenly. Li Qiushui and Lu Chuan had both been busy with other matters, neglecting Army's upbringing. Who could have imagined he and Li Jiangguo would actually provoke an injured wild boar? They'd nearly been gored to death. How could she not worry? Got it. Army grinned broadly. Being reborn, even if it meant getting beaten, was worth it. He'd gladly take 10 beatings. Army grabbed an axe and began chopping wood in the courtyard. Thwack! The wood split cleanly. Crack! Army felt his strength was decent, though he was still too thin. Well, in this era, merely having enough to eat was no longer a luxury. Eating well was the luxury. But most households still lacked fats and oils, leaving people physically weak. Army murmured, looks like I'll have to go up the mountain again tomorrow. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps approached, blocking the light, casting a shadow over Army. His father Lu Chuan's voice rang out. Is that so? You still want to go up the mountain tomorrow? 002. After receiving a thrashing, Lu Jun looked up at his father, Lu Chuan, a tall and robust man with dark skin, whose stern demeanor and fiery gaze bore down upon him like a torrent of wrath. Father, Lu Jun instinctively cried out. You still remember that I'm your son. Lu Chuan took a drag from his pipe, releasing 2 streams of smoke from his nostrils. Where's the stick? Bring it here, he demanded, his face a mask of fury as he glared at Lu Jun. Earlier that morning, he had been toiling away at the brick factory when news reached him that his son, Lu Jun, along with the reckless Li Jianguo from the neighboring Li family, had ventured into the mountains to hunt for artillery eggs, only to be pursued and left fleeing for their lives. Had it not been for the injured artillery egg, they might have met a far graver fate. Lu Jun handed over the stick he had prepared in advance, relieved that he had procured it himself. Had Lu Chuan been the one to find it, the consequences could have been dire. Lu Chuan accepted the stick, his anger still palpable. Lu Jun, knowing he was in the wrong, instinctively shrank back. Father, please hit me gently. I'm weak, he pleaded. Lu Mu, Li Qiushui, hastily set aside her tasks and rushed over to intervene. Kneel down and remove your shirt, commanded Lu Chuan. Lu Jun complied, shedding his shirt to reveal his healthy, sun-kissed skin, albeit lacking in muscle, bracing himself for the impending punishment. Crack! Lu Chuan swung the stick firmly against Lu Jun's back, leaving a vivid crimson mark. Though it pained him, Lu Chuan knew that if he did not administer this discipline, Lu Jun would remain unrepentant. Should he sneak off to hunt in the mountains again? An accident could prove fatal, and he wished to avoid the sorrow of burying his own child. Thus, he bore the anguish in his heart and struck Lu Jun, determined to impart a profound lesson. With each blow, Lu Jun's back became increasingly marred with red welts, his pain causing him to bite his lip to stifle any sounds of distress. The sight of her son enduring such punishment drove Li Qiushui to the brink of tears. Lu Jun, say something. Promise your father you won't go again, she urged desperately. Speak quickly. Humph. I doubt he will, Lu Chuan retorted as he continued to rain down blows upon Lu Jun's back. You've spoiled him. Just the other day, I heard he plans to return to the mountains tomorrow. Crack, crack. Another series of strikes fell upon Lu Jun, who remained resolutely silent, unable to bear it any longer. Li Qiushui stepped in front of Lu Chuan, clutching the stick with tear-filled eyes. You strike him. Strike us both to death. Our son is still alive in the mountains. A lesson is one thing, but this is too much. Beat him to death, if you must. Lu Chuan finally lowered the stick, taking a deep, sorrowful drag from his pipe as he glanced at the multitude of red welts adorning Lu Jun's back, his heart betraying a flicker of compassion. Lu Chuan said nothing, setting down the stick in his hand before leaving the yard, leaving behind only the tearful Li Qiushui and Lu Jun, having donned his shirt, winced as it pulled at the scars on his back, gritting his teeth in pain. Truly, it was excruciating. However, he reassured himself that this ordeal had passed, and brighter days lay ahead. He gazed toward the mountains at the village's edge, his eyes brimming with determination. Does it hurt? I told you to be careful. Your father is in a foul mood. Why not lower your head and admit your fault? Why must you be so stubborn? Li Qiushui wiped her tears and supported Lu Jun. He flashed a smile. It doesn't hurt, Mom. I crave your cooking. All right, I'll prepare it right away. Just sit on that little stool and wait. And remember, do not go up the mountain tomorrow. Do you understand? If your father learns you've gone up there again, the next beating will be far worse. Do you comprehend? Li Qiushui did not forget to caution Lu Jun. Lu Jun understood his parents' concerns. He bore no resentment toward his father for the beating. After all, who would dare send an inexperienced hunter into the mountains to provoke a wild boar? It was akin to handing over one's life. Wild boars were far more dangerous than even the fiercest creatures. All right, Lu Jun nodded. Li Qiushui cast a doubtful glance at Lu Jun before heading to prepare the meal. Sitting on the small stool, Lu Jun let out a bitter smile. Perhaps he was the first person to be reborn only to be beaten? Yet, this was preferable to what he had imagined, perhaps due to his past life experiences. He understood why his father, Lu Chuan, was so strict. A father's love is as heavy as a mountain. In his previous life, after such a beating, his father would invariably step out. Likely to secretly procure medicine for Lu Jun. Seated on the stool, he examined his arms and wrists. Relieved that the blows had landed on his back, leaving his limbs unscathed, he clenched his fist. He could still grip. However, he had to be cautious with his movements, as even the slightest shift would aggravate his back. This pain, though, was still quite severe for the currently frail Lu Jun. In his past life, he had endured far worse pain during hunting escapades, tenfold more than this. Yet back then, his physical condition was not as feeble as it was now. This body is still too weak, Lu Jun murmured quietly. He realized he must venture into the mountains once more. Though reborn, he did not possess a system or golden finger like protagonists in other novels. Nevertheless, the skills he honed in his previous life, his prowess in hunting, were the most invaluable treasures, all stored within his mind. Currently, he was unarmed, and the thought of confronting a wild boar was utterly daunting. However, the techniques of hunting and trapping small game like pheasants and squirrels were well within his grasp. He planned to recover his strength and eventually devise a way to procure a gun, preparing himself for another hunt in the mountains. Upon contemplating this, Lu Jun's lips curled into a slight smile, as if he could already envision the scene of himself hunting the wild boar. His reverie was interrupted by the sound of a door creaking open. Li Jiangguo, with a furtive demeanor, peeked through the doorway, scanning the courtyard for Lu Shu and Lu Chuan. Upon confirming their absence, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, cautiously approaching Lu Jun while gingerly holding his rear. It's not about tormenting the protagonist. Considering the authenticity of the narrative, just this once, he endured a beating. After all, the two of them ventured into the mountains, where they encountered wild boars. One misstep could indeed lead to death. Lu Fu harbored concerns, particularly in the 1980s, where such matters weighed heavily on life and death. I implore the readers not to abandon the story. Please. After entering, Li Jiangguo, still wincing, approached Lu Jun, gritting his teeth. Brother Lu, it hurts terribly. My parents teamed up against me, and I'm still feeling the sting. I can hardly sit on a stool. Did Uncle Lu strike you? Li Jiangguo asked, his voice laden with mischief. Of course. With such a significant occurrence, would you expect anything less? A beating was warranted. At least it shows they care. If they had been indifferent, that would have been a far graver issue. Lu Jun continued. Why are you still out here? Your injuries aren't healed, and if Uncle Li catches you, you'll only receive another thrashing. Now, tell me what brings you here. Brother Lu, why didn't the traps we set manage to catch the wild boar? If we had succeeded, we would have become the talk of the village and wouldn't be facing any beatings. Li Jiangguo lamented, still vexed by their failure to ensnare the wild boar. Lu Jun's lips twitched at the thought of hundreds of pounds of wild boar, not the domesticated pigs of his past life. He shook his head, recalling their trap, a deep pit intended to lure the boar, which ultimately led to them being chased instead. Reflecting on the harrowing events of the morning sent a chill down his spine. Had the boar not been injured, they would not be conversing here, but rather be speaking from the heavens. The peril posed by wild boars equaled that of tigers. Lu Jun waved his hand. signaling Li Jianguo to cease his lamentations. Let us be grateful we returned alive. That alone is a stroke of luck. Do you still wish to drag the boar back? Looking back at our actions this morning, it was nothing short of a death wish. Li Jianguo, upon hearing this, silently shook his head, realizing that the prospect of tasting the boar's meat was increasingly elusive. He sighed in resignation. If only we had hunting tools. Lu Jun resolved to prepare for a mountain expedition the following day, needing to gather the necessary tools. Without a firearm, he dared not pursue the wild boar or any large creatures like bears. However, the mountains were teeming with more than just those two beasts. In this era, abundant in resources, the mountains held the richest bounty. Wild pigeons, hares, and squirrels. These petite creatures can be captured using traps or slingshots. The soldier continued. Do you have rubber bands and pouches at home? The materials required to craft a slingshot are merely three: a frame, rubber bands, and a pouch. The frame can be fashioned from simple wooden materials, and in the village, timber is perpetually abundant. The slingshot, a popular toy during the 70s and 80s, was often employed for hunting, albeit with limited success. After all, the range of a slingshot pales in comparison to those of past eras, and the quality of rubber bands from the 80s was subpar, lacking the durability of their predecessors. However, the soldier possessed a method that could significantly enhance the slingshot's power, a discovery he stumbled upon in his previous life. Li Jianguo furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "We do have some, but why do you need rubber bands and pouches for? To make a slingshot? What purpose does that serve, Brother Lu? Are you planning to hunt wild chickens? They're notoriously difficult to catch, and the slingshot's range is quite limited. It simply won't work." The soldier chuckled and replied, "Just go fetch them for me. Tomorrow afternoon, we will ascend the mountain once more." Upon hearing the mention of climbing the mountain, Li Jianguo felt a shiver run down his spine. He quickly glanced around, and then at the entrance, whispering, "Brother Lu, are you really going? We just got beaten today, and you want to go again tomorrow? Do you wish to go?" "I do, but I fear my posterior may suffer further injury." The soldier found Li Jianguo's reaction amusing and playfully scolded him. "Just tell me, are you going or not?" "I will." Li Jianguo bit his lip, nodding resolutely. After all, his dairy was already in disarray. What difference would it make if it sustained further injury? Yet, if he chose not to go, the beating would have been in vain. Before long, Li Jianguo returned with the rubber bands and pouches, then went back to rest, awaiting good news for the following day. In the kitchen, Li Qiushui was preparing a meal and noticed the two conversing, mistakenly believing they were discussing the severity of their punishment. Completely unaware of their plans to venture into the mountains again the next day. Determined, Li Qiushui retrieved the last portion of meat from their supplies to prepare stir-fried cabbage with pork for the soldier. At this time, most meat consisted of fatty cuts. As during this era, oil was scarce and one had to choose fatty meat, which was often more expensive than lean. The crucial aspect was that fatty meat could render oil, an essential ingredient in cooking. Without it, one would feel utterly drained. This portion of meat was initially intended for the soldier's younger sister, 7-year-old Lu Han, to celebrate her birthday. However, having witnessed the soldier endure such a severe beating, Li Qiushui decided to prioritize his needs, promising to buy another portion the next day. Shortly thereafter, Li Qiushui served the stir-fried cabbage with pork. The soldier gazed at the dish before him, swallowing hard, and when he caught a glimpse of his mother's smile, he felt an inexplicable heaviness in his heart, as if it were constricted. "What's the matter? Usually, you would pounce on the meat. Why the sudden change? Is the sun rising in the west today? Why aren't you eating?" Li Qiushui observed the unmoving chopsticks of Lu Jun and noted the stir-fried cabbage with fatty meat in the bowl, which he found difficult to swallow. "Mother, you eat." Without hesitation, Lu Jun picked up a piece of fatty meat and placed it into Li Qiushui's bowl. Li Qiushui gazed at her son in astonishment, pondering what had transpired today. Could it be that after receiving a beating, her son had come to his senses and recognized the virtue of filial piety? "Mother is not hungry. You eat." Li Qiushui returned the piece of meat to Lu Jun's bowl. The most frequently uttered phrase at the dining table was this: whenever there was something delicious, the mother always reserved the best for her child, often adding, "Mother isn't eating. Mother is not hungry. Mother is full. Mother is tired of eating. If you don't eat, I won't to eat either." Lu Jun, displaying a touch of childish stubbornness, stood up abruptly, mimicking a gesture of leaving. Li Qiushui, unable to contend with Lu Jun's resolve, quickly relented. "All right, I will eat." Under Lu Jun's watchful gaze, Li Qiushui consumed the piece of fatty meat. The two of them began to eat, with Lu Jun serving vegetables to his mother. In his previous life, he had tasted countless delicacies, yet today, this simple stir-fried cabbage and meat brought him genuine satisfaction. Lu Jun primarily feasted on cabbage, hardly touching the meat. After finishing their meal, he was unaware of the time. But upon glancing at the sky, it still appeared bright, likely around 3 in the afternoon. The Lu family resided in 2 courtyards, with Lu Jun primarily dwelling in the rear. As he observed the 2 courtyards, a wave of sentiment washed over him. Lu Jun made his way to the western wing of the back courtyard, where he found suitable wood for crafting a slingshot. With all materials prepared, he was ready to begin the creation of the slingshot. After Li Qiushui tidied up the dishes, the sky had not yet fully darkened. She casually organized the house before heading to the village's elementary school to fetch Lu Han. Meanwhile, in the back courtyard, Lu Jun was engrossed in assembling the slingshot. He first located a forked wooden stick and placed it in the fire to char the outer skin. Then, he wound the pre-prepared rubber bands and small iron wires around both sides of the forked stick. Upon completing this step, he finally secured the pouch tightly, achieving his goal. Lu Jun held the slingshot in his hand and tested its elasticity. While it was inferior to those from his past life, it still served well as a small tool. To assess the slingshot's power, he placed a small wooden block on the eaves and stood below, pulling the slingshot back fully. A whoosh echoed through the air as the stone struck the block, leaving a small dent. Observing this, Lu Jun frowned slightly and muttered to himself, "This won't do. The power is still too weak." If such a small mark was left after being fully drawn, he felt it could only suffice for hunting wild pigeons or squirrels. It would be ineffective against larger game like wild chickens, as the force would be of no consequence. The army picked up a small stone from the ground, a faint smile gracing his lips. Since the slingshot's pull is limited, I must focus on perfecting the stone. He recalled a method from his past life that could enhance the stone's lethality. Smoothing and sharpening it would greatly increase its impact upon striking prey. The army selected a stone with a naturally pointed shape and proceeded to refine its tip on a whetstone. The sound of grinding echoed in the backyard. However, he was alone in the house, and if his father, Lu Chuan, were to hear it, he would undoubtedly suspect the army's intentions. That should suffice. The army observed the stone he had sharpened, a subtle smile appearing as he drew back the slingshot, aiming once more at the wooden block perched on the eaves. With a swift release, the sharpened stone struck the wood, leaving a more pronounced dent than before. The army smiled slightly, acknowledging that while it might not kill a pheasant in one shot, a few well-placed strikes would suffice. He felt confident that a single shot to the bird's wing would prevent it from taking flight. Yet, a skilled hunter is rendered ineffective without the right tools. No matter how proficient one is at hunting, without firearms or hounds, one's talents remain unutilized. At present, his priority was to enhance his capabilities in hopes of affording a gun after the new year. He meticulously selected several hundred small stones and embarked on the tedious task of grinding them. That evening, Li Qiushui returned home with Lu Han from school. Upon seeing her older brother, Lu Han joyfully dashed towards him, calling out "brother" repeatedly, causing the army's face to flush with embarrassment. "Hey," the army replied, playfully teasing Lu Han. After assisting her with her homework, Li Qiushui warmed up the stir-fried pork with cabbage that had been left over from the afternoon and served it to Lu Han. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she turned to her mother and brother, curiously asking, "Mom, brother, what great fortune has befallen our family? Why is there meat? This is even better than what I had for my birthday." Li Qiushui shot a glance at the army, seemingly warning him against causing such disturbances in the future. The army awkwardly scratched his nose. What great fortune could there be? It was merely a reward for enduring a beating. Seeing Lu Han's bright eyes fixed on the meat made him feel even more troubled. His sister rarely had meat, and it had likely been since last year's New Year celebration that she had last tasted it. With only 18 days until Lu Han's 8th birthday, the best offerings in their household were always reserved for the boy, which meant that the army often consumed the most desirable portions. Having experienced the changes of the 21st century, he recognized the injustice in this mindset. After Lu Han's birthday, it would be imperative for him to ensure she enjoyed a splendid meal. "Go ahead and eat. This time, no one will snatch it from you," the army said with a wry smile. "All right." Lu Han nodded enthusiastically. Li Qiushui and the army had already eaten around 3 in the afternoon and were not hungry yet. After sharing some casual conversation with his mother, the army returned to the backyard to continue his stone grinding. At this moment, Father Lu Chuan had not yet returned. In the afternoon, he had attended to two matters. The first was to deliver 10 pounds of pork purchased from the county to the old hunter Chen Da at the front mountain of the village at the cost of 9 yuan. It was not wild boar meat. The taste of domesticated pork was significantly different from that of its wild counterpart. This gesture was a token of gratitude for Chen Da's assistance in saving Lu Jun, the sole heir of the Lu family. A misstep could lead to the end of their lineage, and the gravity of such a situation was not lost on him. If he did not offer some form of appreciation, the villagers would undoubtedly engage in gossip behind his back. Secondly, Lu Chuan felt remorse for the severity of his earlier reprimand towards Lu Jun. He brought home a bottle of medicinal alcohol for treating bruises, as he could not afford a pricier ointment. Upon returning home, Lu Chuan handed the bottle to Li Qiushui and inquired, "Have the children gone to sleep?" Li Qiushui replied with irritation, "You were rather harsh this afternoon. Are you regretting it now?" Lu Chuan remained silent, puffing on his pipe. Li Qiushui understood that he felt a pang of regret, but the intensity of his earlier chastisement had taken her by surprise. She chose to ignore him and walked directly to the backyard, unaware that Lu Chuan had followed closely behind her. Hearing the commotion outside, Lu Jun quickly tidied up the small stones strewn about and lay down on the bed. Li Qiushui entered, saying, "You're awake. Let me rub some ointment on your back." Lu Jun sprang up, recognizing the medicinal alcohol in his mother's hand, knowing it was from his father. As Li Qiushui applied the ointment, she observed the numerous crimson marks on his back and, suppressing her tears, said, "My dear, please don't hold it against your father. He did not wish to strike you. Remember this lesson and promise me you won't venture into the mountains again, all right?" Lu Jun inhaled deeply and replied, "Mother, what are you saying? How could I stay angry with my father? A son and father should not harbor grievances overnight. What you say is unfounded." A shadow flitted past the window before vanishing. "Stay home and recuperate for the remainder of the year. After the new year, your father can find you a job at the brick factory. How does that sound?" "All right." Lu Jun was reluctant, but he felt it prudent to agree for now, especially before having any success in hunting. After the new year, perhaps he would be able to purchase a hunting rifle by then. Whether he chose to hunt would ultimately be his decision. 005A path less taken, the Western Grove nightfall, with a tapestry of stars adorning the sky. In the backyard, Lu Jun remained awake. After applying the medicinal alcohol, the stinging sensation on his back intensified, but fortunately, it would only last a short while. Without the treatment, he would surely develop extensive bruising. Looking at the bottle of medicinal alcohol, he felt a mix of anger and amusement. His father remained unchanged, always protective of his children, albeit with few words of affection. Lu Jun gazed at the hundreds of stones, each sharpened to a fine point. A large grinding stone now reduced to half its original size, transformed into something much smaller. The army discovered a woven little basket, tied it around his waist with a rope, reminiscent of his childhood days spent fishing. He placed some stones inside, gauging the weight and finding it satisfactory, before stowing the small basket beneath his bed. Prepared for the possibility of returning empty-handed, he gathered some reeds and crafted 3 snares, along with a few wooden tools to serve as traps. These traps could remain set for an extended period without issue. After completing these tasks, he lay down on his bed and drifted into a drowsy slumber. In the front yard, within the east room, Li Qiushui glared at Lu Chuan, seething with anger. "If this situation arises again, you should handle it yourself. Did you not notice the injuries on your son? You truly went too far, in my opinion. If it comes to that, let your son learn hunting from the old hunter. Why suppress him?" Listening to her words, Lu Chuan puffed on his dry tobacco, exhaling a smoke ring, and replied, "What do you understand? Do you have any idea how dangerous the mountains are now? Winter has set in, and many wild beasts have begun to hoard food. If a bear encounters someone, it will undoubtedly go mad with rage. Your son is ignorant, and so are you. You indulge him daily. What will happen in the future? If he truly gets lost in the mountains, would you wish for such a calamity? After the new year, find him a job at the brick factory so he can have some stability." Li Qiushui rubbed her temples, momentarily convinced by her husband's words. "Fine." Lu Chuan, still puffing on his tobacco, felt the tension in his brow ease slightly. The following morning, around 4 or 5 o'clock, Lu Jun was awoken by the crowing of roosters outside, unable to fall back asleep. Tossing and turning in bed, he realized the crows belonged to the neighbors in a nearby settlement. By the time he rose, he found himself alone in the yard. Li Qiushui had taken Lu Han to school, as she did every day, while Lu Chuan had already left for the brick factory. In this place, there was no room for complacency as in his previous life. Here, honor was paramount. Who would dare to be lazy, regardless of financial status? The neighbors outside could easily berate you. Lu Jun entered the kitchen and surveyed the leftover food from yesterday, hastily consuming a few bites before swiftly heading next door to find Li Jianguo. Upon arriving at Li's house, Aunt Han Wan was washing pots and, upon noticing Lu Jun, quickly stepped out to say, "Little Jun, yesterday's incident was Zhang Wo's fault for taking you up the mountain. He deserved the beating he received. But rest assured, we made sure to discipline him yesterday afternoon." Lu Jun's lips twitched as he cast a sidelong glance at the sullen-faced Li Jianguo. It was Lu Jun who had initially suggested the mountain venture, yet Aunt Han Wan believed it was Zhang Wo's idea. Lu Jun patted his chest and assured her, "Aunt Li, don't worry. This time, I will keep a close watch on Zhang Wo and ensure he doesn't go back up the mountain." "Good, good. You two chat while I attend to my chores." Once Aunt Han departed, Lu Jun approached Li Jianguo, clapping him on the shoulder, and said, "Let us go. Everything is prepared. Are we really going?" Li Jianguo whispered in astonishment. Just a moment ago, the demeanor was one way, and now it had transformed entirely. He truly could not fathom how Brother Lu could change so swiftly, akin to the face-changing art of Sichuan opera. Why else? All right, Li Jianguo nodded. But the motion was too vigorous, pulling at his backside, eliciting a pang of discomfort. He then turned to cast a glare at Li Aigua, who seemed to sense the chill behind him, retracting his head and glancing at Li Jianguo, as if to convey that yesterday's beating had nothing to do with him. The intensity of Li Jianguo's punishment was indeed due to the mischief of that little one, who had been fanning the flames all along. However, there were pressing matters at hand, so Li Jianguo chose to disregard Li Aigua. Upon exiting the Li residence, Lu Jun inquired, "Your backside isn't troubling you now, is it?" "No, it's fine. Let us proceed," Li Jianguo replied resolutely. The two returned to the backyard where Lu Jun resided, where he retrieved the slingshot he had prepared the previous day, along with several hundred pebbles, 3 snares, and a small quantity of grain. Upon seeing these, Li Jianguo looked up at Lu Jun, his expression one of incredulity. "Brother Lu, are we really going to use a slingshot to hunt in the mountains? The slingshot's power can at best take down small creatures like wild pigeons. If we want to hunt pigeons, we might as well head to that grove west of the village. There are more pigeons there than in the mountains, and it's far less perilous." Lu Jun chuckled and replied, "How do you know I can't take down a wild chicken?" "Well, then let us try our luck in the mountains." Li Jianguo observed Lu Jun's serious demeanor, and his previously unwavering conviction began to waver. Could it be that a slingshot could indeed strike a wild chicken? This time, Lu Jun and Li Jianguo would take an unconventional route. Previously, they had traversed the eastern side of the village, which was the closest to the mountain and had been well trodden by villagers hunting and gathering wood for centuries. Lu Jun knew that if they took the eastern path, the villagers would undoubtedly spot them, and the news of their ascent would reach both families, likely resulting in another beating. In a previous life, Lu Jun had hunted in these mountains numerous times and had discovered that it was possible to access the mountain from the western village head, albeit it would take considerably longer. Leading Li Jianguo through the woods at the western village head, Lu Jun couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the lush, dense trees and the wild pigeons soaring above. If he were to hunt pigeons, this indeed was the ideal spot. However, his intent was to hunt wild chickens, which were far more valuable than dozens of pigeons. Moreover, pigeons were too small, yielding little meat, and proving cumbersome to process. Li Jianguo observed the multitude of wild pigeons perched in the trees and instinctively licked his lips, rubbing his stomach. "Brother Lu, hand me the slingshot. Let me give it a try and see if I can bring down a wild pigeon." "Are you certain?" Lu Jun regarded him with a look of skepticism, as if to question his capability. "Yes." The soldier handed a slingshot and stones to Li Jianguo. Upon feeling the stones, Li Jianguo sensed something amiss. They seemed rather sharp. He aimed at a wild pigeon perched on a tree, pulling the slingshot taut and closing his left eye. The soldier shook his head, knowing that Li Jianguo, his childhood friend, was unlikely to hit his mark. Despite his aim, his slingshot skills were quite poor. With a swift whoosh, the stone sliced through the air, striking the branch beneath the wild pigeon. The sudden noise startled the other pigeons, causing them to take flight from their perch. Li Jianguo, observing the pigeons soaring above, hesitated to release the tension on the slingshot. The soldier, noticing the beads of perspiration forming on Li Jiangwo's forehead, recognized his impending failure. If this continued, all the pigeons would soon be gone. Allow me, the soldier offered, as they reached the edge of the hillside to pursue the wild pigeons and catch squirrels. Li Jiangwo's face flushed with embarrassment as he handed over the slingshot. The soldier accepted it, his expression tense as he focused on the circling pigeons overhead. In a previous life, the soldier had successfully hunted numerous pigeons and squirrels, mastering the technique of the slingshot, unlike Li Jiangwo, who struggled to hit anything. He placed a stone in the leather pouch, drew back the slingshot, and aimed at the frantically flying pigeons. With a gentle release, another whoosh echoed, and the stone struck a wild pigeon, causing it to plummet to the ground. Li Jiangwo's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that the soldier had indeed succeeded where he had failed? The sight of the fallen pigeon ignited a thrill within him. The soldier's shot had startled the remaining pigeons, sending them scattering in all directions. Still in shock, Li Jiangwo watched as the soldier prepared another stone, drawing back the slingshot once more, aiming at the startled birds. With another swift release, the soldier struck again, bringing down another pigeon. However, as he prepared to load another stone, he realized the pigeons had already fled the area. The soldier shook his head in resignation. He had only managed 2 successful shots. For small creatures like wild pigeons, precision was crucial, otherwise, they would scatter upon sensing danger. Only an experienced hunter like the soldier could achieve such success. For others, it was but a distant dream. Li Jiangwo sprinted toward the 2 fallen wild pigeons, triumphantly holding them aloft as he approached the soldier. With a wide grin, he exclaimed, "Brother Liu, I'm impressed. This time, I truly admire your skill. You managed to hit them while they were flying above. I'm in awe." Li Jiangwo did not jest. He could not even hit the wild pigeon that eluded him, while the army effortlessly targeted the errant birds in flight. This stark contrast exemplified the army's superior slingshot skills, far surpassing his own. The army smiled and said, "All right, let's be off. We'll take these 2 wild pigeons for now and hunt for more once we ascend the mountain." Li Jiangwo nodded in agreement. "Sure, I will follow your lead, Brother Liu." Regardless of the circumstances, at least they had secured some meat, a far cry from their first ascent when they returned empty-handed and perilously close to losing their lives. As Lu Jun and Li Jiangwo continued their journey towards the mountains, Li Jiangwo seized the opportunity to inquire about slingshot techniques and precautions, hoping to practice in the woods at Shitsuan and procure a bit of extra food. Although wild pigeons offered little meat, they were delightful when stewed or roasted, particularly as they yielded a rich oil that sizzled enticingly while cooking. Lu Jun generously shared his expertise, advising Li Jiangwo to draw the bowstring taut, aim carefully, and avoid wild shots that would waste stones. He emphasized the importance of steady hands and quick reflexes. Scratching his head, Li Jiangwo replied, "Brother Liu, I believe I follow your advice, yet I still miss my targets. Why is that?" Lu Jun patted Li Jiangwo's shoulder and said, "Those are merely the basics. The crux lies in how often you have practiced and how familiar you are with the technique. You may feel competent, but there remains much room for improvement." Li Jiangwo pondered this thoughtfully, recognizing the wisdom in Lu Jun's words. As they conversed about mundane matters, Lu Jun gazed towards the towering mountains ahead, murmuring to himself, "After walking for about 3 hours, we are finally nearing our destination." He clenched his fist, silently motivating himself, knowing that once he acquired sufficient skills, he would no longer need to ascend the mountain in secrecy. "Brother Liu, is this the back mountain? It's my first time here, and it looks entirely different from the path at the east end of the village," Li Jiangwo remarked, scratching his head. The eastern path had been forged by villagers over centuries, with trees long since cleared. This route to the back mountain, known only to Lu Jun, remained untouched, with towering trees blocking out the sunlight, casting an eerie atmosphere. "Indeed, this is the back mountain. We shall not venture too far in. Instead, we will linger at the edges, hunting for wild chickens, squirrels, or pigeons. The center is too perilous, likely home to ferocious creatures like bears and wild boars. Without firearms, it is best to avoid provoking them," Lu Jun replied with a serious demeanor. In this renewed existence, he sought only to survive. Entering the heart of danger without proper weaponry would be tantamount to courting death. A cautious approach was wiser. Li Jiangwo shivered slightly, glancing at the slingshot in Lu Jun's hand, his anxiety intensifying at the thought of encountering a bear or a wild boar. "Then we shall remain at the periphery," he agreed. "Do not be so anxious. it is not as frightening as you imagine. The back mountain is likely teeming with squirrels, as it remains largely unexplored. This time, we shall conduct a thorough cleaning. A faint smile graced the face of the soldier. The route through the back mountain was a serendipitous discovery from his past life, suggesting that few had ventured here, making the resources within even more abundant. He picked up his slingshot and declared, "Let us proceed." The two ambled along the periphery of the back mountain, and it wasn't long before the soldier stumbled upon a squirrel's nest. Such nests are easily identified. Any tree with a hole the size of a fist can typically be deemed a squirrel den. The pelts of these creatures can be sold, and their meat is sought after by state-run restaurants for dishes like stir-fried gray squirrel. Overall, the value of a single squirrel hovers around 24 yuan. Pointing at the tree hole, he stated, "This is a squirrel den. There may be squirrels inside, likely hibernating. I will climb up to take a look. You keep watch below, and if I happen to fall, catch me." Li Jiangguo gazed at him in surprise, but nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, Brother Lu, do take care." Rest assured, the soldier, having explored numerous squirrel dens in his previous life, especially during winter when the creatures become lethargic and remain nestled within, embraced the tree, securing his legs against its trunk. With remarkable agility, he quickly ascended to the edge of the squirrel den, where he spotted 5 squirrels nestled in slumber. His expression momentarily froze, and his throat twitched. Fortune had smiled upon him. A small fortune lay before him. Without hesitation, he climbed a bit higher, seeking a stable foothold, and retrieved a snare from his waist, ready to ensnare his prize. The 5 squirrels remained blissfully unaware, and within an instant, they were captured within the snare. Just as he was about to descend, something within the den caught his eye, causing his gaze to brighten. To his astonishment, he discovered an unexpected bounty: antique silver coins. The sight of the treasure within the squirrel den was exhilarating. It also contained a plethora of pine nuts and wild walnuts. Using another snare from his waist, he swiftly gathered all the wild walnuts and pine nuts, filling it to the brim. In his previous life, such finds were exceedingly rare and highly prized, primarily due to their wild origins. Li Jiangguo looked up at him, concern etched on his face, but upon seeing the 2 bulging snares at the soldier's waist, a glimmer of joy appeared in his expression. Moments later, the soldier descended from the tree, dusting off his clothes before eagerly brandishing the 2 filled snares. "Brother Lu, how many gray squirrels do we have?" he inquired, referring to the colloquial name for squirrels. "Guess." The soldier could not suppress the smile tugging at his lips. Li Jiangguo gazed at the bulging snares in the soldier's hands, instinctively swallowing hard in anticipation. The army opened the trap, revealing 5 heads clad in gray robes, their small eyes darting about as they gazed at both Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo, chattering animatedly. 5. Li Jiangguo's face lit up at the sight of the 5 large gray creatures. "Lu Gu, you've struck gold." In an era where monthly wages barely reach a few coins, the 5 intact gray creatures in Lu Jun's possession were indeed worth something. However, the effort involved was markedly different. While others earned mere coins in a month, Lu Jun had merely climbed a tree for a few minutes. Of course, luck played a significant role. The resources at the edge of the back mountain were abundant, untouched by others, which allowed Lu Jun to procure these 5 creatures. Had he ventured to the front mountain, he might have spent an eternity searching for even a single gray creature. Feeling warmth in his heart at Li Jiangguo's words, Lu Jun realized that his childhood friend had no ulterior motives for the gray creatures. Yet, Lu Jun understood that this innocence was a rarity in such times. In his past life, there was a saying that aptly captured this phenomenon: "Those who see share in the spoils." Lu Jun planned to sell all the gray creatures and share a portion with Li Jiangguo afterward. Enough with the banter. This trap contains plenty of pine nuts and wild walnuts. "Do give them a try," Lu Jun said as he handed over another trap filled with these delicacies. "Wild walnuts? What a treasure!" Li Jiangguo exclaimed, taking one directly from the trap and popping it into his mouth without hesitation. Even in this age, wild walnuts were a rare find, typically retrieved from squirrel nests. After tasting one, Li Jiangguo's eyes sparkled, and he offered another wild walnut to Lu Jun, saying, "Lu Gu, you should try this. I believe it's even tastier than any I've had before." Lu Jun chuckled, teasing, "You devoured it so hastily, much like Zhu Beiji with his ginseng fruit. How could you discern its flavor?" Li Jiangguo scratched his head, realizing he had indeed eaten too quickly. He sensed that the taste was slightly different, even more delectable than before. Curious, Lu Jun took a bite and immediately recognized something was amiss. The wild walnut was crisp, neither too dry nor overly moist. It seemed likely that these walnuts had only recently been discovered by the squirrels, suggesting the presence of walnut trees in the back mountain. Walnut trees? Could we take them with us? Li Jiangguo chuckled, envisioning the prospect of an abundant walnut harvest. Even if they could not consume them all, they could sell the wild walnuts in the city or at the supply and marketing cooperative, though the profits might be modest. A large quantity could still yield a substantial sum. What are you thinking? We've trekked for 3 hours from the west end of the village to here. Do you truly believe we could carry a walnut tree back with us? Besides, as you know, aside from trees permitted for logging, other trees cannot be taken down the mountain, Lu Jun said with a hint of indifference. He was not fearful of any superstitions. Rather, he believed that taking too many items from the mountain would disrupt the ecological balance. In the long run, aside from the prey, hunters generally refrain from removing anything from the mountain. Li Jiangguo nodded, feeling a tinge of regret, and took another pine nut from the bag, placing it in his mouth. However, this time he noticed a slight chill in his hand, though he paid it little mind and bit down. Suddenly, he cried out in pain, quickly spitting out the pine nut along with a gleaming silver dollar. Observing this, Lu Jun immediately picked it up, his brow furrowing even deeper upon seeing the silver dollar. Was it truly a Longfeng silver dollar? He had seen one at a prestigious auction in his previous life, which had fetched over 500,000. Yet, he was baffled as to how such a silver dollar could be nestled in a squirrel's nest. Had the squirrel mistaken it for a reserve of food? Lu Gu, what is this? It nearly killed me. Was it a pine nut? Are they really that hard to bite? Li Jiangguo murmured, covering his mouth. We truly struck luck this time. What you just bit into was a silver dollar, Lu Jun said, taking a deep breath and speaking slowly. Li Jiangguo, astonished, quickly turned to examine the silver dollar in Lu Jun's hand, inspecting it closely. A silver dollar? Lu Jun took another deep breath and said nonchalantly, how much do you think this silver dollar could sell for? $3? $3? Lu Jun shook his head. At least 50. In this era, antiques were not yet highly valued. It would take a few more years for them to become truly precious. The Longfeng silver dollar was minted during the Beiyang government, designed by Lu Sun, Qian Daosan, and Su Shouchong, and it was also the first national emblem coin in Chinese history. Due to the Tianjin Mint's continuous reduction of quality, it faced resistance and was discontinued 2 years later. Li Jiangguo stared blankly at Lu Jun, bewildered. 50? The minimum is 50. For such a small silver dollar? This is the first national emblem coin in Chinese history. Lu Jun replied with a smile. What incredible luck. It seems this silver dollar was mistaken for food by the squirrel and brought into its burrow. In his previous life, Lu Jun had heard of many who had unearthed numerous antiques while digging in squirrel holes. He never imagined he would experience such fortune himself. As Lu Jun gathered the pine nuts and wild walnuts from the squirrel's burrow into the bag, he hadn't even considered what else might be inside. Check again. See if there's anything else in the bag, he urged. Li Jiangguo quickly complied, rummaging through it, but finding not a single additional silver dollar. However, Lu Jun was not too disappointed. Having one was already fortunate enough. They continued their walk in the back mountain, Lu Jun holding the silver dollar, a faint smile gracing his lips. This could be deemed an unexpected fortune, far surpassing the worth of hunting a dozen squirrels. After a while, Lu Jun lifted his gaze and spotted 2 squirrels nestled in the branches, promptly halting his steps. He gently tapped Li Jiangguo on the shoulder, signaling him to cease movement and maintain silence. Li Jiangguo, understanding the cue, gazed up at the squirrels, frozen in place, fearful that any noise might send them scurrying away. Lu Jun observed the charming little creatures, who were nibbling on pine nuts, making their way homeward. A slight smile graced his lips as he retrieved the slingshot from his waist and loaded it with a sharpened stone. With everything prepared, Lu Jun drew back the slingshot, aiming at one of the squirrels perched in the tree. With a swift whoosh, the stone whistled through the air, striking the squirrel on the head. The creature fell from the tree, lifeless and motionless upon impact. Li Jiangguo inhaled deeply, internally commending Lu Jun's accuracy, far superior to his own. Witnessing the fate of its companion, the other squirrel abandoned its pine nuts and scrambled higher up the tree, desperately trying to evade the hunter's gaze. Lu Jun, amused, thought to himself, "You think you can escape? Not a chance for the prey already in my grasp." He continued to pull back the slingshot, targeting the fleeing squirrel, and released. Another whoosh echoed as the stone struck its body, sending the squirrel tumbling down from the tree. Lu Jun shook his head, acknowledging his slight awkwardness with the slingshot. He had aimed for the head, but the small and agile creature had evaded his precision, resulting in a less than ideal hit. Nevertheless, he was relieved that it had not managed to slip away. Li Jiangguo gathered the two lifeless squirrels, presenting them to Lu Jun with admiration, exclaiming, "Brother Lu, your slingshot skills are truly remarkable. Your aim is impeccable." Lu Jun accepted the squirrels, glancing at them before responding, "Enough with the flattery, let's get to work. Since these two are deceased, hand me your knife so I can bleed them out. Otherwise, the blood will congeal, rendering them useless." "Of course," Li Jiangguo replied with a grin, handing over his knife. Lu Jun swiftly slit their throats, a procedure he had long since mastered. After ensuring they had bled sufficiently, he began skinning the squirrels. The process, though intricate, was executed with ease under his skilled hands. In no time, the flesh and fur were separated. Lu Jun handed the squirrel meat to Li Jiangguo, saying, "Hold on to this for now." "All right." Lu Jun laid out the fur of the two squirrels. The first was relatively intact, bearing only a small gash from the shot to its head, likely fetching around 4 yuan. The second, however, bore a more significant wound from the body shot, categorizing it as a lower quality pelt, worth at most 2 yuan. If a living squirrel is devoid of any blemishes, it is the most valuable, and naturally, its selling price would soar. However, the army does not seem overly concerned, as it is unrealistic to completely empty a squirrel's nest. Gazing at the sun high above, which is poised at its zenith, it is likely midday. The army chuckled. "Let us find a water source and prepare the squirrel for roasting. We can also roast the 2 wild pigeons we shot by the west of the village." Li Jiangguo appeared utterly bewildered at the thought of consuming wild squirrel. He had never tasted it before. After all, squirrels are quite small and yield little meat, fetching around 50 cents when sold to state-run restaurants. Spending 50 cents on a meal made him hesitant. Sensing his trepidation, the army patted him on the shoulder, saying, "We just endured a beating. We must replenish our strength." "What? Do you underestimate your brother Lu? Do you think I won't be able to catch wild pigeons and squirrels in the future? Let us nourish ourselves. We have many days ahead." Li Jiangguo nodded vigorously, no longer resisting. Having grown up together in their youth, their bond was unbreakable. The army recalled a small stream in the back mountains, not too far from their current location. After walking for about half an hour, they indeed stumbled upon a small stream. Li Jiangguo scratched his head in confusion, asking, "Lu Gu, how did you know there was a water source here?" "I remember a few streams on the front mountain and a large river to the north of our village, but I haven't seen water anywhere else." Although Li Jiangguo was not adept at hunting, he possessed some knowledge of fishing, having fished during the winter and spring in the beautifully positioned Qinjia village. Surrounded by grand mountains and rivers, a true paradise of green hills and clear waters. The army shrugged nonchalantly, saying, "I'm not sure. I just had a feeling there would be a stream here. Perhaps we are simply fortunate." Li Jiangguo nodded in agreement and said no more. Approaching the stream, the army gazed at the gently flowing water and smiled, cherishing the moment. The stream was pristine and crystal clear, far superior to those in the 21st century. He dug a small pit beside the stream and cupped the clear water in his hands, pouring it into the pit. This way, while cleaning the wild pigeons and squirrel meat, he could avoid contaminating the stream, thus protecting it in a manner. After washing, he found a small wooden stick and used Li Jiangguo's knife to sharpen it, then cleaned it before skewering the wild pigeons and squirrels. Just like skewering lamb in his past life, once everything was prepared, Li Jiangguo gathered some fluff grass, which ignited easily. The army then pulled out a match from his pocket and struck it gently. With a swift flick, the match flared to life, and the soldier promptly brought it beneath the soft grass. The moment the match touched the delicate strands, the grass ignited instantaneously. The soldier pressed small pieces of wood atop the flames, then procured 2 sticks to fashion a rudimentary barbecue stand. He rotated the skewers, ensuring the wild pigeon and squirrel meat received even heat. Gazing at the skewers, he murmured to himself, "How splendid it would be to have some seasoning from a past life." Beside him, Li Jiangguo failed to catch the soldier's murmurs, his entire focus consumed by the sizzling meat. Watching the juices bubble and drip, he felt his throat constrict, swallowing hard in anticipation. The soldier observed the wild pigeon and squirrel meat before him, glistening with oil and exuding a tantalizing aroma. Reflecting on his past, he realized that since he had ceased hunting, he had not savored such game. It was not from a lack of desire, but rather due to stringent regulations protecting wildlife. Other hunters dared not engage in clandestine hunting for fear of imprisonment. Even considerable riches would be of little use if one were to lose their freedom. Nevertheless, some individuals still resorted to secretive hunting. Turning to his childhood friend Li Jianguo, whose stomach growled like a ravenous beast, the soldier empathized with him. In these times, resources were scarce. Even those living near the mountains seldom indulged in such delicacies. Meat, when available, required ration tickets for purchase, typically enjoyed only during festive seasons. Li Jianguo, with a simple grin, inquired, "Lao Gu, how much longer until it's ready?" Patience is a virtue, but it's already oozing juice. You see the oil, but that does not guarantee it's cooked through, the soldier teased, drawing a knife from behind his waist. He sliced into the wild pigeon and squirrel meat, continuing, "This should hasten the cooking process." Li Jianguo scratched his head sheepishly, offering a goofy grin in return. After approximately half an hour, the air was filled with an irresistible scent, and the meat sizzled enticingly. The soldier pinched the meat, feeling it was thoroughly cooked, and cut a piece of squirrel meat, skewering it with his knife. No chopsticks, so we must make do with the knife. Sample the flavor. Li Jianguo swallowed hard, captivated by the aroma, and without hesitation took the knife from the soldier, carefully bringing it to his lips. The succulent squirrel meat, dripping with juices, tempted his taste buds, and he exclaimed, "Lao Gu, it's all meat flavor. Absolutely delightful. It's even fresher than the fish I've had." The soldier chuckled, "Fresh? Nonsense. It's your first time tasting it. Come, have more." He took the knife back, slicing a piece of pigeon meat to savor for himself, indulging in the feast. The two individuals, unbothered by discomfort, began to indulge in their meal with great enthusiasm. After a few bites, Lu Jun found himself losing his appetite, as the flavor was utterly lacking. Their hurried ascent up the mountain left them without even a pinch of salt, forcing them to gnaw on the wild delicacies in their natural state. Had there been salt, the fare would not have been so challenging to swallow. However, beside him, Li Jianguo was far less troubled, relishing the mere presence of meat. "Delicious, delicious," he exclaimed, grinning foolishly at Lu Jun, his lips glistening with grease. Lu Jun chuckled heartily, gazing at the sky, then at the wild game on the ground, and finally at his childhood friend, Li Jianguo, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy. After 5 or 6 minutes, Li Jianguo let out a loud belch, unable to consume another bite, leaving half of a wild pigeon untouched. He waved his hand and said, "Lu Gu, why aren't you eating?" Lu Jun replied with a smile, "Have you had your fill?" Li Jianguo nodded earnestly. "Come on. Take this half back home to your family." Upon hearing this, Li Jianguo quickly shook his head. "No need. Lu Gu, you keep it. Lu Han is at that age where she needs to grow. Save it for her." He felt a twinge of embarrassment, as he had devoured the majority of the 2 wild pigeons and a wild squirrel himself. This was the first time he had enjoyed meat so thoroughly, with the meal consisting solely of meat and devoid of any other food. Asking for another half of a wild pigeon felt too greedy. "All right then," Lu Jun conceded with a nod. "Let us continue on and explore further for the next trap." "Trap? Sure," Li Jianguo responded eagerly, realizing then how well prepared Lu Jun was for this excursion, having even brought traps along. The two continued deeper into the forest until they arrived at a bamboo grove, where they noticed numerous feathers from wild chickens scattered about. Lu Jun smiled and said, "This is the perfect spot, with plenty of bamboo, making it quite conspicuous. Wild chickens, hares, and wild pheasants will surely pass through here." The concern with setting traps is not merely about capturing prey, but also about ensuring one can locate the traps afterward. If one fails to remember where the traps were placed, even if they manage to catch something, finding the traps becomes a far more unfortunate endeavor. This bamboo grove is a sufficiently prominent location. By placing the traps here, they can easily keep track of their positions. "Here? I feel this spot is a bit too exposed." Li Jianguo scratched his head and said innocently, "The bamboo is too sparse. How would we set the traps here? Look at the footprints nearby and the scattered wild chicken feathers. Take a closer look. Don't you think this is the right place to set the traps?" Lu Jun explained with a smile. Setting traps is not a simple task. One must consider the surrounding conditions and environment, as well as the signs left by nearby small creatures, all of which influence the location of the traps. Li Jianguo nodded, his face flushed as he remarked, "Lu Gu, you possess such knowledge." "It's merely what I've heard from others," he muttered. "But why haven't I come across this information myself?" Lu Jun's expression darkened, dismissing Li Jianguo's words. He placed an extra trap on the ground and retrieved some grain he had prepared beforehand from his pocket. On the narrow, winding path littered with feathers from wild chickens, Lu Jun excavated a pit, placing the grain within. He fashioned a rudimentary support for the trap using a wooden stick. When a wild chicken or small animal ventured in, it would trigger the mechanism, causing the trap to fall. Observing the simple contraption, Li Jiangguo was filled with confusion. Lu Gu, will it really catch anything? Nonsense. Of course it will. Lu Jun chided playfully. As he spoke, he intended to lead Li Jiangguo away, but suddenly a brilliant idea struck him, and he fixed his gaze intently on the bamboo. Lu Jun pondered the bamboo before him. It was November 9th, and beneath the bamboo, tender shoots were sprouting, which were at their most delicate during this time of year. Li Jiangguo, noticing Lu Jun's stillness, asked, Lu Gu, what's the matter? Are we exceptionally lucky today? Lu Jun ignored his question and instead remarked, since coming down from the back mountain, we've already caught 5 live squirrels and discovered an antique silver coin. And now we've encountered a bamboo grove, where the shoots are at their finest. Lu Jun glanced at Li Jiangguo, pointing towards the bamboo. Jiangguo, what do you think of this grove? Huh? Li Jiangguo appeared perplexed. It's just a bamboo grove, isn't it? What else could it be? The bamboo shoots. Lu Jun reminded with a smile. Realization dawned on Li Jiangguo, who promptly slapped his forehead and chuckled. How could I forget about the bamboo shoots? November's bamboo shoots are the freshest and tenderest. They would make an exquisite dish. The two exchanged a knowing smile and wasted no further time, bending down to begin digging. Lacking tools, Lu Jun found a sharp stone and a sturdy stick about the size of his wrist. He bound the stone to the stick with hemp rope, creating a rudimentary shovel, and began to excavate the earth. Before long, he uncovered a large bamboo shoot, standing tall amidst the soil. Lu Jun smiled gently at the shoot, then continued to dig around its base. Once he cleared the surrounding soil, a complete bamboo shoot emerged before him. He delicately supported the top of the shoot and gently twisted it, causing it to come free. Excellent, Lu Jun remarked, examining the shoot in his hands. Meanwhile, Li Jiangguo, still empty-handed, worked with renewed vigor. After approximately an hour had passed, both Army and Li Jiangguo had unearthed 3 bamboo shoots each. The wild bamboo shoots were considerably larger than those Army had previously encountered in the market, despite being free from artificial fertilizers. The surviving ones were indeed the finest, boasting the highest nutritional value. Army cradled the wild bamboo shoots in his palm, discovering that they were slightly larger than his own hand. Li Jiangguo chuckled, Brother Lu, I've found 3, and you found 3 as well. Given the size of these wild bamboo shoots, one would suffice for a meal. After expressing his delight, Li Jiangguo intended to continue digging, but Army promptly intervened, saying, let us not gather too many. These bamboo shoots shouldn't be left for too long. 3 is sufficient. Besides, how will we explain our bounty when we return? In the first part of his statement, Army was considering the future, opting to gather a modest amount of bamboo shoots for later consumption. The latter part reflected his immediate concern. If they returned home with bamboo shoots, their families would undoubtedly deduce the truth. After all, they had been explicitly forbidden from venturing into the mountains the previous day. Upon hearing this, Li Jiangguo gradually rose from his crouched position, a frown creasing his brow. What shall we do, Brother Lu? I certainly do not wish to face the consequences. He was well aware of Uncle Li's strict discipline, which adhered to the belief that a firm hand rears dutiful children. Consequently, Li Jiangguo had endured far more beatings than Army. Nonetheless, he wished to avoid further punishment. Gazing at the bamboo shoots in his hands, Li Jiangguo's spirits dampened. Having worked hard to find them, he was disheartened at the thought of not being able to take them home. What should we do with the bamboo shoots we have? He lamented, fearing he might miss out on their exquisite taste. Army pondered for a moment, then sighed. Let us refrain from taking them home for now. We can devise a legitimate means to return to the mountains in a few days, or perhaps produce something of value. As he contemplated the bamboo shoots, a clever idea struck him. First, hand over the bamboo shoots you've collected. In a few days, I shall prepare a delectable dish for you. Although the bamboo shoots could not be taken home, it did not preclude the possibility of secretly pickling them. In his previous life, Army had acquired knowledge of various pickling techniques, particularly those related to mountain produce, and he knew that pickled bamboo shoots possessed a delightful crunch. Li Jiangguo, somewhat bewildered yet reassured by Army's seriousness, nodded in agreement. All right. The two of them dusted off their clothes, and noting the sun's position, Army realized they could no longer linger. Otherwise, they would struggle to return to the village from the back mountain. Thus, they made their way back. As Army surveyed the bounty in his possession, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. The only downside was that he had not spotted any wild chickens this time, attributing that to a stroke of bad luck. Nonetheless, this journey proved worthwhile, yielding 5 live doves, 2 slightly flawed dove skins, and an antique silver dollar. As the two approached the grove at the western edge of the village, Lu Jun gazed up at the trees, noticing that the wild doves had become increasingly vigilant. Retreating to higher branches, Lu Jun paused, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It was merely a slight elevation, a task he found quite manageable. Li Jiangguo held his breath, watching as Lu Jun deftly retrieved his slingshot, loaded it with stones, and drew it back in one fluid motion. Before Li Jiangguo could fully comprehend, a sharp whistle pierced the air, a gust rushing towards the doves perched upon the branches. Whoosh! The struck dove plummeted from its perch, and Lu Jun continued to draw back his slingshot, denying the other doves any chance of escape. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 more doves fell from the branches, and Li Jiangguo stared at Lu Jun, disbelief etched across his face. Lu Gu, was that 2 stones, 2 birds? Indeed. Lu Jun nodded, surprised that his simple display of skill had elicited such exaggerated astonishment. In Li Jiangguo's gaze, there was a newfound respect. 2 stones, 2 birds. He could hardly hit even 1 bird with a single stone. Perhaps he would struggle to hit 10 with 10 stones. Yet for Lu Jun, this feat posed no challenge whatsoever. In a previous life, he had even achieved 3 stones, 3 birds, marking his pinnacle. While Li Jiangguo remained in a daze, Lu Jun had already retrieved the 3 doves and commenced the bloodletting. If delayed, the meat would become unpalatable, even inedible. With a gentle hand, Lu Jun wielded a small knife, severing the doves' throats to let the blood flow. After they had processed the doves, Lu Jun insisted that Li Jiangguo take one home. This would serve as a convenient excuse for how they had acquired it in the woods, leaving no room for suspicion. Reluctant, Li Jiangguo ultimately acquiesced to Lu Jun's insistence. "Thank you, Lu Gu," he said with a simple smile. "What thanks? We brothers need not exchange such formalities." Lu Jun chuckled, casting a glance at the mountain and then at the pouch hanging from his waist. "Let us head back. Tomorrow we shall visit the supply cooperative in the village. Off we go." "All right." As they hurried home, twilight descended, the sun lingering just above the horizon, casting a warm crimson glow. Upon returning to the backyard, Lu Jun cautiously stowed the pouch beneath his bed, and as he stepped into the front yard, he found his mother, Li Qiushui, busily sweeping the courtyard. With a suspicious gaze, she regarded her son, inquiring, "You didn't sneak up the mountain today, did you?" Lu Jun shook his head, his composure unwavering, his expression betraying not a hint of change. Li Qiushui raised her gaze towards Lu Jun and said, "Very well. As long as you don't wander off, Lu Jun, today you shall go fetch your sister. I will prepare dinner at home, and by the time you return, the meal should be ready." Li Qiushui believed that in the future, it would be best for Lu Jun to handle the school runs for Lu Han. After all, he had little to do during this period leading up to the new year and could help alleviate her burdens. Lu Jun replied with a smile, "All right." He first returned to his small courtyard, taking with him the leftover wild pigeon from the day, and then swiftly grabbed a fresh wild pigeon. Without Li Qiushui noticing, he darted away. The village had an elementary school, located not too far from Lu Jun's home. If one were to walk, it would take approximately half an hour, which was quite reasonable. Chenjiatin was one of the wealthier villages within a 200-mile radius. Otherwise, it could not sustain a school. In Lu Jun's previous life, he was aware that children living on the other side of the mountain had to walk for a long time to reach school. However, fortunately, the Chenjiatin Red Flag Elementary School was not too far away. As Lu Jun approached, he ran, taking about 10 minutes to arrive. A light sweat formed on his brow, and he murmured with a smile, "I'm really out of shape. After just 10 minutes of running, I'm already panting. I must strengthen my fitness." He reminisced about the times he used to run a half marathon with ease. Who would have thought that today he would be winded after merely 10 minutes? Moreover, hunting requires a high level of physical condition. The mountains were home to wolves, tigers, and leopards. If one's physical fitness did not keep pace, how could they compete with such creatures? With Lu Jun's current physical state, should he encounter an adult wild boar or a bear, he would likely lack the capacity to escape. One should never underestimate the beasts of the mountains. Although they are large in stature, it does not hinder their speed. The combination of their size and speed could easily result in the demise of an adult. As Lu Jun stood before the Chenjiatin Red Flag Elementary School, He could hear the melodious sounds of children reading from within. Listening to their innocent voices, a gentle smile graced Lu Jun's face. These children were the future blossoms of the nation, destined to contribute significantly to the country's development after they grew up and graduated. After all, this was an elementary school established in 82, truly representing the nation's flowers. Lu Jun leaned slightly towards the side of the gate, searching for the figure of his younger sister, Lu Han, who was currently in the first grade. He glanced in the direction of the first-grade classroom and soon spotted Lu Han, who was diligently writing her homework. At that moment, a thought struck him, one that pertained to a significant matter in his life. In the second semester of the first grade, after the new year, a new teacher would arrive, the mathematics teacher for the first grade at Qinjiatin Red Flag Elementary School. Lu Jun had a vivid impression of this teacher, for she was Zhao Minxiu, his wife in a past life. As he contemplated this, Lu Jun couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia wash over him. A faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he reminisced about the sweet moments he shared with Zhao Minxiu. Their acquaintance had blossomed through Lu Han, which, upon reflection, seemed quite amusing. At that time, Zhao Minxiu had visited the Lu family for a home visit, only for Lu Han to scamper off in playful abandon. Fortuitously, Lu Jun was at home, and Zhao Minxiu engaged him in conversation about Lu Han's trivialities. After leaving the Lu residence, she found herself harboring a fondness for Lu Jun. Given their similar ages and Lu Jun's modest charm, Zhao Minxiu took to visiting under the pretext of home visits, seizing these opportunities to chat with him. This back and forth led Lu Jun to discern her feelings, yet he, being rather cunning, refrained from confessing despite his own affections, adopting a rather roguish demeanor. Eventually, unable to contain her emotions any longer, Zhao Minxiu confessed her feelings, and thus they became a couple. It was not a matter of victory or defeat in declarations of love. In this era, once love commenced, it was meant to last a lifetime. Both were elated, though the sole discontent lay with Lu Han, who could hardly fathom that she would one day have a sister-in-law who was a mathematics teacher. Fortunately, their relationship was devoid of any melodrama, no regrets, missed opportunities, or domestic strife. After their marriage, their love flourished, characterized not by mere respect, but by a profound bond that prioritized each other's needs. Arguments were rare. Upon reflection, Lu Jun realized that the number of disputes could easily be counted on one hand. Zhao Minxiu possessed a gentle temperament, akin to that of a nurturing older sister, making it nearly impossible for them to quarrel. Lu Jun mused quietly to himself, there are still about 2 months left. The funds should suffice, shouldn't they? He was contemplating how, in these 2 months, after setting aside money for a firearm, he would likely have a considerable amount to invest in the 4 essentials. If Zhao Minxiu were to learn that she was already on someone's mind, with even the 4 essentials being considered, one wonders what her thoughts would be. Ding, ding, ding. Principal Li of Hongqi Primary School in Qinjiatin struck the small bell hanging on the wall. The school bell rang, snapping Lu Jun back to reality. As he looked up, he observed the students from other classes pouring out of their rooms like wild beasts, each one sprinting faster than the last. Lu Jun's lips twitched slightly. It was just as it always was. None of them relished the prospect of school, each one dashing off in delight. While scanning the area for his sister Lu Han, he suddenly heard a voice behind him. Brother, I'm right behind you. Lu Jun turned swiftly at the sound, only to find his sister Lu Han making a playful face. The army stepped forward, gently ruffling her small head, and inquired nonchalantly, why are you running so fast? The class bell has only just rung, and here you are, sprinting. Lu Han was quite averse to her brother, Lu Jun, touching her head. Yet she found herself unable to evade him. After all, in the face of his towering height, she was already at a disadvantage. Humph, brother, what made you think of picking me up? Is the sun rising from the west today? Lu Han teased, her laughter lighthearted. Since starting school, she had never seen Lu Jun come to fetch her. It was always their mother, Li Qiushui, who came to get her every day. Stop being cheeky. Once we get home, I'll make sure to keep an eye on you while you do your homework. The mention of homework instantly wiped the smile off Lu Han's face. Come on, let's go, Lu Jun chuckled, pinching her cheek. Now you see just how formidable your brother is. Still dare to retort? As Lu Han walked ahead with a sulky demeanor, Lu Jun followed, amused and slightly exasperated by his little sister's antics. Lu Han kicked small stones in frustration as she continued her path homeward. Behind her, Lu Jun called out, do you want to eat some meat? I have some. Hearing the word meat, Lu Han instinctively swallowed, turning around with her eyes sparkling. Meat? Is there really meat? After yesterday's meal, her stomach still felt somewhat satisfied, but in this era, meat was something one could only indulge in during the new year. Who would ever complain about having too little grease in their belly? I'm just teasing you, haha. Lu Jun, carrying half a roasted wild pigeon and another uncooked one, sought to amuse Lu Han. Humph, I'm not talking to you anymore. Lu Han quickened her pace, feeling deceived by her brother's jest. Liar. A big liar. As expected, all of brother's words are just tricks. Seeing her reaction, Lu Jun merely smiled, unwrapping the half-roasted pigeon, which immediately released an enticing aroma. Lu Han, walking ahead, sensed something was amiss. Her nose wrinkled slightly. This was meat. Indeed, it was meat. She turned around to find Lu Jun grinning mischievously at her. In a burst of excitement, Lu Han ran up to Lu Jun, clutching his arm. Brother, you really have meat. Let me have a bite. Oh, is it pigeon meat? Did you buy this? Lu Jun, no longer teasing her, handed over the half-roasted pigeon. Brother, you should eat as well. Lu Han received it, instinctively swallowing again. Yet she hesitated to take the first bite. You eat first. I shot this in the woods west of the village. You go ahead, and I'll roast another one for you. As he spoke, Lu Jun pulled out the other pigeon wrapped in newspaper from his pocket. When Lu Jun looked at his sister, he noticed the disbelief in her eyes. What's wrong? Aren't you going to eat? Brother, did you manage to shoot down the wild pigeons from the western edge of the village? That's quite impressive. I've heard that many are reluctant to attempt it, as those pigeons are notoriously difficult to catch. Lu Han gazed at Lu Jun with admiration in her starry eyes. She was well aware that within the woods at the western edge of the village, the wild pigeons were plentiful, yet these clever creatures never afforded humans a single opportunity. Always soaring to great heights, hunters found it exceedingly challenging to catch them. After all, they had no desire to use firearms on such small targets, which would hardly justify the cost of the ammunition. This was precisely why, despite the abundance of wild pigeons, few could ever bring them down. Do you think so? When you crave them, I shall procure them for you, Lu Jun replied, glancing at Lu Han's frail figure, feeling a pang of sympathy for her slight frame. You're the best, brother, Lu Han exclaimed, savoring the morsel of pigeon meat in her hands, blissfully unconcerned about how Lu Jun had secured it. For her, the mere presence of food was sufficient. Lu Jun found a secluded spot to roast a pigeon, and as Lu Han ate, she beamed at him with delight. He noticed a peculiar habit of hers. She would take small bites, chewing slowly, which only deepened his concern for her. It was evident that she cherished the pigeon meat, fearful that it might soon be gone, unlike the way he and Li Jiangguo devoured their meals. Eat heartily, dear sister. There is more to come, Lu Jun encouraged with a smile. Lu Han grinned, her lips glistening with grease, resembling a little glutton. Before long, Lu Jun had roasted another pigeon, sizzling and tender, with a slightly charred skin. The delightful aroma wafted through the air, and Lu Han's face lit up with ecstasy as she inhaled the enticing scent. Brother, this is absolutely delectable. It's still warm. Lu Jun chuckled in response. Lu Han giggled as she took the pigeon, her laughter genuine. For the first time, she truly felt happiness. Having been deprived of meat until now, the previous days had been devoid of such pleasures. Even if today's meal was not the most exquisite, it was still a significant improvement over the past. She felt a twinge of disbelief, wondering if all of this was some kind of enchantment. Was it truly real? Yet, as she cradled the steaming wild pigeon in her hands and inhaled its irresistible aroma, taking a succulent bite, her taste buds confirmed that this was indeed reality, not a dream. Seeing the smile on his sister's face, Lu Jun also smiled gently. Little glutton. What is wrong with being a little glutton? If it means you could have meat every day, I would gladly embrace the role of a lifelong little glutton, Lu Han said with a cheerful laugh. For a child of approximately 7 years, her aspirations are both modest and profound. After all, during that period, she could only indulge in a morsel of meat during the few days of the new year. Upon hearing these words, Lu Jun couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy, instinctively ruffling his sister's hair, and said, All right, from now on, I shall let you be a little kitten every day. How does that sound? Good, Lu Han responded with a smile, offering the wild pigeon meat in her hand. Brother, you should eat too. All right, I will partake as well, but you must promise not to tell Mom and Dad, okay? Tomorrow, I'll roast another wild pigeon for you, Lu Jun instructed. The little glutton nodded, and thus, they reached a silent agreement. After consuming half of the wild pigeon, Lu Han found herself unable to eat any more and reluctantly let Lu Jun finish the remainder. Wiping the grease from her lips, Lu Jun chuckled, Are you full now? Lu Han giggled, rubbing her little belly and nodding. I'm so full, hee hee hee. Lu Jun smiled in return, noting that Lu Han had likely eaten the equivalent of an entire wild pigeon, which at her age was indeed sufficient to satiate her hunger. Once he extinguished the fire, he led his sister Lu Han homeward. The journey was brief, allowing them just enough time to digest their meal. On the way, Lu Jun repeatedly reminded his sister to keep today's events secret. Lu Han, with a serious expression, nodded in agreement, as long as there was meat to eat. She was content. Upon their return home, night had already fallen. During winter, darkness descends swiftly. As they entered, they spotted their mother, Li Qiushui, busily preparing dinner in the kitchen. Back already? She inquired, wiping the sweat from her brow upon hearing their footsteps. We're back. Lu Jun and Lu Han chimed as they entered the kitchen. Just as Lu Jun was about to ask what was being prepared, the enticing aroma of corn wafted through the air. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, Mom, are you making pot stickers? The mere scent of the pot stickers ignited an insatiable desire within him. In his previous life, winter would bring forth a plethora of restaurants serving pot stickers, and he had always been eager to sample them, primarily to discern whether their flavor matched his cherished memories. It was evident that those establishments failed to recreate the crisp and thick pot stickers he craved, and now he yearned to taste the pot stickers crafted by his mother's hands, a flavor he had longed for. Pot stickers again, his sister Lu Han remarked. Having grown weary of the daily servings of pot stickers, cornmeal, and coarse noodles, Li Qiushui scrutinized the two, sensing something amiss. Previously, Lu Jun had been quite averse to these dishes, while Lu Han had never voiced any discontent. Today, however, their demeanor seemed transformed, as if they were entirely different individuals. Go on, it will be ready soon. If you don't want to eat, then I shan't bother cooking for you. Li Qiushui cast a sidelong glance at her daughter. Lu Han remained silent, merely chuckling to herself. Before long, Lu Baichuan, Lu Han's father, returned, entering the kitchen and observing Lu Jun's back with affection evident in his gaze. Sensing someone behind him, Lu Jun turned to see his father, a broad smile breaking across his face. Father. He had heard footsteps earlier, but hadn't anticipated it was his father returning. The concern and tenderness in Lu Baichuan's eyes did not go unnoticed by Lu Jun. There were no lingering grievances between them, and Lu Jun understood his father's intentions. He rarely faced punishment, and yesterday had been the most severe instance. With a chuckle, Lu Baichuan replied, acknowledging the moment. Li Qiushui and Lu Han watched the two interact. Lu Han appeared utterly bewildered, questioning what had transpired between them. In contrast, Li Qiushui looked on with a sense of relief, recognizing that her child had matured. Remarkably, Lu Jun did not retaliate against Lu Baichuan this time. Previously, he would have bristled. However, now as a reborn soul, he comprehended his father's thoughts and held no resentment. Lu Baichuan signaled for Lu Jun to step outside. Once in the yard, Lu Jun grinned at his father, Lu Chuan. Instinctively, Lu Chuan pulled out his pipe, and Lu Jun quickly struck a match to light it for him. Taking a deep drag, Lu Chuan exhaled slowly, addressing Lu Jun, Son, did I overstep yesterday? Please don't hold a grudge, you must understand. Before Lu Chuan could finish, Lu Jun chuckled, Father, I understand completely. If it were my son on the mountain, I would undoubtedly react with even greater fury. Perhaps I would break his legs. Lu Chuan took a puff from his pipe, observing Lu Jun with a mixture of suspicion and bewilderment, momentarily at a loss for words. Something felt amiss. When had his son developed such profound understanding? He had prepared himself mentally for the journey home. Lu Jun was rather stubborn, having rarely faced punishment throughout his life, with yesterday being the most severe. To his surprise, the situation had unfolded far more easily than he had anticipated. The rift between father and son seemed to have dissolved, and Lu Jun continued to smile at Lu Chuan. The more Lu Chuan looked at his son, the more he found him agreeable. Indeed, he was his own flesh and blood, ready to acknowledge his faults. Next spring, I will find you a job at the brick factory. How does that sound? Lu Jun scratched his head, beaming as he nodded. Sure. The brick factory relies on strength, and I have energy to spare. With that, he playfully flexed his arm. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. With those arms of yours? What strength do you possess? One might underestimate the simplicity of laboring under strenuous conditions. Day after day, working at the brick factory has endowed Lu Fu and Lu Chuan with sinewy muscles. These are not the sculpted forms developed in a gym over a few months. Deshing, focus on healing your injuries by spring next year. After all, the new year is just around the corner, Lu Chuan remarked, his gaze scrutinizing Lu Jun, wary that the young man might still yearn to venture into the mountains. "Father, rest assured, I have no intention of returning to the mountains," Lu Jun declared, patting his chest and uttering words that felt disingenuous. He knew he must keep his clandestine excursions from his father, for the fragile bond they had just repaired could shatter once more. Only when he could truly stand on his own, becoming a proficient hunter or securing a worthy prey, would his father Lu Chuan perhaps consent to his perilous pursuits. "By the way, your elder sister, Feng Er, is returning in a few days. Please tidy up the back room," Lu Chuan said slowly. "My sister is coming back." "All right, I will clean up tomorrow." Lu Jun's face briefly displayed a hint of confusion before it dissipated. Lu Fengying, Lu Jun's elder sister, was 4 years his senior and had taken great care of him in their youth. Their relationship had always been strong, but she had married 2 years prior. Now, her return to her parental home raised questions. Was something amiss? It seemed unlikely, as he recalled from his past life that their family matters had always been harmonious, devoid of troubling incidents involving her husband. Conventionally, a daughter returns to her family only on the second day of the new year, especially in the rural context of this era. If any young woman were to return at a different time, her family would be in a state of distress. However, Lu Jun felt little concern at the moment. He would accept whatever came his way. "Lu Jun, Lu Chuan, stop chatting outside and come in for dinner," called Li Qiushui from the kitchen. Upon hearing her voice, the two swiftly turned to reply, "Coming." As they entered, they noticed Li Qiushui lifting the lid of the pot, from which a cloud of steam emerged. She waved her hand to disperse the mist, her eyes fixed on the pot stickers, and with a deft motion, she confirmed their readiness. "They are cooked and delightfully crisp." Using a spatula, Li Qiushui expertly dislodged the cornmeal pot stickers, placing them onto the spatula before transferring them into a bamboo basket. Lu Jun, observing the fragrant pot stickers, felt his throat involuntarily swallow, his mouth watering in anticipation. Seeing Lu Jun lost in thought, Li Qiushui chuckled. "Lu Jun, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry and take these to the main room." "Certainly." Lu Jun nodded, grasping the basket of steamed buns and heading into the main room. As he walked, he cast a glance at the pot stickers within, the aroma of corn tantalizing his senses, a craving he had harbored for quite some time. Lu Han, bouncing excitedly behind him, followed into the main room where Lu Jun placed the basket onto the dining table. Fixating on the pot stickers, Lu Han murmured, "Another round of pot stickers." Lu Jun affectionately ruffled Lu Han's hair and chuckled, recalling how, in his previous life, he had grown weary of pot stickers much like Lu Han now. However, he found that this time, he was devoid of such sentiments. The food prepared by his mother no longer felt tiresome to him. In the kitchen, Li Qiushui was ladling the clear broth from the pot into a bowl while directing her gaze at Lu Chuan, inquiring, "How did it go? What did you two discuss outside?" Lu Chuan took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling slowly. "Our son, Lu Jun, has shown remarkable awareness. He even took the initiative to apologize to me. Well, he is 17 now. It's about time he matured." "Indeed." Li Qiushui shot him a disapproving glance as she carried the broth into the main room. Lu Chuan scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. Inside the main room, the dining table was adorned with northeastern pickled vegetables, pot stickers, and the clear broth, with the only meat being a remnant from the previous day, now stir-fried to a salter perfection. Lu Jun eagerly seized a pot sticker, savoring its flavor, which surpassed his expectations, the taste of corn bursting in his mouth. "Delicious, delicious," Lu Chuan exclaimed with a smile. "Has the sun risen in the east?" Li Qiushui teased. "You used to despise pot stickers. What has gotten into you today?" Lu Jun merely chuckled, continuing to relish the pot stickers and taking another bite of the northeastern pickled vegetables. "Ah, this flavor is simply delightful," he thought, finding this meal more gratifying than any meat dish. In contrast, his sister Lu Han sat with a pot sticker in her mouth, wearing a disenchanted expression. Observing her demeanor made Lu Jun want to laugh. Li Qiushui quickly noticed Lu Han's unusual behavior. "What is the matter with you, young lady? You seem rather unenthusiastic today. Normally, you would devour much more." While Lu Jun feasted heartily, his younger sister ate very little. Li Qiushui gently tapped Lu Han on the shoulder. "What are you daydreaming about? Hurry and eat." With a pout, Lu Han replied, "I know." She had already indulged in a pigeon on her way home from school, leaving her with no appetite. After several minutes, Lu Jun had consumed around 3 pot stickers and found himself unable to eat any more, the sensation of fullness overwhelming. He thought that if he continued, he might overindulge and upset his stomach, rendering the effort counterproductive. As the saying goes, one should only eat until they are 7/10 full. Lu Jun let out a satisfied burp, rubbed his belly, and chuckled. Mom, I've had my fill. I'm going out for a stroll to digest. All right, just be cautious and don't wander aimlessly, replied Li Qiushui, casting a vigilant glance at Lu Jun, her warning unmistakable. Lu Chuan, wearing a serious expression, added, Listen to your mother. A walk is fine, but remember to return early so that your family does not worry. Lu Jun, feeling both amused and helpless, nodded eagerly. In the 1980s, particularly in rural areas, evening entertainment options were quite scarce. Those with partners fared better, but for the unattached, the nights could be quite unbearable. After stepping outside, Lu Jun did not seek out Li Jianguo. Instead, he made his way to the village's small grocery store, which had begun to meet the daily needs of the locals. Most patrons merely purchased basic necessities like beverages, as few in the village indulged in more extravagant items. The grocery store occupied a central location within the village, making it relatively advantageous. Shortly, Lu Jun arrived at the establishment. Upon entering, he noticed a middle-aged man, Su Ningbo, munching on sunflower seeds and enjoying a meal, his gaze fixed on a magazine featuring scantily clad women, a grin plastered across his face. After catching a glimpse of the explicit images, Lu Jun chuckled and remarked, Su Gu, still indulging in that? The images paled in comparison to the thrilling experiences he had encountered in his past life, especially with certain teachers. Startled by the comment, Su Ningbo raised his head nervously, covering the magazine with his hand, and awkwardly replied, I'm not that kind of person, I'm just reading the news. His words rang hollow, akin to a clumsy attempt to conceal the obvious. Lu Jun's lips twitched slightly. Was he really being treated as a fool? Reading the news, you say? This certainly does not appear to be the case. Choosing not to argue, as they both understood the underlying truth, Lu Jun directly inquired, Su Gu, do you have any salt? Indeed. How many packets do you need? 2 packets, please. Lu Jun handed over the money for the salt. Pickling bamboo shoots is a straightforward endeavor, requiring only alcohol, water, salt, and fresh bamboo shoots. While there was plenty of alcohol at home, hidden away in the backyard, salt was another matter entirely. The process of pickling bamboo shoots necessitated a substantial amount of salt to draw out moisture, and if he attempted to procure it from the kitchen, he would undoubtedly be caught. 2 packets it is. Here you go. Su Ningbo accepted the money and handed over the salt. Lu Jun exchanged some casual conversation with him, both engaging in friendly banter. Noticing that it was getting late, he decided it was time to return. Take care, Su Gu. All right, do come by often. By the way, Su Gu, you might want to refrain from indulging in such detrimental materials for your mental and physical well-being. As the army approached the door, he turned around to jest, and before Su Ningbo could react, he dashed away. The vintage bus of the 1980s set off towards the county town. After teasing Su Ningbo, the army turned and headed home, clutching 2 bags of salt. He strolled leisurely, savoring his meal. By the time he returned home, the sky had completely darkened. Without uttering a word, he retreated to his back room. He retrieved a small gray-black porcelain jar, cleaned it thoroughly, and set it aside. He took out 6 bamboo shoots, all of considerable size, selecting 4 of the larger ones, leaving the 2 smaller ones aside. The 4 substantial bamboo shoots were thicker than his arm. He peeled them open and rinsed them. Steadying the bamboo shoots, he swiftly sliced them into shreds, immersing them in water to wash away the excess starch. After soaking for about 10 minutes, he drained the water, tore open the 2 packages of salt, and evenly coated the bamboo shreds with it, allowing them to release moisture. This process would ensure the pickled bamboo shoots would be crisp and devoid of any unpleasant odors. He poured all the bamboo shreds into the small porcelain jar, filling it to the brim. Then, he added water and wine, followed by a pinch more salt, and for an enhanced flavor, he included a few slices of ginger, which he had taken from the kitchen. After completing this task, he stretched lazily, patted the porcelain jar, and placed it in a cool, ventilated area, a faint smile gracing his lips. 3 days later, he could indulge in the fruits of his labor. After washing his hands, he checked on the few gray puppies, pleased to find them still alive, as they were valuable assets that warranted care. Once everything was in order, he lay down and drifted into a deep sleep, dreaming of marrying a wife. The next morning, the sun shone brilliantly, its rays piercing through the glass and warming the army's body. He felt the gentle warmth and rubbed his eyes. The sun had risen again. He washed his face simply, lacking even toothpaste and a toothbrush. so he gave little thought to it. As he entered the main room, his mother, Li Qiushui, had already prepared breakfast. It consisted of leftover pot stickers from the previous day, a hearty porridge made from coarse grains, and some pickled vegetables. This was the family's morning meal. Once the four of them were seated, they began to eat. Though there was little meat and vegetables, the family relished their meal, for in this era, who had an abundance of resources, being able to fill their stomachs was already a blessing. After breakfast, the army escorted his younger sister to the local primary school, while his father, Lu Chuan, headed to the brick factory in the village, which required him to leave early every day. Fortunately, the factory was located within the village. Li Qiushui did not work and spent most of her time at home caring for the children or making shoes to sell in the county town, earning a modest income. Holding his sister's lunchbox in one hand, Army led his younger sister, Lu Han, out the door. Noticing her displeased expression, he playfully ruffled her hair and asked, "What's wrong, little one? Who has upset you now?" Lu Han looked up, her innocent eyes sparkling, and inquired, "Brother, will I be able to eat pigeon meat today?" Army couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out that the little girl was worried about her meal. "Fear not, dear sister. When have I ever deceived you?" he reassured her. Then shifted the topic. "I heard from our elder that Feng Jie will be returning in a couple of days." "Hooray! Sister Feng Ying is back. I can ask her to take me to the county town to buy some treats," Lu Han exclaimed. Army playfully pinched her tiny nose and remarked, "You little glutton. All you think about is food. You must study hard. Think of all the delicious things that await you in the future." Lu Han nodded, as if she understood. Fortunately, the school was not far, and soon Army arrived at the primary school gates, handing the lunchbox to Lu Han with a smile. "Pay attention in class, and don't daydream. I'll come to pick you up after school." "Okay," Lu Han chirped, skipping into the school, eagerly anticipating the end of the day when she would finally enjoy her pigeon meat. As Army watched her retreating figure, he fell into contemplation, reminiscing about his future wife for a moment before murmuring to himself, "I must save up quickly." Upon returning home, he found their mother, Li Qiushui, busy mending shoes. She glanced up and, upon seeing her son, smiled. "What's the matter? Is your shoe broken?" "No. By the way, Mom, I plan to head to the county town today to visit a classmate from middle school and see if there are any temporary jobs available before the new year. I want to earn some money to celebrate the holiday well." Army had crafted this excuse, knowing that otherwise, their mother would worry. "All right. As long as you're not going hunting in the mountains, I support your decision to work in the county town," Li Qiushui replied with a smile. "Great. I'll be off then," Army said, rubbing his nose. "Be careful on the road," Li Qiushui cautioned. In the backyard, Army gathered all the living greyhound puppies into a small enclosure, tucked an antique silver coin into his waist pouch, and headed next door to the Li family. Li Jiangguo had been waiting in the yard for quite some time. Upon seeing Army approach, he grinned widely and said, "Brother Lu, let us go to the county town." Army patted the enclosure behind him. "Let us go?" As they left, Li Jiangguo shot a warning glance at Li Aigua, clearly indicating not to cause trouble. Li Aigua shrank back, feeling guilty for the trouble he had caused earlier. "How's your backside feeling now?" Army teased. "Much better," Li Jiangguo replied, his face flushing with embarrassment as he nodded. "Let us go. We might miss the bus." Army laughed as they set off. Every day, vehicles travel back and forth from the county town to Chenjiaton, with the first bus departing at 6 in the morning and the last at 5 in the afternoon. The two men walked to the passenger bus station within the village, where Lu Jun immediately spotted the vintage buses characteristic of the 1980s, easily recognizable by their simplistic red and white colors. Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo settled into a middle seat by the window. The road from the village to the county town was in poor condition, mostly consisting of bumpy dirt paths. Sitting at the front or back would surely lead to a jarring experience. "Is everyone on board? Is anyone else coming?" shouted the bearded vintage bus driver in a somewhat unintelligible Mandarin. "No more. Let us go," replied one of the elderly women on the bus. The driver glanced outside and, seeing that the bus was indeed full, slowly started the old vehicle. Lu Jun felt the jolt as the bus began to move, his mouth twitching at the thought of the rough ride ahead. "It's already this bumpy before we've even left. I might end up losing my lunch once we get going," he thought, quickly opening the window to let in a refreshing breeze, which provided him with some relief. As the bus headed toward the county town, Lu Jun gazed out at the tender green wheat fields, feeling a profound sense of relaxation and contentment. Upon entering the state-run store, Lu Jun observed the driver in front of him, noting his unfamiliar face, especially the accent that mixed Mandarin with his local dialect, which left Lu Jun with an expression of mild bemusement. He turned to the driver and inquired, "Sir, your driving seems quite steady, but why do you appear so unfamiliar?" "Ah, I'm just filling in for my son for a few days. He hurt his back," the driver replied. "Don't worry, young man, I assure you I'm a steady driver," chimed in an elderly woman seated in the front row, smiling reassuringly at Lu Jun. "I must tell you, my driving skills are exceptional. You will not experience motion sickness. Rest assured." The driver, encouraged by the woman's endorsement, began to boast. However, as the bus hit a large pothole, the passengers lurched forward, colliding with the handrails. Fortunately, Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo were prepared, gripping the rails firmly. At that moment, Lu Jun no longer believed the driver's confident words. "Steady, you say? What kind of driving is this?" The elderly woman exclaimed. "Driver, how are you steering this thing? My head nearly hit the ceiling. Is this your idea of skill?" The driver chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. "That was just an accident. I haven't driven in over a decade. Today is merely a refresher for me to reacquaint myself with the route. I assure you, there will be no more bumps ahead." Upon hearing this, Army let out a helpless chuckle, fully aware that the journey to the county town would undoubtedly be fraught with jolts and bumps. Li Jiangguo murmured softly, "Brother Lu, are we going to vomit as soon as we get off the bus?" He hesitated, adding, "Perhaps we should hold on tight. I have a feeling that our driver is no ordinary person. By the time we reach the county town, if the passengers don't throw up at least a few times, it would be a miracle." No sooner had Army finished speaking than the vehicle jostled again. The driver, feeling awkward, remarked, "Just a little mistake." Dismissing these concerns, Army resolved not to loosen his grip on the handrail, leaving it to others to decide whether to let go. As the vehicle bounced along, Army gazed out at the fields of wheat, letting the cool breeze refresh his senses. Many passengers struggled against feelings of nausea, as the ride was quite tumultuous. Fortunately, as they finally hit a smoother road, the situation began to improve. 2 hours later, the driver pulled the vehicle to a stop at the county's passenger terminal, cheerfully announcing, "Passengers, we've arrived at the county town. You may disembark. A friendly reminder, the last bus this evening departs around 6 o'clock, so please arrive early." As the driver opened the rear door, the passengers hurriedly exited, some patting their chests in an attempt to alleviate the overwhelming sensation of motion sickness. "Goodness, that driver really jostled us about," Army thought, observing several passengers who, upon exiting, immediately retched and pinched their noses in dismay. Fortunately, Army had the foresight to choose a seat in the middle by the window. Li Jiangguo, half amused and half dismayed, inquired, "Brother Lu, we won't have to ride with him again, will we?" "Surely not," Army replied, his eyelids twitching at the thought of enduring another such bumpy ride. The roads ahead were mostly unlit, relying solely on the vehicle's headlights and the driver's instincts. "Let's head to the state-run store and try our luck. I wonder if they still accept these old dogskin pelts." Rubbing his temples, Army resolved to put aside these vexing thoughts. All right then, the two made their way toward the largest state-run store in the county, and along the way, Army took out a silver dollar, marveling at its exquisite texture. In no time, they arrived at the entrance of the state-run store, which was bustling with people, creating a lively atmosphere. Army quickly surveyed the scene and noted 5 counters, each designated for specific goods: food, daily necessities, sundries, and clothing. Each counter had its share of patrons, forming long lines, save for one counter that had only 3 idle personnel, indicating a dearth of customers. This counter was for receiving goods, and it was seldom frequented. Army patted Li Jiangguo on the shoulder, gesturing towards the receiving area. "Look over there. Brother Lu, there are hardly any people," Li Jiangguo exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. "Let us go." The two individuals made their way toward the receiving window, where 3 people inside noticed the approaching Army and immediately adopted a more attentive demeanor. Among them, an elderly gentleman, his face adorned with a genial smile, addressed the Army, inquiring, "Young man, what do you wish to sell? Greyhound skins, perhaps?" The Army placed the bundle upon the pallet and gestured towards it. "Greyhound skins? Yes, we're interested," the old man continued. "Let us take a look." "Certainly." The Army unfurled the bundle, revealing 2 greyhound skins along with 5 live greyhounds. "Oh, there are live ones as well. Let me examine these 2 skins first." The receiving elder scrutinized the skins, noting the small nicks present, and remarked, "These 2 greyhound skins are of decent quality, valued at 2 coins each, totaling 4 coins. The Army nodded in agreement, recognizing that the price was acceptable. Now, regarding these 5 live ones, would you prefer that I handle the killing, or shall you do it? If I assist, I shall keep the meat as a processing fee. The greyhound skins will undoubtedly be of the finest quality, valued at 3 coins apiece, summing up to 15 coins. Should they not meet the superior grade, I will compensate you. The old man exuded confidence in his skills, pausing momentarily before adding, of course, you may choose to do the killing yourself. The quality of the greyhound skins will depend entirely on your own expertise. What say you? The others in the receiving area chimed in with encouraging smiles. Young man, quickly consent. Old Chen won't lead you astray. He is an experienced hunter. Allow him to assist you, and your greyhound skins will surely be top-notch. Indeed. Old Chen is a veteran hunter from the county forestry team, now retired and here to enjoy himself. Let him lend a hand, and you can be assured of obtaining superior greyhound skins. The army, however, merely smiled, stating softly, I can handle processing a greyhound skin myself. I'd like to give it a try. Very well, Old Chen replied, smiling back, not pondering much further. His desire to assist stemmed from a craving, as it had been quite some time since he had savored greyhound meat. Receiving the knife from his counterpart, the army proceeded with deft precision, bleeding, skinning, and presenting a complete greyhound skin in his hands. In a short span, he had skillfully prepared 5 greyhound skins. Observing this, Old Chen remarked with approval. Quite impressive. Your craftsmanship is commendable. The army then presented the processed greyhound skins, asking, what do you think of the quality? In his previous life, he had skinned numerous greyhounds, and fortunately, his skills had not faded. Handling 5 was effortless. Ah, who would have thought? You possess quite the talent. Superior quality. At 3 coins each, totals 15. Adding the previous 4 coins, that makes 19 coins altogether. Old Chen handed over the money and accepted the greyhound skins. Thank you very much. The army replied gratefully. After receiving the money, Lu Jun pulled Li Jiangguo along as they walked towards the back, seemingly forgetting the greyhound meat left on the counter. Li Jiangguo, somewhat perplexed, turned to glance at the greyhound meat still resting on the board, visibly confused. Lu Gu, it seems you've forgotten the greyhound meat, he whispered in Lu Jun's ear. Lu Jun merely smiled faintly, choosing not to respond, and continued leading Li Jiangguo outside. Chen Lao, look, he didn't take the greyhound meat, exclaimed an observant individual in the receiving area, having noticed the meat positioned beside them. Earlier, after Chen Lao received the greyhound skin and handed the money to Lu Jun, he assumed the meat on the counter had been taken away and did not look back at it again. Chen Lao, I suspect he left it intentionally. Why don't you take it? The amusing little fellow thought to himself, I'll buy this greyhound meat from him, and when I encounter him again, I shall pay him. Mark my words, I shall not take advantage of the people's gifts. Chen Lao stroked his little mustache, chuckling to himself. He contemplated that since the seller had come to sell greyhound skins once, he would surely return, and all he needed to do was wait patiently, ready to provide the money next time. Outside the state-run store, Lu Gu, why didn't you take the greyhound meat just now? Li Jiangguo inquired once more, puzzled. Lu Jun glanced towards the entrance of the store, relieved to see no one pursuing them. Did you not notice that he is also an experienced hunter? He replied. He is somewhat of a mentor. The greyhound meat isn't worth much. If he wants it, let him have it. Kindness begets kindness, after all. Who knows when we might need his assistance? Li Jiangguo was taken aback. He had yet to reach the same level of philosophical understanding as Lu Jun. But he recognized that Lu Jun's actions were undoubtedly purposeful. Let us go find a ticket vendor and exchange some money, Lu Jun suggested. Looking at the 19 yuan in his hand, reflecting on it with a sense of nostalgia. This was his first substantial sum of money. A genuine first fortune in this era. With that, Lu Jun took Li Jiangguo and stepped out, searching for the ticket vendor. However, a voice called out from behind, prompting Lu Jun to halt once more. Lu Jun, is that you? A rich, magnetic voice resonated. Lu Jun turned, frowning slightly, but upon recognizing the face, a smile broke upon his lips. Chu Xiong, what brings you here? Years ago, while attending school in the county, Lu Jun and Chu Xiong had shared a close friendship. But after both failed the college entrance examination, Lu Jun stayed home, while the whereabouts of Chu Xiong remained unknown to him. I'm here to take care of some matters for my uncle. My grandmother is approaching her 90th birthday, and my uncle is preparing a gift for her. What about you? Chu Xiong inquired curiously, noting that it had been a year since their last encounter, yet there was no sense of awkwardness upon their reunion. I'm here to sell some greyhound skins, Lu Jun replied. What? Greyhound skins? Are you certain you have them? Upon hearing the mention of greyhound skins, Chu Xiong's expression grew decidedly grave. They're all gone, sold out, he remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Army, who still appeared somewhat dazed. Army, where did you procure the greyhound skins? Do you have a source? Chu Xiong continued. If you still have any, I am willing to buy. I will pay a premium. Is this for your uncle? Army, upon hearing this, quickly deduced the situation. Crafting a leather coat from greyhound skins would require at least 50 to 60 pieces, totaling around $180. If you genuinely need them, give me a week's time and I can arrange it for you. How does that sound? Are you serious, Army? Chu Xiong's face lit up with excitement. Indeed. Do you want them or not? Absolutely. Here SA 50 as a deposit. Chu Xiong gritted his teeth and pulled out a $50 bill, handing it directly to Army. With the money in hand, Army chuckled with a hint of amusement. Aren't you afraid I might con you? Chu Xiong smiled, patting Army on the shoulder. Come on, brother Army, after 3 years of camaraderie. Do you think I don't know your character? We'll meet here again in a week, shall we? All right. Since you put it that way, I won't dampen your spirits. I guarantee at least 50 greyhound skins for you in a week, Army replied cheerfully. Do you have any food stamps? Chu Xiong inquired. In this era, having money alone isn't sufficient. You need both money and stamps to truly have purchasing power. Food stamps. Yes, do you want some? Yes. Consider it my purchase from you, Army responded. Chu Xiong waved his hand dismissively. No need for formality. You keep them for now. Army, I must take my leave. I suspect my uncle is still waiting for me at the state-run store. I'll see you next time for a proper meal. All right. Army chuckled, bemused. He hadn't anticipated that a visit to the county town would yield such unexpected gains, landing himself a substantial order worth $150. Taking the food stamps, Army grinned at Li Jiangguo. Let us go. Time for a feast. Now, Army had 3 tasks ahead of him. The first was to locate a ticket dealer to exchange some stamps. The second was to trade the antique silver dollars he possessed for cash. Currently, the antiques had not yet ascended to significant collectible value, and Army was in a critical phase of development, desperately needing funds. The third task was to procure some tools for his next expedition into the mountains and to acquire various items. Li Jiangguo nodded. Brother Army, you are incredible. You've landed a $150 order. Let us go eat first. In a short while, the two arrived at the state-run restaurant in the county town. In this era, dining out required food stamps. Army and Li Jiangguo settled at a table, and Army addressed the waiter. We'd like 2 plates of meat dumplings, a plate of stir-fried pork, a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a bowl of hot and sour soup. The waiter appeared somewhat bewildered and asked again, Sir, are you sure about that? A plate of dumplings consists of 20 pieces, each notably larger than those of previous times. Under Li Jiangguo's astonished gaze, Lu Jun nodded and affirmed, Indeed, let us order the dishes. In a county-run restaurant, Lu Jun ordered antiques and silver coins, earning 150 yuan. Shortly thereafter, the dishes and main courses he had selected arrived at their table. The main course featured 2 large plates of meat-filled dumplings, accompanied by stir-fried pork, a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a bowl of hot and sour soup. The midday meal was indeed quite sumptuous. In this era, it was rare to encounter such rich fare, which one would hardly find even during festive seasons. Brother Lu, this is absolutely delectable, Li Jiangguo exclaimed. His appetite peaked as he refrained from picking up his chopsticks, swallowing his saliva instead. All right, loosen your belt and enjoy, Lu Jun replied with a smile. All right, then I shall begin. Li Jiangguo, having been thoroughly tempted, could hardly recall the last time he indulged in such a splendid meal. To be honest, he had never experienced such luxury at home. Not only had he seldom tasted meat-filled dumplings, but even scrambled eggs with tomatoes were a rarity. Lu Jun offered him a dumpling, which was fragrant and bursting with flavor. The thin skin encased a generous filling, a stark contrast to the thick-skinned, scantily filled dumplings of his past life. Delicious, truly delightful, Li Jiangguo exclaimed after savoring a dumpling. Don't just eat the dumplings, try the stir-fried pork and the soup. It will whet your appetite. Absolutely. Li Jiangguo obediently sampled the other dishes, and indeed, they were as delicious and appetizing as Lu Jun had claimed. In no time, the two had polished off all the dishes and dumplings on the table, with Li Jiangguo letting out a satisfied burp, his expression one of innocent pleasure. Brother Lu, this is the first time I've felt so full, so this is what being stuffed feels like. I am completely sated. Next time we come to the county, I'll treat you to a meal, Lu Jun said with a cheerful demeanor. No, Let us just bring some provisions next time. We shouldn't indulge so extravagantly. Li Jianguo replied, aware that Lu Jun did not possess much money and refraining from burdening him with the cost of every visit to the county. Lu Jun, upon hearing this, merely smiled, recognizing Li Jianguo's endearing simplicity. He had initially thought of bringing some dumplings back for his sister, Lu Han, but after some deliberation, he realized that they would likely become a soggy mess during transport, so he decided against it. After paying, the meal cost just over 2 yuan, which, upon reflection, was quite reasonable and well within Lu Jun's acceptable range. As they made their way outside, Li Jianguo appeared pained at the expense, realizing that earning such an amount would require days of labor at the brick factory. Let us go find a ticket vendor, Lu Jun suggested with a grin. The ticket vendors were easy to locate. They were the ones loitering in place, their pockets bulging, their eyes scanning the surroundings. Such individuals were always easy to spot. In a park, 2 individuals encountered a ticket vendor. The army officer purchased a considerable number of food and candy tickets, handing over a single dollar in exchange for a dozen or so. After acquiring the tickets, rather than heading to the state-owned store, they tucked them away and resolved to part with an antique silver dollar. The plan was to sell this most valuable item first, as it would facilitate the disposal of the others. The officer pondered that this item should be sold to a private collector. In this day and age, numerous collectors ventured into the countryside in search of antiques, given that rural areas were often rich in such old treasures. In fact, there was a shop in the county town that specialized in antiques. The officer had visited several times in a previous life, selling old family items there. And while his rapport with the proprietor was not profound, they had exchanged some basic pleasantries. Following the address etched in his memory, the officer arrived at the entrance of a grand courtyard in the eastern district of the county town. He knocked on the door and called out, "Is anyone there? I have something to sell." In a short while, the door creaked open, revealing a man in his 30s who peered out, glancing at the officer and his companion. "Are you sure? Antiques, silver dollars, do you buy?" he inquired. "Silver dollars? No, we don't buy those. They're not worth much anymore," the man, Shui Yuanfeng, replied casually. "Are you certain you don't buy?" The officer produced a silver dollar from his pocket, gesturing for him to take a look. Upon seeing the coin, Shui Yuanfeng's eyes gleamed with excitement, and his demeanor shifted immediately. He swung the door wide open, exclaiming, come in, quickly." The officer smiled, recognizing that the man was indeed knowledgeable about valuable items. Following Shui Yuanfeng into the main hall, he was offered fine tea while the host scrutinized the 2 men. Smiling as he introduced himself, "You both seem a bit unfamiliar. May I ask your names?" "I am Shui Yuanfeng. You may call me Yuanfeng." The officer replied amicably. "I am Zhao San, and this is Chen Wu. Since you can see that the silver dollar I possess is a fine item, why don't you propose a price?" He refrained from disclosing his true name, aware of the potential dangers in the antique trade in this era. It was preferable to remain anonymous. After all, his primary objective was to sell the silver dollar, not to forge a deep connection with the man. Shui Yuanfeng's lips twitched slightly. He seemed amused by the officer's caution, as if he could rob them or forcibly seize their silver dollar. "May I take a closer look?" he asked, having only glanced at it from the threshold. Of course, the officer nodded with a smile, sipping the tea that Shui Yuanfeng had poured, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Chen Wu, standing beside him, felt he had little to contribute. He was impressed by how capable Zhao San appeared, realizing that if he wished to remain by his side, there was much he needed to learn. Shui Yuanfeng took the antique silver dollar in hand, examining it with a cheerful demeanor. "Young man, what is your expected price for this?" Shui Yuanfeng discerned the authenticity of the silver dollar, recognizing it as an exquisite rarity in the world, for few such coins were ever minted. His ability to identify this particular piece stemmed from having encountered it in the possession of a seasoned antique collector. The coin in his hand was a perfect match to the one he had previously seen. How the 2 individuals managed to preserve such a flawless specimen remained a mystery to him. "Brother Yuanfeng, as connoisseurs, it would be more fitting for you to keep this silver dollar rather than me selling it to someone else. Why not let it be yours?" Lu Jun, unable to grasp the other man's intention, sought to ascertain his psychological price, hoping to drive a harder bargain. "Not a chance." Shui Yuanfeng gritted his teeth and replied, "All right. It seems fate has brought us together this time. I shall offer you 150 yuan. What do you say?" "Deal." Lu Jun responded with a broad smile. This antique silver dollar was indeed valued at approximately that price. Though it might appreciate significantly in the coming decades, those considerations were for another time. If Lu Jun truly wished to collect antiques, it would be wiser to wait a few more years when opportunities would be more accessible. For now, converting the coin into cash was paramount. Having re-entered the state-owned shop to purchase a knife and some candies, Lu Jun, clutching the 150 yuan, made his way outside, leaving the antique silver dollar with Shui Yuanfeng. Once they were truly outside, Lu Jun's heart raced with excitement. He had just acquired 150 yuan, which still left him 850 yuan short of the 1,000 yuan needed for a hunting rifle. He understood that acquiring such a firearm was no simple task, yet he needed to ensure he had the funds ready when the time came. Li Jianguo exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Brother Lu, 150 yuan. This silver dollar is worth so much? What did you expect? This coin is worth 150 yuan today. And in a few years, it could easily be worth hundreds or even thousands. Never underestimate antiques," Lu Jun explained with a grin. "Wow, antiques are that valuable? Then why are we even hunting? We could just trade antiques every day." Li Jianguo seemed to have stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity, his expression filled with excitement. Lu Jun paused momentarily, then looked at Li Jianguo with a serious expression. "You should dismiss such thoughts. Trading antiques can lead to serious consequences if caught. This is no laughing matter." Although the regulations surrounding antique trading were not yet stringent, should one's activities grow too conspicuous, a tip-off or an act of jealousy could lead to dire repercussions. Li Jianguo chuckled and scratched his head. "Brother Lu, I was just joking. So where are we heading now? Is everything settled?" "To the department store to buy some items. Here, take this." Lu Jun handed Li Jianguo 30 yuan. Though Li Jianguo had been trailing behind him these past few days without contributing, their bond transcended mere obligations, rooted in a deep-seated friendship. "What? No, I can't accept this. Brother Lu, this is all your hard-earned money. I haven't been of any help, so how could I possibly accept your money? You have already treated me to a meal. How could I dare to ask for more?" Li Jianguo waved his hand, sincerity etched on his face. "All right then, take it. Why are you being so formal with me? Don't you want to take some money?" Lu Jun insisted, stuffing the cash into Li Jianguo's pocket as they headed toward the state-run store. Li Jianguo caught up with Lu Jun, breaking his usual demeanor, and said, "Thank you. Brother Lu, what are you thanking me for? Why the formality?" Lu Jun chuckled, giving Li Jianguo a light jab, before earnestly advising, "You mustn't let your brother Igua find out, or else we won't be able to explain the origins of this money. Unless you want your mother to know we went hunting in the mountains again." Li Jianguo assured him, "I absolutely won't say a word, Brother Lu. You can rest easy. Let's go to the state-run store and shop," Lu Jun said with a cheerful demeanor, feeling untroubled with money in his pocket. After giving Li Jianguo 30 yuan, he still had around 170 yuan left. At the department store, they returned, having sold gray dog pelts in the morning and now ready to purchase. Lu Jun approached the miscellaneous goods section and asked the clerk at the window, "Do you have any hunting knives?" "Hunting knives?" The clerk seemed momentarily taken aback, but then recalled something and continued, "Yes, we have one left. It's 3 yuan. Would you like it?" "Yes, I'll take it." Lu Jun promptly handed over the 3 yuan. The value of a hunting knife far exceeded its price, even though Lu Jun was short on funds. He understood the importance of having the right tools for the mountains, especially a hunting knife. It could be used for cutting meat, chopping small branches, self-defense, and skinning, none of which could do without a proper knife. "All right, let me get that for you. Please wait a moment," the clerk said. In a short while, a brand new hunting knife was placed in Lu Jun's hands. He opened it and gently ran his fingers along the blade, a small cut appearing on his fingertip, showcasing the knife's sharpness. "This is worth it," Lu Jun thought, considering the sharp blade to be more valuable than any other tool. From the miscellaneous section, Lu Jun glanced over to the food section, where a long line had already formed. He resigned himself to queue up again at the back. Li Jianguo followed closely behind. He already owned a hunting knife and didn't need to purchase another. The two stood in line for food. Before long, they made their way to the front. The clerk inquired, "What would you like?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Jun replied, "I'll have some milk candy and fried peanuts, 1 pound of each, please. Here's the ticket." "I'll have the same." Li Jianguo chimed in from behind, eager not to be overlooked by the clerk. "Sure thing," the clerk responded, handing over the milk candy and fried peanuts. Initially, Lu Jun had considered buying flour or other items, but upon reflection, he realized that bringing back flour or rice would certainly raise suspicions. "Is there anything else?" the clerk asked, as she passed the milk candy and fried peanuts to the two. Another 3 pounds of pork and a bottle of fingio, please. Fingio? Are you certain? The shopkeeper asked, uncertainty creeping into his voice, for in this era, fingio was even more illustrious than Mao Dai. Absolutely. 3 pounds of pork and fingio. The army has other arrangements. Very well. That totals 18 yuan. All right. Lu Jun retrieved the money from his pocket and handed it over. Money still held considerable value at this time. Had it been in a previous life, it would have vanished in mere moments. Also 2 bottles of soda. Lu Jun pointed at the sodas nearby, feeling a bit tempted. Sure thing. The shopkeeper, perplexed by the 2 men who appeared to be buying soda, wondered if they had too much money. The sodas had been sitting untouched for days. Though inexpensive, no one seemed willing to part with their cash for them. Lu Jun took the 2 bottles of soda and handed one to Li Jiangguo, saying, "Want to give it a try?" "Sure." Without hesitation, Li Jiangguo drank it all in one go, and Lu Jun followed suit, finishing his bottle in a single gulp. Refreshing. Truly invigorating. Just 30 cents a bottle. Let us go, Lu Jun exclaimed with a grin. Having completed their tasks in the county town, the 2 had no further errands. Upon exiting the state-owned shop, Li Jiangguo turned to Lu Jun and asked, "Lu Gu, why did you buy pork? Didn't we agree not to bring anything home?" With a cheerful smile, Lu Jun responded, "Have you forgotten what happened a few days ago? That old hunter saved us. We ought to show our gratitude." "Oh, I'm such a fool," Li Jiangguo exclaimed, slapping his forehead, his face flushing with embarrassment. "It's my bad. My mind can be a bit sluggish sometimes. Lu Gu, I'll go stand in line again to buy more." Lu Jun stopped him, continuing, "No need for that. Just the 2 of us will deliver this. If we bring too much, it might raise suspicions. We can't go today anyway. It's getting cooler, and the pork can last another day. Tomorrow morning, let us go visit the old hunter. After all, he is our benefactor." "All right, Lu Gu, I'll follow your lead," Li Jiangguo replied with a good-natured smile. "Let us head to the bus station." Once again aboard the driver's passenger vehicle, Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo clutched their purchases from the state-owned shop, making their way to the bus station. As they walked, Li Jiangguo's smile grew even brighter. When had he felt this elated? He had snacks and liquor in hand. A little pocket money, though not much, but it was his. Well, technically it was Lu Gu's, but that was a minor detail. Lu Jun, observing Li Jiangguo's innocent grin, playfully tapped the back of his head. "What are you grinning about?" "Hee hee," Li Jiangguo chuckled at Lu Jun, continuing, "Lu Gu, I feel so fantastic right now. If only I could tell my parents. I wish I could slam the money on the table and proudly declare, 'Look, Mom and Dad, I'm with Lu Gu, and I can earn this much in a day. Far more than you do at work.'" Upon hearing this, Lu Jun's lips twitched slightly. To be honest, if Lu Jun were devoid of the memories from his past life, with such a substantial amount of money in his possession, his immediate instinct would undoubtedly be to share the news with his parents, reveling in the moment. After all, who wouldn't wish to showcase their earning prowess before their family? However, Lu Jun was acutely aware that if he or his childhood friend Li Jiangguo were to reveal this, it would not be a moment of pride, but rather an occasion to receive another round of reprimands from their parents. "Lu Gu, why are you silent?" Just imagining that scene is exhilarating. Li Jiangguo observed Lu Jun with a puzzled expression. Lu Jun smiled faintly and replied nonchalantly, "If you truly act on that impulse, rest assured, we shall both find ourselves on the receiving end of a severe beating. I understand the urge to share this with our families, but the time is not yet ripe. To put it plainly, our current gains stem from sheer luck. We stumbled upon an antique silver dollar in the den of the stray dogs. Without that, how much could we possibly earn? Now is not the time for impatience. We must proceed with caution. Once we have secured the shotgun and successfully hunted down the cannonballs, with such achievements, will our parents still attempt to hinder us?" Li Jiangguo felt a surge of excitement, as if he and Lu Gu had already vanquished a cannonball. The 2 of them envisioned dragging several 100 pounds of cannonballs through the village, basking in the envious glances of their peers. At that moment, Li Jiangguo suddenly recalled a previous incident and urgently inquired, "Lu Gu, do we still have a chance at the cannonball we chased the other day? That was one wounded sow. I distinctly remember it leading us on a wild chase through the mountains." Lu Jun furrowed his brow and murmured, "It should not have been captured by other hunters. If it had been, the news would surely have circulated by now. Yet, 2 days have passed without a word." In his past life, Lu Jun had vivid recollections of that sow. He had suffered a beating for his desire to hunt it down. Ultimately, he had failed to locate her, and she had succumbed to her injuries. It seemed she had perished in a dense thicket somewhere in the mountains. Lu Jun had been quite indignant at his inability to hunt her. Later, he heard from the seasoned hunters in the village that the sow had been pregnant. And coupled with her injuries and the onset of winter, she had died in the wilderness. A wounded sow is not to be trifled with, he continued. And what else? Li Jiangguo pressed, eager for more insight as Lu Jun's narrative was abruptly cut short. Moreover, that sow was likely pregnant. Her belly was distended. Did you not notice? Pregnant? Is that so? I didn't observe that. Enough of this. It is not the time for such musings. Let us return for now. Lu Jun chuckled as he patted Li Jiangguo on the shoulder. There was little point in overthinking their situation, considering they were yet to acquire any weapons or hunting dogs. Contemplating such matters merely serves to exacerbate one's own troubles. In no time, the two arrived at the county bus station. Li Jiangguo pointed to a red and white bus in the southwest direction and said with a smile, Lu Gu, the bus is over there. Let us go. By the time we reach home, it will likely be completely dark. He paused. By the way, Lu Gu, how will you carry all this meat and wine back? No worries, Lu Jun replied. I'll just hop into the backyard and stash the meat and wine there. Then I'll jump back out and enter through the front door. All right. As they walked, they boarded the bus. Once inside, Lu Jun instinctively glanced towards the driver, and to his astonishment, it was indeed the same old man from that morning. How could he have encountered him again? Lu Jun had little praise for the driver's skills. Hey, is there something wrong? Why do you keep staring at me? The driver, noticing Lu Jun's gaze in the mirror, curiously inquired. It's you, Lu Jun exclaimed, but before he could elaborate, Li Jiangguo, upon recognizing the driver from this morning, displayed a look of surprise. It was him on the way here, and now he is the one taking us back? The driver assumed that Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo knew him due to his long-standing reputation as a driver. Oh, am I so famous now? I'm just filling in for my son. But he was interrupted by Lu Jun. Actually, we heard your story this morning. As the words fell, an awkward expression surfaced on the driver's face, as he recalled that he had indeed driven these two earlier in the day. Please drive slowly this time. We're in no hurry, Lu Jun urged, still shaken by the driver's earlier maneuvers. After all, on that journey, save for Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo leaning by the window, everyone else had succumbed to nausea upon disembarking. The mere thought sent a shiver down Lu Jun's spine. Ahem. The driver cleared his throat and continued, I used to drive very steadily. I'm just a bit out of practice now. Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo settled into their seats by the window. After a moment, Lu Jun casually remarked, Have you ever heard a saying? What saying? The driver turned his head, intrigued to hear more. Yesterday is yesterday, today is today. Do not conflate the past with the present. As soon as he spoke, the driver's face darkened, resembling a piece of coal. Even Li Jiangguo had to cover his mouth, fearing he might burst into laughter. Had the driver not possessed a commendable temperament, he would likely have engaged in a quarrel with Lu Jun. Lu Jun chose silence then, instead gazing out at the resplendent crimson sky. The setting sun is truly beautiful. As the red and white bus gradually set off, the driver cast a glance in the direction of Lu Jun, who was leisurely gazing out at the world. The driver, noticing the crimson hues of the setting sun, initiated the journey with a steady hand. This time, perhaps influenced by Lu Jun's earlier remarks, the bus exhibited remarkable stability. Even Lu Jun could not help but admire the driver's adeptness, appreciating the smoothness of the ride. With a gentle sigh, Lu Jun leaned against the window, savoring the warm glow of the sunset cascading over the fields, allowing the soft breeze to envelop him. Everything felt so serene that he gradually closed his eyes to rest. His childhood friend, Li Jiangguo, observed Lu Jun drifting into slumber and chose not to disturb him, recognizing that Lu Jun had not rested a single moment since morning. Li Jiangguo refrained from sleeping himself. One of them needed to remain vigilant, lest a pickpocket aboard the bus relieve them of their belongings. In his dreams, Lu Jun envisioned a triumphant hunt, having captured a cannonball egg, a bear, and a flying dragon, dragging each prize home, where his family welcomed his ventures into the mountains with approval. Just as he reveled in this delightful reverie, a sudden jolt jolted him awake. Li Jiangguo, noticing Lu Jun's awakening, cheerfully remarked, Lu Gu, you're awake. We are almost at the village now. The driver is as usual. Lu Jun's eyes, filled with a complex expression, momentarily scrutinized the driver. He had perhaps overestimated the man's abilities. As they ventured onto the village road, the driver's skills appeared to diminish drastically. Li Jiangguo chuckled at this observation, and the driver, overhearing their whispered banter, felt a flush of embarrassment. He lamented his plight. acknowledging that the village road was indeed uneven and challenging, leaving him with little power to navigate it smoothly. The bumpy ride extinguished any lingering drowsiness in Lu Jun, compelling him to gaze out at the scenery beyond the bus windows. However, the nocturnal landscape of the village offered little allure. It was shrouded in darkness, revealing only the dirt road beneath the vehicle and the tender green wheat swaying gently in the night breeze. Feeling a light breeze, Lu Jun reached into one of his pockets and retrieved a piece of creamy milk candy, savoring its rich flavor. The unadulterated essence of milk filled his mouth, starkly contrasting with the mass-produced varieties he had known in previous times. The disparity in taste underscored the purity of this confection. He offered a handful to Li Jiangguo, smiling as he said, "Try this. It might alleviate your motion sickness." Li Jiangguo looked down at the milk candies nestled in his arms and nodded earnestly, "All right." After tasting one, he found the flavor delightful. It was his first experience with such authentic milk candy. "Brother Lu, may I share this with my younger brother?" After taking a bite, Li Jiangguo found the taste rather pleasing, considering that his younger brother, Li Aigua, had yet to experience it. And recognizing that he was at an age of growth, he resolved to offer him a portion. Even if Li Aigua could be rather cheeky, he was still but a child. How could an older brother hold a grudge against a little one? "Certainly, if anyone in the family inquires, you may tell them it was given to you by me, and I shall say it was a classmate's gift. This way, we can navigate the situation smoothly." Lu Jun then took another small handful from his pocket and placed it into Li Jiangguo's, saying, "Here, this is for your brother." "Thank you, Brother Lu." Lu Jun gazed out at the sky, suddenly reminded of something important, and inwardly chastised himself. He seemed to have forgotten to pick up his sister, Lu Han, today. At Qinjiatin Hongqi Primary School, Lu Han waited in vain for Lu Jun's appearance, initially believing he was merely playing a game of hide-and-seek. "Brother Lu, brother, where are you? Lu Jun, where are you?" All that remained was silence, devoid of any response. Kicking a pebble at her feet, Lu Han muttered, "Naughty brother. Bad Lu Jun. When I get home, I shall tell Mom that you purposely neglected to pick me up." Fuming, Lu Han marched towards home. Observing other students being greeted by their parents or elders, which only deepened her sense of disappointment, she walked along, fuming like a little hamster. "He promised to roast wild pigeons for me, yet I can't even see his shadow." Complaints aside, Lu Han's feet kept moving towards home. Soon, she arrived home and found her mother, Li Qiushui, mending shoes inside. Running up to her, Lu Han embraced her leg and pretended to rub her little eyes. Feigning a whimper, "Mom, why didn't my brother come to get me? Didn't he promise?" Li Qiushui pinched Lu Han's cheek with a smile, saying, "You're getting too old for this, still trying to tattle. Your brother went to the county to look for work." "Humph, that is not tattling," Lu Han retorted. "What has he gone to the county for? Is he bringing me back something delicious?" Li Qiushui, both amused and exasperated, set aside her mending tools, playfully tapped Lu Han's little head, and said with affection, "You think of nothing but food. Is there nothing else on your mind?" Lu Han rubbed her head and turned her face away, declaring, "I want to talk to you. Little one, don't forget to do your homework." Li Qiushui called out, chuckling as she watched Lu Han storm away. "Got it." After leaving the main house, Lu Han glanced towards the backyard, where Lu Jun resided alone in a small room. She thought to herself, "I'll hide in the backyard and surprise him when he returns." With a mischievous grin, she strode towards the backyard. The red and white bus jolted along the route. Fortunately, both were seated by the window and didn't feel too nauseous. All was well. Soon, the red and white bus came to a gentle halt outside the station in the village. "Get off. We have reached the final destination," the driver grumbled, casting a disapproving glance at Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo. These two, he had truly etched into his memory. Lu Jun approached the driver with a smile, saying, "Old man, drive carefully next time. Here, have a piece of candy." The driver, Huang Dongming, cheerfully accepted the buy-2 milk candy and patted his chest, declaring, "Those 2 times were mere accidents. Next time, I assure you." Lu Jun's lips twitched slightly as he listened to the driver insist on his exceptional driving skills, attributing the previous incidents to mere happenstance. He feigned agreement, responding, "All right, we'll come again next time." However, he inwardly vowed never to ride with this particular driver again, having endured a bumpy journey that left his stomach in turmoil. Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo then set off together towards their homes. As they made their way, they soon arrived at their respective residences. Li Jiangguo glanced at Lu Jun and asked, "Lu Gu, are you really going to climb over the wall into the backyard?" With a resigned shrug, Lu Jun replied, "If I don't jump over, how can I bring the pork and liquor in? You go ahead, I'll climb over the backyard." "All right, Lu Gu. Be careful," Li Jiangguo cautioned before heading home. Watching Li Jiangguo depart, Lu Jun turned to the wall in front of him, which towered above him by half a head. He sighed. "Had I known, I would have given the liquor to Zhang Wo to figure out how to bring it in." Despite his grievances, he continued working, placing the liquor and the pork wrapped in lotus leaves atop the wall. He then took a few steps back, sprinted forward, and with a powerful push of his knees and hands, he managed to scale the wall. Sitting atop it, he took a moment to catch his breath, only to be startled by a familiar voice. "What are you doing? Why are you climbing over the wall?" Lu Han stared at Lu Jun with a bewildered expression. She had been in the backyard, intending to surprise him, but was taken aback by the commotion at the wall. "Is that liquor?" Lu Han exclaimed, pointing at the pork wrapped in lotus leaves with a curious look. Lu Jun jumped down from the wall, retrieving the pork and liquor, still shaken by his sister's unexpected appearance. "What are you doing in my yard?" Lu Han pressed, refusing to change the subject. "Brother, don't dodge the question. What is this? You have liquor, and what else with the lotus leaves?" Lu Han, where are you? Where did you run off to, you little brat?" Their mother, Li Qiushui, called out from the front of the house. "Mom." Lu Han instinctively let out a cry, only to have Lu Jun swiftly cover her mouth. The utterance of mom nearly startled Lu Jun's soul from his body. He had just climbed over the wall with these items in hand, and should their mother catch a glimpse, he would be utterly incapable of facing the consequences. In the front yard, Li Qiushui, having heard the noise emanating from the back, made her way toward the small door leading to the rear. As Lu Jun listened to the approaching footsteps, he hurriedly retrieved a few large white rabbit milk candies from his pocket and pressed them into his sister Lu Han's hand, whispering, "Don't let mom find out about me. I'll give you more later." Lu Han gazed at the candies, her brow curving into a crescent moon, and nodded in agreement. "Rest assured," she replied, quickly stashing the candies into her pocket, a smile beginning to bloom on her lips, making her regard for Lu Jun much more favorable. Lu Jun swiftly concealed himself behind a mound of earth, positioning himself outside Lu Han's line of sight, pressing closely against the ground and daring not to make a sound. At that moment, their mother, Li Qiushui, entered the backyard and inquired, "Little girl, what were you yelling about just now?" With a chuckle, Lu Han replied, "Mom, I just saw a big wild cat. It scared me, so I screamed." "A wild cat?" Li Qiushui furrowed her brow slightly at her daughter's words and continued, "Where is it? Did it run away? Have you finished your homework? Hurry up and complete it." Lu Han, with a stiff resolve, answered. She had not done a single assignment. In class, she was perpetually daydreaming. During breaks, she played vigorously, and after school, it was all about eating. This succinctly encapsulated Lu Han's current philosophy of life. "Come on, let us not linger in the backyard. Go write your homework at the front door, right by my side," Li Qiushui urged, pulling her daughter along. As they left, Lu Han exhibited considerable reluctance, frequently glancing back toward the small mound, as if to convey, "Brother, I'm risking it all for you." Seeing the pitiful look in Lu Han's eyes, Lu Jun smiled as well. Only after their mother and sister had completely vanished did he dare to rise from the ground, brushing off the dirt from his clothes. He picked up the wine and the 5-spice pork wrapped in lotus leaves and headed inside. Upon entering the house, he secured the doors and windows to prevent any unexpected intrusions. After completing this task, he hastily placed the wine on the table, the meat in a jar, and all the money he had earned from selling antiques and dogskin beneath the bed. Once all was done, Lu Jun wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, reflecting on the earlier scene, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt akin to that of a thief. "Why does it feel as if I am sneaking into my own home?" After taking a sip of water, he approached the window to ensure no one was outside before stepping out. After climbing over the wall, he quietly made his way to the front door, only to discover his sister Lu Han gazing at him with a mournful expression. The army officer approached Lu Han with a cheerful demeanor, feigning ignorance. "Lu Han, what brings you here? Why aren't you inside working on your homework? How much have you completed? Oh, is this all you've done? You can't possibly be struggling, can you?" Lu Han's fury ignited. Her eyes ablaze as she glared at Lu Jun. "Don't mind her," Li Qiushui interjected, having observed her son. "Just now, I asked her to do her homework, and she actually hid in the backyard from me. Now, I insist she works in front of me." Lu Jun cast Lu Han a look of sympathy. Indeed, she needs supervision to ensure she studies diligently, otherwise, it could lead to her downfall. Lu Han seethed as she regarded her brother, feeling betrayed after just having assisted him. Is this how a brother behaves? After I help you, you turn on me? All right, enough of your nonsense. Did you manage to find a job in the county? I did. A classmate referred me to a position as a waiter at a state-run restaurant, earning 18 yuan a month, with lunch provided. I start the day after tomorrow. What do you think? Lu Jun had already devised a plan for when his family inquired about his day. He would simply say he found work, allowing him time to hunt in the mountains without arousing suspicion. The only drawback was avoiding being seen by the villagers to prevent exposure. Li Qiushui looked at Lu Jun and continued, 18 yuan? That's decent. Make sure they understand you're only committing for 1 month. You cannot mislead them or disrupt their plans. Lu Jun stifled a laugh, realizing he hadn't deceived anyone. Only his mother had been misled. Yet, he dared not voice that thought. I told them, he replied. Li Qiushui's face softened with a maternal smile. That's wonderful. It's good to get some exercise. Even working at the brick factory isn't a bad idea. As Li Qiushui went to the kitchen to prepare dinner, Lu Jun watched his sister Lu Han struggle with her homework. He gazed at her with a faint smile, while she shot back a look filled with resentment, clearly reluctant. He approached her, observing the elementary math problems before her, and playfully urged, hurry up, don't slack off. Humph, you're such a nuisance, brother. Lu Han retorted in irritation. If you say one more word, I'll tell Mom. Who's really the child here? Lu Han shot back, her indignation at Lu Jun palpable. You're about to become an adult, yet you still bicker with me over trivial matters. Call me brother, not child. Lu Jun teased her further. I want tea. Lu Jun, not wanting to press the issue, merely smiled and produced a large white rabbit candy, waving it enticingly in front of Lu Han. Her expression transformed as if by magic, her annoyance evaporating into a radiant smile. Brother, oh, you're the best, she exclaimed, her mood shifting in an instant. The army suddenly recalled a humorous anecdote from a previous life and immediately adopted a serious expression while gazing at Lu Han. Will you be obedient in the future? If you are, I shall bestow upon you a big white rabbit milk candy. Not just one, but many more. In an effort to convince his sister, he retrieved a handful of big white rabbit candies from his waist pouch, revealing about a dozen confections. Upon witnessing this, Lu Han's eyes sparkled with excitement, her mouth nearly watering. She had a similar number tucked away in her pocket, and if Lu Jun handed these over to her, she would possess over 30 candies, a delightful prospect of savoring one each day. Brother, I will be obedient. I promise to heed your every word. If you instruct me to go east, I shall not venture west. Please, give them to me. Oh, is obedience truly your intention? He teased. Indeed, indeed. If you are obedient, then let us forego the big white rabbit candies, and in addition, return the ones you previously received. At his words, Lu Han stared at him in astonishment, her hands trembling. You. Lu Jun struggled to suppress his laughter, but ultimately burst into hearty guffaws. Playing tricks on his sister was indeed entertaining. All right, I shan't jest any longer. The prior matter remains confidential. These candies are all yours. He eventually handed over the candies to Lu Han, whose smile radiated even brighter as she affectionately called out dear brother with each bite. Now, hurry and finish your homework. Sure thing. By the way, brother, Lu Han gestured for him to crouch down. Once he complied, she leaned in and whispered, what about the roasted pigeon you promised me? Lu Jun's lips twitched slightly at her question. He recalled that he still had a wild pigeon sealed away in a jar, fortunate that the weather was not particularly warm. Otherwise, it would have surely spoiled. Tonight, come to the backyard, and we shall roast the pigeon together, all right? How about tomorrow instead? Tomorrow is the weekend, and you can take me out to roast the pigeon then. Fine, as you wish. Reluctantly, Lu Jun acquiesced to his sister's request. Lu Han chuckled mischievously. Meanwhile, Li Qiushui, observing from the kitchen that Lu Han was not diligently working on her homework, felt a surge of irritation. You silly girl, what are you grinning about? Hurry up and finish your homework. If you don't complete it today, you can forget about dinner. Understood, Lu Han replied, pouting. Beside her, Lu Jun stifled a laugh. Lu Han retrieved a big white rabbit candy from her pocket, placing it in her mouth as the sweetness and milky flavor enveloped her, leaving her with a blissful expression. As for the brick factory, it was a large establishment located in Xinjiang. It was said that the owner resided in the county town and had the means to sell the bricks. Many strong men from Xinjiang worked there, primarily due to the stability of the job and the generous pay. After all, it was labor-intensive work, and the owner was not overly greedy, ensuring that wages were fairly distributed. Certainly, in the village, the most esteemed occupation is not at the brick factory, but rather as a staff member at the forestry bureau. A genuine position of stability. Unfortunately, the opportunities are scarce, and entry is quite challenging. Work is done for the day. Everyone, head home and rest, announced the foreman of the brick factory. The workers set aside their tasks, panting as they took a moment to catch their breath. Under the shade of a cool parasol tree, two middle-aged men reclined, seeking respite. Lu Chuan glanced at his childhood friend, Li Zhongmin, and inquired, "Why didn't you run today?" Lu Chuan and Li Zhongmin had grown up together, with Lu Chuan being 2 years older. Upon seeing Lu Chuan, Li Zhongmin would affectionately call him brother. Their bond was strong, as was that of their sons, yet following a recent incident, Li Zhongmin had been avoiding Lu Chuan. Today, however, he finally mustered the courage to sit before him. "Brother, my son took yours up the mountain. I truly had no knowledge of it. When he returned, I gave him a good beating. If you're still not satisfied, feel free to do the same. I'll hold him down for you. He won to escape. You can take your time." "Achio, who is insulting me? Which old fool is speaking ill of me?" Li Jianguo grumbled, rubbing his nose. Just as he finished complaining, a chill brushed against his back. Li Jianguo quickly hunched his shoulders, trying to warm himself. Lu Chuan replied nonchalantly, "Enough of that. It's been 2 days since the boys went up the mountain. You've scolded and punished him. Have you thought about the future for your eldest son, Li Jianguo?" "The future? What can he do?" "Come work at the brick factory, of course. United as father and son, they can earn a substantial income." "All right. Let them pair up and work at the factory. If an opportunity arises, it would be wonderful if they could enter the forestry bureau," Li Zhongmin said cheerfully. "Oh brother, you're just joking, aren't you? How can one get into the forestry bureau? They don't even release a single quota. There's no chance at all. That is merely talk. Come on, let us head home." "All right, brother, don't worry. Today, I'll go home and give Zhangwo another beating to ease your frustration. Let us just consider this matter settled." "Humph. If you want to hit my nephew, go ahead, but don't place the blame on me. It's not my doing." Lu Chuan was well aware that Li Jianguo had hardly experienced a peaceful day in his life. It was either a beating every few days or a significant one every week. The constant bickering had begun to wear on Lu Chuan. "All right then, let us forego the beating. Come on, today, I'll treat you to a drink. Now that's more like it. If there's a next time, I won't spare my son either." As they approached their homes, Li Zhongmin cheerfully remarked, "Brother, don't forget to come to my house for dinner later. How about you bring some dishes from your home, and I'll prepare the drinks. We can enjoy some time together. Call everyone over for a gathering." Lu Chuan said in a carefree manner, "I'll have my wife prepare some dishes, and I'll come find you later, brother." "All right then." The two chatted for a while at the door before returning to their respective homes. As Lu Chuan stepped into the front yard, he spotted Lu Jun and Lu Han. Upon hearing the footsteps, Lu Jun looked up and asked, "Dad, you're back?" "Yes, and where is your mother?" "In the kitchen, still cooking." Go to the living room and fetch a bottle of wine. Your Uncle Li and I plan to have a drink today." "Got it," Lu Jun responded, heading toward the living room to retrieve the wine, though he was puzzled. He recalled that in his previous life, after he and Li Aiguo were discovered on the mountain, his father and Uncle Li hadn't spoken for half a month. Uncle Li had been avoiding his father, believing that it was his son who had taken Lu Chuan up the mountain. In truth, neither Lu Chuan nor Li Zhongmin were aware of who had initially proposed the excursion. The main architect of the plan was Lu Jun. However, both Lu father and Uncle Li were quick to assume that it was Li Aigua who led Lu Jun to the mountain. This misunderstanding was why Li Aigua received a severe beating, while Lu Jun's punishment was considerably lighter. 9, not 8, Lu Chuan remarked, observing his daughter Lu Han's struggles with arithmetic, covering his face in exasperation. "You've inherited none of your father's mathematical skills. Why criticize the child? Can't you be patient and teach her?" Li Qiushui emerged from the kitchen just as Lu Chuan commented on Lu Han. The little girl wore a particularly aggrieved expression, tears welling in her eyes. Upon seeing this, Lu Jun, who had come out from the living room, recognized that she was deliberately putting on an act. "I merely mentioned it. I didn't scold her," Lu Chuan quickly clarified, noticing that his daughter was on the verge of tears. All right. Let us collect your homework for now. Dinner will be ready shortly. By the way, I heard you say earlier that Han Mei and Li Di are also coming?" "Yes. We'll eat in the yard today. Let us move the round table from the main house. It's quite cool outside this evening. In another half-month, it will start getting chilly," Lu Chuan replied with a smile. "Come on, Lu Jun, help me move the table." "Okay." Lu Jun handed the bottle of wine to his mother and followed his father into the main house to begin moving the table. The round table was quite large, a relic from the previous generation. Lu Jun fondly recalled playing hide-and-seek as a child, hiding beneath that very table while Li Aigua searched high and low without finding him. He vividly remembered falling asleep under the table, only emerging when his parents called for him at dinner time, having shouted for quite a while before he finally came out. At that moment, the parents were in a state of great distress. After the incident, Lu Jun received a scolding, though he was fortunate enough to escape physical punishment. The two struggled to move the heavy round table. Lu Jun was lifting it while retreating slowly. Lu Chuan was cautious not to push too quickly, and after several arduous minutes, they finally managed to carry the cumbersome table outside. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, Lu Jun glanced at his father and inquired, "Dad, how much does this weigh? It's only been a few minutes, and I'm already drenched in sweat. It must be quite heavy, right? This was left by your great-grandfather. Can it not be heavy?" Lu Chuan replied with a chuckle. Little Lu Han, ever perceptive, fetched a basin of clean water and poured it over the table, giving the surface a thorough wash. Though it wasn't overly dirty, it was important to maintain cleanliness, especially with Uncle Li coming over. Li Qiushui had prepared corn porridge and pickled vegetables, and even made a stir-fried egg, which was considered a decent half-meat dish. Life at home had become quite challenging, so they had to be frugal. Lu Jun understood the reason behind his parents' thriftiness. Part of it was to save up for his future wedding. Clenching his fist, his desire for money intensified. While money may not be everything, it could certainly ease his parents' burdens. Moreover, having financial resources would provide him with leverage in discussions with them, making them more at ease with his desire to go hunting. "All right, let us take a break. Just wait for Uncle Li to arrive," Lu Jun said with a smile. Lu Han's eyes were fixated on the stir-fried egg, her mouth almost watering. Observing this, Lu Jun shook his head in resignation. His sister seemed solely interested in food, showing little curiosity about anything else. Half an hour later, Li Zhengmin arrived with his entire family at the Lu residence. Li Jiangguo looked at Lu Jun with a smile, choosing to remain silent. Li Aigua, on the other hand, resembled a curious child, eager to explore everything around him. Li Zhengmin turned to Li Qiushui and said with a grin, "Sister-in-law, please have a seat." "All right then." Han placed the dishes on the round table and cheerfully said to Lu Chuan and Li Qiushui, "Brother, sister-in-law, here is the freshly made braised meat with cabbage, along with a plate of peanuts. This dish should be enjoyed while it's hot." Li Aigua and Lu Han exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with yearning. It had been a long time since Li Aigua had tasted meat. In fact, the last time he remembered was during a festival. Seeing his brother in such a state, Li Jiangguo playfully slapped the back of his head. Li Aigua winced in pain, looking at his brother with a puzzled expression. "What was that for? Why did you hit me?" After returning home, Li Jiangguo had given Li Aigua a few large white rabbit milk candies. Otherwise, Li Aigua would not have been so compliant. Li Jiangguo was well aware of his brother's disposition, for he had a considerable stash of white rabbit milk candies in his pocket, completely in control of his younger sibling. Li Aigua. Seeing this, Lu Jun could only manage a wry smile and shake his head in resignation. "All right, everyone, please take a seat," Lu Chuan said with a grin. "Here, let's place the braised meat and cabbage over there for the children and the peanuts for us. Now, let's have a drink." Lu Jun uncapped the bottle of liquor and poured a glass for Li Zhengmin. The braised meat and cabbage were served before Lu Jun, Li Jiangguo, and the other two. Neither Lu Jun nor Li Jiangguo felt particularly enthusiastic about the meat, having just indulged in a hearty meal at noon, leaving them somewhat satiated. However, the two children, Li Aigua and Lu Han, were relentless, eagerly shoveling pieces into their mouths without a care for the temperature. When Lu Jun noticed his sister Lu Han burning her mouth, yet stubbornly swallowing, he quickly admonished, "Take it slow. There's no one competing with you." After Lu Jun's remark, Lu Han's pace of eating noticeably slowed. Observing that his sole competitor for the meat had reduced her speed, Li Aigua, undeterred, increased his own pace. Lu Jun couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, though he bore no contempt for Li Aigua. After all, in this era, consuming meat was indeed a rare luxury, and Li Aigua was at an age where growth was paramount. Han gently patted her son Li Aigua, signaling him to temper his voracity, which prompted him to slow down. Noticing that both Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo were abstaining from the meat, she inquired, "Lu Jun, why aren't you eating any meat?" "Auntie, I'm fine with just eggs and corn porridge. I'm not hungry. Let the leftovers be for Aigua and Lu Han." "And you?" Han turned her gaze toward her eldest son, Li Jiangguo, filled with curiosity. Mother, I'm just like Lu Gu. I've learned to let the younger ones have their share, Li Jiangguo replied. Do you remember, back in the day, how you two used to snatch meat from Zhang Wo and Lu Han? Li Qiushui teased Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo. Both men felt their faces flush with embarrassment. After all, those were events from 5 or 6 years ago, long buried in memory. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan and Li Zhongmin, both oblivious to the banter, were thoroughly engrossed in their drinking, consuming glass after glass until their faces began to take on a slight flush. Observing this, Lu Jun made no attempt to intervene. He recognized the burdens carried by the elder generation, and a few drinks to alleviate their fatigue could be beneficial. Moreover, moderate drinking could enhance blood circulation and slightly improve sleep quality. However, excessive drinking would surely lead to folly. Eat your vegetables, Lu Chuan said between sips, addressing Li Zhongmin. Li Zhongmin popped a peanut into his mouth, raised his glass, and downed it with glee, exclaiming, refreshing. Come on, brother, let us keep drinking. Absolutely. The peanuts on the table for the two had diminished significantly, as had the wine. The four of them, Lu Jun, Li Jiangguo, Li Aigua, and Lu Han, had nearly finished their meal and were about to leave the table when Lu Jun heard the voice of Li Zhongmin. Juner, could you do Uncle Li a favor? The flushed Li Zhongmin inquired. Uncle Li, please tell me, what is it? Lu Jun thought he could easily guess that Uncle Li would soon advise against going hunting in the mountains. Li Jiangguo, visibly anxious, looked at his father, unable to anticipate what he was about to say. Jun, if Zhang Wo takes you hunting again, you should slap him hard. If he dares to resist, tell Uncle, and I'll take care of him. Upon hearing this, Li Jiangguo appeared bewildered, his expression one of confusion. What? It's Lu Gu who takes me up the mountain, not the other way around. Besides, we've made a lot of money, more than you earn in half a year. Lu Jun shot a glance at his childhood friend Li Jiangguo and assured Uncle Li, sure, Uncle, as long as he dares to mention going up the mountain, I will certainly give him a good thrashing. But what if it's my suggestion? Wouldn't he that create a dilemma? Li Jiangguo's eyelids twitched at this notion. Lu Gu, you're not trying to set me up, are you? Why am I the only one left holding the bag? What's this about going up the mountain? Lu Han blinked, a hint of confusion in her voice. Little girl, stop asking silly questions and eat your food, Li Qiushui quickly interjected. If the little girl were to learn that Lu Jun had nearly met his end in the mountains, she would surely burst into tears. Better not to mention it. Lu Chuan chuckled. Zhang Wo, you two, neither of you should go anymore. Your father and I have already discussed it. After this year, you both will work at the brick factory. Li Jiangguo glanced at Lu Jun, who nodded in affirmation. With a smile, Li Jiangguo said, all right, we will listen to Uncle Lu and my dad. Working at the brick factory is fine with us. Ha ha. Lu Chuan laughed heartily upon hearing Zhang Wo's agreement. With both of them consenting to work at the brick factory, at least they would have each other as company. Come, let us continue drinking. Lu Chuan poured a glass of wine and handed it to Li Zhongmin. All right then. Aside from Lu Chuan and Li Zhongmin, the others had nearly finished eating. The remaining dishes were cleared away, leaving just a small plate of peanuts for the two men. Seeing this, Lu Jun shook his head in resignation. The snacks were rather meager. Lu's mother, Li Qiushui, and Li's mother, Han, went to the kitchen to tidy up the dishes while Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo took Lu Han and Li Aigua outside for a stroll to aid digestion. Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo walked ahead, with the other two following behind, occasionally letting out satisfied burps. Li Jiangguo quietly murmured, Lu Gu, should we tell the family that we're visiting the benefactor's house tomorrow? No need. Mentioning it might make them overthink things. All right then, Lu Gu. When we go tomorrow, can we touch the guns? I remember hearing gunshots that day. What are you thinking? That gun is the lifeblood of a hunter. We should inquire about other matters later. For now, let us save up and acquire one ourselves, rather than borrowing from others, the army officer sternly advised Li Jiangguo. He feared that the impetuous Li Jiangguo might foolishly request to handle a firearm, which was indeed the very essence of a hunter's existence and should not be casually entrusted to others. All right, Li Jiangguo replied awkwardly, scratching his head. Suddenly, Lu Han's voice chimed in from behind. Brother, what are you whispering about up there? Can't you speak a little louder? Li Aigua chimed in with his innocent, youthful voice. Yeah, why not speak up? Li Jiangguo turned around and playfully tugged at his younger brother Li Aigua's ear, saying, you little rascal, quiet down. If you keep pestering me, there will be no sweets for you. Sweets? Brother, are you referring to those white rabbit cream candies? Luhan exclaimed, pulling out 2 of the candies from her pocket. Li Aigua clapped his hands joyfully, exclaiming, "Candy! That's the candy. It's so sweet." Luhan looked at her younger brother, who was 3 years her junior, and said, "Then call me sister, and I shall grant you the candy." "Sister, sister, sister," Li Aigua chorused eagerly. Luhan gently replied, "Then you must listen to your sister, all right?" As soon as she spoke, Lu Jun widened his eyes at Luhan, sensing an uncanny familiarity. "I'll listen to my sister." The 4-year-old Li Aigua nodded enthusiastically, as long as it meant he would receive candy. "Very well. Then you shall listen to your sister," which means no candy for now. No sooner had she finished speaking than tears began to stream down Li Aigua's face. "Ah! Wah!" Upon hearing Li Aigua cry, Lu Jun and the others were momentarily taken aback. Even Luhan's face flushed with embarrassment. "Wait. I was just teasing you a little. Why are you crying?" This was not how he had envisioned it. Lu Jun shook his head in resignation, pulling out a few white rabbit cream candies from his pocket and waving them before Li Aigua. Don't cry. I'll give you some." Li Aigua eagerly accepted the candies from Lu Jun, his tears ceasing immediately. He wiped his eyes with his small hands and beamed up at Lu Jun. "Thank you, big brother." Li Aigua glanced at Luhan beside him, pouting slightly, still upset with her. "Sister is mean. She only knows how to tease me." Luhan felt a bit bashful under his gaze. "I was just playing with you. I never said I wouldn't give you any. It's all right. Take your time eating." Lu Jun ruffled Li Aigua's small head, finding amusement in the innocence of children. It was astonishing how a few pieces of candy could easily lift their spirits. In his past life, a mischievous child would have reacted far more dramatically. One could only imagine the chaos that would ensue if they were to cry in anger. "Let us stroll a bit longer. The sky is about to darken completely," Lu Jun said to the 3 of them. "All right." Li Jianguo nodded, and the others voiced no objections as they continued to follow behind Lu Jun. Suddenly, Lu Jun thought of something entertaining and exclaimed, "Would you like to hear a story?" "A story? What kind of story?" Li Aigua asked, his eyes wide with curiosity. Upon witnessing Lu Jun's demeanor, Luhan sensed that an unpleasant occurrence was imminent, yet her curiosity was piqued. What tale was about to unfold? Li Jianguo, equally intrigued, gazed at Lu Jun and mused, "A story? When did my brother Lu become a storyteller? Could it be that he has taken to the art of narration?" The notion of storytelling was foreign to Li Jianguo. It had been ages since he had last experienced it, recalling only a couple of occasions in the village where the narrators captivated their audience with their eloquent tales. "Let us move over there, beneath the tree. I shall regale you with a tale," Lu Jun cheerfully announced. He quickly conjured an amusing ghost story in his mind, intending to frighten the trio. Once gathered under the tree, Lu Jun said, "You 3 should listen closely." "All right, Brother Lu, please begin," they urged. "Very well. Once upon a time, there was a mountain, and within that mountain stood a temple. In the temple, was there an old monk? A young monk?" Luhan interjected eagerly. Lu Jun shook his head, "Not quite. Be patient, and let me tell it at my own pace." Beneath the temple lay a small village, home to a family of 3, a simpleton, his wife, and his mother. They lived comfortably until one fateful day when the mother unexpectedly passed away, leaving everyone bewildered. At this juncture, the trio's breaths quickened. Just moments ago, all was well, and now they were confronted with death, an accidental demise, no less. The simpleton and his wife laid the mother to rest and returned home. However, each night, as they slumbered, they glimpsed a spirit floating outside their window, bearing a striking resemblance to the late mother. As the tale unfolded, an eerie chill enveloped the 3 listeners. Was this indeed a ghost story? "Brother, you truly know how to frighten us," they exclaimed, the simpleton and his wife. Initially dismissing their visions as mere illusions, soon found themselves haunted nightly by the apparition, accompanied by a haunting voice, "Why do you not treat me well?" Paralyzed by fear, they dared not venture outside, embodying the essence of the adage that echoed in their minds. The 3 listeners were tense, and sensing the moment was ripe for a surprise. Lu Jun suddenly stomped his foot and bellowed, "Boo!" Startled from their immersion in the ghostly narrative, the trio was jolted by Lu Jun's abrupt exclamation. Little Li Aigua, merely 4 years old, erupted into tears once more. Even Lu Han's eyes shimmered with tears, while Li Jianguo, though frightened, managed to maintain a semblance of composure. Lu Jun had meticulously crafted the story to draw them in, only to shock them at the climax, aiming for precisely such a reaction. However, he had not anticipated how easily Li Aigua would be frightened. In an attempt to soothe the child, Lu Jun retrieved 5 large white rabbit milk candies from his pocket and handed them to Li Aigua. Although still shaken, the little one clutched the candies, his eyes glistening with tears. All right, the story shall remain untold. Let us return home. The peculiar whims of the army were momentarily satiated, and as dusk approached, it was time to return. Tomorrow, they were to visit the old hunter. The trio trailed behind, refraining from inquiring about the tale that lay behind them, convinced that any further questioning would likely result in their own misfortune. It was far better to remain silent, thus sparing themselves from the army's attempts to instill fear. From time to time, the army glanced back, noticing that they had distanced themselves from him. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed his amusement. Was it truly necessary? He merely intended to frighten them a little. Their retreat seemed unwarranted. Soon enough, the 4 entered the Lu family home. Upon stepping into the courtyard, the army observed Uncle Li Zhengmin, and his father, Lu Chuan, still engaged in drinking, the only notable absence being the peanuts that had vanished. However, the 2 men seemed unperturbed, continuing to drink heartily, their faces flushed from the alcohol. The army, contemplating intervening, was halted by his mother, Li Qiushui, who approached him and gently advised, "Let them be. They have only half a bottle left, and once it's gone, so too will be their revelry." Acknowledging her words, the army nodded in agreement. "All right, mother. You carry on with your tasks. I'll keep an eye on them in the front yard and help carry them back inside later." "Very well," she replied. With that, the army fetched 2 small stools and sat outside with Li Jianguo, both observing Li Zhengmin and Lu Chuan as they continued their drinking spree. Curious, Li Jianguo inquired, "Brother Lu, do you really think this liquor is so delightful? Why is everyone so fond of drinking?" The army chuckled in response, explaining, "This isn't merely about the drinking, it's about drowning their sorrows. Just the other day, our affairs have likely caused my father and Uncle Li great distress. Word has spread throughout our village, and it will be a challenge for me to find a bride. No one wants to be reminded of the fool who ventured into the mountains, only to be nearly trampled to death. Besides, there aren't any attractive young women in our village. I certainly won't marry one from here." Li Jianguo grimaced at this, to which the army shook his head in jest. "Yet, in your past life, you ended up marrying someone from this very village, and you were quite determined about it." Once Li Zhengmin and Lu Chuan finished the remaining half bottle of liquor, the army and Li Jianguo hoisted their respective fathers and escorted them back to the main house for some rest. Upon returning, the army glanced at the round table outside and called Li Jianguo over. Together, they returned the table to its original place. Looking at Li Jianguo, the army instructed, "Make sure to rise early tomorrow." "Absolutely," Li Jianguo replied with a smile. The following morning, the army awoke exceptionally early. After breakfast, he accompanied his sister, Lu Han, to school. Standing at the school gate, she looked at him and asked, "Brother, you will come back tonight, won't you?" "Rest assured, I will definitely be back," he assured her. Upon returning home, the army concocted a casual excuse for his mother, Li Qiushui, stating that he needed to make a trip to the county town and would return by afternoon. Li Qiushui, the mother, thought that Lu Jun had some matter to attend to and thus allowed him to leave, reminding him to be cautious on his way. Lu Jun nodded in acknowledgement, then turned and headed towards the backyard, concealing the wine and pork wrapped in lotus leaves on his person, stealthily making his exit. Once outside, Lu Jun did not enter the Li household. Instead, he lingered beneath a tree to the right of the Li residence. After letting out a whistle, Li Jianguo, who was in the courtyard, understood that Brother Lu was waiting for him. Emerging from his home, Li Jianguo scanned the area and soon spotted Lu Jun's figure beneath a sycamore tree. Lu Jun waved him over, signaling him to hurry. Li Jianguo jogged to Lu Jun, grinning as he said, "Brother Lu, you're up quite early. Have you eaten yet?" Li Jianguo nodded in response. Lu Jun continued, "Let us go to old hunter Chunda's place and deliver this wine and meat." "Sure, let us go." Lu Jun led Li Jianguo towards the home of the old hunter, Chunda, whose abode was particularly close to the front mountain. In his previous life, Lu Jun had inquired about Chunda, learning that he had been a wanderer 2 or 3 decades ago before settling near the front mountain. Few had dealings with him, although it seemed he had a nephew. When Lu Jun had previously delivered gifts to this benefactor, Chunda had mentioned the nephew, but had never disclosed anything further about him. Each time he spoke of the nephew, a shadow would cross his face. As they made their way, Lu Jun and Li Jianguo encountered several familiar faces, none of whom greeted them. Lu Jun remained silent, continuing toward Chunda's home. In a short while, They reached the vicinity of the front mountain. Years prior, Lu Jun had heard tales of abundant trees in the area, but now it appeared barren, prompting a sigh of melancholy from him. After walking southeast for a while, they came upon a small courtyard enclosed by trees. In the center sat an elderly man with graying hair, lost in thought, accompanied by 2 dogs. Upon seeing the dogs, Lu Jun patted Li Jiangguo on the shoulder and remarked, "Look over there." Li Jiangguo, spotting the dogs, exclaimed, "Hunting dogs? There are 2 of them. Why didn't I see them last time with our benefactor?" "Yes, they are hunting dogs, though one appears to be quite small, likely just recently born. The absence last time might have been due to unforeseen circumstances. Let us approach." Hunting dogs are of paramount importance to hunters. One might say they are a hunter's second life. At times, a good hunting dog proves more valuable than a rifle, whether in pursuing small game or tracking larger animals. Their significance is evident in various hunting scenarios. However, when venturing into the deep mountains for hunting, both hunting dogs and rifles are indispensable, with the former holding slightly greater importance. In a previous life, the army had trained several commendable hunting dogs, some of which, once properly conditioned, could be taught by humans, a process known as dragging. Naturally, there were also those bred from an early age to become hunting hounds, known for their ferocity and loyalty. "All right," Li Jiangguo chuckled amiably. As the 2 approached the entrance, before they could utter a word, the old hunter Chen Pao rose, his face contorted with anger. "How many times must I tell you? I will not give it to you. Now get lost." The 2 hunting dogs, which had been lounging moments before, now arched their backs, baring their teeth at the approaching Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo. Just as they were about to push open the small door, they heard the old hunter's furious shout. Was he truly directing that at them? Yet, it seemed they had done nothing wrong. Upon realizing that the newcomers were not his nephew, the old hunter's demeanor shifted, and he cheerfully inquired, "What brings you 2 young lads here?" "Benefactor, do you not remember us?" Li Jiangguo said with a broad smile. "Benefactor? What does that mean?" Chen Pao replied, bewildered. When had he become a benefactor to these 2? Was it possible they had come to solicit something? Lu Jun, chuckling, prompted, "Benefactor, 3 days ago." 3 days ago? Oh, now I remember, those 2 rascals. Chen Pao spoke too quickly and inadvertently let slip his thoughts. Come in. As they entered, Li Jiangguo, with a curious grin, asked, "Benefactor, do you live here all alone?" "Please, do not call me benefactor. I merely lent a hand while in the mountains. You may call me Uncle Chen or simply Chen Pao." "Chen Pao?" Li Jiangguo's expression reflected surprise. The term Pao carries significant weight, reserved for those hunters skilled in marksmanship and hunting prowess. To combine it with one's surname signifies the most esteemed of titles among hunters. After all, there were only about 7 or so individuals in the village worthy of such a name. It was unexpected to discover that this seemingly disheveled man was indeed a formidable hunter. Lu Jun, however, was not taken aback. After his own hunting exploits, he had been referred to as Lu Pao as well, and he knew how many hunters held the title in the village, including Chen Pao or Chen Pao. "What brings you 2 here?" Chen Pao inquired, stroking the 2 hunting dogs to calm them. Ever since his nephew had persistently sought after his hunting rifle, he had been coming to see Chen Pao every few days. There was no way Chen Pao would part with his rifle for a scoundrel. It would likely be sold off at the first opportunity. Better for it to accompany him into the grave. A fortnight prior, the hunting dogs had bitten his nephew, which had kept them subdued for the past month. This had resulted in the dogs becoming wary of strangers. "Uncle Chen, we have come to present you with a gift. After all, you are our savior," Lu Jun said with a smile, handing over the wine and meat he carried into Chen Pao's hands. Chen Pao was not at all hesitant. Instead, he accepted the situation with a sense of righteousness, believing that saving a life is worth more than the construction of a 7-story pagoda. It was entirely reasonable to accept a small portion of meat and wine. If the military and Li Jiangguo were to refuse, that would indeed reflect a lack of gratitude. "In fact, your father had visited me once before, bringing gifts," Chen Pao remarked to Lu Jun. "Are we to collaborate? Uncle Chen has a lead on a sable den." Upon hearing Uncle Chen's words, Lu Jun was momentarily taken aback. Pointing to his own nose and inquiring, "Uncle Chen, are you suggesting that my father had indeed brought gifts?" "Precisely, Lu Chuan, right? He even expressed his gratitude for my having saved both of you. After all, you are Lu Chuan's son." At this point, Lu Jun felt a surge of discomfort within him. In his past life, he had endured a tumultuous relationship with his father due to conflicts that lasted nearly 2 years. creating a particularly oppressive atmosphere at home. Reflecting on this often filled Lu Jun with guilt and regret. But hearing Uncle Chen's words today granted him a deeper understanding of the term father. It became clear that his father was far more rational than he had previously assumed, capable of managing his affairs with a love that was silent yet profound. Had Uncle Chen not mentioned this, Lu Chuan would not have informed Lu Jun, and consequently, Lu Jun would have remained unaware that his father had visited Uncle Chen on the very day he ascended the mountain, bearing gifts. When did Uncle Lu arrive? He didn't even inform us, Li Jiangguo murmured. Lu Jun smiled and said, "Thank you, Uncle Chen, for sharing this with me. Please accept these gifts. While my father sent his, these are from both Li Jiangguo and myself, and they should not be conflated." Uncle Chen chuckled jovially. "Very well, as I am alone today. If you two have no other engagements, would you care to share a couple of drinks with this old man at noon? What do you say? Sounds good." Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo replied in unison, nodding their heads. With a smile, Chen turned and walked into the house to deliver the meat inside. As he entered, Lu Jun observed the two hunting dogs, both of which lowered their guard and regarded Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo with interest. Slowly, Lu Jun crouched down to pet the head of the large yellow dog, gently squeezing it. The dog leaned into his touch, obviously enjoying the attention. "Truly an intelligent creature," Lu Jun remarked. Hunting dogs typically possess a fierce temperament, making them difficult for outsiders to approach. However, some exhibit a remarkable sensitivity to human presence. Li Jiangguo, stroking the black dog beside him, chimed in cheerfully. "Hey, Lu Gu, just as you said, this dog is indeed very perceptive." At that moment, Chen emerged from the house, observing Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo as they interacted with his hunting dogs, yet he did not intervene. "Well, what do you think? Aren't my dogs impressive?" Chen inquired. "Did you raise them or just bring them out?" "I raised them. Both have been with me for about 8 years. It is my own inadequacy that has caused them any distress," Chen replied, stroking the head of the yellow dog, his eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. The army understood the meaning behind Uncle Chen's words. A good hunting dog would rather perish on the path of the hunt than die a suffocating death. For these hunting dogs, a normal death is an affront. If they must die, let it be in the throes of their quest. However, at his age, Uncle Chen's physical strength could no longer support such endeavors. Instead, he took the dogs into the mountains daily, allowing them to catch small animals to replenish their energy. "And what of that black dog?" Li Jiangguo inquired with curiosity. "The black dog? It was born 5 months ago, and I have kept it from entering the mountains because I know that I have lost the opportunity to hunt large game. Even if I were to raise this black dog, in the end, I would only bring harm to it." The army deeply empathized with Uncle Chen's feelings. In his previous life, he had raised many hunting dogs, but after the hunting and firearms bans were instituted, he no longer dared to let them roam the mountains. The regulations left no room for maneuvering. The risk of addiction to hunting was too great. Shaking his head, the army attempted to clear his mind. At that moment, Uncle Chen suddenly fixed his gaze upon him and asked directly, "Army, do you enjoy hunting?" "Do I enjoy hunting?" The army paused for a moment before nodding vigorously. "Absolutely. I have dedicated my life to it." "Me too. I like whatever you like, Brother Lu." Chen chuckled, looking at the army with a glimmer of sincerity. "You are honest. You have not deceived me. You've been to the mountains again, haven't you?" At this, the army felt a jolt of surprise. Only he and Li Jiangguo were aware of his excursion to the mountains. How could Uncle Chen know? Instinctively, he glanced at Li Jiangguo, and upon noticing his anxious gesture, Uncle Chen continued to explain, "You carry a strong scent of the earth from the mountains, and there are traces of dew upon you. Moreover, where did you acquire the money? Just now, you seemed unaware that your father had visited once, which indicates this money did not come from home. I am curious, where did you earn it? Unless it was from your hunting." As the words left his lips, Li Jiangguo's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Uncle Chen. "Uncle Chen, your deductive skills are sharp enough to qualify you as a police officer." Ultimately, the army confessed to having gone hunting a few days prior. "What did you use to hunt?" "A slingshot." "A slingshot? Oh, I almost forgot. A slingshot can indeed be used for hunting." Uncle Chen laughed heartily, as if he had found a kindred spirit, finally able to converse freely. "So, how was your first hunt? What did you catch?" 5 gray rabbits. I sold their pelts. And that is how I came by this wine and meat." The army has suppressed the incident involving the discovery of antique silver dollars, focusing instead on matters concerning the hunt. "What extraordinary luck. It appears that he is quite the skilled hunter," Chinda remarked. praising the individual who managed to procure game for the first time, regardless of its size, indicating that this person is well suited for this line of work. Should one venture into the mountains 7 or 8 times without success, it would suggest that the mountain deity has withheld sustenance, and perhaps a change of profession is in order. Uncle Chen, you must have your reasons for saying such things, right? I refuse to believe you would speak so casually. He chuckled. Ah, you are indeed a shrewd young man. I've discovered a marten den. Are you interested? A marten den? Marten fur is quite valuable. The army continued. Do you truly believe me? Why not give it a try? Rather than distribute these spoils among other hunters, why not collaborate with you? Who knows what unexpected rewards you might yield? Previous hunters who ventured into the mountains had good fortune, and the villagers claimed it was the mountain deity's blessing. Regardless of whether such beliefs are superstitious, Chinda was more than willing to engage with the army, a person who values gratitude. Uncle Chen, can you let me in on the details? What is the catch? For someone like you, capturing a few martens should be a simple task. The army inquired with a smile. If he was not mistaken, the matter was certainly more complex. Otherwise, Uncle Chen would have resolved it himself. The willingness to relinquish profit was likely due to complications, a fact the army needed to comprehend. It was not mere caution. Hunting in the mountains was fraught with peril. Uncle Chen continued, You're quite astute. Nothing escapes your notice. Just assist me with one task. Help me block one of the exits. I noticed that the marten has 3 exits. I brought a hunting dog, but it couldn't cover all of them. It's as simple as that. It is commonly said that rabbits are exceedingly cunning, with clever rabbits often having multiple burrows to safeguard against unforeseen circumstances. Yet, the marten in the wild is no less resourceful. They frequently excavate several dens to guard against various potential threats. This behavior is not merely a manifestation of caution, but rather reflects the marten's heightened intelligence and survival instinct. Is it really that straightforward? The army queried, puzzled. Uncle Chen's expression grew serious as he patted his chest for assurance. It truly is that simple. What could I possibly gain by deceiving you? The army glanced at the black dog, and noticing this, Uncle Chen elaborated, I never intended for this black dog to serve as a hunting dog. I haven't taken it with me on any trips to the mountains. I know I no longer have the energy to train another hunting dog. Even if this black dog accompanied me, it would only bring harm to itself, much like the yellow dog, preferring to perish in the mountains rather than remain comfortably at home. Upon hearing this, the army understood Uncle Chen's need for assistance, and the reason became clear. All right, when shall we depart? Let us go after lunch today. It's south quite close from here. Uncle Chen chuckled, saying, This time let us split it. I want to take advantage of you. What do you think? The army man, not wanting to be entangled in monetary matters, promptly refused. No, Uncle Chen. You are, after all, our saviors. We can assist you with a small favor without splitting anything. You can keep the sable for yourself and sell it. A gentleman has his principles. In the past, he had not been of much help, merely attempting to patch up a small issue. Chinda, with a serious expression, insisted, You must accept it. Do not forget the rules. Mountain treasures should not be hoarded alone. Even if you refuse, you must accept it. The tradition of sharing mountain spoils is an old custom, particularly among hunters. When a large game is captured, it is customary to share a portion with others to prevent envy and foster relationships. The army man, upon hearing this, nodded in resignation. Fine. Li Jianguo listened quietly to their conversation, saying nothing. He understood that by accompanying Brother Lu and Uncle Chen to hunt for sables, he would gain another feather in his cap for future boasting. The army man cheerfully inquired, Uncle Chen, may I ask you something? Do you have any dogs for sale? I wish to acquire a few hunting dogs. You want to take on dogs? That is a time-consuming endeavor, are you certain? Uncle Chen questioned. I have already ventured into the mountains for hunting. I will definitely need hunting dogs in the future. Do you think I would deceive you? Having hunting dogs would certainly facilitate the task, the army man replied earnestly. If he could obtain a good dog early on and train it as a hunting companion, it would be a boon. However, he currently lacked avenues to acquire a dog and could only seek assistance from the seasoned hunter, Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen observed the army man and then glanced at his black dog, suddenly struck by an idea. While he felt he could no longer manage, the army man was still young. Perhaps giving the dog to him would be a viable option? Seeing Uncle Chen's subtle gestures, the army man hesitated to press further. Although he desired the dog, he could not impose on the old man's kindness. He recognized that the black dog was a fine specimen, robust and tall. A true hunting dog. Do you want this black dog? Uncle Chen jested. Please, Uncle Chen, The dog is indeed a good one. But it has been with you for so long. I wouldn't be able to bond with it as its new owner. It's better for you to keep it. The army man replied. Very well, very well, Uncle Chen conceded, his inclination to give the dog to the army man dissipating. In truth, the black dog would thrive under the army man's care, but he felt it was inappropriate to take a dog that Uncle Chen had nurtured over several months. Reflecting on his conscience, he realized he could not bring himself to do such a thing. Throughout the morning, the army man and Li Jianguo busied themselves gathering firewood from the nearby forest and transporting it to Uncle Chen's yard. Even if the villagers discovered their presence, the army man could easily justify it by stating that he was merely helping his benefactor with chores and collecting firewood, having not ventured into the mountains for hunting. Even if their parents were to discover it, it would pose no significant issue. Those who embody gratitude are the true essence of humanity. In a short span of time, Lu Jun and Li Jianguo gathered a considerable amount of firewood, for the woods were abundant with twigs. During this period, Lu Jun spotted a greyhound and promptly set down the firewood, drawing back his slingshot with taut intensity. With a swift release, the sharp stone struck the greyhound, causing it to collapse instantly, its limbs splayed in the air. Lu Jun approached, hastening to bleed the animal and skin it, the meat now in his hands. Li Jianguo chuckled and remarked, Brother Lu, we can enjoy a meat feast at noon. The thought of having meat for lunch made him even more elated. What feast? This one greyhound is hardly enough to satisfy our cravings. Let us hunt for more. All right. Li Jianguo eagerly took the firewood from Lu Jun's hands, allowing him to focus on hunting smaller creatures. Not long after, the duo spotted several wild pigeons perched atop a tree, along with 2 more greyhounds. Lu Jun grinned and patted Li Jianguo on the shoulder, saying, It seems our luck is holding up quite well. With a gleeful heart, he readied his slingshot, aiming for the 2 greyhounds, as their value far exceeded that of the pigeons. Lu Jun recalled his agreement with Chu Xiong, who had promised him a minimum of 50 greyhound skins, having already paid a deposit. With 2 swift shots, both greyhounds fell to the ground, startling the pigeons, which immediately took flight. Lu Jun could not allow the pigeons to escape, so he continued to launch his slingshot and successfully brought down 3 wild pigeons before finally ceasing his efforts. Huh, Brother Lu, your slingshot is truly remarkable, Li Jianguo exclaimed. Stop with the nonsense. Once we have firearms, who would still use a slingshot? Indeed, we shall wield guns in the future. Let us venture into the mountains for game and tackle bears, Li Jianguo said, his spirits high. Lu Jun produced a knife to bleed the animals, dousing cold water on Li Jianguo's bravado. Bears? Weighing over 500 pounds, a mere swipe could end us both. Without a few hunting dogs and a reliable rifle, facing a bear is no jest, it's courting death. Brother Lu, I was merely jesting. I'm not that foolish, Li Jianguo replied, scratching his head as he accepted the 3 bled pigeons handed over by Lu Jun. The 2, carrying the pigeons and greyhound meat along with some firewood, made their way towards Uncle Chen's residence. They soon arrived at Uncle Chen's doorstep, where he was cleaning the pork Lu Jun had delivered. Upon seeing the pair return with an ample supply of branches, he greeted them with a smile. What brings you back with so much firewood? Ah, Uncle Chen, just use it for your fire. If you find yourself short, just call us, and we will gather more branches for you, Li Jianguo cheerfully replied. The army handed over 3 wild pigeons and 3 greyhound carcasses to Uncle Chen, saying, Uncle Chen, it's your turn now. Today we shall also savor your culinary skills. Oh, wild pigeons and greyhound meat. Have you 2 truly been favored by the mountain gods? How long have you been in the mountains? Uncle Chen chuckled. It appeared that the 2 had indeed experienced a stroke of good fortune, managing to acquire these small game within just 2 hours of entering the mountains. Uncle Chen often spent an entire day wandering the hills, sometimes failing to encounter such prey. It was not due to any lack of skill, but rather a matter of luck. There were instances when the wild pigeons and greyhounds simply eluded capture. It's all about luck, Lu Jun said with a grin. Beside them, Li Jianguo interjected, promptly boasting of Lu Jun's remarkable achievements. Uncle Chen, my brother Lu is exceptionally skilled with his slingshot, hitting targets with impeccable precision, truly formidable. He took down 2 greyhounds in one shot. Oh, is that so? Chinda inquired with interest, turning to Lu Jun. How about showcasing your skills? No. I wouldn't dare flaunt my minor tricks before you, Uncle Chen. You should proceed with preparing the game. We are all quite famished, Lu Jun replied with a smile. What was the prowess of his slingshot compared to a firearm? Moreover, Uncle Chen was a seasoned hunter, and there was little to boast about in his presence. Very well, you sly one. I shall be keen to see if you will indeed take action this afternoon, Chunda remarked. Lu Jun chuckled softly, offering no further comments. Chunda grasped the 3 wild pigeons and the greyhound carcasses, heading towards the basin. Although Lu Jun had drained the blood from the game, some remnants still lingered within the bodies. As Uncle Chen began to prepare the wild pigeons and greyhound meat, Lu Jun busied himself by smoking the greyhound hides over the fire, ensuring they would be preserved for a longer duration. After spending several minutes, Lu Jun finally completed the smoking process, unfolding the greyhound hides only to find a small hole, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Had it not been for this small imperfection, the quality of the hide would have been exceptional. However, he had used sharp stones to hunt the greyhound. What could he possibly replace them with? Greyhound hides. Uncle Chen appeared before Lu Jun, noticing him lost in thought as he gazed at the hide. With a jovial tone, he added, "What a pity. If it weren't for that little hole, each one could fetch 2 coins. Now they might only sell for 1.5 at most. I have 3 hides on hand, and though they are destined for Chuxiong, quantity matters. Nevertheless, if there were a way to rectify this, I would certainly hope for a solution, as Hu Wu Ti desire to earn a little more. Uncle Chen, do you have any good ideas? Are you foolish? Look down at your feet." Uncle Chen replied, walking towards the kitchen. Lu Jun, left in bewilderment, stared at the ground beneath him, and suddenly, the realization dawned upon him. The earth here is composed of soil, particularly the resilient soil found beneath the northeast, which can be molded into spheres, serving as substitutes for small stones. This technique allows one to strike prey without leaving any trace behind. Thank you, Uncle Chen. In the kitchen, Uncle Chen smiled softly, murmuring to himself, what a clever little fellow. He understands everything with just a hint. Lugo? What does that mean? What are you all talking about? Why can't I comprehend? Li Jiangguo scratched his head in confusion. Though it was all human language, it eluded his understanding. What kind of riddle is this? My mind is dull, I don't get it. Lu Jun gestured for Li Jiangguo to follow him outside, where they arrived at an open area. He picked up a shovel and began to dig into the ground. Li Jiangguo remained perplexed, questioning the purpose of their task. Lu Jun unearthed a chunk of black soil, crouched down, and grasped it, saying calmly, "Do you see it now?" "See what?" "This is just ordinary soil," Li Jiangguo replied. Still scratching his head, Lu Jun shook his head, realizing his childhood friend was utterly clueless. It seemed he was in for a challenge. He pinched the black soil and explained, "When this black soil is rolled into small balls and then subjected to fire, it becomes remarkably hard. However, its hardness lacks the sharpness of small stones, allowing it to stun small prey without killing them. This way, the hares we catch remain alive, making them easier to handle, and their pelts stay intact. The black soil of the northeast not only nourishes wheat and corn." Just as Lu Jun finished speaking, Li Jiangguo finally grasped the concept, exclaiming, "So that's it. No wonder Uncle Chen mentioned it earlier. He truly knows a lot." Lu Jun rolled his eyes at Li Jiangguo, shrugging, "What did you think?" Uncle Chen, with decades of hunting experience, may be in poorer health now, but he has certainly amassed considerable knowledge from his many hunting endeavors. Lu Jun scooped a handful of black soil and entered Uncle Chen's yard, adding a bit of water to enhance its cohesiveness. He then rolled the black mud into small spheres, each the size of a thumb. Li Jiangguo joined in, rolling a few himself, remarking on the soil's hardness. "It's quite solid." The soil contained a high mineral content, so they took their time, methodically working the material. Their fingers became caked with black mud, which solidified as they continued. After crafting dozens of small balls, Lu Jun stood up and washed the mud from his fingers. He kindled a fire and placed the thumb-sized black balls into the flames. "Lu Gu, how long will it take?" Lu Jun focused intently on the fire, murmuring, "About half an hour should suffice." The principle is similar to that of ceramics, though the temperature and duration required are not as extreme. There is another method involving a large pot, similar to stir-frying peanuts, but as we lack a pot, we must resort to this tedious technique. The army and Li Jiangguo gazed intently at the bonfire, playfully teasing the hunting dogs, while in the kitchen, Chunda was diligently preparing a meal. Above the kitchen, tendrils of thick smoke ascended, permeating the air with a rich aroma of cooking. Half an hour had elapsed, and the fire had long since dwindled to mere embers, which still emitted a faint warmth. Lu Jun meticulously covered these ashes with small balls, each no larger than a thumb, waiting patiently. Li Jiangguo, resembling an anxious monkey, petted the dogs, glanced at Chunda, and then at the bonfire, embodying curiosity in every gesture. "Lu Gu, is it ready yet?" he inquired. With a cheerful smile, Lu Jun replied, "It's done." He picked up a twig and extracted one of the small, hard-baked balls, feeling its residual warmth, which was slightly hot to the touch. However, it wasn't long before the gentle breeze whisked away the warmth, leaving Lu Jun tightly grasping the remarkably sturdy spheres. To test the hardness of the clay ball, Lu Jun instructed Li Jianguo to place a tile 30 meters away and draw back in preparation. With a swift motion, the baked clay ball sliced through the air, leaving a whispering sound in its wake, and upon closer inspection, one could observe a fine stream of air trailing behind it as it hurtled towards the tile. A muted thud resounded as the tile shattered into pieces. Witnessing this, Lu Jun's face lit up with excitement. "It worked. We can use this to knock out the greyhound. It won't die, but it will be incapacitated instantly." Ha! In the kitchen, Chunda looked at the exuberant Lu Jun and murmured, 20 or 30 years ago. "I suppose I was just as joyful, wasn't I? Alas, I am getting old." He reflected on the new generation of talent emerging, stronger than the last, and found solace in witnessing the rise of a new contender. Chunda believed Lu Jun would undoubtedly become a formidable figure. His judgment of character was astute. Having only misjudged once thus far, his distant nephew. The thought of this nephew filled him with regret. How unfortunate, he lamented. If only this nephew possessed Lu Jun's prowess, I wouldn't hesitate to pass on my skills. Regrettably, this nephew was a ne'er-do-well, idly wandering about and shirking responsibilities. As Chunda pondered how to address his nephew's shortcomings, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Uncle, I've come to see you. Outside." Lu Jun and Li Jianguo regarded the unfamiliar man, while the two hunting dogs crouched low, baring their teeth at the intruder. It seemed that the moment this man dared to enter, the dogs were primed to attack. Seeing the dogs react so vehemently, Lu Jun and Li Jianguo tensed. Fixated on the newcomer, Lu Jun mused to himself, did he just call him uncle? Could this be Chunda's nephew? He certainly appears to be a ne'er-do-well. What brings you here again? I have told you countless times that this matter is beyond your reach. Get out of here. Chunda, emerging from the kitchen, directed his words at his nephew, Chen Fan, who stood outside. A fleeting shadow of dismay crossed Chen Fan's face, quickly replaced by an air of nonchalance. Uncle, the last time I visited, you set the dogs on me. You wouldn't do the same this time, would you? After all, I am your only nephew. You cannot treat me this way. If my mother were to find out, her spirit would surely not forgive you. Isn't that right, dear uncle? Think carefully. As the words fell, Chunda's previously stern expression morphed into one of deeper discomfort. Uncle, may I come in? We can discuss matters amicably, Chen Fan suggested, attempting to push the door open. Were it not for your antiquated self possessing a shotgun, I would never frequent this place. A shotgun is worth at least 500. With that sum, I could enjoy a carefree existence for quite some time. The thought ignited a fervor within Chen Fan. Just as he was about to enter, Lu Jun raised his slingshot, fully drawn, and warned, try coming in. I dare you. Chen Fan paused, taking in the unfamiliar visage before him. Sir, I haven't offended you. Have I? What business is it of yours if I enter my uncle's home? You have no connection to me, but your uncle is my benefactor. He saved my life. If he hasn't permitted you entry, you should remain outside, Lu Jun replied coolly. He had observed Chunda's pained expression and could easily deduce that this intruder meant no good. Moreover, it was evident that the nephew's intentions were aimed at the shotgun, the only valuable possession left with Chunda. If Chunda were not Lu Jun's savior, there was a chance he would not involve himself in this affair. But out of compassion for the aging hunter or gratitude for Chunda's past deeds, he felt compelled to intervene. If you dare to act, you might not only face bullets but also the sting of a slingshot, which could serve as a valuable lesson. Let us speak civilly. Lower your slingshot, Chen Fan implored, unwilling to advance further, his countenance darkened by unease. Chunda, witnessing Lu Jun's threatening stance directed at his nephew, refrained from speaking, as if silently acquiescing to the unfolding situation. Leave now and do not return. You have no right to mention my sister. And she certainly has no claim to a son as pitiful as you. Get far away from here. Chunda regained his composure, his words laced with venom. Chen Fan, infuriated, pointed an accusing finger at Chunda. If it weren't for my mother, would you still be breathing today? You know better than anyone how she perished. In his escalating agitation, Chen Fan pushed the door open, his emotions spiraling further. Lu Jun furrowed his brow and commanded, "Step back. How dare you threaten me, you little imp?" With 3 bare gallbladders in hand, Lu Jun listened intently to the piercing sound, drew back the slingshot, and released it. A sharp whoosh pierced the air as a small, round projectile struck Chen Fan's arm. "You little rascal!" Chen Fan exclaimed, but before he could complete his sentence, Lu Jun retaliated, landing another strike on his other arm. Chen Fan, now subdued, cast a glance at Lu Jun that held a hint of menace. Observing the scene, Chen Da remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to the unfolding events. Noticing his uncle's silence, Chen Fan spat out a final remark, pointing at the two. "Uncle, you're ruthless. And you two just wait." Lu Jun, who despised being pointed at, wasted no time and once again pulled back the slingshot, delivering another blow. Chen Fan, wincing in pain, clutched his foot and departed without uttering another word. Thus, a farcical scene came to an end. After Chen Fan's departure, Chen Da, wearing a forlorn expression, retreated to the kitchen. "Sister, if you see this from the heavens, please do not blame Lu Jun. He was merely standing up for me. If there is blame to be assigned, let it fall solely on me." Lu Jun observed Uncle Chun entering the kitchen to continue cooking and knelt down to pet the 2 hunting dogs beside him, grinning as he remarked, "You two are quite the loyal guardians." Moments earlier, when Chen Fan attempted to enter, the dogs had crouched low, baring their teeth. A sight Lu Jun had taken note of. Truth be told, Lu Jun felt a twinge of envy. How wonderful it would be to have a few hunting dogs of his own, but presently, he lacked even a single dog, and acquiring hunting dogs would require time and effort. Li Jianguo patted Lu Jun on the shoulder, saying, "Lu bro, you just struck Uncle Chen's nephew. Do you think he will hold it against you?" Lu Jun replied nonchalantly, "No, if Uncle Chen were to blame me, he would have said so by now." Furthermore, he had numerous opportunities to intervene but chose not to, suggesting there may be matters at play that we are unaware of. Li Jianguo scratched his head in response. "Whatever the issue, I don't care, as long as it doesn't affect Uncle Chen's relationship with us." Lu Jun chuckled, understanding Li Jianguo's concerns. Yet he knew that Chen Da was not so petty. Lu Jun called out toward the kitchen, "Uncle Chen, do you need any assistance?" His culinary skills were commendable. Having learned from the previous generation, he always carried a pot and oil when hunting and dining outdoors. Chen Da's hearty voice resonated from the kitchen, "No need. Just wait a moment. Once I finish this pigeon soup, we will be ready to eat." "All right." Lu Jun and Li Jianguo replied in unison. Before long, Chen Da emerged from the kitchen with dishes in hand, making his way to the main room. Upon entering, he addressed Li Jianguo and Lu Jun outside. "What are you two standing around for? Come in." "Coming." Lu Jun and Li Jianguo responded as they stepped into the main room, which was quite tidy, devoid of clutter. Even though Uncle Chun was a solitary man, the space was not in disarray. 2 individuals sat on the kong, gazing at a pot of pigeon soup, a serving of fried dog meat, and a bowl of cabbage stew with pork, while a basket nearby contained several cornmeal buns. Such a splendid feast. Li Jianguo, inhaling the delightful aromas, instinctively swallowed hard. "Uncle Chun, we are indeed fortunate to indulge today. It is quite lavish, all thanks to the 2 of you bringing it over. I merely prepared it a bit. Come, Army, Jianguo, join me for a drink," Chen Da declared as he opened a bottle of wine brought by Army. Revealing a slightly yellow, murky liquid, he poured himself a glass and downed it in one go. Subsequently, he poured drinks for Army and Li Jianguo before filling his own glass again. "Army, had you not intervened and sent my nephew away, I might have truly shot him." Chen Da lifted his filled glass and drank once more. Army hastily replied, "Uncle Chun, please drink slowly." Li Jianguo echoed the sentiment. "Indeed, Uncle Chun, there's no one here to compete with you for this wine. Take your time, don't drink too much. We still need to venture into the mountains this afternoon." If Chen Da were to become inebriated, their plans to hunt minks would surely be thwarted. Army took a sip, finding it quite spicy and reminiscent of its usual taste, while Li Jianguo seemed unfazed, sipping as if it were nothing. Chen Da, cheeks flushed, urged, "Eat, eat, eat. It's all meat, don't be shy." Both Army and Li Jianguo, feeling no need for formality, dug in heartily and accompanied Uncle Chun in drinking. Aware of the need to keep Chen Da from becoming intoxicated, they alternated between eating and drinking. "Uncle, this pigeon soup is excellent. The flavor is rich," Army remarked with a smile. There are numerous methods to prepare wild pigeon, with roasting and making pigeon soup being the most common. The former is straightforward and quick, while the latter requires time to simmer, yielding a broth of higher nutritional value. Army, skilled only in roasting, found the art of simmering pigeon deceptively intricate, a complexity known only to those who have truly attempted it. Do you fancy it? I shall leave it to you, Chen said, sipping another glass of wine with a grin. Army waved his hand, taking a bite of the sour cabbage, which proved to be quite appetizing and particularly refreshing. I think I'll pass. I prefer the convenience of roasting. Ha ha, I share your sentiment. Roasting is indeed easier. Here, you too, try this fried dog meat. I specially prepared it with oil. Give it a taste. Uncle Chen offered a piece of fried dog meat, savoring the experience with an expression of bliss. The meat of the dog was quite fragrant. Generally, small game from the mountains has tender flesh, while larger animals often carry a strong odor that necessitates the use of ample spices to mask it, simmered until all traces of unpleasantness are eradicated. The two took a piece of dog meat, placing it in their mouths, the flavor exquisite, juices bursting forth. Delicious. Absolutely delightful. Uncle Chen, you are truly impressive. Lu Jun exclaimed with a cheerful smile, giving a thumbs up. It seemed that not only was Uncle Chen adept at hunting, but his culinary skills were equally remarkable. I bet my sister would thoroughly enjoy these dishes. Chen took a swig of liquor, revealing a bitter expression on his face. Under the gaze of the two men, he continued to drink in silence. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lu Jun inquired, Uncle Chen, what is the situation with that nephew of yours? My nephew? He is my sister's son, Chen replied, his demeanor forlorn. The two hunting dogs beside him seemed to sense their master's despondency, howling softly. Chen patted the dogs, and they instantly fell silent. He continued, 8 years ago, my sister's family was in dire straits. My nephew Chen Fan had gambled away all their money, leaving them destitute. In desperation, my sister sought my help. Back then, I was not in such a dire situation myself. I could hunt quite a bit and provided her with plenty of game. But one day, I ventured into the mountains and did not return that night. My sister, worried for me, went searching for me. Tragically, on that fateful day, she was devoured by a bear while looking for me. My nephew harbors resentment towards me for this incident. I know that her death was a consequence of my actions. Out of guilt for my sister, I raised my nephew as if he were my own son for 5 years, until 3 years ago. Taking another sip of liquor, Chen continued, who would have thought that my nephew would turn out to be an ungrateful wretch? Every time he visited my home, he would steal game and money from me. I ignored it, but eventually, when there was nothing left to take, he set his sights on my hunting rifle. This explains why my dogs react so defensively in his presence. Listening to Uncle Chen's tale, Lu Jun felt a heavy weight in his heart. It seemed that Uncle Chen was also a pitiable figure. He gently patted Chen's shoulder and offered, Uncle Chen, your feelings of guilt towards your sister, along with your care for your nephew, would surely bring her joy if she could see you now. However, I believe that your sister, in spirit, would not wish to see her son continually demanding and extorting from you. Perhaps the next time your nephew visits, you should let the dogs give him a good scare to teach him a lesson. Indeed, I concur with Lu Gu, Li Jiangguo added, anger flickering across his face. 5 years of raising an ungrateful wolf. Uncle Chen, you did nothing wrong, and neither did your sister. She was simply concerned for you, unaware of the misfortune that awaited her. Lu Jun was about to continue when Uncle Chen covered his face, wiping away tears, and waved his hand dismissively. No need to say more. I understand all of this. Come, let us drink. With a sigh, Lu Jun realized that this burden was one that Uncle Chen must confront on his own. As for the three of them, Lu Jun had the weakest constitution for alcohol. After consuming 3 or 4 cups, he refrained from forcing down any more, knowing that if he did, it would be a minor inconvenience if he fainted, but a significant setback for their plans to catch minks in the afternoon. Li Jiangguo, in fact, matched Chen Shu, yet neither dared to indulge excessively in their drinking, fully aware of the significant matters awaiting them in the afternoon. As Li Jiangguo sipped and savored his dish, he hastily chewed, downing a glass of amber liquor in one swift gulp. Chen mirrored this sentiment, and Lu Jun jested, Chen Shu, Jiangguo, you two certainly possess formidable drinking prowess. This bottle is nearing its end. Ah, nearing its end? I have yet to fully enjoy it. There is hardly any left. Li Jiangguo scratched his head and chuckled. Lu Jun's lips twitched slightly as he playfully tapped Li Jiangguo's head and inquired, since when did you become such a heavy drinker? Heh, Lu Gu, you may not know, but I used to sneak sips of my father's liquor when I was a child. I've been drinking since my youth. A couple of bottles are merely a trifle for me, Li Jianguo boasted with a proud grin, prompting Lu Jun to feel the urge to reprimand him. So, you all can drink. Am I the only one who cannot? Lu Jun, you need to practice more, Chen Shu leisurely remarked, seemingly pouring all his sorrows into his cup. Do not drink too much. We have matters to attend to this afternoon. Rest assured, we are aware of our limits. Both replied in unison. Observing this, Lu Jun ceased to comment further and continued to enjoy the remaining dishes. As the rounds of drinks continued and the dishes were savored, the duo of drinkers eventually found themselves at a standstill, not by choice, but due to circumstance. Chen De patted Li Jianguo's shoulder and said, impressive. At such a young age, you already possess this level of tolerance. You shall surely have an even greater capacity in the future. Li Jianguo grinned foolishly and nodded like a simpleton. Fear not. Chen Shu, I shall indeed possess a vast capacity. I will have everyone in our village completely inebriated. Chen De playfully punched Li Jianguo, exclaiming, excellent. Such ambition. Lu Jun, rubbing his forehead, wondered if the two were truly sober. How else could he be subjected to such nonsensical chatter? Lu Jun entered the main room and set about boiling water for the two. Though they appeared not to be intoxicated, he thought it prudent to prepare some hot water for them. He felt as though he had prematurely taken on the role of a parent, tending to these two inebriates. Soon, the water boiled, and he poured it for them, insisting they drink. After finishing, the rosy hue on their cheeks faded significantly, and they began to perspire slightly, expelling the lingering scent of alcohol. Observing Li Jianguo in such a state, Lu Jun felt a sense of helplessness. The weight of the alcohol would inevitably lead him to return home reeking of liquor. After finishing his hot water, Chen Da's expression sharpened, the usual haze in his eyes dissipating entirely. Li Jianguo, too, appeared more alert. Their current state could accurately be described as tipsy. Yet Lu Jun dared not lead them into the mountains in this condition. Absolute clarity of mind was paramount once they entered. After all, one could never predict whether unforeseen events might occur, and should they arise, they would be beyond human endurance. After approximately an hour of waiting, Lu Jun and Chen Shu had both sobered up sufficiently. Lu Jun nudged Chen Shu, inquiring, how are you feeling? Chen Shu replied, I thought you might have passed out too. How could that be? I am the best drinker in our village. There's no way I could be tipsy. Besides, we haven't consumed that much. Chen De chuckled, patting his chest with pride. Lu Jun turned to the nearby Li Jianguo and asked, how about you, Jianguo? How do you feel? Huh, I'm not drunk at all. What's the matter? I'm perfectly fine, Li Jianguo responded. Having dispelled the effects of alcohol after drinking a cup of hot water and resting for an hour, there was still a faint scent of alcohol on him. But he was indeed sober. Chen Shu rose from the Kong, opened the table on it, and retrieved a hunting rifle. The moment Lu Jun laid eyes on the rifle, he recognized it. Is that a Huang made? He exclaimed. Oh, Lu Jun, you know about firearms? Chen De asked, slightly taken aback, and continued, tell me about its features. Chen De was eager to ascertain whether Lu Jun truly possessed knowledge or merely scratched the surface, as merely identifying a firearm was not particularly impressive. The Huang-made rifle uses 7.92mm ammunition and can hold 5 rounds in its magazine. At close range, it can take down an adult bear, Lu Jun explained. Of course, it has its drawbacks. This rifle was manufactured over 20 years ago, and occasionally, it may suffer from a barrel explosion. Well, you really do know your stuff, Chen De said, delighted. While the earlier details were memorable, the latter flaw could only be known by someone who had genuinely used it. In recent years, he had experienced a barrel explosion, but it happened infrequently, with low probability. Li Jianguo, standing nearby, appeared completely bewildered, unable to grasp the conversation. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Uncle Chen, may I handle it? Li Jianguo asked, eyeing the coveted hunting rifle with longing. Sure, Chen De replied, removing the bullets before handing the rifle to the novice gunman, Li Jianguo. He took out the ammunition to prevent any accidental discharge, which was no trivial matter. As Li Jianguo received the rifle, he examined it closely. The Huang-made rifle bore numerous marks, all remnants of Chen Da's use. Although its surface appeared worn and tattered, it was almost as good as new, with the only distinction being its somewhat shabby appearance. When I have enough money, I want to buy one too, Li Jianguo said with a grin. Chen De chuckled in response. You'd be better off buying a different hunting rifle. This one is an outdated relic from the previous generation. After satisfying his curiosity, Li Jianguo returned the Huang-made rifle to Lu Jun. Upon holding it, Lu Jun felt as though he had been transported back to his past life. Hunting with a rifle and hound, an exhilarating sensation indeed. As he handled the rifle, he murmured to himself, I must hasten my efforts to earn money. I must acquire a rifle soon. Even a basic air gun would be far superior to relying on a slingshot. The army relished the moment before returning the shotgun to Uncle Chen. After receiving the firearm, Uncle Chen promptly loaded it with ammunition and affectionately patted the large yellow dog beneath the Kong, smiling as he said, Let us go. Time to catch some minks. Thus, Chen Da, Lu Jun, and Li Jiangguo set forth toward the front mountain, embarking on their inaugural collaborative endeavor to capture the elusive minks. The path leading to the front mountain was notably more accessible than the overgrown and shadowy trails of the rear. The front mountain stood in stark contrast to the rear, as it had been subjected to logging by the Forestry Bureau, resulting in a barren landscape. Observing the desolate expanse, Lu Jun remarked, Uncle Chen, when did the front mountain become so desolate? Ah, that is a lengthy tale, Uncle Chen replied. In the nascent stages of national development, there was an immense demand for timber, leading to extensive deforestation, and our mountain was no exception. The sparse trees you see today were planted 7 or 8 years ago. Otherwise, the devastation would be far more severe. Lu Jun nodded in understanding. The initial phases of development indeed consumed a significant amount of timber, and lumberjacks were in high demand during that era. However, as progress continued, logging activities faced restrictions. Lu Jun was aware that with the nation's advancement, more of the mountain's resources would be protected. If memory served him correctly, hunting prohibitions began in the early 1990s. He contemplated the possibility of hunting for a few more years to accumulate some primitive capital in anticipation of a prosperous future. As the trio navigated several bends and passed through a patch of grass, Lu Jun noticed a slight movement. Just as he was about to proceed, a greyhound suddenly appeared before him. Startled by the presence of humans, it quickly retreated to its nest in the tree. Seizing the moment, Lu Jun drew back the slingshot, placing a small, thumb-sized projectile crafted by himself into the pouch, and pulled it taut. With a swift release, a sharp sound pierced the air, leaving a trail of white vapor. The greyhound was struck and fell directly from the tree. Upon hearing the commotion, Li Jiangguo swiftly dashed to the base of the tree to retrieve the fallen greyhound. Lu Gu, your aim is impeccable. Chen Da, watching Lu Jun, grinned and remarked, impressive. You managed to react so swiftly from over 10 meters away. It's all a matter of habit, Lu Jun replied with a cheerful demeanor. Chen Da chuckled, observing him with a calm and collected demeanor, exuding an air of seasoned experience. Lu Jun examined the greyhound handed to him by Li Jiangguo, ensuring there were no visible wounds. Indeed, as Chen Da had advised, the greyhound bore no marks. Aside from being unconscious, it was indistinguishable from one extracted from its nest. The trio continued their journey forward, with Uncle Chen leading the way. They engaged in casual conversation while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Suddenly, the large yellow dog beside Uncle Chen barked twice in the direction of a small mound of earth. Lu Jun furrowed his brow slightly. Knowing that hunting dogs do not bark unnecessarily in the mountains, there could only be one possibility. The dog had caught a familiar scent. Could it be that they were truly about to encounter a bear or a wild boar? What terrible luck! Lu Jun had not anticipated that Uncle Chen's dog was, in fact, a scent hound, capable of tracking prey by scent. Scent hounds come in two varieties: the highly gifted head-up hounds, which can detect the scent of their quarry while keeping their heads elevated, and the head-down hounds, which follow the scent left on the ground. The former is exceedingly rare. Even in Lu Jun's previous life, after achieving great success, he had come across very few head-up hounds. As Lu Jun pondered, the large yellow dog lowered its head, sniffing the ground, and, like a swift arrow, bolted towards the small mound. Chen Da gasped in alarm. Before the three could react, the dog had already covered 5 meters and reached the mound. Chen Da's heart raced. If the yellow dog had encountered a bear and engaged it, he would be elated, knowing that his hunting dog was still vigorous. However, he was acutely aware that Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo were with him, and they would be of little help, potentially hindering him further. As Chen Da sprinted toward the mound, he called out to the dog, "Da Huang, Da Huang." Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo, their expressions tense, followed closely behind. Soon, they reached the top of the mound, and only then did their anxious hearts settle. The yellow dog had merely detected the scent of a wild rabbit and had dashed over. The rabbit, having been caught off guard, was now firmly grasped by the yellow dog. unable to escape. Lu Jun chuckled and said, "Uncle Chen, your hound is quite the scent hound indeed. Its nose is remarkably keen. Had we been just a moment slower, that rabbit would have surely escaped." Seeing that the yellow dog had captured the rabbit, Chen Da's anxiety dissipated, and he quickly remarked, "It seems you possess considerable knowledge, Lu Jun. If you ever come across a highly gifted scent hound, whether head up or head down, it will be the most invaluable treasure of your hunting life." Lu Jun smiled and replied, "Rest assured, Uncle Chen, I am well aware." Li Jiangguo, looking bewildered, asked what a head up or head down hound was. Lu Jun explained with a grin, and soon Li Jiangguo understood. Uncle Chen approached the yellow dog, gently stroking its head, as the rabbit lay lifeless in its jaws, thoroughly defeated. Chen De gently patted the large yellow dog's head, reminding it, "Next time, do not act like that. You must follow commands, understood?" The dog, displaying a remarkable degree of understanding, nodded its head and affectionately rubbed against Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen retrieved the wild rabbit from the dog's mouth, took out his knife, and skillfully skinned the rabbit before cutting it in half. He fed one half to the large yellow dog and reserved the other half to lure the sable later. As the dog savored the rabbit meat, Chen De raised the remaining half of the rabbit and remarked, "This will make it considerably easier to catch the sable. Having the rabbit as bait is quite advantageous." The soldier chuckled, "Uncle Chen, it appears we are fortunate today. I'll catch a few more greyhounds along the way to enhance our baiting strategy." "Excellent." The trio proceeded towards the sable's direction, and the soldier managed to catch 2 more greyhounds, which he placed in his trap. Chen De, unable to contain his admiration, noted that the soldier had already earned 10 yuan along their journey. Though he possessed a hunting rifle, using it on small game seemed excessively wasteful. Moreover, the loud gunfire could potentially attract larger, more formidable prey, leading to undesirable consequences. After walking intermittently, they finally arrived at the location Uncle Chen had mentioned for the sables. However, this spot appeared somewhat perilous. Outside the sable's burrow stood a tree, adorned with 2 beehives. The soldier felt a sense of relief. Grateful it was not a hornet's nest. Being stung by hornets would be an unforgettable agony. In the mountains, such encounters could be particularly hazardous. As no ointment could alleviate the pain, one would have to endure it. The soldier recalled a time in his past when he had been stung by hornets. However, it was now November. Were there still bees around? From November to April, bees typically enter a hibernation period, seeking warmer locales such as haystacks or crevices that shield them from the cold. Of course, exceptions could occur, especially since northeastern China had yet to experience the bitter chill of winter and the first snowfall had not yet arrived. The soldier murmured to himself, "I hope there are no bees in there." Uncle Chen led the soldier and Li Jiangguo to 2 other exits, marking the second and third entrances of the sable's burrow. After a brief reconnaissance, Uncle Chen cheerfully declared, "All right, you both have seen the locations of the sable's 2 entrances. Now, Li Jiangguo, you and the soldier will guard the 3rd entrance while I take position at the 1st, and the large yellow dog will be at the 2nd. Of course, if fortune favors us and the rabbit successfully lures the sable out, we may not need to wait at all. However, sables are quite cunning and must not be harmed by gunfire. We can only ensnare them with traps or strike them with slingshots. It is imperative to ensure their fur remains unblemished to secure a higher selling price." Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo nodded in agreement. Lu Jun retrieved his pouch and skillfully skinned several greyhounds, handing the remaining meat to Uncle Chen, who received it with a cheerful grin. "All right, you 2 head over to the 3rd entrance," he instructed. Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo proceeded southwest, standing quietly at the cave's mouth, awaiting developments. Meanwhile, Chen De returned to his previous position, casting a glance at the sable den ahead. A subtle smile graced his lips as he placed the pieces of greyhound meat and half a rabbit's body 10 meters from the cave entrance. He knew that any further distance would obscure the enticing scent from reaching the sable's domain. Concealed behind a tree, he prepared to seize the moment when the sable emerged. As the sanguine aroma began to waft through the air, it soon reached the entrance of the den. 2 snow-white figures appeared, 2 adult sables, their fur remarkably pristine. Upon exiting the cave, they quickly detected the rabbit and greyhound meat, cautiously sniffing the air while keeping a vigilant watch on the food. Nestled behind the tree, Chen De noted the sables had ventured out, yet the distance remained slightly too great. He resolved to wait until the 2 creatures were engrossed in their meal before making his move, thus conserving both time and energy. Unable to resist the temptation, the sables dashed toward the meat, their keen instincts guiding them as they surveyed their surroundings before finally indulging in the feast. Chen remained patient, refraining from striking while the sables were still on guard. A few minutes later, sensing the moment was ripe, he inhaled deeply and swiftly dashed toward the greyhound meat. However, the instant he turned, the sables bolted without hesitation. Though he had failed to capture either sable, Chen remained undeterred, well aware of their cunning nature. He promptly retrieved a box of matches, gathered some twigs and leaves, and ignited them, intentionally extinguishing the flame to create smoke that would infiltrate the den. Observing the smoke billowing from the cave, Lu Jun inferred that Uncle Chen had not succeeded in catching the sables and had resorted to this method. He waited patiently by the entrance, while Li Jianguo, wide-eyed, watched the smoke rising from inside the cave. Noticing Lu Jun's composed demeanor, he refrained from speaking, choosing instead to bide his time. The cave filled with smoke. This rudimentary technique, once used for smoking rabbits, proved effective for any small creature inhabiting a burrow. In no time, the two sables could no longer endure the smoke and scurried toward an alternate exit. As two sable ferrets emerged, they found themselves confronted by a large yellow dog, which lunged at them, snapping its jaws, but to no avail. The ferrets hastily retreated to their burrow, only to be met with a cloud of smoke. Thus, they were compelled to seek refuge through an alternate exit. Observing the ferrets' prolonged absence from the entrance, Chen deduced they had chosen another route. Suddenly, a series of heavy thuds echoed, causing Chen's hair to stand on end. The sound could only belong to a bear. He turned to see the creature charging towards him, prompting him to fire 2 shots in quick succession, both striking the bear's arm. Meanwhile, on the other side, Army and Li Jianguo finally spotted the 2 ferrets, and Army swiftly loaded his slingshot, rendering the ferrets unconscious. Just as Army picked up the ferrets, he heard the gunfire and instinctively glanced towards Uncle Chen, only to see the bear closing in behind him. Alarm bells rang in Army's mind. Li Jianguo, upon hearing the shots, turned to Uncle Chen, who was now in a standoff with the bear and the yellow dog. After Chen had hit the bear's arm, it seemed to only incite its fury, propelling it towards him with even greater speed. The yellow dog, witnessing its master in danger, leapt into action, darting behind the bear and sinking its teeth into the bear's hindquarters. The bear, overwhelmed by a sharp sting of pain, halted its pursuit of Chen, thrashing wildly in an attempt to dislodge the dog. Yet, the yellow dog clung on tenaciously, refusing to release its grip no matter how violently the bear shook. Chen, observing the chaos, shouted in frustration, "Damn it!" Another gunshot rang out amidst the turmoil, striking the bear's leg and eliciting a pained roar. Ignoring the dog attached to its rear, the bear charged towards Chen, swiping at him and sending his firearm flying. A subsequent blow sent Uncle Chen sprawling to the ground. The bear's rage was far from quelled as it continued its advance towards Uncle Chen, causing the ground to tremble beneath its massive weight. Trapped between the bear in front and a pack of jackals behind, the yellow dog, seeing its master down, bit down even harder. It clung to the bear, attempting to pull it away, yet the bear, gritting its teeth against the pain, pressed onward towards Chen. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Army felt a surge of dread. The attempt to trap the ferrets had unwittingly drawn the bear out, likely awakened from its winter slumber by hunger, prompting it to seek food. The soldier swiftly drew back the slingshot, replacing it with sharp pebbles, aiming directly at the bear's eyes. The only way to inflict harm upon the bear was to target its eyes, otherwise his efforts would be in vain. As Chen watched the bear draw nearer, he attempted to wield his firearm, only to realize that his arm had gone numb from the bear's powerful strike, rendering him immobile. The hunting dogs continued to tug fiercely at the bear, but the distance between them was diminishing rapidly. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air. The bear clutched its eyes and let out a wail of pain, thrashing its chest in a display of fury. Chen quickly turned to see that the bear's eyes had been injured. The soldier shouted, "Jiangua, hurry! Carry Uncle Chen away. Go now." The soldier promptly issued his command, understanding that Uncle Chen was gravely injured and unable to move, while Li Jiangua, lacking knowledge of the situation, was merely a burden. Upon hearing this, Li Jiangui dashed forward and hoisted Uncle Chen onto his back, disregarding the latter's wounds. Their immediate priority was escape. At that moment, the bear had descended into a frenzy, with the hunting dogs holding on tenaciously. The soldier yelled to Huang, "Come back." Hearing the soldier's voice, the dog released its grip and ran towards him, retrieving the hunting rifle that had been knocked away from Uncle Chen. Just as the soldier turned around, he saw Li Jianguo returning with Uncle Chen on his back. Leaning against Li Jianguo, the soldier, armed with the rifle, faced the bear. "Why did you come back? I told you to leave. Brother Lu, there's a jackal ahead." "What?" the soldier exclaimed in shock. With the bear in front and the jackal behind, they were in a dire predicament. If they managed to escape this time, it would be a miracle. The soldier continued to focus on the bear, mentally calculating his situation. He had 5 rounds in the magazine of his rifle, 3 of which had already been fired, leaving only 2 bullets. Facing a bear and a nimble jackal with just 2 bullets posed a significant challenge, especially since Uncle Chen and Li Jianguo were unable to assist. The only potential ally was the large yellow dog. However, if he missed his shot at the bear's forehead, it could mean death for all 3 of them. The soldier's palms were sweating as he observed the rampaging bear and the emaciated jackal behind them, realizing that a fierce battle awaited. "Brother Lu, what should we do?" Taking a deep breath, the soldier wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling the tension rise. "Don't panic. The bear has lost one eye and is hindered in its movements. Let us first deal with the jackal. Once it's taken care of, we'll make our escape. If the bear pursues us, I'll cover your retreat. Do you understand?" Li Jianguo nodded as the soldier turned to observe a particularly emaciated jackal behind them. The creature's eyes gleamed with an insatiable hunger for flesh, drool cascading from its jaws. Even when confronted by the soldier's raised firearm, it showed no signs of retreat. It had endured days of starvation, and without a meal, it faced imminent death. The soldier, witnessing the jackal's lack of fear, raised his weapon, chambered a round, and squeezed the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the jackal collapsed, lifeless, in a pool of its own blood. In one fluid motion, the soldier had dispatched the creature. However, there was no time for celebration. The soldier shouted at Li Jianguo, urging him to flee. Startled by the soldier's marksmanship, Li Jianguo hastily carried Uncle Chen and sprinted towards the mountainside. The sound of the gunshot had attracted the attention of a bear, which began to pursue them. The soldier quickly commanded, "Da Huang, bite its tail." Da Huang darted behind the bear, targeting its tail, gnashing and tugging with relentless vigor. The bear thrashed about, the pain from its tail far exceeding any discomfort it felt in its rear. Despite the chaos, the soldier hesitated to fire. He had only 1 bullet left in his Huang rifle. Considering the bear's affinity for survival, he opted for a more cautious approach. He lifted his shotgun and aimed for the bear's head, with 3 bullet holes in its body. A single shot to the head was the only path to a swift end. Yet, the bear's erratic movements made it difficult to aim. "Da Huang, hold on tight." The soldier gritted his teeth as he urged. Da Huang complied, tightening his grip on the bear's tail with renewed determination. Seizing the moment, the soldier raised his weapon and fired. Bang! In a moment of shock, he exclaimed, "Damn it! A blown chamber. Why now of all times?" Without hesitation, he retrieved the slingshot and a sharp stone from his waist, resolutely aiming for the bear's eyes. With his rifle rendered useless, the only way to escape was to blind the beast entirely. The soldier succeeded in hitting one eye, causing blood to spill forth, and with that, his anxiety began to dissipate. The bear was now truly blinded, its vision extinguished. Realizing its inability to see and overwhelmed by excruciating pain, the bear roared and struck its chest in frustration. Observing this, the soldier murmured, "This time, I shall spare you." Without any tools at his disposal, Lu Jun found himself in a precarious situation. Although the bear was blind, it remained a formidable adversary, and Lu Jun lacked a suitable weapon to vanquish it. He called out, "Da Huang, come back." Da Huang released the bear's tail and sprinted to Lu Jun's side. Together, they hurriedly retreated, inadvertently dragging a wild dog along with them. Lu Jun felt an overwhelming sense of fortune, having narrowly escaped death. Meanwhile, Li Jianguo was carrying the unconscious Uncle Chen, whose arm was injured, as he rushed toward the mountain's edge. Beads of sweat formed on Li Jianguo's forehead, and he dared not pause. Aware that this was a critical moment orchestrated by Lu Ge, remaining stationary would only hinder Lu Jun's efforts. The thought of Lu Ge being devoured by the bear plagued him. How would he explain such a tragedy to Uncle Lu? As he pondered, a familiar voice called from behind, "Jianguo, Jianguo." Lu Jun, accompanied by Da Huang, quickly caught up with Li Jianguo. With Uncle Chen on his back, Li Jianguo was unable to flee far, and Lu Jun soon reached him. Turning to see Lu Jun, who was holding a wild dog and trailed by Da Huang, Li Jianguo's face lit up with excitement. "Lu Ge," he exclaimed, A wave of emotion washed over Li Jiangguo, nearly bringing him to tears. Had Uncle Chen remained conscious, he would have preferred to assist Lu Jun in confronting the bear rather than fleeing. However, given the circumstances, ignoring Uncle Chen's condition would have led to dire consequences. Lu Jun clapped Li Jiangguo on the shoulder and playfully punched his chest, saying, "Why the tears? Buck up. I'm perfectly fine." The Huang, noticing Uncle Chen's unconscious state, let out a mournful howl. "What is wrong with Uncle Chen?" Lu Jun asked. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Li Jiangguo replied, "I've checked. His arm is likely broken. We need to go see Li Diyi." Li Diyi was the village's barefoot doctor, the only physician in the area, and he should be able to treat Uncle Chen's arm. Li Diyi's clinic was conveniently located just outside the mountain, where many hunters had previously sought his help. Known for his kindness, he had built a small clinic to expedite the treatment of injured hunters. Naturally, the hunters who ventured into the mountains had developed a strong rapport with Li Diyi, many having been saved by him. Even Lu Jun in his past life had once received treatment from Li Diyi. Lu Jun nodded and said, "All right, let us make haste. We cannot afford to delay." The two men took turns carrying Uncle Chen, resting whenever fatigue set in. Before long, they arrived at Li Diyi's clinic, where Lu Jun called out, "Li Diyi, are you home?" The elderly Mr. Li, with his hair turned gray, emerged from his room, donned his reading glasses, and peered outside at the arriving visitors. "Who is it? Come quickly," they urged. "Mr. Li, please save Uncle Chen." Mr. Li's expression grew serious upon recognizing the figure on Mr. Li Jiangguo's back was Chen Da. Whenever it concerned hunters seeking medical attention, Mr. Li's demeanor was invariably grave, for he understood that hunting in the mountains was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Injuries were seldom trivial, yet the necessity to provide for one's family rendered such risks unavoidable. Li Jiangguo carefully laid Uncle Chen on the floor of the room, while Li Yonglu scrutinized Chen Da's severely swollen arm, inquiring of the nearby army, "What transpired? What happened?" "We encountered a bear," Army replied, "and it swatted Uncle Chen's arm." "What? A bear? Shouldn't bears be hibernating now? How did you come across one? Surely, you weren't searching for its den?" "No, Mr. Li. Please attend to Uncle Chen first. We can discuss it later." "Very well. You two should step outside and rest for a moment. You look quite disheveled." Li Yonglu continued. "Rest assured, your timely arrival means Chen Da's arm can be saved." Hearing this, Army and Li Jiangguo felt a wave of relief wash over them. They chose to leave the room and not disturb Mr. Li further. Outside in the courtyard, Army crouched down to stroke the large yellow dog, reassuring it, "Don't worry. Your master is safe." The dog affectionately nudged Army's palm, as if it understood his words. Army placed the hunting rifle and gear aside, moving to the edge of the water basin. Gazing at his reflection, he noted how grimy and soiled he appeared. Quickly, he splashed water on his face, chuckling, "Jiangguo, come wash up." "All right." Both of their faces were smeared with dirt from sweat and dust blown by the wind. Once they had cleaned themselves, Li Jiangguo looked up at Army. "How did you manage to escape?" "I saw the bear approaching as I left." Recalling the earlier encounter sent a shiver down Army's spine, particularly the moment when his rifle misfired, causing him to nearly faint. Had it not been for his extensive hunting experience from previous lives, he might not have survived the ordeal. "I blinded the bear before I fled," Army recounted. Li Jiangguo exclaimed, "Wow, your aim is that precise?" "The bear's eyes are tiny and hard to hit. Aiming for the head is far simpler. Yet who among hunters aims for the eyes?" "It wasn't the hunting rifle." Army sighed deeply, recounting, "After you left, the yellow dog distracted the bear. I intended to take it down with a shot. After all, it had already been hit by Uncle Chen 3 times, but then my rifle misfired." "What? It misfired?" Li Jiangguo widened his eyes, incredulous as he listened to the words of the soldier. "After the gun malfunctioned, there was no recourse. Lacking ammunition, I had no choice but to resort to a slingshot, blinding the bear in the process and managing to escape. Our survival this time is a stroke of fate and good fortune, as we encountered a bear that had just awakened from hibernation. Had it been a bear that had not even taken its winter slumber, we might have found ourselves as mere flesh within its belly." Li Jiangguo's heart raced as he contemplated the towering bear, which, remarkably, had been blinded by the soldier's aim. Had the soldier possessed a single bullet, that bear would now be a lifeless carcass. While luck played a significant role, who would not be astonished by the soldier's audacity? After the gun malfunctioned, there was no sign of panic. One could only imagine how another might have reacted had their shotgun exploded. It would have surely been a frightful experience. "Brother Lu, You are truly formidable. Li Jiangguo chuckled, adding, so, does that mean this bear is indeed blind? The soldier smiled and replied, are you contemplating taking a shot at it? Absolutely. Li Jiangguo beamed. The bear is now blind. This is a splendid opportunity, Brother Lu. The soldier playfully tapped Li Jiangguo on the head, saying, I am aware it is a rare chance, but we lack both a shotgun and hunting dogs. What do you intend to use to kill the bear? Although it may be blind, its sense of smell remains intact. Do you plan to approach it with an axe and strike it down? A bucket of cold water extinguished Li Jiangguo's hopes momentarily. But a sudden spark of excitement illuminated his face as he continued, we could borrow Uncle Chen's shotgun, along with his hunting dogs. Upon hearing this, the soldier first frowned but then pondered, realizing it could indeed be a possibility. However, they would need to wait for Uncle Chen to awaken before discussing the matter. Moreover, there was no rush. Although the bear was blind, if it were to go berserk and charge, it could spell trouble for them. All right, once Uncle Chen wakes up, we shall inquire. For now, I will attend to the fur of the minx and the jackal. With that, the soldier turned and approached his traps, beginning to unravel them. He opened the trap and extracted 2 unconscious minks, as well as a dead jackal. As the soldier removed the jackal, Li Jiangguo curiously approached, examining the creature, which seemed to possess some differences from a wolf. They often referred to the jackal and wolf together, as these 2 animals bore a striking resemblance. The only notable difference being that jackals are generally smaller than wolves. Additionally, while jackals sometimes hunt solo, wolves are social animals that typically appear in packs. Li Jiangguo poked the jackal gently, glancing at the soldier, and remarked, Brother Lu, is this indeed a jackal? What's wrong? Does it not look like one? The soldier chuckled. I've simply never seen one, and was curious. But why is this jackal so thin? What more plumpness do you expect? The jackal appears to have endured several days of hunger. Its emaciated belly and skeletal frame are clear indicators of its plight. This jackal is actually quite sizable. Yet its frail appearance is a result of prolonged starvation. If we were to encounter a particularly robust jackal, we would likely find ourselves in a more challenging predicament. As Army spoke to Li Jiangguo, he meticulously analyzed the situation. He retrieved his knife from his waist and skillfully severed the blood vessels in the jackal's legs, allowing its blood to flow out. Fortunately, this jackal had not been dead for long. Otherwise, the blood would have permeated the flesh, compromising its texture. After a while, Army successfully skinned the jackal, revealing a pristine pelt. Although jackal skins are not as highly valued in this era, they possess significant medicinal properties, particularly in treating polio. Holding the perfectly crafted jackal skin, Army presented it to Li Jiangguo, inquiring, what do you think? Li Jiangguo scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly, Brother Lu. I can't really tell, but it looks great. It dawned on Army that his instinctive gesture was perhaps unnecessary, as his childhood friend Li Jiangguo had not yet acquired much knowledge about various skins. Take a closer look at the quality of the skin and its texture. These are all discernible aspects. Most importantly, this jackal skin is untouched, save for a single bullet hole, Army explained, imparting the fundamental principles of assessing the quality of jackal pelts. Of course, the primary use of jackal skins lies in their medicinal properties, and their quality does not significantly affect the inherent characteristics of the medicinal materials. Ah, I see, Li Jiangguo nodded, somewhat enlightened. Army proceeded to extract the meat from the jackal, using his knife to remove its organs, which he then offered to the large yellow dog. Hunters are well aware that rewarding their hunting dogs is a customary practice, whether the quarry is small or large. The first share of the meat invariably goes to the dogs. Had it not been for the unexpected incident with the bear, the jackal's intestines would have been hung from a tree as an offering to the mountain spirits, seeking their protection, regardless of the beliefs involved. Many hunters in northeast China adhere to this tradition. However, given the extended duration of their journey, returning to the front mountain to perform this ritual was not feasible. It would have to wait for another time. Army had not forgotten these customs, but the urgency of their earlier journey and Uncle Chen's serious injuries had taken precedence. Now that Uncle Chen was receiving treatment, Army also assisted by feeding the large yellow dog. As the dog savored the meat, Army affectionately patted its head, saying, "Take your time, there's no rush." Li Jiangguo's gaze flickered and fell upon 2 sable furs in the trap. Instinctively, he began to pull one of the sables out. But upon noticing, Army quickly interjected, "Let me handle that." He was apprehensive that the 2 sables might awaken and escape, for they were cunning creatures. adept at feigning death and slipping away unnoticed. If the sable were to slip away, I would be at a loss on how to explain it to Uncle Chen. Especially with my childhood friend Li Jiangguo, who knows nothing, being present. I feel more at ease holding on to it myself. Brother Lu, this sable fur is so delightful to touch, Li Jiangguo exclaimed. Even after merely brushing it once, he felt the luxurious smoothness of the sable, devoid of any discomfort or roughness. Such sensations are unattainable with the pelts of other prey. Hearing this, Lu Jun chuckled and replied, "Do you think the sable is called so for no reason? Among the animals that can be hunted, its fur is one of the two most precious." Li Jiangguo scratched his head, a look of confusion crossing his face. Huh, isn't it the only one? If the fur of the ferret is already this comfortable and smooth, what other fur could rival that of the sable? Li Jiangguo struggled to comprehend this. Lu Jun smiled slightly. Can the king of the mountains fur really compare to that of the sable? The tiger? Li Jiangguo suddenly realized, nodding in resignation. Indeed, the skin of a tiger must also be very smooth and comfortable. The tiger is a treasure from head to toe, with no part wasted. Its skin, meat, bones, and even its whiskers are highly valued. In this era, brewing liquor remains quite popular, particularly tiger wine. Once a bottle of tiger wine is produced, it becomes highly sought after, selling effortlessly. To exaggerate, if word spread that someone was selling tiger wine, the threshold of their home would likely be trampled the very next day. Lu Jun shook his head, took out his knife, and skillfully skinned the ferret, revealing two exquisite sable pelts in his hands. With a cheerful demeanor, he said, "All done. Let's tidy up. We'll take 2 sables and a jackal's meat. Today, we won't eat here. Let Uncle Chen stay at Mr. Li's for a while to recuperate properly." Lu Jun understood that hunters who spend years in the mountains often bear injuries. A moment of carelessness could lead to a recurrence, and if that happens, especially in the mountains, they become living prey. It's best to recuperate thoroughly. He glanced outside, feeling fortunate that he and Li Jiangguo had not encountered anyone else in the village while bringing Uncle Chen. If discovered, explaining it upon returning would have been quite the challenge. Inside, Li Yonglu had already treated Chen Da's arm for inflammation and had him on it for drip. He gently touched Chen Da's forehead, relieved to find no fever. The fractured arm had been saved, but it would require a month or so of rest for a complete recovery. After stepping outside, Li Yonglu surveyed his small courtyard, filled with a pungent smell of blood, and wrinkled his nose. Spotting the jackal and sable meat in Lu Jun's hands, he cheerfully remarked, "Gentlemen, do enlighten me about the whole sequence of events." Li Jiangguo chuckled, stepping forward to address Li Yonglu. "Mr. Li, let me recount the tale." He refrained from mentioning how they had injured the bear, instead providing a brief account of how Uncle Chen was thrown away by the bear and how the hunting dogs managed to hold it off while they escaped. After listening, Li Yonglu furrowed his brow slightly, pondering, "Are you trying to deceive me? Does your bear truly let go of humans so easily?" However, since the other party was unwilling to speak, Li Yonglu did not press further. Instead, he cheerfully observed Li Jiangguo and Lu Jun, slowly articulating, "Are you two, indeed?" Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo. Grandpa Li, you recognize me? When did I become so famous?" Li Jiangguo scratched his head bashfully, a smile adorning his face. Li Yonglu chuckled, "How could I not? With such a significant incident occurring recently, who remains unaware?" Just moments ago, Li Jiangguo wore a broad smile. But upon hearing Grandpa Li's words, his expression instantly soured. This illustrates the adage that good news seldom leaves home, while bad news travels far and wide. Their names had already been etched in the memories of everyone in the community. Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo exchanged awkward glances, and before they could offer an explanation, Li Yonglu's voice rang out once more. "Oh, is that wolf meat and sable meat?" The keen-eyed Li Yonglu discerned the origin of the game in Lu Jun's hands. With a grin, Lu Jun replied, "Grandpa Li, you still recognize it?" Li Yonglu, adopting a tone of authority, remarked, "What do you mean by that? Although I am not a hunter, as the only barefoot doctor in the village, I have neither eaten pork nor seen a pig run. Which hunter in this village would dare say they have no connection with me? I aid them, and in return, they occasionally share some game with me. Over time, I have come to recognize these meats quite well. Lu Jun, you possess wolf meat. Would you sell me the pelt? It serves as a medicinal material for treating polio." As soon as Li Yonglu's words fell, Lu Jun promptly responded, "Grandpa Li, this pelt is yours, as a token for your assistance in treating Uncle Chen." Lu Jun understood that even if he sold the pelt at the collection station, it would fetch a meager sum. Thus, it was far better to give it to Li Yonglu, allowing him to help others, thereby accumulating some merit. Moreover, Lu Jun had previously benefited from Li Yonglu's kindness and recognized him as a person of integrity and selfless love, a spirit that he exemplified fully. Otherwise, Li Yonglu would not have relocated his clinic to the front mountain. Li Yonglu was momentarily taken aback, then continued to observe Lu Jun, cautioning him. Oh, have you thought this through? The medical expenses for Chen Da's injury are at most 7 or 8 yuan. If you use the pelt to cover this, you might be at a loss. Ah, Grandpa Li, us northeastern men do not quibble over such trifles. To put it another way, Uncle Chen is, after all, my savior. I cannot simply watch him suffer. Moreover, this pelt, given to you, may very well assist those in need, Lu Jun stated earnestly, as he retrieved the pelt and handed it to Li Yonglu. Upon receiving it, Li Yonglu cast a complex glance at Lu Jun and said, "You are a true man." Li Jianguo, observing Lu Jun's actions, felt no significant turmoil within, as he believed Lu Jun's decision was indeed the right one. The army handed over the Hanyang-made firearm to Li Yonglu in front of him, saying, "Uncle Li, it's getting late. We must hurry back before Uncle Chen wakes up. Once he regains consciousness, please return this Hanyang firearm to him. Jiangua and I will come to see him tomorrow. Of course, by tomorrow, Chinda should be awake," Li Yonglu assured, patting his chest to convey his integrity and commitment to returning the firearm. The army, with a wry smile, understood Li Yonglu's character well. He was indeed a man of high medical ethics. "By the way, Uncle Li, here are some wolf meat and sable meat we hunted. Please prepare them for Uncle Chen. He needs proper nutrition to recover more swiftly." As he spoke, the army handed over half a wolf and a piece of sable, keeping the other half for himself and Jiangua, as they had agreed before entering the mountains that the spoils would not be hoarded. Li Yonglu initially intended to decline, but realized the necessity of nourishment for Chunda at this critical time. "All right, I consider myself fortunate. Sable meat is exceptionally delicious." Seeing Li Yonglu accept the meat, Jiangua cheerfully proposed, "Uncle Li, may I ask you for a favor? Could you please keep our visit here a secret? As if we never came?" Jiangua felt a twinge of anxiety about the possibility of Li Yonglu revealing their presence, fearing the repercussions of their mountain excursion. "Rest assured, I won't speak of it," Li Yonglu replied with a grin. The army bent down to pet the large yellow dog, saying, "I'll come back to see you tomorrow." As they walked home under the fading glow of the sunset, Li Yonglu murmured to himself, "What a man. It seems our village is about to witness another bold character emerging." On the way, the army, in high spirits, turned to Jiangua and said, "Don't sleep tonight." Jiangua scratched his head, puzzled. "Huh, not sleep? What for, Brother Lu? Are we going up the mountain tonight?" The army patted his pack and replied, "Tonight. We'll roast the wolf and sable meat. This is a rare treat." Jiangua paused, then asked, "Where are we going to roast it?" "Of course outside. Where else could we do it? If we get caught at my place, it will be disastrous." Jiangua scratched his head again and questioned, "Brother Lu, why not roast it now?" The army suggested, "I'll bring my sister Lu Han. Perhaps you could bring your brother, so they can enjoy some too?" Upon hearing this, Jiangua understood his brother Li Aigua all too well. He would blabber everything. If he learned there was meat, he would surely spill the beans. "No way. If my younger brother were to find out, he would undoubtedly spill the beans. This is not like the situation with the white rabbit candy, which could still be resolved. It should just be the three of us. Let us not involve my brother. I truly cannot control his loose lips." Upon hearing this, Lu Jun couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Yet, upon reflection, Li Aigua indeed possessed such a nature. Being young, he relished in boasting about everything. Unlike Lu Han, who had his own contemplative thoughts, at least Lu Jun could still manage to sway him. With a cheerful demeanor, Lu Jun proposed, "All right, then it will just be the three of us. Let us head to the reservoir at the village. It isn't far, and we can leave right after we finish eating." The reservoir, known as Tunzi Water Dam, was specifically constructed for water conservation. Chenjiatin was a picturesque locale, blessed with both mountains and waters. The water in question originated from a large lake pit to the north, reportedly sourced from the Songjiang region, with various tributaries meandering through every inch of Chenjiatin's fertile black soil. To combat the summer droughts, a small dam was constructed in the village to store lake water. Li Jianguo pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "All right, I'll follow Brother Lu's lead. I've been wanting to see the dam anyway. Although I can't go to the lake pit, visiting the dam is also delightful." Who knows, I might even catch a fish and enhance our meal. Lu Jun smiled, saying, sounds good. We shall adapt as the evening unfolds. Rest assured. Upon returning home, Lu Jun, wishing to keep his catch hidden from his mother, scaled the wall once more. This time, he encountered no one. He placed the wolf meat, sable, and greyhound meat into jars. After completing this, he climbed back over the wall, retracing his steps as he exited. Once outside, he pretended to have just returned from the county. Upon entering the house, his mother, Li Qiushui, inquired, "You're back?" Lu Jun replied cheerfully, "Yes, I ran into my middle school classmate Chu Xiong and shared a drink." To convince his mother, he concocted a fabricated story. Li Qiu's suspicious gaze scrutinized Lu Jun, causing him to feel a twinge of anxiety. Had he inadvertently revealed something? No, he believed he had said nothing amiss. While Lu Jun was lost in thought, Li Qiushui, while mending shoes, gently reminded him, "Tomorrow marks your first official day at work. You should go pick up Lu Han today, or you may miss the chance in the future. Hurry along, I will prepare dinner for you both." Realizing he had overthought the situation and that he had not been exposed, Lu Jun nodded vigorously. "All right, I'm on my way." With that, he turned and headed outside. Making his way toward the direction of the elementary school, Chenjiatin First Red Flag Primary School. At this moment, Lu Jun stood outside waiting. In winter, the days are short, and nights extend long, particularly so in the northeast, where the sun sets swiftly. The evening glow of the sunset warmed Lu Jun's face, enveloping him in a comforting embrace. The bell chimed, signaling the end of class. Lu Jun lifted his head and spotted his sister, Lu Han, sprinting towards him with remarkable speed. As Lu Han reached him, breathless and drenched in sweat, Lu Jun wiped her forehead gently and inquired, "Why are you running so fast?" Lu Han remained silent, only offering a sheepish grin. "Come on, let's go home," she said playfully, blinking her eyes and adding, "Brother, did you forget something?" Lu Jun felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He certainly understood the implication of her words. Ruffling her hair, he reassured her, "Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. Tonight, you will accompany me to the dam." Lu Han, puzzled, asked with a hint of confusion in her eyes, "The dam? Why are we going there?" Lu Jun chuckled, "Of course, to eat some meat." "Yay, we get to eat wild pigeon again. You're the best, brother," Lu Han exclaimed, her face radiating joy. She instinctively associated the prospect of meat with the delight of wild pigeon. Lu Jun, intrigued, wondered how his sister would react if she learned that they would actually be feasting on marten, wolf, and greyhound meat at the dam. Before long, the siblings arrived home. Upon entering, Lu Jun noticed their father, Lu Chuan, had returned and was engaged in casual conversation with their mother. Hearing their footsteps, Lu Chuan cheerfully greeted, "Back already?" Lu Jun nodded and replied, "Just got back." Knowing that Lu Jun would start work the next day, Lu Chuan reminded him earnestly, "It's your first day at work tomorrow. Make sure to give it your all and don't slack off, understood?" "Understood," Lu Jun affirmed. Li Qiushui, standing nearby, remarked to Lu Chuan, all right, such formal advice. Let's go eat." Dinner that evening was quite simple, lacking any richness, yet it did not deter Lu Jun, Li Qiushui, and Lu Chuan from enjoying their meal heartily. In contrast, Lu Han barely touched her food. After dinner, instead of sleeping in the front yard, Lu Han insisted on retreating to the back courtyard. Despite their reluctance, Lu Chuan and Li Qiushui acquiesced, allowing her to sleep there. After all, it was Sunday, and Lu Han did not have classes. In this era, there were no supplementary lessons to attend. Lu Jun gazed at the round moon outside and murmured, "Everyone must be asleep by now." Uncertain of the time, he sensed it was the right moment to head to the dam. He gently roused Lu Han from her slumber, and she blinked her drowsy eyes, murmuring, "Brother, I just dreamt I was eating wild pigeon meat. It was so delicious." Wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth, she retrieved a large white rabbit milk candy from her pocket and popped it into her mouth, instantly enveloping her palate in a creamy sweetness. The army soldier gently rubbed his forehead, pondering just how ravenous his sister, Lu Han, must be to dream of wild pigeons. Observing Lu Jun's subtle gestures, Lu Han exclaimed awkwardly, "I have truly emptied my stomach. I hardly had a proper meal today. I must feast heartily on meat." Lu Jun affectionately pinched Lu Han's cheek and replied, "All right, but do remember to eat in moderation. You cannot indulge excessively, understand?" He was aware that Lu Han's stomach could not handle too much richness, and if she were allowed to consume meat indiscriminately, it might lead to her detriment. Upon hearing that she should eat less, Lu Han nodded eagerly, saying, "Fine. I used to crave it, and couldn't even have any. Today, regardless of the quantity, at least I will be able to enjoy some meat." Lu Jun approached the container where he stored the hunted meat, opened it, and retrieved a foreleg of a jackal. Some marten meat, greyhound meat, and wild pigeon meat. Lu Han stared in astonishment, her mouth agape, fingers trembling as she asked, "Brother, is all this yours? How do you have so much meat?" Lu Jun chuckled, "It's a secret. If you wish to continue enjoying meat in the future, you must keep this to yourself, all right?" Lu Han opened her mouth to protest, but, upon seeing Lu Jun's serious expression, nodded in agreement, promising to keep the secret. Shifting the topic, she pointed to the jackal foreleg and inquired slowly, "What kind of meat is this?" Lu Jun replied cheerfully, "Jackal foreleg." "What? A jackal? Brother, did you venture into the mountains?" Lu Han's face reflected sheer terror as she gazed at Lu Jun. Lu Jun placed a finger to his lips, signaling her to lower her voice. "It's just a jackal foreleg. There's no need to be so alarmed." He then pointed to the marten meat. "Now, what do you think this is?" Lu Han frowned, equally perplexed. "Brother, what is this?" "That's marten meat." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Han's jaw dropped in disbelief, her eyes vacant as she murmured, "Brother, how did you manage that? While marten meat is not the most valuable, the fur certainly is. If you have a complete marten, it must also come with the skin." She contemplated how much a marten pelt could be exchanged for in big white rabbit candy. "Let's prepare the jackal foreleg and marten meat." Lu Jun, noticing Lu Han's insatiable appetite, cheerfully advised, "Don't worry about the details. When the time comes, you'll understand. Just remember, you must not tell Mom and Dad about this, all right?" Reluctantly pouting, Lu Han agreed, "All right. Now, let us roast this jackal foreleg." Upon hearing this, Lu Han instinctively swallowed hard and nodded eagerly, "Okay." She wiped away the drool that was about to escape and fixed her gaze intensely on the magnificent jackal foreleg, realizing that today she would indeed feast until satiated. The mere thought of such a substantial piece of meat was simply extraordinary. The army scaled the wall into the backyard, and so did Lu Han. Though she was hoisted up by Lu Jun fortunately, Lu Han was quite light. Otherwise, Lu Jun would have faced challenges. Once outside, they treaded upon the dry, fallen leaves, which crunched underfoot. The darkness enveloped the surroundings, but the moonlight provided just enough illumination for them to discern the path ahead. Lu Jun guided Lu Han around the yard to a sycamore tree behind Uncle Li's house and softly whistled. Inside, Li Jiangguo, unable to sleep, heard Lu Jun's whistle and quickly climbed over the wall. Just as he descended, he spotted Lu Jun and Lu Han waiting beneath the sycamore tree. Li Jiangguo approached with a cheerful demeanor, brushing off the dirt from his hands. "Lu Gu," he exclaimed. Bathed in moonlight, he turned to Lu Han and added, "Xiao Han, you are in for a treat tonight." Upon hearing this, Lu Han's appetite intensified, and she eagerly anticipated the taste of wolf meat. "All right, let us hurry. We need to eat and return quickly." "Wait, Lu Gu, look what I've brought," Li Jiangguo said, grinning as he revealed an old fishing line from his pocket. "Fishing line? You still carry that?" Lu Jun remarked, a mix of amusement and exasperation washing over him. One of the main reasons for his trip to the dam was to observe it. Li Jiangguo patted his chest and declared, "What if I catch a fish? That would make for an excellent addition to our meal. The water is cold, so we can't dive, but fishing is still an option. And the dam is bound to be deserted." Li Jiangguo was eager to showcase his skills in front of Lu Jun, who was well aware of his prowess in hunting. He often felt like a novice in comparison. As they walked, Lu Jun advised, "All right, but don't catch too many. The dam is a communal resource. The fish belong to the village. If you catch any, keep it to yourself." Every year, during the New Year celebrations, the village would hire skilled hunters and fishermen to harvest the fish, shrimp, and turtles from the dam, redistributing the proceeds among the villagers. Although the individual share was meager, it was considered a good omen. Naturally, the villagers understood this custom and rarely fished at the dam. If one truly desired to catch fish, it was far more convenient to go to the large lake pit, where the fish were plentiful. Li Jiangguo laughed. "Rest assured, Lu Gu, I'll only catch 3 fish the size of my palm at most. I won't take any larger ones. I understand this is village property. I'm just doing a little fishing, and I'll stick to the small ones." "All right." Lu Han listened in excitement, thinking that not only would she feast on wolf forelegs, but perhaps also enjoy grilled fish. Was she dreaming? She pinched her cheek, and the sting confirmed her reality. Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo chuckled at Lu Han's antics. 3 individuals made their way towards the dam, with the soldier remaining ever vigilant. Although they were currently within the village, tales of wild beasts encroaching upon human settlements lingered in their minds, thus caution prevailed. Nevertheless, the likelihood of such encounters was minimal, for wild animals typically inhabit their own territories, seldom venturing into unfamiliar realms. Under the gentle glow of the moonlight, they swiftly arrived at the dam. The soldier peered down into the depths below, discovering that the water had risen considerably. He picked up a small stone and tossed it into the water, which produced a dull thud, confirming the water's considerable depth. Upon hearing the sound, Li Jianguo chuckled and remarked, "Brother Lu, is the water really that deep?" "Indeed, it is quite deep," Lu replied. "You go ahead and fish. I will gather some firewood nearby. Let us hasten to prepare the marten and jackal meat for a quick meal." "All right," Li Jianguo exclaimed, excitedly unfurling his fishing line. He found a sturdy branch, secured the line to it, and deftly attached a pre-prepared worm to the hook before casting it into the dam, eagerly awaiting a bite. After offering a few words of advice to Li Jianguo, the soldier set off in search of firewood. Abundant trees lined the dam, and beneath them lay numerous scattered branches, perfect for his needs. Meanwhile, Lu Han was not idle. Her thoughts were solely fixated on the prospect of meat. Eagerly, she scoured the ground for as many branches as possible, hoping to expedite her culinary desires. Observing his sister's fervor, the soldier chuckled, "You seem quite enthusiastic today." Rubbing her stomach, Lu Han cheerfully replied, "I am so hungry. I want to eat meat quickly." The soldier nodded in agreement. "Very well." Within a short span of time, they had gathered a substantial amount of firewood. The soldier retrieved his knife and skillfully stripped the bark from several thicker branches before rinsing them in the dam's water. Once cleaned, he fashioned a rudimentary grilling rack, threading the jackal foreleg and marten meat onto the prepared branches. He arranged the collected twigs into a small mound and ignited them, allowing a thin wisp of smoke to rise into the night air. As the fire crackled to life, the soldier placed the makeshift grill over the flames, laying the skewered meat atop it to commence the cooking process. Lu Han watched intently, her mouth watering, and inquired, "Brother, how long will it take?" "How long, you ask? The marten will require at least half an hour, while the jackal foreleg may take around an hour and a half to cook thoroughly." "Must it take so long?" Lu Han's smile faltered, realizing the extended wait ahead. With a light-hearted laugh, she stifled a yawn and said, "Brother, once the food is ready, please wake me. I would like to rest for a while." The moment her initial enthusiasm waned, fatigue set in, revealing her weariness. The army quickly replied, "No, it's not advisable. Being outside, if you fall asleep, you could easily catch a chill. I have some greyhound meat and wild pigeon meat in my pack. You should take them out and roast them. These two cook quickly. You can eat first. It's better not to sleep. Just endure it for a while." Upon hearing this, Lu Han nodded in agreement and took out the greyhound and wild pigeon meat to roast over the fire. Using the greyhound meat as bait, 042 began night fishing for turtles. The army watched the greyhound foreleg and sable meat sizzling over the flames, a satisfied expression gracing his face as the surface started to exude oil. Meanwhile, Lu Han chuckled, turning the pieces of wild pigeon and greyhound meat on the skewer to ensure even cooking for a more delectable outcome. The army glanced over at Li Jianguo, who was still fishing by the dam. At that moment, Li Jianguo's progress was less than promising. He had not caught a single fish, which was quite unusual. Muttering to himself, he pondered, "This shouldn't be happening. Why aren't the fish biting? Is there something wrong with my bait? That's impossible. These earthworms are favored by wild fish. Why isn't anything biting?" A hint of anxiety crept onto his face. He didn't want to lose face in front of Lu Ge. He had boasted earlier, and if he couldn't even catch two fish the size of his palm, it would be quite embarrassing. As the army sliced the roasting meat to ensure it cooked thoroughly, he cheerfully called out to Li Jianguo, "Jianguo, have you caught anything yet?" "Not yet," Li Jianguo replied, slightly embarrassed. The army raised an eyebrow in confusion. It had been over 10 minutes with no fish caught. This was indeed strange. Lu Han chuckled and asked, "Brotherly, is fishing fun?" "Quite enjoyable. Would you like to try?" "Brotherly, go ahead. I prefer to wait and enjoy this meal." "All right, once I catch a fish, I'll make it into grilled fish for you." "Sounds great." The greyhound and wild pigeon meat cooked first, and the army pulled out some salt from his waist, gently crushing it and sprinkling it over the meat. The aroma was immediately released, making Lu Han's mouth water. The army sliced the greyhound meat and offered a small piece to Lu Han, saying, "Eat this first. After you finish, have the wild pigeon meat, but save some room for the wolf and sable meat. Lu Han nodded eagerly and began to feast. The army then offered Li Jianguo a bit of the remaining meat. Observing that still no fish had been caught, he jovially remarked, "Jianguo, surely you can catch something, right?" Just as Li Jianguo received the greyhound meat, it lost its appeal in his hand. He quickly retorted, "How could that be? I can definitely catch something. Lu Gu, do you not trust me? While I may not excel in hunting, my passion for fishing has been lifelong, and my skills are quite respectable." The army indeed recognized Li Jianguo's talent, presumably channeling it into fishing, foraging, and venturing into the sea. Whereas his skills in land pursuits such as mountain herding and hunting seemed somewhat lacking. This was something the army understood quite well. With a chuckle, the army remarked, "All right. Enough of that. Hurry and eat. We have sable and jackal meat to enjoy later." Understood. Li Jianguo nodded eagerly, bringing the roasted greyhound meat to his lips. Sujiatan, a small settlement in close proximity to the Qinjiadan Dam, lacked mountains but was blessed with numerous nearby streams, with tributaries from the Grand Lake meandering through the area. In a courtyard of Sujiatan, a man bearing a scarred face gazed at Chen Fan and inquired, "Chen Fan, didn't you say you were going to sell your uncle's hunting rifle? Why haven't you done so yet?" Embarrassed, Chen Fan scratched his head and replied, "Brother Chu, I didn't mean to delay." Today he recounted his encounter with the army and Li Jianguo, only to evoke dissatisfaction from Chu Yun. "You useless fellow. Take me with you next time. We'll go together." Chu Yun struck Chen Fan across the face, leaving him wincing, timidly glancing at Chu Yun. The man before him, known as Brother Chu, was a fellow vagabond, sharing a penchant for idleness and mischief. However, compared to Chen Fan, Chu Yun possessed a darker disposition, reportedly stemming from a childhood escape from a bandit lair. Furthermore, he had an older brother entangled with banditry, which instilled in him a sense of superiority. "Heaven is first, earth is second, and I am third." Rubbing his face, Chen Fan asked, "Brother Chu, are we still stealing fish today?" The two had known each other for about 6 months, a friendship born from a serendipitous conversation where Chen Fan disclosed the presence of wild fish near the Qinjiatan Dam. Thus began their nightly escapades to pilfer fish, a venture that constituted the wealth of the settlement. If the locals from Qinjiatan were to discover their antics, Chen Fan would surely face a severe beating. With a sinister grin, Chu Yun's scar twisted, creating an unsettling visage. "Steal? Why not? We've been at it for 3 or 4 months without a hitch. Let us continue our thievery." "Absolutely," Chen Fan responded cheerfully, seemingly forgetting the sting of Chu Yun's slap, as if the pain had vanished with the excitement of their mischief. Li Jianguo scratched his head, watching his bait remain stubbornly unclaimed, feeling a tumult of emotions akin to a jar of mixed flavors turned upside down. Where are those wild fish? The army tore off a piece of roasted sable and handed it to Lu Han. As he approached Li Jianguo, he overheard his lament. "No fish. The sable is ready. Do try it." The army cheerfully offered the roasted sable to Li Jianguo. Receiving the morsel, Li Jianguo murmured, "Brother Lu, why aren't the fish biting?" With a grin, the army replied, "Shall I give it a try?" Li Jianguo handed the small branch in his grasp to army, rising to brush the dirt from his clothing. Fine. Give it a try. I shall step aside to roast the leg of the jackal." Army accepted the rudimentary fishing rod, reeled in the bait, and found the earthworm intact. Peering into the unremarkable water below, a bold thought suddenly crossed his mind as he murmured, "Surely there are no fish down there?" To validate his hypothesis, Army cast the bait once more into the depths, continuing his fishing endeavor. After a half hour of waiting, he drew up the hook, only to confirm his suspicion. Indeed, the waters were devoid of fish. He extracted a piece of raw jackal meat from the trap and affixed it to the hook, murmuring, "Since there are no fish, perhaps I shall attempt to catch a turtle or a soft-shelled turtle instead." During the night fishing expedition, Army speculated that the wild fish had likely been pilfered by someone. Otherwise, Li Jianguo would not have caught a single fish. As for the identity of the thief, Army was uncertain but surmised it was unlikely to be someone from the village. If it were indeed one of their own, being caught would surely result in a severe beating, and they would lose face in the community. While fish could be stolen, capturing a turtle or a soft-shelled turtle posed a greater challenge. After all, these creatures were carnivorous, indifferent to earthworms as bait. Those who resorted to stealing fish would not invest in high-quality meat to lure turtles. With no fish to be found, he decided to attach a piece of raw jackal meat in hopes of catching 1 or 2 turtles. It was worth a shot. Li Jiangguo approached the fire, observing the makeshift grill before him as he resumed roasting the jackal leg. Army had already scored the meat and sprinkled salt upon it, barring any unforeseen circumstances. It would be ready in about half an hour. Lu Han had already tasted marten meat, jackal meat, and pigeon meat, leaving only the jackal meat untried. She wondered what its flavor might be. Li Gu, where did you procure these? Upon hearing Lu Han's voice, Li Jiangguo's expression tightened, yet he responded cheerfully. Don't pry too much, just enjoy your marten meat. He dared not divulge the details to Lu Han, believing it best for Army to explain. In retrospect, Li Jiangguo felt a twinge of fear regarding the events of that afternoon, had it not been for Army. He and Uncle Chun would likely have become the prey of the bears. Oh, Lu Han elongated her tone, feigning displeasure. Li Jiangguo shrugged helplessly and suggested, why don't you go over to your brother's side? I will manage the grilling myself. All right, Lu Han responded, turning to head towards the dam. Once she departed, Li Jiangguo felt a wave of relief wash over him. Had she continued her inquiries, he might have found it unbearable. After all, children of this age are filled with curiosity, always eager to dig deeper into matters at hand. Brother, what are you up to? Fishing? Lu Han approached Lu Jun, observing the wooden stick in his hands, then glancing down at the surface of the water. Not fishing, but catching a turtle. Catching a turtle? Lu Jun replied with a smile, indeed. But why hasn't he bitten yet? Well, catching a turtle takes time too, you know. It's not as quick as you think. All right, Lu Han said, sitting in front of Lu Jun, stretching her little legs and speaking cheerfully. Lu Jun paid no mind to his sister Lu Han, maintaining a serious demeanor as he gazed at the tranquil water surface, pondering when he would finally catch a turtle. Nearby the fire, Li Jiangguo, watching over a wild boar leg, occasionally glanced toward Lu Jun, curious if he had caught anything. However, each time he turned, he found nothing had been caught. As he turned the boar leg in his hands to prevent it from burning, he muttered to himself, can Brother Lu really catch a fish? No, that's unlikely. If I can't catch one, he certainly can't. This was not Li Jiangguo's arrogance or dissatisfaction with Lu Jun. It was merely a rational analysis from his perspective. He usually could catch fish. But Lu Jun had no fishing experience, and given the difficulty of fishing in this reservoir, it was even less likely for him to succeed. Just as Li Jiangguo held this thought, Lu Jun felt a slight tug on the fishing line. Quickly, Lu Jun sprang to his feet and ran backward, gripping the makeshift wooden stick tightly as he pulled with all his might. Got it, he exclaimed, and Lu Han immediately stood up, her face brimming with encouragement. Upon hearing the commotion, Li Jiangguo turned his gaze toward the reservoir and was astonished to see Lu Jun struggling with a turtle. Doubting his own eyes, he rubbed them vigorously, and indeed, there it was, a sizable turtle. Wasn't he fishing? How did he end up with a turtle? It was rare for him to catch a turtle, and the ones in this reservoir were wild. They could fetch a good price in the county. Li Jiangguo contemplated moving closer, but realized that if he left the fire, the boar leg would surely burn. Just as he was anxiously considering going over to take a look, Lu Jun had successfully pulled the turtle up. Observing the creature clinging tenaciously to the piece of boar meat, Lu Jun chuckled. What a good deal. A piece of meat exchanged for such a large turtle. He placed the turtle on the ground beside the reservoir, but the turtle attempted to crawl back toward the water. Lu Jun, however, was not about to let it escape. Promptly flipping the turtle over, with its legs sprawled in the air, the turtle struggled to right itself. Lu Han crouched down and poked the turtle's tail, which promptly curled up in response. Brother, this turtle is truly enormous, Lu Jun remarked with a chuckle as he observed the turtle's size, which was nearly twice the size of his own head. It's probably been around for a century, right? A century? Can turtles even live that long? Lu Han replied incredulously, glancing at Lu Jun. People don't even live to be 100. How could a turtle? Wiping the water from his hands, Lu Jun affectionately ruffled Lu Han's hair and explained, have you ever heard the saying? 1,000-year-old turtle, a 10,000-year-old tortoise. It's quite common for turtles to live for over 1,000 years, provided their dietary needs are met. That is how they can thrive for so long. Lu Han nodded, somewhat understanding, I see. Then, brother, why not catch another turtle? It must live even longer. Let us see which one can outlive the other. Upon hearing Lu Han's suggestion, Lu Jun burst into laughter. As for which of them lives the longest, I cannot say, but I am certain that I will depart this world long before they do. Why bother raising them? I might as well prepare a delicious soup. Turtle soup is quite nourishing. All right, let us make soup. Lu Han's eyes gleamed with desire at the mention of turtle soup. Seeing this, Lu Jun shook his head in exasperation. His sister was wonderful in many ways, but her obsession with food was rather excessive. He glanced over at Li Jiangguo and then back at Lu Han, saying, "Go, trade places with Jiangguo. Let him have a look at this turtle." Got it. Moments later, a second turtle was hooked, drawn in by the familiar sound of roasting wild boar forelegs. Lu Han turned to admire the roasted meat, and once Li Jiangguo was free, he merrily approached Lu Jun, observing the turtle sprawled out on the ground. He raised an eyebrow. "Lu, when did your fishing skills improve so much? To catch a turtle with worms? How peculiar." Lu Jun chuckled, retrieving a few pieces of chopped dog meat from a pouch at his waist for Li Jiangguo to see. "What are you thinking? Using worms to catch a turtle?" This was caught with dog meat. Upon hearing this, Li Jiangguo frowned even more. Dog meat is bait. Is that even feasible? This method was well known among fishing enthusiasts from Lu Jun's previous life, especially for catching carnivorous creatures like turtles. However, in this era, Li Jiangguo had never encountered such a technique. Capturing turtles was notoriously challenging. "Perhaps you've been sheltered. Pay close attention, and I'll show you how it's done. Let us see if we can catch another turtle." Li Jiangguo nodded, urging Lu Jun to proceed. Lu Jun continued to attach the dog meat to the hook, repeating the process as the hook sank into the water. With a slight smile, Lu Jun gazed at the tranquil water's surface, his lips curving into a charming arc, illuminated by the moonlight. On the road to the Chun family dam, Chun Fan and Chu Yun were equipped with fishing gear, including hooks, lines, and nets. The night air remains quite frigid, especially in this countryside. Chun Fan is clad only in a thin top and a pair of tattered black trousers, marked by numerous patches. The cold causes him to drip a stream of mucus from his nose, his body trembling incessantly. Beside him, Chu Yun is not faring much better, shivering in the biting chill. "Brother Chu, why is it so cold?" Chun Fan rubs his hands, clutching the fishing gear, seeking a modicum of warmth. "Soon it will be December. Can it be warmer? Let us hurry and catch some fish this time. We want to come again after this, as the fish over there are nearly exhausted." Upon hearing this, Chu Yun nodded vigorously, replying, "Indeed, we are close to depleting them. This past month has been more troublesome than before. Previously, we caught wild fish, but now there are hardly any left. Stop complaining and let us move. This wretched weather is truly bone-chilling. You need to resolve that issue with your uncle swiftly, whether by theft or force. Retrieve the hunting rifle. Otherwise, we'll have no money to survive the winter and will be left to starve or freeze." Chen Fan, not daring to defy, nodded eagerly, displaying an understanding demeanor. The two continued on, clutching their fishing gear and rubbing their hands, their feet steadily making their way toward the Chen family dam. Li Jiangguo was beside the dam, amusing himself with a turtle, its limbs sprawled in a comical manner. He was cautious not to extend his hand too close to the creature's head, aware that if bitten, it would not release its grip easily. Lu Jun's focus remained on the water's surface, patiently fishing for the turtle. He was not in a rush. Just as he was lost in thought, the fishing line suddenly twitched. Feeling the unexpected tug on his rod, he cheerfully exclaimed, "I've got another one." Li Jiangguo, who had been preoccupied with the turtle, stopped his antics and looked at Lu Jun as he began to reel in. "Lu, do you need my help? Are you joking? I can manage this myself." Lu Jun tightened the fishing line, revealing the prize beneath the water, a turtle smaller than the previous one. In a matter of moments, Lu Jun hoisted it onto the bank. With a grin directed at Li Jiangguo, he remarked, "See? This one was caught using the greyhound meat." Li Jiangguo, witnessing the scene, nodded in astonishment, surprised that greyhound meat could indeed be used to catch turtles. Why hadn't he thought of that before? Lu Jun continued, "All right. That's enough fishing for now. These 2 turtles will suffice. We can take them to Uncle Chen tomorrow for a nourishing turtle soup." Agreed. Li Jiangguo had a lingering question he wished to pose. Why were no fish biting? Was it truly the case that there were no fish left? Just as he contemplated this, Lu Han's voice carried over from the campfire. "Brother, Li Gu, come quickly. The meat from the jackal's forelegs is ready. Let us go." The army captured 2 turtles, holding them in hand, and the turtles immediately extended their necks to bite. Quick-witted, the soldiers seized their heads and called out to Li Jiangguo, "Fetch a rope. Let us suspend their heads." Li Jiangguo produced a length of rope and secured the turtles' extended necks, allowing the soldier to carry them effortlessly. "Are these turtles troublesome? Attempting to bite me? I'll simply bind your heads, rendering your bites useless." As they approached the front leg of a wolf, Lu Han spotted the turtles dangling from the soldier's hand, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Brother, did you catch another turtle?" "Indeed, fortunate enough to snag one." "Hurry and eat, then we must return to rest." The soldier rubbed his hands together, exhaling warmth into his palms. Having sat atop the dam for nearly half an hour, he was nearly frozen. The trio divided the wolf's front leg among themselves. The soldier found the taste quite satisfactory, albeit a bit tough, primarily because the wolf was inherently lean. If only it were fatter, it would have been even better. Nevertheless, being able to consume wolf meat was already a considerable blessing. He resolved to work harder in the future to save enough money to purchase a hunting rifle, envisioning the thrill of hunting wild boars and bears to savor a more gratifying feast. Before long, the trio had nearly finished their meal. The soldier managed to limit his sister Lu Han's intake, ensuring she was only about 80% full, while Li Jiangguo indulged to the point of a protruding belly. The soldier shook his head in resignation. They all strived to maintain a semblance of elegance in their dining. As they rose to leave, the soldier and Li Jiangguo extinguished the fire pit, and darkness enveloped them, leaving scarcely a trace of light. The remaining warmth dissipated swiftly. Just as they were about to turn away, the soldier heard a familiar voice emanating from a path to the southwest of the dam. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck him. It was the voice of Uncle Chen's nephew. The soldier gestured for silence, signaling Li Jiangguo and Lu Han to crouch down quietly. Chen Fan and Chu Yun walked briskly, oblivious to the fact that they had been spotted by the soldier and his companions on the opposite side of the dam. Chen Fan, clutching fishing gear, exhaled softly. "Brother Chu, why is it so cold today? We've arrived, and this side of the dam is much more humid and frigid than the path we traveled." Chu Yun, maintaining an expression as calm as still water, spoke as he retrieved fishing equipment from his hands and hastened towards the dam. Chen Fan followed closely, aware that the fish within the dam were dwindling. If they delayed any longer, they might not even glimpse a shadow of a fish. As Chen Fan and Chu Yun drew nearer, the soldier and Li Jiangguo finally discerned their faces, particularly that of Chen Fan, Uncle Chen's nephew, standing at the edge of the dam. Li Jiangguo whispered, "Lu Gu, no wonder I haven't been able to catch any fish. It turns out there are thieves among us. It's not my fishing skills that are lacking." Earlier, when Lu Jun had caught a turtle, Zhang Wo had begun to question whether his fishing technique had declined. How else could he explain his inability to catch anything? Now, he realized the truth. It wasn't his skills that were at fault, but rather that this dam had been frequented by fish thieves, leaving very few fish in the water. "Lower your voice, and let's see what they intend to do," Lu Jun said quietly. Lu Han, who had never witnessed such a scene before, felt as if she were witnessing a theft, except it was the intruders who were the true thieves. The drowsiness that had enveloped her moments ago dissipated as she blinked and glanced at Lu Jun, then at the two would-be thieves. "Brother, they are about to steal the fish. I know, but they'll not succeed. The fish have nearly all been taken. At most, they might catch one or two more." Lu Jun replied, his gaze dark and focused on the duo's next moves, revealing a hint of cunning. He had devised a plan. "Chen Fan, you truly have taken betrayal to a new level." Lu Jun had thought it outrageous that Chen Shu's hunting rifle had been pilfered, but he was taken aback by Chen Fan's audacity in colluding with outsiders to steal fish. If the people of the village found out, even Chen Shu would be unable to protect him. After all, this scoundrel was infringing upon the village's resources, and even a slight transgression would not be tolerated. As Chen Fan and Chu Yun walked atop the dam, they noticed several water stains nearby, prompting a frown from Chen Fan. "Brother Chu, could there be more thieves here? Look at all that water. It clearly comes from below the dam." "Chu, why are you making such a racket? Who's coming to steal the fish?" "It's probably just remnants from earlier. Don't jump to conclusions. Let us go down and catch some fish," Chu Yun scolded Chen Fan, handing him a fishing net despite his reluctance. The two descended to the base of the dam, slowly scooping with their nets. Above, Li Jiangguo and Lu Jun watched as the pair attempted to fish. Zhang Wo whispered, "Lu Gu, are we just going to let them fish like this? Patience. What's the rush?" Lu Jun replied, pulling out a slingshot from his waist, a grin spreading across his face as he spilled some sharp stones before him. Upon seeing this, Zhang Wo's face lit up with excitement, and he ceased to urge Lu Jun further, instead adopting a look of anticipation. In truth, it wasn't only Lu Jun who recognized Chen Fan. Li Jiangguo had also identified him, but found it hard to believe that he would dare to betray their trust and conspire with outsiders to steal fish. Zhang Wo remained silent. keeping his thoughts to himself as he observed the two below. After some time, Chen Fan and Chu Yun had caught nothing, and the cold began to take its toll on them. Chen Fan, shivering from the cold, turned to Chu Yun and murmured, "Brother Chu, could it be that there are no fish left here? There's not a hint of movement. We've been fishing for ages and not a single fish in sight. Typically, we would catch at least one big fish after a few attempts, but now after countless tries, not even a shadow of one has appeared. What's the rush?" Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Yun slapped Chen Fan on the head. "Keep fishing. I am certain we'll catch something. I refuse to believe we can't reel in even a single fish." Chen Fan, having received the blow, did not retaliate but merely cradled his head, casting a resentful glance at Chu Yun. Chu Yu focused on fishing in the dam while Chen Fan, filled with frustration, wished to strike back but merely waved his hand in hesitation. Taking advantage of the situation, Lu Jun swiftly exchanged a sharp stone for a small clay ball, freshly gathered from the damp earth nearby. Even if it struck someone, it would cause no pain. He loaded the slingshot and aimed at Chu Yun's head. As Chu Yun continued to fish, he suddenly sensed something in the net and hastily began to pull it in. At that moment, Lu Jun seized the opportunity and released the slingshot. The small clay ball landed precisely on Chu Yun's head, causing him to wince in surprise and pain. In his startled reaction, he let go of the net, which fell into the water, becoming irretrievable. Chu Yun glanced over, just as Chen Fan's hand was still lingering in the air. Seeing the fury on Chu Yun's face, Chen Fan quickly waved his hands in explanation. "Brother Chu, I didn't touch you. I just had a little itch. I didn't hit you, truly." Before Chen Fan could finish his sentence, Chu Yun's hand descended upon him once more. "Nonsense. It was definitely you who struck. It's pitch black at this dam. Who else could it be? Are you trying to fool me? You hold a grudge, don't you? I merely slapped you once, and now you're hitting me back? Are you going to keep this up?" Chu Yun continued to scold, while his hands did not cease their assault on Chen Fan. Chen Fan, enduring the blows, protested. "Brother Chu, I swear it's not my fault. Humph. If there's another incident, just wait." Chu Yun growled, snatching the net from Chen Fan's hands. Filled with resentment and unwillingness, Chen Fan gazed at Chu Yun's robust frame, too intimidated to retort. Meanwhile, Lu Jun, Li Jiangguo, and Lu Han were stifling laughter, their bellies aching, yet they dared not make a sound. Li Jiangguo gave a thumbs up and remarked, "Brother Lu, that was brilliant. That was downright ruthless." Lu Jun waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, "Ruthless? It's merely a simple provocation. Just watch. These two will surely turn on each other like dogs fighting over scraps." With that, Lu Jun continued to mold another clay ball, placing it into the slingshot's pouch, aiming once more at the head of the oblivious Chu Yun, who was still preoccupied with fishing. With a swift motion, the mud ball once again struck Chu Yun's head, igniting his temper. Seizing the bewildered Chen Fan nearby, he delivered a sharp slap. "Is your head made of corn husk? You hold a grudge, you hold a grudge." Chen Fan, unable to withstand the blow, momentarily disregarded everything else. He too harbored resentment. Not only had he been struck, but his fishing net had also been taken. And now he was being falsely accused and assaulted again. Enough was enough. He could not tolerate it any longer. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Fan retaliated with slaps of his own. "Curse your cornhusk head. Were you kicked by a donkey? You dare hit me, you scoundrel." Seeing Chen Fan resist, Chu Yun paused for a moment, but then resumed his assault. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of slaps. Hidden away, Lu Jun and his companions covered their mouths, striving to suppress their laughter. The more fiercely they scolded each other, the more they seemed to suffer from the elastic bands of fate. Chen Fan and Chu Yun were like dogs at each other's throats, and Lu Han found himself doubled over with laughter. Initially, they had appeared to be in a harmonious and mutually beneficial collaboration, but now they were in this chaotic state. Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo merely observed the spectacle with amused expressions as the two continued their slapstick battle. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, Chen Fan noted that his slaps barely affected Chu Yun, while the latter's strikes left him reeling. He quickly exclaimed, "Brother Chu, wait a moment. I'll get you for this. You think you can hit me without consequence?" Chu Yun, consumed by fury, failed to recognize that the seemingly jovial Chen Fan was harboring such contempt. How foolish of him to think they could earn great wealth together. Chen Fan pressed on. "Brother Chu, doesn't this seem a bit suspicious? Could it be that someone is deliberately setting us up?" The moment his words fell, Chu Yun's hand hovered in the air, hesitating. He adopted a serious expression, contemplating the possibility that something truly was amiss. Logically, Chen Fan, being someone who feared the strong and bullied the weak, would not dare to strike him unless provoked. Could it be that someone was indeed plotting against them? As he pondered, Chu Yun instinctively touched the back of his neck, only to find his hand smeared with dirt. He showed it to Chen Fan. Indeed, someone is conspiring against us. That scoundrel. Brother Chu, it seems there are indeed people around here. Chen Fan, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly sought refuge behind Chu Yun. His greatest fear was being captured by the inhabitants of the area. With a cold snort, Chu Yun declared, "So what if there are people? Why panic? Who dares to disrespect your Chu brother? Come out at once. I give you 3 seconds. If you do not show yourselves, I shall unleash my wrath." Li Jiangguo stifled a laugh and patted Lu Jun on the shoulder. "Brother Lu, this rascal is calling us out. Come on, let us teach them a lesson. They came to steal our fish and now dare to insult us?" The army chuckled softly, "Shu," as he placed a sharp stone into his pouch, loaded the slingshot, and aimed at Chu Yun's thigh. Suddenly, a loud whoosh shattered the tranquility of the night. Before Chen Fan and Chu Yun could trace the sound's origin, the sharp stone had already struck Chu Yun's thigh. Instantly, blood surged forth, and a piercing pain flooded Chu Yun's mind. Clutching his thigh, he let out a wail. My leg. That scoundrel shot me from behind. If you have the guts, come out and face me." Barely had the words left his lips when the army once again loaded a sharp stone into his pouch, aiming for Chu Yun's other thigh. Whoosh. You scoundrel. You scoundrel. The pain from Chu Yun's left leg had not yet subsided when the agonizing sensation in his other leg returned, leaving both thighs injured, necessitating at least 10 to 15 days for recovery. "Brother Chu, enough of this. We must leave at once. I truly believe this is someone from our village. If we're caught, I might really be skinned alive." Chen Fan was not remotely concerned about Chu Yun's injury. It held no relevance to him. However, if they were apprehended by someone from the village for illicitly consorting with outsiders to steal fish, that would indeed spell disaster. Seeing Chen Fan unharmed, the army nonchalantly produced a clay ball, roughly the size of a thumb, loaded the slingshot, and aimed at Chen Fan's thigh. With a sharp crack, the clay ball struck Chen Fan's thigh, causing him to wince in pain, his gaze falling upon the fallen clay ball. A bold hypothesis took form in Chen Fan's mind. Could it possibly be that individual he had encountered at his uncle's house earlier that day? Meanwhile, Chu Yun was oblivious to further thoughts, aware that their adversary lurked in the shadows while they stood exposed, completely vulnerable as living targets. Clutching his thigh, Chu Yun urged, "Let us go. Let us go." Chen Fan, shaken from his stupor, hurriedly assisted him as they made their way back. The army, witnessing the two retreating, remarked coldly, "If it weren't for Uncle Chen's sake, you wouldn't have escaped unscathed from that stone. Brother Lu, you are truly impressive. Remarkably impressive. Your aim with the slingshot is spot on." The army chuckled, "Of course. Who do you think I am? Is there anything I can't do?" Lu Han gazed at the army with starry-eyed admiration, resembling an infatuated fan. "My brother is simply amazing. Enough of your banter, both of you. It's likely around midnight. Hurry back and rest." Lu Han and Li Jiangguo nodded in agreement. All right. The trio walked homeward, with Lu Han feeling the utmost joy that day, having savored meat and witnessed the army's remarkable prowess with the slingshot. 3 individuals made their way home safely. Lu Jun first scaled the wall to enter the backyard, then pulled Lu Han up, and together they stealthily slipped into the rear garden. The two moved with such lightness that they dared not make a sound, only exhaling deeply once they reached the room within the main hall. Lu Jun retrieved 2 turtles from his waist, placing them into his jar, which contained just enough water to ensure their survival. Having completed these tasks, Lu Jun returned to his bed and resumed his slumber. In a yard in Sujiatan, Chu Yun and Chen Fan supported each other as they entered Chu Yun's courtyard. As they stepped inside, a fierce expression crossed Chu Yun's face. "Damn it, that treacherous scoundrel. I must not let him escape my grasp." Sighing, Chen Fan remarked, "Brother Chu, I believe I know who this person is." At that moment, Chu Yun's eyes widened, filled with excitement as he urgently inquired, Who is it?" "It is likely the 2 individuals I encountered at my uncle's house today. This morning, one of them struck my shoulder with a clay pellet. Just now, at the dam, he used the same method, which allowed me to finally recognize him." As Chen Fan spoke, he revealed the injury on his arm for Chu Yun to see. Upon witnessing it, Chu Yun's face darkened with anger. This was the first time Chu Yun had suffered such a significant loss, and he felt utterly humiliated. Vengeance was imperative. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Very well. Knowing who it is suffices. We shall rest for a few days, and once we have recovered, we will settle the score. However, his movements were too abrupt, aggravating the injury in his leg, causing a wave of pain to surge from his thigh, prompting him to cry out. Chen Fan, observing this, felt a surge of relief that sharp stones had not been used during the attack. Otherwise, he would also be in dire straits. Brother Chu, let me help you inside to rest. All right, but be gentle, Chu Yin replied. The following morning, Lu Jun awoke and rose from his bed to inspect the bamboo shoots he had pickled 2 days prior. Upon opening the jar, a delightful aroma of fresh bamboo shoots wafted through the air. How fragrant! Yet it seems it will be a few more days before they are ready to eat. Lu Jun mused to himself as he admired the translucent beauty of the shoots within the jar. He then proceeded to the adjoining room to awaken his sister, Lu Han. Upon stirring, she appeared as though she had not had enough rest. Rubbing her eyes, she pouted at Lu Jun. Brother, what's the matter? I'm not done sleeping yet. Why did you wake me? With an exasperated yet affectionate expression, Lu Jun pinched Lu Han's cheek and gently urged, hurry and get up, otherwise our parents will surely grow suspicious. What suspicion? It's Saturday. I have no school. I want to sleep longer. Yesterday was exhausting, she retorted. With a teasing grin, Lu Jun replied, all right, since you insist, I shall let you sleep well. But, as for the meat, it seems only Li Jiangguo and I will enjoy it. Don't worry, brother, I merely remarked. In an instant, Lu Han's previously hazy gaze became remarkably clear, his hand grasping Lu Jun's arm, swaying slightly. Lu Jun had indeed grasped Lu Han's Achilles heel. The mere mention of food rendered Lu Han particularly anxious. After washing their faces, they entered the front yard where Mother Li Qiushui, had already prepared breakfast. The four of them sat down to eat. Li Qiushui glanced at Lu Jun and said, today is your first day at work. Do not be late. Lu Jun cheerfully replied, how could I possibly be late? The rooster has just crowed, and I won't be tardy even if I take a bus to the county. Lu Jun performed his role flawlessly, leaving no room for doubt. Lu Chuan cast a sidelong glance at Lu Jun but remained silent, continuing to eat. After breakfast, Lu Chuan handed Lu Jun the fare, saying, here, take this for your travel expenses. All right, thank you, Dad. Lu Jun exclaimed, feeling the weight of the money in his hand. Lu Chuan patted Lu Jun on the shoulder. Smiling, do your best. Lu Jun nodded and returned to the front yard, retrieving a turtle, leaving another at home, and placing the creature on the wall before heading out. Once outside, Lu Jun took the turtle down from the wall. At that moment, Li Jiangguo had just finished breakfast and emerged from the yard, coincidentally meeting Lu Jun as they both made their way toward the old passenger bus station. Li Jiangguo eagerly opened the conversation, cheerfully inquiring, Brother Lu, how should we handle the sable fur? No rush. After we finish processing the greyhound skins in a few days, we can sell them directly in the county. Uncle Chen is unable to move right now. Otherwise, he would be the one selling the sable. Come on, Brother Lu, why worry about that? Uncle Chen certainly won't mind. And we won't shortchange him on the sale of the sable fur, Li Jiangguo replied jovially. Lu Jun nodded in agreement, and the two soon arrived at the old bus station but did not board a bus. During this time, they spotted the elderly gentleman who drove rather unsteadily, but neither greeted him. Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo found a spot to rest for a while, as they had no idea what time they returned last night and were feeling quite fatigued. After 2 hours, they finally emerged from their slumber. Lu Jun stood up, stretching, and roused Li Jiangguo beside him, saying, let us head over to Grandpa Li's place. Be cautious not to be seen by anyone else. Sure, Brother Lu, don't worry. Li Jiangguo nodded, following behind Lu Jun. After their nap, they felt much more alert, shedding the previous lethargy. When they arrived at Grandpa Li's, the sun was already high in the sky. If all went well, it must be noon. Lu Jun cheerfully called out, Grandpa Li, are you there? Who is it? Coming. Coming. Upon seeing that it was Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo, Grandpa Li immediately brightened up, exclaiming, oh, it's you two. I thought you weren't coming. Come in. Come in. Old Li, how is Uncle Chen doing? Has he awakened? Oh, he woke up yesterday. You can go see for yourself, Old Li replied cheerfully, gesturing for the two to enter the room. Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo followed him inside. They beheld Uncle Chen lying on the bed, a hunting rifle resting on the table, and a large yellow dog on the floor. Upon noticing Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo's entrance, Chen Da's eyes sparkled with life. Lu Jun, Uncle Chen, they exclaimed in unison. Uncle Chen chuckled, Lu Jun, how on earth did you manage to rescue me yesterday? He was perplexed by the chaotic events that had transpired, only remembering being carried by Li Jianguo before losing consciousness. He recalled hearing 2 gunshots, but after that, his memory faded. This brush with death altered his perception of Lu Jun. He had saved 2 lives, and in return, they had saved his. It was particularly bewildering for him, an old hunter, to have been bested by a bear. How had these 2 managed to lead him to safety? Lu Jun remained silent, while Li Jianguo, brimming with excitement, recounted the entire harrowing ordeal to Uncle Chen. As Uncle Chen listened to the thrilling narrative, beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. With a wolf ahead and a bear behind, and only 2 bullets, one of which had misfired, how miraculous was it that they survived? The notion that Lu Jun had blinded the bear with a slingshot seemed almost fantastical. Yet, observing Lu Jun's serious demeanor, Chen quickly accepted this reality, though he felt a twinge of regret that the blinded bear had not been captured. However, he could not blame Lu Jun. Their survival was already a stroke of immense fortune, as the mountain spirits had surely watched over them. Had another wolf or more jackals appeared, none of them would have escaped. Old Li listened in awe, realizing that Li Jianguo had omitted the bear incident when recounting the events to him. But he understood his intentions and bore him no ill will. The yellow dog wagged its tail and approached Lu Jun, who affectionately patted its head. Noticing this, Chen said with a grin, "Lu Jun, I owe you a great debt of gratitude this time." "Thank you." Lu Jun quickly waved his hand, replying, "Uncle Chen, you flatter me. You saved our lives as well, using your rifle and hunting dog, which enabled our escape. Without those, I might very well be in the belly of that bear or a wolf by now." Old Li, witnessing Lu Jun's cleverness, patted him on the shoulder. "All right, you rascal. You truly are smooth-tongued. Every time you speak, it's so polished. I wonder how your father, such an honest man, ended up with a son like you." Lu Jun chuckled, continuing to play with the yellow dog while pulling out a turtle he had brought along. "Oh, where did you catch this? Did you go to the big lake?" Uncle Li's eyes gleamed upon spotting the turtle. Army, with a cheerful demeanor, explained, "I caught these 2 at the dam. I didn't catch many." Uncle Li glanced at Army and casually remarked, "It's impressive that you managed to catch anything. There are indeed plenty of turtles over by the dam, but they're all buried in the mud, making them nearly impossible to catch. Don't worry, I want to mention this around the village." He had not anticipated that Army was not only adept at hunting, but also skilled in fishing, managing to catch a turtle. Had Uncle Li known the method Army employed, his reaction would likely have been quite different. "Uncle Li, I'll need your assistance with this. Could you prepare a turtle soup for Uncle Chen?" "Absolutely, Chen Pao. You are in for a treat these days. Yesterday you had sable meat, and today you're getting turtle soup. I'm almost envious." Uncle Li chuckled, noting that both he and Chunda were solitary men, essentially old bachelors. However, Army was unaware of their circumstances. Both men were not impoverished, rather they were financially stable. The reasons for their unmarried status remained a mystery to Army, who was not foolish enough to inquire directly in their presence. "Jiangua, come with me. Assist me while these 2 engage in conversation." Before Jiangua could respond, Uncle Li had already pulled him outside to assist in preparing the turtle. Inside the room, only 2 men and a dog remained. Army initiated the conversation, saying, "Uncle Chen, the sable fur is at my house. I'm considering selling it in the county soon. What do you think?" Chunda replied cheerfully, "That sounds good. I haven't been to the county in a while. I could visit some old friends and buy a few things." "Army, who taught you to shoot?" Chunda asked, voicing a question that had lingered in his mind. Perplexed by Army's exceptional marksmanship, Army chuckled, "Am I really that good? I suppose I was just lucky. I shot a wolf with 1 bullet, but the next shot misfired and nearly scared me to death." Quickly shifting the topic, Army said, "By the way, Uncle Chen, I have a couple more things to discuss with you." "Go on, what is it?" "Yesterday, Jiangua and I went to the dam and saw your nephew." "My nephew?" Chen fan. "What was he doing?" "It wasn't just him. There seemed to be another unfamiliar face with a distinct scar on his cheek. I suspect he isn't from our village." They were both carrying fishing gear, and Jiangua tried fishing for a while, but caught nothing. "If I'm not mistaken, those 2 have likely stolen all the fish from the dam." As soon as Army finished speaking, the veins on Chunda's forehead bulged, his fists clenched tightly. Creaking ominously, he realized that his nephew had conspired with someone from another village to deplete the fish from the dam. If the people in the camp were to discover this, it would surely spell disaster. Chunda exhaled deeply and remarked, "Lu Jun, you need not concern yourself with the matter of the fish in the dam. I will find a way to reclaim the stolen fish." "Uncle Chen, Lu Jun intended to say more, but Chunda waved his hand dismissively. After all, he is the only son of my sister. Keep this information to yourself. I will find a way to make up for the lost fish. Seeing Chunda's resolute determination, Lu Jun could only nod in agreement. What is the second matter? Chunda continued. I wish to borrow a gun and a hunting dog. With the bear's eyes now blinded, this presents a particularly opportune moment. Uncle Chen assented. Borrow a gun. Had you not mentioned it, I would have sought you out. Your marksmanship is exceptional, and with the bear now sightless, this is indeed the perfect time to hunt it. Chunda chuckled. We cannot let such a prize slip from our grasp. With the bear now blind, armed with a hunting rifle and the large hound, it will be quite easy to deal with it. However, the rifle's barrel has exploded. If you wish to repair it, it will require some time. Are you skilled in such repairs? Upon hearing Uncle Chen's words, Lu Jun immediately replied with enthusiasm. So, you are in agreement then. Repair it? I have some knowledge. Mainly, the barrel of the Hanyang rifle has burst, but if I saw off the front, it can still be utilized, albeit temporarily. Do you think you can approve of this plan? Such a splendid opportunity. How could one refuse? Moreover, the severed barrel remains usable, though it will increase the recoil. Can you handle that? Were it not for my fractured arm, I would insist on accompanying you into the mountains to take down that bear myself. Yet, it seems your skills far surpass mine, and you are notably composed and mature. It is indeed better for you to go. Upon hearing Uncle Chen's words, Lu Jun sprang up, joy lighting his face as he looked at Chunda. Uncle Chen, rest assured, I will surely manage. I will bring back the bear for you. Chunda continued, there is likely a bear den nearby. If I am not mistaken, it should be a tree den. Exercise caution. Bear dens are categorized into tree dens and ground dens. Ground dens are caves formed from stone mounds on the surface, while tree dens are hollows created by bears beneath trees. Tree dens are generally more elusive, often concealed beneath towering trees, making them difficult to spot. During this winter season, hunters seldom provoke the hibernating bears, as they lack any fat reserves and can become exceedingly frenzied upon encountering humans. A moment's carelessness could result in becoming prey for a bear, much like the bear encountered by Lu Jun, Li Jiangguo, and Chunda yesterday, which was likely awakened from hibernation by hunger and ventured out in search of food. Lu Jun laughed. A tree den? It seems this bear is rather clever, adept at climbing trees and capable of striking a nest. However, one must not underestimate it. Although the bear is currently blind in both eyes, its sense of smell and hearing is exceptionally acute. Otherwise, it wouldn't be referred to as a blind bear. If it catches a whiff of us, it could spell significant trouble. You must eliminate it before it detects your presence. Chunda has hunted 5 blind bears and possesses considerable experience, which he endeavors to relay to the army. He hands over a Hanyang rifle from the table to the soldier, speaking slowly. In the main room of my courtyard, within the nightstand, there are bullets. Just take what you need, but don't take too many. Leave a few for me. Today, let the Huang accompany you once more. All right. The soldier replies cheerfully. Inside the room, the soldier retrieves a knife and carefully cuts the damaged section of the rifle barrel. After completing the task, he notices a slight nick on the blade, but fortunately, the Hanyang rifle remains functional, albeit with its barrel shortened by half. Outside the courtyard, Li Dage and Li Jiangguo have successfully dealt with the turtle. The next steps are straightforward. They simply need to place the turtle into a clay pot for stewing. Li Jiangguo assists in preparing the fire while Li Dage retrieves a hanging clay pot from inside, cutting the turtle into pieces before adding water to continue the simmering process. Is that it, Li Dage? Li Jiangguo observes the simplicity of Li Dage's approach, puzzled and thinking he might be jesting. Li Dage shoots him a look of exasperation and continues, if not like this, then how else would you stew it? How else? Li Jiangguo chuckles. I read in books that they use red ginseng and cordyceps for stewing. I would prefer to follow the book's instructions, but do you have any red ginseng or cordyceps? Li Dage retorts with irritation, glancing at Li Jiangguo, who appears oblivious to the situation, contemplating giving him a slap. Ah, Li Dage, don't you have any? Do you take me for someone of means? I am a barefoot doctor, not a quack. Where would I procure red ginseng or cordyceps? Even if I did, they are reserved for patients, not for soup. At that moment, the soldier emerges from the house and observes the agitation of Li Dage due to Li Jiangguo. Quickly interjecting with laughter, Li Dage, don't bother with this rascal. That's just his nature. You two carry on. I'll go change the dressing for Chen Pao. Li Dage leaves with that remark and heads back inside. Li Jiangguo watches him depart and mutters softly, "Brother Lu, Li Dage is rather stingy, isn't he? He won't even spare a bit of red ginseng or cordyceps." The soldier chuckles lightly, then without hesitation, gives Li Jiangguo a playful slap on the head, continuing, "Enough of your nonsense. Let us get to the point." "All right, what is it, Brother Lu?" Li Jiangguo responds, his demeanor shifting to one of enthusiasm. "We've secured a gun and a hunting dog. This afternoon, after we finish our meal, we'll head into the mountains to hunt that bear." "Secured it?" A flicker of joy appeared on Li Jiangguo's face as he nodded at the army. With excitement, he leapt 3 feet into the air, his hands dancing in jubilation. Inside the room, Grandpa Li tended to Chen Da's bandages, and during the procedure, noticing that the Hanyang rifle on the table had vanished, he chuckled. "Did you truly lend it to him?" "Indeed, the army's marksmanship now surpasses mine by leaps and bounds. What he lacks now are a hunting rifle and a hunting dog. However, the path he must tread is solely his own. I merely lent him this one time." Chen Da, now aware of the army's prowess, realized he had to regard him with newfound respect. The young man he had rescued a few days prior was far from the clueless novice he had initially assumed. In truth, the army possessed far greater capabilities than he had imagined. There was another reason Chen Da had lent the Hanyang rifle. His nephew, in collusion with others from their community, had been stealing fish. He needed to replenish the stolen catch, which would require some funds. If the army happened to hunt a bear and procure bear bile, he would certainly share a portion with him. This was not merely Chen Da's selfishness. He had no other recourse concerning that nephew, and at times, he wished he could simply shoot Chen Fan. Yet, he could not bring himself to confront his sister. It seemed that another hunter was about to emerge from their community. Sooner or later, within a year, the army would likely be capable of hunting independently. Chen Da mused with a smile. "Such high hopes," he exclaimed cheerfully. "This afternoon, you shall see." Grandpa Li, grounded in reality, remarked, "Well, I am curious to see if this army can indeed hunt down a bear. Even a blind one is not easily subdued." Chen Da smiled in silence, not uttering a word, when suddenly the voice of the army rang from outside. "Grandpa Li, Uncle Chen, the turtle soup is ready, and I shall bring it in." As the army entered, he placed the turtle soup on the Kong and, with a cheerful demeanor, addressed Uncle Chen and Grandpa Li, "Gentlemen, do hurry and taste the flavor." Grandpa Li glanced at the soup in the clay pot, then rose to the cupboard to retrieve the cooled cornbread. He took 6 pieces, leaving 2 on the Kong. Should anyone wish to partake? Chen Da scooped a spoonful, savoring it delicately, a faint smile gracing his face. "Delicious, especially fresh." The army replied with a grin, "Uncle Chen, Grandpa Li, the meat in this soup is the real treasure. It's packed with collagen and exceptionally flavorful." "Very well, you two should also indulge." Grandpa Li and Chen Da chorused, their faces alight with satisfaction. The trio enjoyed their meal leisurely, while Li Jiangguo, sitting nearby, ate as if he had never tasted food before, his manner rather exaggerated. The 4 of them found the pot of turtle soup just sufficient. Largely due to the substantial size of the turtle the army had procured, had it been smaller, they might have struggled to share. Thankfully, the cornbread offered by Grandpa Li helped to stave off hunger. After finishing lunch, Army did not leave with a shotgun and hunting dog. Instead, he took out the leftover jackal meat from Uncle Chen's meal yesterday and generously fed it to the large yellow dog. The dog lowered its head, savoring each bite, while Army affectionately stroked its fur, cheerfully saying, "Take your time. We will rely on you today." Having experienced the struggle yesterday afternoon, the yellow dog had already memorized the scent of the bear, and it was particularly adept at locating it. Once the dog had eaten its fill, Army patted its head and called out to Li Jiangguo, who was still in the main room. "Jiangguo, let us go." "All right." Without a moment's hesitation, Li Jiangguo emerged from the room, fully prepared. Army cheerfully remarked, "Uncle Chen, Grandpa Li, we're off. Be cautious in the mountains, stay alert at all times." As he walked outside, he reassured them, "Uncle Chen, Grandpa Li, you can rest easy." Watching the departing figures of Army and Li Jiangguo, Grandpa Li and Uncle Chen exchanged faint smiles. What a fine young man. He is perceptive, sensible, filial, shrewd, and cautious. How did that honest fellow Lu Chuan end up with a son like Army? Grandpa Li chuckled, clearly impressed by Army, especially after their interactions over the past 2 days. He sensed no arrogance, selfishness, or vanity in Army, as if such undesirable traits had no association with him at all. If Grandpa Li knew that Army had lived 2 lives, he might have understood better. "Chen Pao, have you ever thought about taking on a disciple?" All your skills will go to waste if you take them to your grave. Let us not discuss that. I had intended to teach my nephew, but he turned out to be a hopeless case. Now, I have no candidates, and as for Army, he doesn't need me at all. Army may not, but Li Jiangguo beside him can. That fellow has been following Army closely. If you impart your skills to him, he could assist Army in the future, and you would leave your legacy behind. Chen Pao felt somewhat tempted by the idea. He knew he couldn't teach Army anything. His hunting skills were not something he could afford to lose, yet the thought of finding a disciple was indeed a dilemma for him. Let us think it over. He decided. All right then, I won't keep you with idle chatter. You should rest well. I'll take a stroll outside. Wutuan, located 80 kilometers from Qinjiatin, was where Lu Fengying was returning home today. Her mood was exceptionally joyful. She had set out before dawn and had only stopped briefly to eat the provisions she had brought along. She cradled a pure white puppy in her arms, a creature she had acquired from the renowned hunter in the village. Initially, the hunter was reluctant to part with the pup, but after considering the assistance provided by Lu Fengying's husband in the past, he begrudgingly agreed, parting with a small-framed white dog. Aware that her family lacked even a single dog, Lu Fengying contemplated gifting this 2-month-old puppy to her family for protection, gently rubbing her belly. A subtle smile graced her face as she continued her journey towards Chen's village. Meanwhile, Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo arrived at Uncle Chen's courtyard with their hunting dogs. As Lu Jun stepped inside, a black dog emerged from the house, initially startled, but soon realizing that the presence of a large yellow dog indicated no threat. With a cheerful demeanor, Lu Jun entered, refraining from petting the black dog, but offering it some wolf meat instead. Upon entering the main house alongside Li Jiangguo, Lu Jun approached the bedside table, opened it, and retrieved 7 bullets. He would have taken more, but there were only 10 bullets available, and he left 3 for Uncle Chen. Lu Gu, if you have the gun, what am I supposed to use? Came Li Jiangguo's soft lament from behind. Turning to see his friend's forlorn expression, Lu Jun contemplated for a moment before heading to the storage room. He found a suitable axe and handed it to Li Jiangguo. Use this for protection. Just stay behind me. I'll handle the bears. Li Jiangguo sighed with a rueful smile and nodded in resignation. Lu Jun, noticing his friend's despondency, quickly reassured him, Jiangguo, it's not that I don't want you to use a gun. You know the dangers we'll face in the mountains. Here, take this hunting rifle to satisfy your curiosity. But once we enter the mountains, you'll give it back to me. When our funds are sufficient, we can each have a hunting rifle. The earlier gloom that had clouded Li Jiangguo's face dissipated, replaced by a beaming expression. All right, I'll follow your lead, Lu Gu. Lu Jun smiled broadly, loading the 772 bullets into the Hanyang rifle and handing it to Li Jiangguo for him to relish the experience. With a goofy grin, Li Jiangguo accepted the rifle, reveling in the thrill of holding a hunting weapon, even if it meant no immediate prey. Lu Jun watched Li Jiangguo with amusement. After all, who could resist the allure of a hunting rifle? Once Li Jiangguo had savored the moment, Lu Jun, accompanied by the large yellow dog, cheerfully made his way towards the front mountain, with Li Jiangguo trailing behind. Into the mountains. Let us hunt some bears. As they stealthily entered the front mountain, Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo moved cautiously, wary of encountering any familiar faces that might question their reasons for venturing into the wilderness. Shortly after their entry, Li Jiangguo passed the Hanyang rifle back to Lu Jun, opting to wield the axe for self-defense. The army took hold of the Hanyang-made firearm, slinging it across his back, and affectionately patted the large yellow dog, cheerfully exclaiming, "It's up to you now, Big Yellow." The dog, a low-headed hound, was particularly attuned to the sense of prey. It lowered its head, sniffing the ground intently, and began to move forward with a poised gait. Both Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo followed closely behind the dog, their expressions taut with anticipation. Along the path, Lu Jun noticed several gray rabbits. He deftly retrieved his slingshot from his waist and aimed at the rabbits peeking out from the trees, successfully bringing each one down. Li Jiangguo collected the fallen rabbits and placed them into the pouch at Lu Jun's side, grinning as he inquired, "Lu Gu, how many rabbit pelts do we have now? Don't forget about that big order from last time." With a smile, Lu Jun responded, giving Li Jiangguo a reassuring pat on the shoulder, including these 5. We're nearly at 9 rabbit pelts. If all goes well, we should reach that order of 50 pelts in just 3 or 4 days. All right, Lu Gu. As long as you have a plan, Li Jiangguo replied, nodding in agreement. They continued to follow the pace of Big Yellow until they reached the vicinity of the marten den they had captured yesterday. Suddenly, Lu Jun remembered that there were 2 beehives nearby, likely devoid of bees by now. Calling out to Li Jiangguo and Big Yellow, he directed their gaze towards the tree trunk where the 2 hives were situated. Lu Gu, are you thinking of disturbing the beehives? Li Jiangguo noticed the direction of Lu Jun's attention and observed the hives hanging above. Shall we give it a try? There are no bees left. They have long since fled. There might still be some honey inside, Lu Jun said with a light-hearted chuckle. His desire for honey was not the primary motivation. He was aware that his sister, Lu Fengying, was soon to arrive, and he had little to offer her after 2 years apart. The 2 beehives presented the perfect opportunity to gather a gift for her. As soon as Lu Jun finished speaking, Li Jiangguo instinctively hid behind a tree. Recalling his childhood encounter with a bee sting, which had left him wary of any potential threats from the hives, Lu Jun produced his slingshot, opting not to use a hunting rifle or a stick to poke at the hives. Instead, he launched 2 small stones, and with a swift whoosh, both beehives fell to the ground. Quickly stowing his slingshot, Lu Jun picked up the fallen hives, discovering that one had already shrunk and contained no honey, while the other was brimming with the sweet substance. A gentle smile graced Lu Jun's lips. The hive without honey could be sold as medicinal material, while the honey-filled one was destined for his sister. Emerging from behind the tree, Li Jiangguo regarded Lu Jun with admiration, exclaiming, Lu Gu, you're amazing. You brought down those beehives in just 2 shots. I'm truly impressed. Lu Jun chuckled and nodded, replying, you too shall have your day. The army surveyed the surroundings. Where remnants of blood were still visible, evidence from the previous day's confrontation between the army and Uncle Chen against the bear. Brother Lu, the bear seems gravely injured. So much blood, Li Jiangguo remarked, his expression tense as he gazed at the brownish bloodstains nearby. Uncle Chen fired 3 shots, 2 to its arm and 1 to its leg. I shot it in the eyes. How could there be little blood? Lu Jun replied cheerfully, though he remained vigilant, aware that the bear, colloquially known as the mountain beast, could be lethal when enraged, even capable of tearing apart tigers. Hearing this, Li Jiangguo chuckled and gave Lu Jun a thumbs up, impressed. Da Huang, come here. Lu Jun called to his dog, leading it to the bloodied ground and gesturing towards the dark stains. The intelligent Da Huang understood, lowering its head to sniff the blood. After a brief exploration, the dog's fur bristled, and it took off toward the southwest, its body tense with anticipation. Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo exchanged glances, then hurriedly followed. As they traveled, Lu Jun gripped his Hanyang rifle, feeling a slight perspiration in his palm. Da Huang kept its nose to the ground, tracking the increasing blood trail, and Lu Jun knew they were nearing the bear's location. Soon, Da Huang halted before a large tree, where more blood pooled at its base. Leaning down, Lu Jun confirmed it was indeed the bear's blood from the previous day. Yet, there was no sign of the bear. Where could it be? Da Huang arched its back and looked up, about to bark. Lu Jun quickly intervened, only to discover that the bear had made a den in the tree. Rubbing Da Huang's head, he reassured, don't worry, we've found its lair. I will avenge Uncle Chen. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Da Huang wagged its tail, though still poised to defend against the bear. After calming the dog, Lu Jun scrutinized the den's concealment. The entrance was cleverly positioned amidst the thickest foliage, making it nearly invisible. Had it not been for his careful observation, he might have overlooked it entirely. Such occurrences were rare for Lu Jun. The tree's considerable size allowed the bear to create its den high above, a feat impossible in smaller trees. Li Jiangguo tightened his grip on his axe, peering up at the den. Brother Lu, this bear is quite clever. It chose to make its den above rather than below. How peculiar. Typically, bear dens are found at the base of trees, yet this one was an unusual sight, nestled high among the branches. The army chuckled, remarking, sometimes intelligence can lead to one's own downfall. Tian Songzi, it seems you truly reside in the heavens this time. If the bear were unharmed, it would be the celestial being atop the tree, exceedingly difficult to hunt. However, if the wounded bear were to occupy the tree, it would be at its most perilous moment upon descending. Even if this bear were to strike from the tree, the army would not perceive this encounter as exceptionally effortless. Of course, this does not imply that the bear is foolish. Rather, it signifies that it possesses a greater cunning than the average bear. After all, this bear is particularly sly. When uninjured and spotting humans below, it would recklessly hurl itself down, inflicting fatal damage upon them. One must never underestimate any large prey in the mountains. Each one is formidable in its own right. The army cheerfully instructed Jiangua. Listen to me. Place the axe beneath the tree, blade facing upwards. Li Jiangua, bewildered, inquired, blade facing upwards? Brother Lu, what are you planning to do? The army, with a sly grin, replied, you will understand soon enough. As the bear's demise loomed, Li Jiangua complied without objection, positioning the axe as directed before returning to the army's side. Upon seeing Li Jiangua complete the task, the army gestured for him to stand behind, cautioning him to keep a safe distance. The army wiped his firearm, muttering, let us hope it doesn't misfire this time. The large yellow dog, perceptive and astute, responded to a mere glance from the army, barking furiously at the celestial being above. The barks swiftly reached the bear's ears, prompting it to grasp the upper edge of the tree with its front paws and roar in response, thumping its chest. The army observed the bear above. Noting the blood smeared around its eyes, it was evident that the bear had bled significantly upon emerging from its hideout. Simultaneously, the bear caught the scent of a familiar presence, that of the individual who had blinded it the previous day, alongside the odor of the yellow dog, which had previously nipped at its rear. The army gleefully announced, here it comes, while aiming his firearm at the bear. Fully aware that the moment to fire had not yet arrived, he patiently awaited the right opportunity. Behind him, Li Jianguo was equally drenched in sweat, overwhelmed by the bear's intimidating presence, especially with its imposing stature and dark fur. The bear, gripping the tree, slowly descended with its massive bulk, while the yellow dog barked incessantly below. Just as the bear was about to reach the ground, the yellow dog lunged, sinking its teeth into the bear's rear. The bear ceased its descent, continuously shaking off the large yellow dog that clung tenaciously to its rear. The canine refused to relinquish its grip, and the soldiers dared not fire their weapons. At this moment, the bear effectively carried the dog on its back, and attempts to strike it from above proved futile. Only a shot aimed at the bear's head could ensure a swift demise. Before long, the bear's hindquarters were drenched in blood, which trickled down the tree trunk. Li Jianguo observed this scene, his body trembling slightly. The dog's bite was indeed ferocious. Had it been a human, the damage could only be imagined. The soldier shouted, Da Huang, get down. Below the tree lay an axe blade, and should the bear release its grip, the yellow dog would be the first to perish. Upon hearing the command, the yellow dog let go and leaped to the ground, arching its back and baring its teeth at the bear, poised to seize the opportunity when the bear descended. After releasing its hold, the bear, exhibiting a remarkable degree of intelligence, turned its head to sniff the air, its nose directed towards the soldier, clearly recognizing the leader. Observing this movement, the soldier loaded his weapon, taking aim. Indeed, the bear is astute. Whether or not it has sight, its sense of smell remains keen. Alas, no matter how keen it is, it cannot perceive my preparations for firing. As the bear shifted slightly, the soldier sensed the moment had arrived and gently squeezed the trigger. Bang! A gunshot echoed through the mountains, the bullet striking the bear's hind leg, causing it to lose balance and tumble from the tree. Falling from such a height posed no immediate danger, but beneath lay an axe with its blade facing upwards. Consequently, upon landing, the bear's rear met the axe's sharp edge, resulting in a heart-wrenching cry that reverberated through the woods. Li Jianguo then comprehended the soldier's strategy of positioning the axe blade upwards. Witnessing the copious blood seeping from the bear's wound, he instinctively touched his own rear, unable to fathom the pain such a fall would entail. The bear's anguished cries echoed for a long time amidst the trees, and as it regained its feet, it immediately caught the scent of humans and charged towards the soldier and Li Jianguo. As the bear sprinted, its injury worsened, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. The yellow dog, noticing the bear's approach, swiftly clung to its rear once more, biting and retreating, then biting again. The soldier, witnessing this, chuckled, what a good dog. This yellow dog can take on a bear single-handedly. Even if the bear is injured, it shows no signs of retreat. The struggle between the dog and the bear continued. Each time the dog bit, it would let go to avoid being thrown off, struggling to maintain its footing. The soldier observed that the time to intervene was nearing. Raising the Hanyang-made firearm, I aimed at the diminutive head of the bear, and with a resounding gunshot, the bullet forcefully penetrated its skull, causing a splatter of brain matter. Yet, the bear did not collapse immediately. It staggered a few steps towards the army before finally succumbing to the ground. Li Jianguo, witnessing the bear's fall, exclaimed in astonishment, Brother Lu, has the bear truly perished? As he uttered these words, he moved to approach, but was halted by the army, who feared the bear might merely be feigning death. The army signaled to the large yellow dog to bite the bear a few times, and upon receiving no further reaction, they proceeded to join Li Jiangguo at the bear's side. The army gazed at the 2-meter-tall bear lying before him, a flicker of satisfaction igniting within him. He commanded, "Quickly, let's open it up and extract the bear bile." Li Jiangguo nodded vigorously, retrieving a bloodied axe, his body trembling with excitement. He had truly hunted a black bear. Just days prior, they had been chased nearly to death by a wild boar, and now they had succeeded in hunting a bear. It wouldn't be long before they could also take down that wild boar. The army produced a knife and sliced off a piece of bear meat from the bear's abdomen, offering it to the yellow dog, who gnawed at the meat eagerly. The army affectionately scratched the dog's neck, and the dog, undeterred by the food, continued to feast. After eviscerating the bear and extracting its intestines, the army hung them from a tree in a ritual known as offering to the mountain god, signifying their respect and gratitude towards the deity for providing sustenance. Once this was accomplished, the army and Li Jiangguo began searching for the bear's bile, the most valuable and sought-after part of the bear. A single bear bile can fetch a high price. Even the least desirable variety could sell for 200 to 300. Soon, the army successfully extracted the bear bile from the gallbladder located beneath the liver. Holding the bile in his hand, he felt a tinge of disappointment. It was merely the lesser variety. Bear bile is classified into 3 types: grass bile, iron bile, and copper bile, with grass bile being the most inferior and copper bile, known as golden bile due to its golden hue when ground into powder, being the most prized. Should it have been copper bile, the 3 of them would have been one step closer to purchasing a firearm, but alas, they were left with only the grass bile, worth at most 300, which would yield little after splitting among them. The grass bile was elongated and oval, slender at the top and swollen at the bottom, measuring between 15 centimeters in length and 8 centimeters in width. Its surface was a glossy gray-black, with a thin membrane. Upon examining the grass bile in his hand, which was larger than his fist, Li Jiangguo chuckled, "Brother Lu, it's grass bile. We can still earn a decent amount." To which the army lamented, "At best, it's only around 300. We might as well catch a few minks." The army, while speaking, promptly attended to the bear gallbladder. He deftly excised the gallbladder, retrieved a length of string from his pouch, and secured the opening tightly, meticulously removing the excess fat. After completing this rudimentary processing, he placed the prepared gallbladder into his bag. To obtain genuine bear bile, a more intricate process of hanging the gallbladder would be necessary. However, given their current circumstances of hunting bears in the mountains, a simple treatment sufficed. Li Jiangguo, listening to the army's complaints, chuckled and said, "Brother Lu, is 300 too little?" He found it astonishing that a single bear gallbladder could hold such immense value, and the more he contemplated, the happier he became. Ignoring Li Jiangguo, the army produced a knife and severed the bear's paws, each nearly the size of his head. The nutritional value of bear paws is exceptionally high, rich in protein, yet they require significant seasoning to eliminate the strong odor. Otherwise, the taste could be overwhelming. In a previous life, the army had savored braised bear paws, which were particularly tender and flavorful, primarily due to hours of slow cooking and ample seasoning. Now, gazing upon the 4 bear paws, he felt a twinge of desire, curious to taste whether they would evoke the flavors from his memories. "What shall we do with the leftovers?" Li Jiangguo inquired. Observing the considerable amount of meat still remaining on the bear, it was clear that the 2 of them could not carry it all. "We must drag it away. We cannot discard it. There is still plenty of bear fat on it, which, while not as valuable as lard, is still a prized resource," the army replied cheerfully. Li Jiangguo, eyeing the massive bear, remarked, "Can we even move it? This bear weighs at least 300 pounds. We'll find out. I have some rope as well. I'll pull from the front, and if we encounter wolves or other large predators, we abandon the bear and flee. Understood?" The army cautioned, mindful of the bear's strong scent of blood that could attract other predators in the wilderness. After scratching his head, Li Jiangguo chuckled, "Brother Lu, rest assured, I am greedy, but not foolish. You pull ahead, and I will push from behind." Nodding, the army untied the rope from around his waist, binding it around the bear, and called out, "Da Huang, lead the way." Having feasted on bear meat, Da Huang wagged his tail in friendliness. Upon hearing the army's command, he set off ahead. Providing a sense of security, should any danger arise, the army would be forewarned. With the army pulling and Li Jiangguo pushing, both exerted their utmost strength, and gradually, the bear began to move. Had they encountered a formidable bear, it is likely they would have been unable to shift it at all. Inside the small clinic. In the courtyard, Elder Li and Chen De basked in the sun. Elder Li glanced at Chen De and inquired, Chen Pao, when do you think they will return? In another couple of hours, perhaps, Chen De replied confidently. Such assurance. If you had witnessed the army's marksmanship, you would understand. Despite his cunning demeanor, that lad's shooting skills are quite formidable, Chen De chuckled. So, does this mean we will have bear meat before nightfall? He teased. Elder Li, with a twinkle in his eye, retorted, why should I feel embarrassed? You've taken advantage of my medical expenses numerous times. Instantly, a hint of embarrassment crossed Chen Da's face, but he quickly regained his composure, adopting a brazen attitude. Debt is merely a temporary state. I shall repay you gradually. Having been friends for many years, Chen Da often sought Elder Li's treatment for minor injuries, consistently contributing a portion of the payment. On one hand, it was true that Chen Da lacked funds, while on the other, he often needed to support his nephew, leaving his pockets nearly empty. How do you intend to repay me? Burn offerings, perhaps? How about I burn you 1,000,000,000? Elder Li jested, rising to playfully pinch Chen Da's shoulder. Chen Da swiftly dodged, surrendering to the humor, and fell silent. The two elderly men, in their 50s and 60s, exchanged light-hearted banter. Nearby the outer perimeter of the front hill, the trees stood bare, and two familiar figures emerged, accompanied by a large yellow dog leading the way. Wow, Brother Lu. This is utterly exhausting. I feel completely drained, one of them gasped. Next time, we should bring a transport tool. Otherwise, dragging out large game consumes a lot of time. Lu Jun replied, taking a deep breath. At that moment, the yellow dog had already entered the small clinic, and upon seeing the dog, Chen Da and Li Jiangguo wore expressions of concern. Were Lu Jun and Zhang Wo. Chen Da, not focusing on the hunting dog, scanned the surroundings anxiously, fearing that something might have happened to Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo, leaving only the dog to return. After searching, Chen Da finally spotted Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo in the distance, dragging something behind them. As they approached, Chen Da's eyes widened in realization. They were hauling a bear. Elder Li and Chen Da hurried out of the courtyard to meet them, eager to assist in dragging the bear. Elder Li, while helping, exclaimed with delight, Lu Jun, you've only been gone for less than an hour, and you've already taken down a bear? Impressive. Far better than your Uncle Chen. He praised Lu Jun while teasing Chen Da scoffed, glancing at the bear, which had already been gutted. Lu Jun, do you have any bear bile? He inquired eagerly. Indeed, it is merely a grass gallbladder, which I have already dealt with, Uncle Chen. The remaining steps for handling the gallbladder shall be entrusted to you. Upon hearing about the bear gallbladder, Chen Da realized that even the most inferior grass gallbladder could fetch around 300 coins, enabling him to purchase some fish and remedy the troublesome affairs caused by his nephew. Chen Da vowed that this would be the last time he assisted his nephew. Should such matters arise again, he would no longer concern himself with this street urchin, as it seemed to be an insatiable abyss, forever unfillable. Very well. I shall find a shady spot to dispose of it shortly, Chen Da said cheerfully. In the mountains, on a sloping hillside, two hunting dogs wrestled with an injured wild boar. The boar bore wounds, while the three hunting dogs were quite cunning, each taking a bite and retreating. Suddenly, two gunshots rang out. Bang! Bang! The bullets missed the wild boar and struck the nearby trees instead. The boar snorted angrily, its eyes gleaming with ferocity as it glared at the two hunters before charging at the two hunting dogs, which were swiftly dispatched by the boar's sudden might. Glancing back at the hunters, the boar ultimately chose to flee, aware that it had already spent too much time in this perilous encounter. Damn it! Qian Guang cursed in frustration. He attempted to pursue, but his companion, Qian Ren, restrained him. Do not chase after it. We have only this one hunting dog left. Continuing the pursuit may not guarantee success. Let us return and ponder our next move. Qian Ren remained composed, his mind unclouded by anger, though his face betrayed his frustration and discontent. Just days prior, he had heard about the dealings of Li Jiangguo and the army in the village. The injured wild boar was the very one that had been eluding the army. He had hoped to slay the beast and enjoy a bountiful year. But who could have anticipated that this wounded creature could overpower two hunting dogs? Brother, are we truly allowing it to escape just like that? Why were you so hasty earlier? The hunting dogs were not properly positioned, and your shots only served to agitate the boar further. What were you thinking? If it weren't for the dogs distracting it, we would have been in grave danger. Qianren vented his frustrations loudly. He had allowed his brother, Qianguang, to accompany him after 3 years of training in hunting, only to witness such a disastrous display of marksmanship. It made him question whether his brother had been struck in the head by the very boar they pursued. I did not intend for this to happen, Qianguang replied. Now recognizing that his earlier actions had led to this predicament, he had believed the boar to be too exhausted to resist and thought to deliver 2 shots to send it to its final rest. Yet, the anxiety within me was overwhelming, causing my hands to tremble, which resulted in my shots going awry. Let us bury the hounds and return. It is a rare find to have discovered the traces of a wild boar, only for it to escape. The next encounter will likely be even more elusive. It is already November 23rd, and snow is imminent. This wild boar is either destined to be discovered by other hunters or to succumb to the cold, perishing in the snow. If it dies from exposure, it would indeed be a great loss, as the blood would seep into the meat, rendering it inedible. Such a magnificent beast could weigh over 400 pounds. We shall seek it again after the snow falls. For now, we must return. I hope fortune favors us. Qianren rubbed his temples, feeling increasingly that his brother Qianguang was of no help whatsoever, perhaps even a hindrance. Fine, I shall heed my brother's advice. Qianguang moved to the 2 hounds nearby, dug 2 graves, and laid them to rest. After completing this solemn task, the pair set their course toward the mountains beyond. Including this hound, the Qian family still had 5 remaining, as they were indeed hunters by trade. In the courtyard of the clinic, the bear had finally been pulled back by 4 men. Lu Jun loosened the ropes binding the bear and cheerfully asked, "Uncle Chen, how does it weigh?" Old Li shook his wrist and replied jovially, "This bear must weigh over 300 pounds, wouldn't you say?" "Indeed." Hey, I asked you. And you just jumped in with the answer. Chen De seized every opportunity to tease Li Yonglu, and the two had developed quite the banter. Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo exchanged bewildered glances. What was happening? Were they really arguing? Old Li paid no heed to Chen De and instead walked into the house. Leaving a remark, "I will fetch you some water, do have a drink." After his departure, Lu Jun handed the processed gallbladder to Chen De. Chen De's eyes lit up at the sight of the well-prepared gallbladder. "Lu Jun, you've done an excellent job. It's completely free of grease, impressive indeed. Uncle Chen, you should hang the gallbladder now. We have already set this bear free, but it's best to process it first, as there is still plenty of bear oil to be collected. All right, I will prepare it at Li Yonglu's place. It should be ready in a few days." Chen De felt assured. Although he often sparred with Old Li, the man's integrity was well known throughout the village, and he would not deceive anyone. Chen De moved to a shaded, ventilated area and hung the gallbladder up. This process is known as hanging the gallbladder. There is, of course, another method for processing bear bile, known as flattening the gallbladder. This involves drying the gallbladder to a semi-dry state, then compressing it with 2 boards slightly larger than the gallbladder itself, hanging it in a ventilated place to air dry, or placing it in a lime pit. This method is commonly referred to as flattened gallbladder, but the first method is simpler and notably quicker. Hunters frequently opt for the former technique. In a shaded area, Uncle Chen hung the bear gallbladder, and before long, Chen De approached, cheerfully announcing to Lu Jun, "Lu Jun, I've taken a look at this gallbladder. It's quite substantial. If sold, it could fetch around 350. If we encounter someone inexperienced, it wouldn't be unusual to sell it for 400. Lu Jun offered a wry smile and interjected, "Let us set that aside for now, Uncle Chen. We should first handle the bear meat and bear fat. If left too long, it will spoil. All right, I will take care of the bear fat." Just observe, Chen De, brimming with excitement, assumed Lu Jun was unfamiliar with processing bear fat. He felt a sense of pride, believing he finally possessed a skill that rivaled Lu Jun. As soon as he spoke, Uncle Chen began to manage the bear fat with one hand while supporting his arm with the other. Lu Jun joined in, noting that bear fat is primarily subcutaneous fat, particularly white. Bears endure winter hibernation primarily due to this fat. Otherwise, they would perish from freezing or starvation. Glancing at the bear fat in Lu Jun's hands, Uncle Chen expressed his surprise. "You can process bear fat? Isn't it a simple task? It's mainly Jiangguo who doesn't know how. I thought we should quickly handle the bear fat together." Lu Jun was puzzled. What was surprising about his ability to process bear fat? Chen De's fleeting confidence shattered once more, even more dramatically than before. He cleared his throat and said, "Jiangguo, come over here. I'll teach you. Pay close attention." "Me?" Li Jiangguo appeared bewildered. Of course. Who else could it be? Lu Jun said playfully, giving Li Jiangua a gentle push towards Chunda. Without hesitation, Chunda meticulously explained the process of handling bear fat to Li Jiangua, who nodded earnestly, absorbing the instructions with a serious demeanor. Seeing this unfold, Lu Jun smiled. He understood that the skills of a hunter should not be shared lightly. If he were to teach Li Jiangua, it would signify Uncle Chun's approval of him, although Uncle Chun was too shy to voice it. Lu Jun refrained from mentioning this directly, knowing that they were still preparing for a proper apprenticeship gift. Li Jiangua, in his innocence, likely had no idea what Uncle Chun's words entailed. Emerging from the house, Li Yonglu observed Chunda instructing Li Jiangua. Noticing that Chunda had taken his advice, a faint smile graced his lips. If Li Yonglu were in Chunda's position, he too would feel conflicted, for standing before him was the remarkable Lu Jun. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no temptation, yet both men understood that Lu Jun no longer required instruction. His skills had already surpassed those of Uncle Chun in his youth. Come, the water is here. After finishing these tasks, remember to drink some water. I will go outside to gather some firewood. Given this weather, it's likely to snow within a few days. You are just here dealing with the bear. So if anyone comes by, tell them I've gone to collect firewood and will return shortly. As Li Yonglu departed, he reminded them of his role as the sole barefoot doctor in the village. Whenever someone fell ill or sustained minor injuries or colds, they would seek his assistance for a prescription. All right, Uncle Li, come back and look forward to enjoying bear meat, Lu Jun cheerfully remarked. That sounds delightful. I have quite a bit of seasoning at home that will come in handy. Only you have an abundance of seasonings, yet you refuse to sell me any. When it comes to food, you are more eager than anyone else, Uncle Chen quipped, carefully handling the bear oil with one arm, the other still healing. Li Yonglu's seasonings were medicinal herbs, naturally abundant in his clinic. Get lost, those are medicinal herbs. If you want to eat, you can go buy some in the county, Li Yonglu retorted before heading off to gather firewood. Lu Jun smiled, enjoying the banter between the two. Yet a pang of concern arose as he remembered his father was still busy. He felt helpless, unless he acquired a hunting rifle and truly went hunting. His father would undoubtedly suspect that Uncle Chun was the one who shot the bear. The mindset of the previous generation was difficult to alter. He could only gradually procure a rifle and bring back a large game, hoping that would earn his father's belief. 2 hours later, Lu Jun and Chunda finally processed all the bear oil. However, it had yet to be rendered, and to truly savor bear oil, it needed to be cooked down. Lu Jun retrieved 4 bear paws from his bag. Uncle Chun, these are the 4 bear paws. I would like to ask you for a favor. Sure, what is it? Chunda inquired, noticing the resolute expression on Lu Jun's face. I would like you to keep 2 of the bear paws. And please deliver the other 2 to me and Jiangua. If my parents or Uncle Li inquire, tell them that you saved us. And the mountain spirit rewarded you with the fortune of encountering an injured bear, which you then killed. The spoils should not be hoarded. So you are sharing these 2 bear paws with us. As Lu Jun finished speaking, Li Jiangua's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, Brother Lu, you're quite the clever one. This way, we can enjoy the bear paws openly and even share with our families. Do you think your father will believe this? Chunda hesitated, looking at Lu Jun. Of course he will. After all, your reputation precedes you. Chunda, my father will surely believe it, Lu Jun replied with a grin. Yet, deep inside, he felt a hint of apprehension. Could this truly be passed off without suspicion? However, what I propose is indeed a feasible approach. As long as Uncle Chun does not betray me, I shall steadfastly deny any involvement. Moreover, the villagers have not seen me in recent days. Very well, let us give it a try. However, I cannot bear to consume both bear paws alone. At most, I shall take one. To be frank, my connection to this bear is tenuous, and even if you offer me both paws, I would hesitate to accept them. Uncle Chun, are the bear paws marketable? The soldier inquired, gazing at Uncle Chun. They cannot be sold. There are no purchasing stations in our village. Even if we venture to the county, it would be quite challenging to find a buyer. After all, as you know, the most valuable part of a bear is its gallbladder, and the paws require substantial seasoning to mask their odor. Let us leave them with Grandpa Li for now, and we can consume them in a few days. What do you think? The soldier said cheerfully. Uncle Chun nodded in agreement. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. 055 Qianren's intrigues. Qianren and Qianguang made their way toward the outskirts of the front mountain. Their expressions were somewhat awkward, as they had just witnessed an injured wild boar slip from their grasp, resulting in the loss of 2 hunting dogs. It would be a lie to say they were not disheartened. The more Qianren pondered, the angrier he became. He contemplated delivering a slap to Qian Guang's face. Yet, the hunting dogs were acting strangely, barking frantically toward a thicket ahead. Instantly, both Qianren and Qian Guang tensed up. Qianren stroked the hunting dog to quiet it, and they retrieved their shotguns, advancing slowly while their breaths quickened. The barking had indicated that something was amiss in the forest ahead. As they cautiously approached, they soon discovered bloodstains on the ground and the intestines of the bear hanging from a tree. "Brother, look up, it's the bear's intestines," Qian Guang exclaimed in a hushed tone. "I see it. Who could have killed the bear? Oh, the intestines are indeed hanging from the tree. And there is a significant amount of blood," Qianren observed solemnly. Qian Guang turned around, scanning the area for more blood trails, and slowly remarked, "It seems the bear was killed not long ago. But who could have done it? I don't know, but it must be one of the seasoned hunters in the village. Who else would dare to slay such a cunning bear? I cannot fathom who it might be. Are there truly such formidable hunters among us?" The footprints suggest 2 individuals and a hunting dog. Specifically, 1 person and 1 dog seem to be the main contributors, while the other has left minimal traces. Qianren furrowed his brow. Listening to his brother, Qian Guang swallowed hard. The bear must have had gallbladder. 1 gallbladder can fetch at least 300. They lingered for a while, hoping the scent of the bear's blood would attract some prey, but after waiting for half an hour without a single sighting, they were left dejected, leading their hunting dogs back toward the outer mountain without having captured anything. On the way, Qian Guang muttered, "Brother, do you think the soldier and Li Jiangguo will still venture into the mountain? If only they could encounter an injured wild boar again, at which point they would surely inform us. However, it is likely that those 2 would be so frightened that they would never dare venture into the mountains again. Just the mention of ascending the mountain would probably terrify them. Moreover, it would be prudent to refrain from discussing such matters publicly. Those unaware might think you to be someone of significance." Qianren continued, "Those 2 truly have strange luck. On one hand, one could argue they were fortunate to come across an injured wild boar, yet on the other, their misfortune is evident in their attempts to trap it, only for the boar to evade capture and chase them through the hills, ultimately needing Chen Pao to rescue them. It is indeed bizarre." The 2 continued their idle chatter, completely forgetting the earlier incident where they allowed the wild boar to escape. Before long, they arrived at the outskirts of the outer mountain, where they spotted a familiar figure, Li Yonglu. Anyone familiar with hunting or in need of medical assistance knew of Li Yonglu, the esteemed elder. Qianren and Qian Guang approached him, inquiring, "Li Laoi, are you gathering firewood?" Taken aback, Li Yonglu replied, "You startled me. I thought a deity had transformed into a human to seek tribute." He patted his chest and wiped the beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It was not uncommon for deities to appear before people seeking offerings at the outer mountain, a phenomenon Li Yonglu had only heard of but never witnessed. What deity would take the form of us 2? Qianren chuckled. "Li Laoi, your clinic is right here at the outer mountain's edge. Have you heard of anyone hunting a bear? I passed by earlier and spotted bear entrails, suggesting someone from our village might have caught one." Li Yonglu paused in surprise, quickly shaking his head. "Bear? I've never seen one. If it were true, word would have spread throughout the village within a day or 2. Why are you inquiring about bears?" He looked at the 2 in confusion. Qianren replied cheerfully, "Just a bit of curiosity. I haven't seen one," Li Yonglu said. "Well then, you carry on with your business, and my brother and I shall take our leave." "Very well," Li Yonglu nodded, still smiling. Once the 2 departed, Li Yonglu murmured to himself, "How peculiar. It seems these 2 must have traversed the path where the army killed the bear." He gathered firewood for a while before heading home. On the way, Qian Guang, brimming with curiosity, turned to his brother Qianren and asked, "Brother, why did you inquire about Li Laoi like that? Were you truly just curious? What else could it be but curiosity? Consider this, someone and a hunting dog daring to confront a bear. How confident must that person be? If they were to ally with us, the spoils of the mountain would surely belong to us. We could walk tall. It's a pity, though, judging by Li Laoi's expression. He likely knows something but is reluctant to share. Nonetheless, I refuse to believe that such a person can hide indefinitely. After all, a bear of such size would undoubtedly be shared amongst the villagers, and soon we would know who it was." Qian Guang scratched his head and asked, "But what if he chooses not to join us?" Qianren chuckled and remarked, "It matters not if you choose not to join us. We can always borrow his hunting dogs for our pursuits. After all, it's worthwhile to make an acquaintance, for who knows when it may prove beneficial in the future. Beside him, Guang was momentarily taken aback, never having anticipated that his brother Ren would possess such thoughtful and intricate considerations. Yet, given the circumstances, Guang dared not voice his opinions. Soon, old Master Li returned to the small clinic. Although dusk had not yet fully settled, it was approaching swiftly. It would not be long before nightfall enveloped the land. Lu Jun assisted Li Yonglu in carrying firewood into the kitchen. Glancing at the dismembered bear outside, he jovially exclaimed, "That was quick. All done." Lu Jun nodded affirmatively, all finished. He then cautioned, "Let me give you a heads up. Earlier on the front mountain." Li Yonglu recounted the conversation between Ren and me. Lu Jun murmured, "Guang? Ren?" His impression of these two was exceedingly poor, particularly due to past grievances during their previous lives when they had deceived him, and he had retaliated in kind. Little did he expect that they had traversed the very area where he had slain the bear. What an ironic twist of fate. Rest assured, old Master Li, this matter shall be easily resolved. I will not disclose to anyone that the bear was my doing. Only the four of us will be privy to the truth. My intention is to publicly attribute the feat solely to Uncle Chen, and in return, we shall receive a bear paw," Lu Jun elaborated. Detailing his prior arrangements with Uncle Chen, Li Yonglu chuckled, "Good, as long as you have it all figured out." Lu Jun nodded, and after exchanging pleasantries with Uncle Chen and old Master Li, he returned home, preparing to await Uncle Chen's arrival with the bear paw. 056 Sisters' arrival. A well-meaning deception. Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo stealthily made their way through the village, where twilight had just begun to descend. After careful consideration, Lu Jun concluded that returning home at this moment was indeed appropriate, as he could deftly navigate any inquiries from his parents. After all, he could insist he had just returned from the state-run restaurant in the county, leaving his parents without further recourse. Before long, Lu Jun arrived home and found his mother, Li Qiushui, mending shoes. Upon hearing his footsteps, she looked up and, with concern, asked, "You're back?" Lu Jun beamed and nodded. "Yes, I am. How was your first day at work? Did you manage to adapt?" "It was all right. As a waiter, I had to assist in both the kitchen and front of house, carrying plates one moment, washing dishes the next," Lu Jun replied cheerfully, noting that the tasks of a waiter were quite repetitive. "And where is Lu Han? I haven't seen her." After breakfast this morning, she went to sleep in her room and has been napping until noon. I had to shoo her out, and now I have no idea where she has run off to," Lu Jun explained. He feigned weariness and laughed heartily. "Mom, once you're done cooking, please call me. I will rest in the backyard for a while." "Go ahead," she urged, as Lu Jun noticed that his mother had failed to detect any abnormalities in him. He returned to the backyard to wash his face and then lay down to rest, taking the opportunity to tidy up the room in the west for his sister. Lu Fengying was due to arrive in a few days. After completing the tidying, Lu Jun retrieved 2 beehives, concealing them within his cabinet. The hives contained a small quantity of honey, which could not be stored in jars due to their excessive dampness. Lu Jun murmured to himself, "I estimate that Uncle Chen will not arrive for another hour. I'll take a short nap." After dozing for a while, the events of the previous night and that afternoon had left him somewhat fatigued, and he unknowingly drifted into slumber. After a while, a familiar figure appeared at the entrance of the Lu family's home. Upon seeing this, Li Qiushui halted her task of mending shoes, quickly placing her tools aside, wiping her hands, and rushing to greet her eldest daughter, Zhao Fengying. "Fengying, why have you come so early? Did you not say it would be a few more days?" she exclaimed. "Come in quickly." Zhao Fengying, her eyes glistening with emotion, cheerfully replied, "I sensed that snow might be on the horizon, so I arrived ahead of time." "Oh, is that a white puppy?" Li Qiushui exclaimed, noticing the small dog cradled in Zhao Fengying's arms, her expression one of surprise. Zhao Fengying, with a joyful demeanor, shook the little white dog gently and explained, "Mother, seeing that we have no dog at home, I obtained this puppy from the hunters in our village. Though it is a bit frail and has a poor build, it will serve well as a watchdog." Li Qiushui beamed, saying, "That's wonderful. At least we now have a guardian for the home." Upon entering the house, Li Qiushui offered Zhao Fengying a cup of warm water, saying, "Drink this to warm yourself." "Thank you. By the way, Mother, why haven't I seen my brother Lu Jun and my sister Lu Han? Where could they be?" Zhao Fengying inquired. "Your brother is in the backyard, while that mischievous girl Lu Han has likely wandered off to play. Don't worry about her. She'll return soon enough." "In the backyard? I'll go see my brother. It's been a year since I last saw him, and I wonder if he has grown taller," Zhao Fengying said. her heart yearning for her brother, whom she hadn't seen in quite some time. He has grown quite a bit. Go see for yourself. I'll prepare something for you to eat, her mother replied. Mother, there's no need. I'm not hungry. Let us wait for father to return before cooking. Or else it will get cold, Zhao Fengying interjected, stopping her mother from heading to the kitchen, as she wished to share the joyful news of her pregnancy with the family during mealtime. Li Qiushui acquiesced, saying, All right, you go to the backyard. The room has already been tidied up for you. I will go find that wild child Lu Han. With a cheerful demeanor, Li Qiushui left to search for Lu Han. Zhao Fengying, cradling the little white dog, made her way through the small door of the backyard, entering the familiar surroundings. Her heart stirred with emotion. Pushing open the door to the main house, she found Lu Jun peacefully asleep. Choosing not to disturb him, she began to observe her surroundings quietly. Lu Fengying noticed several jars beneath the window. Driven by curiosity, she opened one, only to find it contained a turtle. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the creature. Could it be that Xiao Jun had caught this turtle in the Great Lake pit? She initially considered waking Lu Jun, but after a moment's thought, she decided against it. Instead, she opened a few more jars, discovering a variety of prey inside, including one jar filled with pickled tender bamboo shoots. Her curiosity deepened. What had her brother been up to? Hunting? That seemed improbable, as there were no hunting rifles in their home. How could he have possibly hunted? But what explanation could suffice at this moment? The sound of the jars being disturbed alerted Lu Jun, who had already awakened but remained still, fearing that the person behind him was their mother, Li Qiushui. He would be unable to explain himself then. Suddenly, a chorus of barking dogs broke the silence, and Lu Jun turned to see his sister, Lu Fengying. The tension he had been holding on to dissipated. Sister, why are you back? He asked. Am I not allowed to come back? Lu Fengying replied cheerfully. Now tell me, what is all this about? What kind of dog is that? Lu Jun deflected her question, instead inquiring about the small white dog in her arms. First, explain to me the contents of these jars, she insisted. All right. To be honest, I am currently a disciple of Chen Pao. He gave these to me. Lu Jun fabricated a story, knowing that if he revealed he had gone hunting, it would surely worry his sister. Chen Pao? Is that Uncle Chen from our village? Lu Fengying asked, surprised. Yes, sister, but you must not tell Mom. Chen Pao is coming over later to bring us a bear paw. A bear paw? What have you been up to? Lu Jun chuckled, recounting how Uncle Chen had rescued him a few days prior. Not wanting to feel indebted, he expressed a desire to learn hunting and became Chen's apprentice. Today, Chen had caught a bear, and although Lu Jun hadn't helped, he was to receive a bear paw as a token of their association. These were all benign fabrications from Lu Jun, as he feared that when Uncle Chen arrived with the bear paw, the truth would be revealed, and he would certainly face a beating or even be grounded. I didn't dare to tell Mom and Dad. Sister, please keep this between us. Chen and I agreed that he would say he received this as a blessing from the mountain god for saving me. He continued, just don't be surprised when he arrives. After pondering for a moment, Lu Fengying realized there were no plausible alternatives. Fine, I won't tell Mom and Dad, but do be careful. You know how dangerous hunting can be, right? Don't worry, sister. I'm just playing around. I'll start working after the new year, as Dad has already mentioned. Lu Jun reassured her. Lu Fengying sighed in resignation. All right then. Lu Jun, now grinning, asked, Sister, what is the story with that dog? If it is for one's own household, one can secretly train it as a hunting dog, summoning whatever one desires. 057. Dog comes with fortune. Uncle Chen has finally brought the bear paw. Lu Fengying affectionately patted the little white dog's head, cheerfully explaining the circumstances. Lu Jun nodded and remarked, was it given by a hunter? It seems the dog is quite good. Dog comes with wealth. Dog comes with prosperity. What auspicious meanings. It is also a good omen. But do not harbor any ill intentions toward this dog. It is meant for guarding the home, Lu Fengying said, her expression tense as she looked at Lu Jun's sister. Rest assured, I would never. Just let me hold it for a moment. Lu Fengying cast a wary glance at Lu Jun before handing the little white dog into his arms. Upon receiving it, the little white dog, shy and timid, began to bark loudly at Lu Jun. Woof, woof, woof. Listening to the dog's robust barks, Lu Jun affectionately patted its frame and said, Sister, this dog is quite impressive. Impressive? The hunter claimed this dog wouldn't do. Its bones are too weak. Listen to this dog's bark, so resounding. And look at its structure. Though small now, it is merely a result of malnutrition. If I am not mistaken, this must be the last pup born, Lu Jun said cheerfully. already understanding the reason behind the little white dog's petite frame. This was evidently due to severe malnutrition. Such a phenomenon could only arise from an overabundance of puppies, where the last-born pup would inherently be weaker and deprived of sufficient nourishment. You guessed correctly. It is indeed the last one born. Lu Jun remained silent, lifting the little white dog above his head, examining it, and joyfully remarked, "And it's a little male." The little white dog tensed its legs and tucked its tail. Feeling exposed, Lu Jun then retrieved some raw pigeon meat from a jar, tearing it into finger-sized pieces to feed to the little white dog. Training a dog must start from the basics, allowing it to consume the game from the mountains, regardless of size. The primary goal is to instill in the dog the memory that it feasts on the game of the mountains, so that when the time comes for hunting, it will not fear the creatures of the wild. The little white dog stared at the pigeon meat offered before it, clamping down but not eating, instead escaping Lu Jun's grasp and trotting away with the meat in its mouth. Observing this, Lu Jun chuckled and asked, "Sister, how old is this little white dog?" "Only 2 months old." 2 months? Excellent. 2 months is perfect. Lu Jun's excitement grew, for at 2 months, the dog has yet to establish a sense of home, and its habits remain unformed, making this the ideal time for training. Lu Fengying felt her warnings were falling on deaf ears as she cautioned Lu Jun once more. "This is a guard dog. Do not entertain any notions of mischief." Lu Jun grinned and replied, "All right, I understand, sister." Lu Fengying felt as though her words had gone unheard. However, the dog had already arrived, and there was no turning back now. She turned away and walked towards the front yard to see if her mother and younger sister had returned. Lu Jun was playfully teasing the little white dog. After having consumed the pigeon meat Lu Jun offered, the dog exhibited little wariness towards him, occasionally wagging its tail in delight. Lu Jun affectionately patted the dog's head, exclaiming, "What a spirit! From now on, I shall call you Fortune, my first hunting companion." The little white dog seemed to comprehend, wagging its tail in response, which only deepened Lu Jun's joy as he continued to stroke its head before standing up and heading towards the front yard. Lu Fengying spotted her younger sister Lu Han and motherly Qiu Shui returning at last. Lu Han, brimming with excitement, rushed up to Lu Fengying. "Sister, what brings you back?" she exclaimed. "What? Am I not welcome?" "Of course you are." Lu Han managed to squeeze out a few tears, her acting clumsy yet earnest. "Sister, you have no idea how much I missed you." "I missed you too, little one." The 3 women, Lu Fengying, Lu Han, and Li Qiu Shui, engaged in light-hearted conversation at the entrance, while Lu Jun, cradling the little white dog, observed this delightful scene without intruding. Instead, he sat in the front yard, playfully entertaining Fortune. After a while, Lu Han noticed the little white dog in Lu Jun's arms, her eyes widening in disbelief. She hurried over to him. "Brother, where did you get this little white dog?" "Our sister brought it back, and it now has a name, Fortune." "Fortune? What a splendid name. Our family is bound to be increasingly fortunate." Lu Han clapped her hands joyfully. As the day waned, Lu Chuan returned home from the brick factory. Upon entering, he spotted his eldest daughter Lu Fengying and cheerfully asked, "Fengying, is that you? Were you tired on your journey?" "Father, I'm fine, not tired at all." Lu Chuan was about to say more when he turned and caught sight of the little white dog in Lu Jun's arms. Instinctively, he assumed Lu Jun had ignored his advice and acquired another dog for hunting. Anger surged within him at the thought, and he was tempted to remove his shoes and reprimand Lu Jun. Noticing the fierce look in Lu Chuan's eyes, Lu Fengying quickly intervened, explaining that the dog was hers, brought back to help guard the home. Lu Chuan felt relieved he had not acted on his impulse, as it would have been quite embarrassing. "Wife, please hurry and prepare some food. We wouldn't want our eldest daughter to go hungry." "All right," Lu Fengying replied, heading towards the kitchen. Meanwhile, Lu Jun gazed at the darkening sky, murmuring to himself, "Is Uncle Chen not coming?" Just as he pondered this, a familiar voice called out, "Is Brother Lu at home?" Lu Chuan furrowed his brow, wondering who dared to address him in such a manner. Turning around, he saw Chen De approaching with 2 large bare paws, his usual seriousness replaced by a cheerful demeanor. "Brother Chen, what brings you here?" Lu Chuan thought it acceptable for Chen De to refer to him as brother, given that he was slightly older and had been Lu Jun's savior. "Greetings, it appears that I have encountered an injured bear in the mountains, and I have procured 4 bear paws. As I cannot consume them all myself, I thought to bring one to you so that you may savor its flavor." "What do you say?" Lu Chuan gazed at the bare paw that Uncle Chen extended towards him, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Brother Chen, What do you mean by this? You saved Xiao Jun. How can we take advantage of you? That seems rather inappropriate. He refrained from accepting the offering, voicing his bewilderment. Just a few days ago, he had delivered pork to you, and now you present me with a bare paw? This is entirely illogical. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun let out a gentle sigh, relieved that he had anticipated his father Lu Chuan's disposition and had prepared for this moment. Now it was Uncle Chen's time to perform. With a cheerful demeanor, Uncle Chen replied, "Ah, dear Lu, you may not know that among us hunters, there is a saying, mountain treasures are not to be hoarded. Moreover, I believe that my good fortune in encountering this injured bear is due to the luck bestowed upon me by Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo. After all, how could the mountain spirits provide me with such bounty otherwise? It is surely a reward for rescuing Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo. Please, accept it without further refusal." Listening to this explanation, Lu Chuan furrowed his brow, sensing something awry. Yet, he was familiar with the saying about mountain treasures not being hoarded. However, such generosity seemed excessive. Could it truly be attributed to the luck of Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo? He gazed at the bare paw in Chun Da's hand, swallowing hard. Yet he still did not accept it. Beside him, Lu Fengying understood the situation. This bare paw was a token of gratitude from Lu Jun for secretly learning hunting from Uncle Chen. Their previous conversation had merely been a pretext. "Father, please take it. My husband has experienced similar occurrences. It is all for good fortune. You should accept it. Uncle Chen has brought it to you, so do not refuse him." Lu Jun watched with amusement as his sister supported his earlier ruse. Meanwhile, Lu Han had already covered his stomach. Gazing at the bare paw in Chun Da's hand with a look of ravenous anticipation, swallowing repeatedly. "All right, I shall accept it, Brother Chen. Let us dine at home before you depart." No, I must bring a bare paw to Li Jiangguo as well, one for each of them. As a symbol of good fortune, I must be on my way," Chen Da said, refraining from dining at Lu Jun's home. Fearing that he might inadvertently reveal too much after a few drinks, and also considering that Lu Fengying, the eldest daughter, had returned, making it inappropriate for him to intrude further into their family gathering. Lu Chuan observed Chun Da's departing figure, then glanced at the bare paw in his hand, letting out a sigh before handing it to Lu Jun. "Take it to the kitchen and have your mother prepare it well, bringing out the finest spices we have." "Certainly." The army cheerfully entered the kitchen, presenting the bare paw to his mother, Li Qiushui, recounting the events that had transpired earlier. Li Qiushui murmured, "I never imagined that Chen Pao was so superstitious. However, this is fortuitous. It will certainly enhance our meals today." After absorbing this information, the only explanation she could conjure was Chen Pao's superstition. She would never suspect that the bare paw was the result of Lu Jun's handiwork. Outside the kitchen, Lu Han peered in with a gluttonous expression, having just feasted on wolf meat the night prior, and now anticipating the bare paw. Indeed, life was improving day by day. Meanwhile, Chen Pao had arrived at the Li family's residence, cheerfully calling out, "Li Laodi, are you home?" Li Zhengmin emerged from his room, glancing at the bare paw in Chen Pao's hand, and replied with a smile, "Chen Pao, what brings you here? I have yet to properly thank you for saving my son. Do you have something in mind for your visit today?" "Ah, what could it be? I merely came to deliver this bare paw. How do you like that?" Chen Pao replied jovially. Li Zhengmin, astonished, pointed at himself, "You brought us a bare paw. Chen Pao, you must be joking." Chen Pao reiterated the conversation he had previously shared with the Lu family, and only then did Li Zhengmin begin to comprehend, though he held little doubt, merely feeling that Chen Pao was exceedingly generous. Li Jiangguo, standing nearby, remained silent, for no one knew better than him the true origin of the bare paw. "Well, since it's time for a meal, I should take my leave. You all enjoy your dinner," Chen Pao said, slipping away before they could respond. Soon, word spread throughout the village that Chen Pao had fortuitously slain a bear and had graciously apportioned the paws to both the Lu and Li families. Chen Pao remained as formidable as ever. How fortunate these two are. Just days ago, Chen Pao rescued them, and now he brings them bare paws. One might think it was Chen Pao who was saved. Are you merely sour grapes, lamenting what you cannot have? Chen Pao bestows his bounty upon whomever he wishes. He does not hoard the mountain's treasures. They live with greater clarity than we do. Had I known, I would have sought out Chen Pao myself for some bear fat. It would yield quite a bit of oil. As the villagers finished their meals, they gathered together, sharing stories and casting envious glances. For who wouldn't he wish for a taste of meat? The curling wisps of smoke rose gently from the kitchens of the Lu and Li households, mingling with the rich aroma of meat. "Mother, is it ready yet? I'm starving," Lu Han exclaimed, fixated on the fire beneath the pot, her stomach growling in protest. "What is the rush? How could braised bear paw possibly be ready so soon? Do you wish to eat it half-cooked?" Li Qiushui replied with exasperation. She too wished for the dish to be prepared swiftly, but she understood that such matters required patience. The bear paw weighed approximately 8 pounds. She had cut it in half, reserving one portion for later. Upon hearing this, Lu Han pouted, displaying a reluctant demeanor. The army, inhaling the faint aroma of meat, turned to his younger sister and said, "Do not rush, it will be ready shortly." "Little sister must be quite hungry," teased Lu Fengying, listening to their playful banter. Lu Han chose silence, continuing to gather firewood, though the amount she collected grew steadily. Before long, Li Qiushui cheerfully announced, "All right, it is ready." He ladled a generous portion of braised bear paw into a ceramic basin, the savory scent wafting through the kitchen. Lu Han inhaled deeply, as if trying to absorb every bit of its delightful fragrance. Li Qiushui, carrying the basin, noticed Lu Han still inhaling intently and signaled to Lu Jun, who playfully tapped Lu Han on the head, saying, "Let us go, stop sniffing." Li Qiushui carried the basin of braised bear paw towards the main room, placing it on the kong. The 5 of them settled around it. Observing the eager expressions on Lu Han, Lu Jun, and Lu Fengying, Li Qiushui jovially remarked, "What are you staring at? Hurry and fetch some wine for your father. Let him have a small drink." Knowing that Lu Chuan enjoyed drinking, especially on such a lavish occasion, Li Qiushui felt it would be remiss not to offer him a bit of wine with the meal, lest the wine lover feel slighted. "All right," Lu Han responded, dashing off to return with a bottle of wine, placing it on the kong. Seeing this, Lu Jun opened the bottle and poured a drink for Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan, beaming with joy, looked at Lu Jun and said, "Aren't you going to join me for a drink today?" "Not today, Dad. I have work tomorrow," Lu Jun replied with a grin. Fine, let us eat," Lu Chuan said, patting Lu Jun on the shoulder. "Wait a moment," came Lu Fengying's voice, prompting Lu Han to quickly grab a piece of bear paw, only to retract it, as the entire family stared in surprise at Lu Fengying. "Dad, Mom, brother, sister, I have wonderful news to share with you." Lu Chuan took a sip of wine, the yellow wine warming his throat with its spiciness, and glanced at Lu Fengying, asking, "What good news?" "I'm pregnant." "Good news indeed," exclaimed Li Qiushui, her face brightening with a gentle smile, genuinely happy for her daughter. "It truly is a joyous occasion. No wonder you came back home. I thought perhaps you were being mistreated over there." Lu Chuan chuckled, his heart swelling with joy, his face alight with a radiant smile. "How could that be? I'm doing just fine there. It's just that Renwen has been quite busy, or else he would have come along this time." Lu Jun, hearing this, also smiled and said, "Sister, congratulations. This is indeed a piece of good news." He now understood why his sister had returned home. It was to share joyful tidings. "Sister, may you bear a healthy, plump baby." Lu Han laughed heartily, her words eliciting laughter from everyone. Lu Fengying affectionately tousled Lu Han's hair, saying, "Yes. Let us hope for a big, healthy baby." The army involuntarily smiled. Lu Han had indeed misjudged this time. Rather than a chubby boy, his sister had given birth to a girl, one who bore a striking resemblance to their sister, Lu Fengying. Lu Chuan chuckled and said, "All right, let us eat first. You should stay here for a couple of days to catch up with your mother. Furthermore, she can share some insights on what a pregnant woman should pay attention to. Your mother has been yearning for you these past few days, so do spend some time talking with her and indulging in some familial banter." The daughter returned home only a few times a year, and Li Qiushui missed her dearly. Lu Fengying nodded in agreement. "All right. I'll stay for a couple more days before I leave." The 5 of them joyfully feasted on braised bear paws while engaging in light-hearted conversation and recounting amusing anecdotes. Meanwhile, in the Li household, the bear paws simmered in the pot, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma. Li Wan lifted the lid to check if the meat was tender, while her 4-year-old son, Li Aigua, eagerly chimed in, "Mom, let me try? Let me try?" As he reached for the bear paws in the pot, his older brother, Li Jiangguo, quickly intervened, pulling the gluttonous Li Aigua aside to thwart his plans. The bear paws were scalding hot. Even the slightest touch could result in painful blisters, especially for a 4-year-old like Li Aigua. If he plunged his hand in, not only would the delicacy be ruined, but he would also be left with numerous blisters. Li Aigua pouted and looked at his brother, saying, "Brother, do you want to hug it all? Why are you stopping me?" Li Jiangguo was taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief at the accusation. "You little rascal. It was you who tried to grab it, and I stopped you. How could I possibly be the one trying to keep it all to myself?" Frustrated, Li Jiangguo patted Li Aigua's head and muttered, "I truly wonder what goes on in that little head of yours." "Mom, my brother hit me. He hit me. It was him," Li Aigua cried, clutching his head, on the verge of tears. Seeing this, Li Jiangguo hastily defended himself. I didn't. Li Wan rubbed her temples and looked at both boys. "Go to the main room now. It will be ready soon. Stop bothering me here." Before long, the enticing aroma of braised bear paws wafted through the Li household, and the family finally sat down to a hearty meal. Aside from the meat savored during festive occasions, they had been largely devoid of it. The Li and Lu families lived in close proximity, both preparing braised bear paws. The rich scent so potent that it left the neighbors in a state of blissful reverie, their mouths watering as they swallowed hard in anticipation. In stark contrast, the scene at the Qian household was entirely different. Upon returning home, Qian Ren and Qian Guang found their father, Qian Shanliang, waiting for them. Observing his son's dejected demeanor, he said nothing at first but scrutinized them closely, noticing a peculiar detail. "Why has only one hunting dog returned? There were 3 when you left. How is it that only one has come back now?" Qian Shanliang suddenly conceived a possibility, abruptly rising to his feet and gazing at Qian Guang before him, inquiring, "Where are the dogs? Why is there only one? What happened to the other 2 hunting dogs?" Qian Guang offered no reply, while Qian Ren, standing nearby, clenched his teeth and added, "They died. They perished in the mountains." Qian Shanliang's countenance darkened like ink, devoid of visible fury, yet it was evident he awaited an explanation. "Speak up, what transpired? How did the 2 hunting dogs meet their demise in the mountains?" Qian Ren recounted the events that transpired on the mountain, truthfully admitting that it was Qian Guang who had fired the gun, thus implying that he bore the responsibility for his brother. "Injured artillery eggs? Have you lost your minds? You couldn't even bring them down," he thundered. "Today, you will go inside and kneel. Father, get inside and kneel. You shall not rise without my permission," Qian Shanliang exclaimed in a fit of rage. He contemplated delivering a beating to the 2, but realized such an action would yield no benefit for him. They needed to continue hunting and could not afford injuries. Especially with the new year approaching, any injuries would hinder their performance during the spring hunt. The 2 had no choice but to kneel in the hall. After all, avoiding punishment was a small mercy. The death of a hunting dog was far more severe than merely losing one. At least a lost dog could be searched for, but a dead one was truly gone. Training a hunting dog to the point of participation in the hunt required 4 to 5 months, alongside considerable daily expenses for feeding. At that moment, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky, gradually increasing in size. After the Lu family finished their meal of bear paw, they engaged in light-hearted conversation, discussing local gossip such as which young woman had recently been married, who had tied the knot, and whether they had welcomed a boy or a girl, among other trivial matters. Throughout these exchanges, Lu Chuan frequently cast glances at his side, where Lu Jun sat, his meaning unmistakable, as if to inquire, "When will you marry?" After all, at 17, he was no longer a child by the standards of that era. Lu Jun dared not meet Lu Chuan's gaze, his eyes flitting about, his mind elsewhere. Even if he were to marry, it would not be until the following year, as Zhao Minxiu had yet to arrive at Chen family's first red flag primary school for teaching. Lu Jun's gaze wandered outside, peering through the window at the flurries of snow gracefully descending from the sky. He rubbed his eyes, widening them to confirm the sight before him. Indeed, it was snow. He promptly dismounted from the bed and stepped into the courtyard, observing the snowflakes gently falling from above. Extending his hand, he felt the cool touch of snowflakes landing upon his palm. "Snow. It has finally begun to fall," Lu Jun exclaimed with excitement. For ordinary hunters, snowfall made it challenging to track large prey. However, for particularly skilled hunters, it was akin to divine assistance, as the snow would reveal the footprints and trails of game, and even their scents would be fresh. Ultimately, though, the outcome hinged upon the hunter's own abilities. Those with skill possessed an innate understanding of the hunt. The first snowfall, the inaugural one since Lu Jun's rebirth. As he gazed at the snowflakes cascading from the sky, growing ever more voluminous, Lu Jun realized it would be a significant snowfall, likely confining him indoors for at least 2 days. Li Qiushui and others emerged from the main house, observing the descending snow, murmuring, "At last, it has snowed. This year's first snowfall is rather late." arriving on November 23rd. We can enjoy ice lollies now. Ice lollies. Luhan exclaimed cheerfully. Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is food. We hardly have any oil at home. How can we fry ice lollies? They consume so much oil. No, we shan't. Li Qiushui playfully pinched Luhan's little mouth, chuckling. Luhan pouted. Having never tasted an ice lolly herself, she had merely heard about them from her class. Lu Jun smiled at the back, admitting he too seldom indulged in ice lollies, which were indeed an extravagant use of oil, and far less satisfying than a few pot stickers. Lu Chuan laughed from the side. All right. You'd think we haven't seen snow in years. Let's head back inside. It's warm there. However, Lu Jun dared not return to the house, fearing further teasing, so he opted for the backyard instead. Once in his room, he held the little dog, Lai Fu, and cheerfully said, "Come, have some bear meat." He had brought back a small portion of shredded bear meat from Li Yonglu. Lai Fu eagerly devoured the morsels Lu Jun offered, licking them up enthusiastically. Lu Jun affectionately ruffled Lai Fu's head, saying, "Delicious, I assent it. I'll make sure to feed you bear meat every day. Remember its taste." Woof, woof, woof. Lai Fu seemed to understand, wagging his tail at Lu Jun looking out the window. Lu Jun recalled the cannonball he had unearthed days prior and murmured, "An injured cannonball presents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." That cannonball was more easily hunted than a bear, and given its severe injury, it was a prime target. Yet, wild boar hides were notoriously tough, offering high defense. To hunt a wild boar, one would require 2 or 3 direct shots to the head or set a trap. The trap was the simplest method, but crafting one was challenging without the necessary materials, which Lu Jun lacked. As for firearms, he dared not touch Uncle Chen's Hanyang rifle again. One more misfire could spell disaster for him. After much contemplation, Lu Jun could not devise a viable plan. Would he truly attempt to fell a wild boar with an axe? That seemed utterly impractical. He sighed softly, muttering to himself, "It appears I must deliberate further. Once this snow finishes, I suspect many hibernating creatures will be soundly asleep." Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Lu Fengying entered. Observing Lu Jun bent over feeding the little white dog, she beamed. "Brother, do you have someone special in mind?" Lu Jun, puzzled, responded with a bewildered expression. "What do you mean, sister? Are you suggesting you wish to introduce me to a bride?" "Indeed, that is precisely my intention. What do you think? Are you interested?" In the village, Lu Jun interrupted Lu Fengying's words and quickly shifted the topic. "I don't have that plan right now. By the way, sister, I have a gift for you." "What gift?" "Natural honey." Lu Jun replied with a cheerful smile, retrieving a beehive from the cupboard. Upon seeing it, Lu Fengying covered her mouth and laughed. "This honey is indeed natural. You haven't even extracted it. Sister, this is a fine treasure. The honey inside is entirely wild. When you drink water at home, just take out this beehive, cut a piece of honeycomb, and you don't even need to clean the honeycomb skin. Just enjoy it as is." Lu Jun said joyfully, "All right, I shall accept this gift, but let's not discuss it further today. You should get to bed early," Lu Fengying replied, taking the beehive and heading to another room to rest. Lu Jun glanced outside, where a layer of silvery snow blanketed the ground. He gently stepped on it, leaving his footprints behind. Rubbing his arms, he exhaled warm air. With the snow falling, the temperature has dropped significantly. "It seems I'll need to don my thick cotton coat and fur boots tomorrow." Cheerfully, Lu Jun closed the door, playfully teasing his dog, Lai Fu, who was still munching on bear meat scraps, before he retired for the night. On the village road, after delivering 2 bear paws to Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo, Chen decided not to visit Li Yonglu, as he had a dog at home that was likely still hungry. At that moment, Chen was covered in snow, resembling someone draped in a snowy cloak. Finally arriving at his own fence, he pushed open the gate, shook off the snow from his clothes, and stood under the eaves, feeding meat to his black dog. Watching the falling snow, he cheerfully exclaimed, "It's snowing, it's really snowing." The nearby yellow dog, seemingly understanding, nuzzled against Chun Da's leg, prompting him to gently pat its head with his left hand. The next morning, Lu Jun awoke to continued snowfall. He quickly donned his thick cotton coat and fur boots. Opening the door, he looked at the thick snow piled beneath his feet. As he stepped down, his entire boot was covered. Shaking his head, Lu Jun remarked, "It's really coming down hard." As he walked through the backyard, he saw his mother, Li Qiushui, shoveling snow. With a cheerful voice, he called out, "Mom, let me help. You take a break." "No need, I'll finish this shortly. If you're restless, go clear the snow in your backyard." "All right, Mom. I don't have to go to work today, do I?" I want to visit Uncle Chinda. He gave us bear paws yesterday, and I haven't had the chance to thank him in person yet. Besides, he is my lifesaver. I'd like to express my gratitude today, taking advantage of this snowy opportunity, Lu Jun said with a smile. Although he had already thanked Uncle Chinda, who was to say that he couldn't tell a little white lie? All right, but don't go over to Uncle Chin's place just to indulge in his hospitality. He has a nephew too, you know? Never mind those trivial matters. Please go and tidy up the backyard and rouse your sister. Li Qiushui gestured for Lu Jun to promptly clear the snow in the yard. Lu Jun acknowledged her with a nod and turned away. Fully aware of what his mother had nearly mentioned, was it not about Chen Fan's petty affairs? However, Li Qiushui was not one to engage in gossip, particularly in front of her children, so she refrained from further comment, though Lu Jun had long been privy to the details. With a broom in hand, Lu Jun swiftly cleared the snow from the backyard, though the sky still released a flurry of snowflakes that danced to the ground. Ignoring them, he made his way to his sister Lu Fengying's room, gently knocking on the door. "Sister, it's time to get up." "All right, I know," came Lu Fengying's groggy reply from within. At breakfast, the family dined on the remnants of last night's bear paw dish, which was nearly finished, accompanied by some pickled vegetables, with porridge and corn muffins serving as the staple fare. During the meal, Lu Jun mentioned his desire to visit Uncle Chun to his father, Lu Chuan. The latter lifted his gaze, casting a skeptical glance at Lu Jun before placing his chopsticks down and retrieving a bottle of Qingfen liquor from the inner room. He placed it on the table and said to Lu Jun, "This is a bottle of liquor I bought in 70. I had intended to save it for your wedding. However, since Uncle Chen sent over a bear paw last night, it wouldn't be courteous to refuse. Take this liquor with you. He is your benefactor, after all. It's a perfect opportunity to express your gratitude." Lu Jun stared at the bottle in surprise. He had not anticipated his father would part with such a treasure. As Lu Chuan had said, he had only tasted it once on his own wedding day. This liquor, renowned for its quality in the 70s, had matured over the years, promising an even richer flavor now, 12 years later. "Really, Dad? Can I take this?" Lu Jun asked, his excitement palpable. "Of course. I brought it out for you. Do you think I would change my mind? Uncle Chen was quite generous yesterday. I can't be so stingy," Lu Chuan replied, somewhat exasperated. With a cheerful nod, Lu Jun returned to his meal. After breakfast, he played with Lai Fu, setting the dog in the front yard to get acquainted with the surroundings. Lai Han affectionately patted Lai Fu's head, clearly enamored with the dog. As Lu Jun exited the courtyard, he found Li Jiangguo waiting outside. The moment Lu Jun appeared, Li Jiangguo's face lit up with excitement. "Lu Gu, what are the plans for today? With all this snow, it looks like it will continue throughout the day. Let's head to Uncle Chen's house. No need to be covert this time. He sent both our families a bear paw last night, so we can go and express our gratitude without any hesitation." "Great. If we had to be sneaky again, it would be such a hassle to go around the station," Li Jiangguo replied, rolling his eyes in mock exasperation. The army helplessly shrugged his shoulders, saying, "Once we acquire a shotgun, we will no longer have to live in fear. For now, we must keep our hunting activities from my father and Uncle Li. Come on, let us go." Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo rubbed their hands together, cheerfully treading over the snow as they made their way to Uncle Chen's home. Along the way, they encountered several villagers who cast envious glances at the duo, especially since Uncle Chen had gifted them bear paws the previous night. Seeing the townsfolk, Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo reciprocated with bright smiles and friendly greetings. In no time, they arrived at Uncle Chen's fence, and Lu Jun called out, "Uncle Chen?" "Lu Jun, you may come in," came the cheerful reply from within. Upon hearing Lu Jun's voice, Uncle Chen welcomed them with warmth. As they entered, the large yellow dog and the black dog approached them. Lu Jun affectionately patted the yellow dog's head and walked straight into the house. "Uncle Chen, are you feeling better?" "Much better. Just a couple more weeks of rest, and I should be fine," Uncle Chen replied. "They say it takes 100 days to heal from a bone injury, but that varies from person to person. For a seasoned hunter like me, this is just a minor setback. Have you eaten? If not, I can whip something up for you," he continued. Li Jiangguo laughed. "We've eaten. My mother made braised bear paws yesterday. It was absolutely delightful. If only you could have stayed to taste it, Uncle Chen." Uncle Chen chuckled. "There will be opportunities in the future. Uncle Chen, this is a bottle of wine my father asked me to bring you. Where should I put it?" Lu Jun inquired as he placed the green Fen liquor on the table. At first, Uncle Chen thought it was just an ordinary bottle of wine, but upon noticing the yellowed wrapping paper, he examined it closely and exclaimed, 1970 green Fen liquor? Your father is generous indeed. I cannot accept this. Take it back. Please. Uncle Chen, it was given by my father. Just keep it. I believe we have 3 or 4 more bottles at home, Lu Jun insisted. Very well. I will not drink it. I'll save it for your wedding day, Uncle Chen replied. Lu Jun's mouth twitched slightly, realizing that it meant he would have to wait until his wedding day to share a drink. With a jovial demeanor, Uncle Chen walked over to the Kong and placed the wine on the bedside table. The image of that formidable bear lingered in Lu Jun's mind, and suddenly, he thought of a hunting weapon that could serve as a substitute for a shotgun. Uncle Chen, have you ever made a crossbow? A crossbow? You wish to hunt with that? I have never crafted one, but I have heard of someone using a crossbow to hunt a mountain king. I have gathered quite a bit of material. Would you like some? Upon hearing this, Lu Jun nodded eagerly. He had crafted crossbows in his past life during his idle moments. The crossbow consists of 6 main components: the bow body, bow arm, arrow slot, bowstring, bow teeth, and bow mechanism. The bowstring is made from 5 strands of fine hemp twisted together. If better materials like antler or sinew could be used, that would be ideal. Otherwise, a substitute of fine hemp rope would suffice, while the bow teeth and mechanism are crafted from bone. The arrow slot is relatively straightforward. However, a slight misstep could render the entire crossbow useless. The crossbow bolts are even simpler to create, requiring only the shaping of bamboo blocks, followed by attaching bamboo skin to the tail end, with triangular fletches folded to enhance flight stability. Crossbows are generally categorized into 2 sizes. The larger variant boasts a back length of 110 centimeters, with an effective range of approximately 150 meters, while the smaller version measures 90 centimeters in back length, reaching around 50 meters. The disparity in size also correlates with differences in power. Should the army wish to hunt the wounded artillery egg, it would necessitate the use of the larger crossbow, ensuring that at least 3 bolts strike the target's head accurately. The 062 water ash wood is indeed formidable for constructing crossbows. Upon hearing that Uncle Chen had materials for crafting a crossbow, the army's eyes lit up. Uncle Chen, may I take a look? I possess the skills to make a crossbow, but alas, I lack the materials. You can? Very well, I shall fetch them for you. Uncle Chen, surprised, glanced at the army before nodding and heading towards the storage room to retrieve the materials. In truth, Chunda had initially intended to inquire why the army was proficient in crossbow making, but reconsidered, surmising that the army would likely keep such matters private, as everyone harbors their own secrets. Chunda returned from the storage room with 5 essential components: the crossbow body, bow arm, bowstring, trigger, and mechanism. Placing them on the table, these were procured 15 years ago and have remained untouched until now. Take a look and see if they can still be utilized. The army examined the components, discovering that only 2 were in good condition, the bowstring and mechanism, while the remaining 3 exhibited slight damage, given their age. The army sighed deeply. Fortunately, the mechanism and bowstring are intact. The remaining bow arm, arrow slot, and trigger can be fashioned from wood. Do you have any available? Very well, I shall retrieve some. Within moments, Uncle Chen returned from the storage room, presenting a wide wooden plank to the army. What do you think of this? It should suffice, I believe. Upon inspecting the wood, the army recognized its origin: water ash. This hardwood is renowned for its high strength, exceptional abrasion resistance, and corrosion resistance. Its dense and sturdy texture renders it ideal for crafting crossbows. Thank you, Uncle Chen. Chen De cheerfully replied. Hasten your work. I am eager to witness your crossbow making process. It is particularly effective for hunting animals like roe deer with minimal noise. The army began by sketching the conceptual designs of the crossbow body and bow arm onto the wooden plank, then retrieved a small knife from his waist, meticulously carving along the marked lines. After approximately 2 hours, he wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, having finally completed the crossbow body and bow arm. The remaining tasks involved the arrow slot and trigger, which were even simpler. The army swiftly fashioned these components, ultimately joining the grooves of the crossbow body and bow arm together, thus completing the crossbow. Was it truly that simple? Uncle Chen, furrowing his brow, remarked, It's that simple. Uncle Chen, primarily, you already possess all the necessary materials, which undoubtedly simplifies the process. If one were to start from scratch, the preparation and crafting would demand a considerable amount of time. Li Jiangguo, playfully caressing the crossbow, cheerfully inquired, Brother Lu, but there are no arrows? Lu Jun, smiling, replied, What is the rush? Patience is key. The finest material for crafting bows and arrows is bamboo, renowned for its high durability and exceptional length. However, as there is no bamboo available at Uncle Chen's, we must resort to some wood, whittling it down to the thickness of a finger, approximately 50 centimeters in length for the arrows. To enhance their lethality, I have sharpened the tips to a remarkable degree. A mere touch on that sharp point elicited a sharp sting in my finger. After crafting 7 or 8 arrows, Lu Jun gleefully announced, "All done." He placed the arrows in the quiver, explaining that a gentle press of the trigger would send them flying. Uncle Chen, with a grin, suggested, "Let us head outside to test it." The three ventured outdoors, where Uncle Chen sliced a piece of bear meat, roughly the size of a palm and about 3 centimeters thick, hanging it from the eaves to signify a target for Lu Jun to assess the crossbow's might. If the arrow could not penetrate this chunk of bear meat, hunting would surely pose a challenge. Li Jiangguo rubbed his palms together, his eyes alight with anticipation as he urged, "Brother Lu, give it a go and see what power it possesses." Lu Jun nodded with a smile. Retreating to a distance of 30 meters, aiming at the bear meat, and gently pressed the trigger. The arrow shot forth from the quiver, slicing through the air with a rush. To his astonishment, Lu Jun observed the arrow piercing through the bear meat, leaving a hole in its wake. He clicked his tongue, surprised by its formidable strength, exceeding his expectations. Beside him, Li Jiangguo's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the crossbow in Lu Jun's hands, swallowing hard, exclaiming, "Brother Lu, it went straight through." Uncle Chen frowned slightly, suggesting, "Lu Jun, take a few steps back and shoot again from outside the courtyard. Let us see if it retains the same effect." Lu Jun nodded, stepping outside the courtyard, eyeing the bear meat once more. He pulled the trigger again, and as before, the arrow pierced through the meat, leaving another hole. Uncle Chen continued, further back, under that tree. His curiosity piqued. He sought to discover the true extent of the crossbow's capabilities, eager to discern its limits for his own understanding. Lu Jun obliged, moving to the tree, which was at least 80 meters from the eaves. He pressed the trigger once more, and the arrow soared toward the bear meat, this time embedding itself partially, with half the shaft remaining lodged in the meat. Uncle Chen murmured, "Impressive." Lu Jun, joyfully returning to the courtyard, extracted the arrow and, facing Uncle Chen with a smile, inquired, "So, Uncle Chen, what do you think? As long as one does not encounter the 3 hazards, a shot within 50 meters aimed at the head of the prey will likely ensure its demise. Should the head prove particularly resilient, targeting the body may yield better results." After Uncle Chen concluded his remarks, his gaze flickered towards the crossbow in Army Lu's possession. "Impressive, Brother Lu," Li Jiangguo exclaimed with a smile. Army Lu raised his thumb in commendation, acknowledging, "Uncle Chen is indeed remarkable, deducing everything so swiftly. Once you acquire a crossbow for hunting, it will become second nature to you. In the absence of a firearm, having an alternative tool is certainly advantageous, making hunting considerably more convenient." At present, Army Lu wielded 2 weapons, a slingshot for targeting small animals such as pigeons and hares, and a crossbow, which was suitable for medium-sized game like roe deer and other less formidable creatures. However, when facing a bear or wild boar, unless the adversary were injured, retreat would be the only viable option. "Let us go, we've been busy all morning. It's time for a meal," he suggested. "No, Uncle Chen, we'll head back first. Once the snow ceases, we'll venture into the county." Army Lu waved his hand, choosing to return home with Li Jiangguo. "All right, take care on the way." In the woods, while traversing the path back, Army Lu concealed the crossbow within his cotton jacket. Fortunately, it was winter and snowing, otherwise, the villagers would surely have noticed something amiss. Along the way, Li Jiangguo cheerfully remarked, "Brother Lu, with this, can we hunt wild boar?" Army Lu was startled by Li Jiangguo's suggestion. Using a crossbow against a wild boar seemed utterly reckless. "Are you referring to that injured beast?" he inquired. "Indeed, Brother Lu. I've kept that in mind. Given the snowy conditions, it's bound to leave blood trails, making it easier to track. If other hunters seize the opportunity first, we might lose our chance. Let us not rush. With this heavy snowfall, the blood trails are likely buried. We have no dogs to assist us in tracking the wild boar. We should focus on taking down some hares first. We've already accepted a deposit from Chuxiong, and we must fulfill our obligation." Li Jiangguo nodded enthusiastically, responding, "All right, we'll pursue the hares first, keeping an eye out for any signs of the boar along the way." Army Lu rubbed his temples and suggested, "Tomorrow, let us check the traps on the back mountain. We haven't inspected them yet." By noon, the two returned home. Army Lu hid the crossbow within his jacket, and upon entering, Li Qiushui remained oblivious to any discrepancies in his demeanor. He made his way to the backyard, entered his room, and discreetly retrieved the crossbow from his bosom, quietly placing it beneath the bed. Having completed these tasks, Army Lu petted his dog, Lai Fu, and offered him a few morsels of bear meat, cheerfully saying, "Grow strong. And next spring, I'll take you along for a hunt." Lai Fu seemed to comprehend, wagging his tail in response. After finishing lunch, the snow continued to fall outside, though it was gradually lessening. Lu Jun speculated that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the snowfall would likely cease by tomorrow afternoon. Lu Fengying glanced at her brother, who was lost in thought, and gently tapped his shoulder. "What are you daydreaming about?" she inquired. Lu Jun replied with a cheerful grin, "Sister, how about I take a stroll through the woods at the west end of the village? With the snow falling, I might catch a few wild rabbits or pheasants. What do you think?" Lu Fengying regarded him with a skeptical look. "Are you sure you can catch pheasants at this time?" "Well, I'm not certain, but I do like to try my luck. I have nothing else to do at home anyway. What do you say?" Lu Jun proposed. "All right, but how should we explain this to Mom? Should we tell her we're going to set traps in the woods at the west end of the village?" "That sounds good. Let's go. Setting traps is different from climbing the mountain. Let's move," Lu Jun said cheerfully. In their region, almost every household had traps, as the abundance of game made it a common practice. There's an old saying in northeast China: "A stick can catch a roe deer, and a ladle can scoop fish," which reflects the plentiful nature of wild game, particularly pheasants. "Where are you headed?" came the voice of Lu Han from behind, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lu Jun and Lu Fengying. Upon seeing her cheerful sister, a sense of foreboding crept into Lu Jun's mind. "The woods at the west end of the village? I want to go with you," Lu Han said, gripping Lu Jun's leg with a smile. Seeing her determined expression, Lu Jun hesitated to refuse and simply nodded in agreement. The three siblings retrieved traps from the backyard and made their way to the front yard. Li Qiushui, noticing the traps and snares in their hands, assumed that Lu Jun was up to his usual mischief and quickly set aside her sewing to intercept him. "What are you up to?" she asked. Lu Fengying hurriedly explained, "Mom, we're going to the woods at the west end of the village. With the snow falling, the pheasants and rabbits are more active. We're going to set a few traps and see if we can catch something." "Are you sure you're not going up the mountain?" Li Qiushui asked with a dubious glance at Lu Jun. "I promise, we won't go up the mountain, Mom. You can trust me. My sister is right here with me." "How could I go?" Lu Jun reassured her. All right. Just make sure to return early." Li Qiushui waved them off, allowing the three to proceed. As long as they weren't heading up the mountain, venturing into the woods to set traps was perfectly normal. Even those who weren't avid hunters would occasionally set traps on snowy days since the snow made it easier to catch game. The trio merrily headed towards the woods at the west end of the village, encountering several villagers along the way. Lu Jun felt a bit shy to engage in conversation, as his recent exploits had become a topic of casual gossip among the villagers. However, upon seeing him in person, the older villagers greeted him with warm smiles instead of discussing his past antics. The three members of the army continued their journey towards the grove at the western edge of the village. As the figures of the trio gradually faded from view, the crowd behind them resumed their chatter. It appeared they were setting traps, likely for the plentiful game on this snowy day. Had they ventured into the woods? The hunters from the village had already placed their traps and snares earlier in the morning. Thus, the three would find little opportunity there. Indeed, it was evident they had arrived too late. "I even saw Chen Pao and his two sons heading into the woods to set traps today. Chen Pao's sons are hunters as well. It seems hunting runs in their family, and they are quite prosperous. I heard that just yesterday. Chen Guang and Chen Ren had the audacity to provoke a wild boar, resulting in 3 hunting dogs returning with only 2. Today, Chen Pao's face was still ashen. Meanwhile, the trio of soldiers walked along the path and soon arrived at the grove on the village's western side. They brushed off the snow clinging to their clothes. Looking up at the trees, Lu Jun noted the stark contrast to the previous days. Not a single wild pigeon was in sight. He retrieved the traps and snares. Treading carefully on the snow, Lu Fengying turned to Lu Jun and inquired, "Where should we set the trap?" Lu Jun replied calmly, "Sister, let us set it here. There are more footprints of wild chickens, and I see some feathers. The snow is also less here, and it's a slight slope. Once the prey is caught in the snare, their chances of escape are minimal." "Over here, brother, I think this spot is good," Lu Han chimed in cheerfully, pointing to a particular area. Lu Fengying pinched Lu Han's cheek playfully, handed the snares to Lu Jun, and said, "You set it up." "All right." Lu Jun replied with a grin as he accepted the snares. He produced a small shovel he had prepared earlier and began to dig a small pit in the designated area, ensuring it was slightly larger than the snare when opened. But not too deep, just enough to accommodate the trap and allow for some extra space. He tied one end of a rope to the iron ring of the snare and secured the other end to a wooden stake, then carefully opened the snare. There was a safety hook on the snare, which required careful handling when placing it into the pit. After positioning the open snare in the small hole, he hammered the staked rope into the ground. Looking at the completed snare, Lu Jun understood that it was vital to conceal the trap to blend with the surrounding path. He gathered some weeds and lightly covered it with snow. Thus, the trap was set. Although setting a snare might seem straightforward, the actual process revealed certain challenges, particularly with the final step of covering it. A moment's inattention could lead to falling into the pit and necessitate starting over. Observing his handiwork, Lu Jun cheerfully announced, "Sister, it's done." Lu Fengying praised him. "You worked quickly. Your technique is impressive." Lu Jun chuckled. "I've been doing this since I was little. It's just a trap. Nothing extraordinary. Sister, I shall venture to other locations to see if there are any further traces of wild chickens or hares." Lu Fengying nodded, passing the remaining traps in her hands to Lu Jun. Upon receiving them, Lu Jun circled around the grove and soon spotted the small footprints of a wild chicken on a slope. He retrieved a trap and set it at that location. Generally speaking, wherever there are wild chicken tracks, it signifies a frequent haunt, making it particularly easy to capture them. After placing the trap, Lu Jun walked on, pulling out his slingshot and gazing up into the trees, ensuring he did not stray too far, keeping Lu Fengying and Lu Han within his line of sight. In front of him, 3 gray dogs were foraging for food. The sound of Lu Jun treading on the snow startled them, and they hurriedly retreated to their respective dens. Unfortunately for them, Lu Jun had already spotted the trio. There was no way he would let them escape so easily. He drew a clay pellet from his waist, placed it in the pouch, aimed at the 3 gray dogs, and released the slingshot. With a series of whooshing sounds, all 3 fleeing gray dogs were struck and plummeted from the trees. Lu Jun picked up the 3 unconscious gray dogs, cheerfully remarking, "Just 50 more, and I am one step closer." Lu Fengying, crunching through the snow, jogged over to Lu Jun and gazed at the 3 downed gray dogs. "Lu Jun, your aim with the slingshot is remarkable," she exclaimed. Lu Jun smiled but remained silent, handing the gray dogs to Lu Fengying for her to stow in her bag. The trio continued their journey through the woods. Wherever there was a gray dog den, Lu Jun systematically searched every nook and cranny. If he found it too challenging to excavate, he resorted to using his slingshot to strike down the gray dogs that scurried away into the trees. He also collected a considerable quantity of pine nuts from the gray dog dens, which he handed to Lu Han as a snack. Wherever they traversed, more accurately, wherever Lu Jun passed, he thoroughly scoured the area. Meanwhile, Lu Fengying observed the continuous descent of gray dogs struck down by Lu Jun. Her emotions were quite complex. Each gray dog fetched a price of approximately 3 to 4 units, meaning that shooting down a single one was worth more than 3 days of labor. Lu Han, however, was not particularly concerned with the price of the gray dogs. Her thoughts were solely on the prospect of enjoying a substantial amount of gray dog meat. As the sun gradually sank below the horizon, the sky darkened considerably. When Lu Jun shot down the final gray dog, he handed it to Lu Fengying, asking, "Sister, how many does this make?" Throughout the journey, Lu Jun had focused solely on shooting the gray dogs and had not kept count of how many there were. All the gray dogs were in Lu Fengying's bag. She looked at Lu Jun and replied, word by word, 18. 18? The army was taken aback. Having arrived in the morning, and now twilight was gradually descending, though a faint light still lingered. After calculating, the army realized that approximately 4 hours had passed, during which he had captured 18 greyhounds, averaging 5 per hour. In terms of hourly wages, that amounted to about 1,520 yuan. However, the army understood that this was merely a stroke of luck. Being the first snowfall of the season, the weather was not yet too frigid, allowing the greyhounds to venture out in search of food. Yet, if a few days passed, the greyhounds would likely become even scarcer and harder to catch. "What's wrong? You doubt your own catch?" Lu Fengying teased, opening the bag to reveal that most of the greyhounds had regained consciousness, all eager to escape upon seeing the bag unsealed. The army, observing the wriggling greyhounds, reached out to touch them, finally comprehending why Uncle Chu Xiong had crafted a greyhound fur coat for his mother. Although the fur was not as luxurious as sable, it was still remarkably soft and warm. I didn't have the chance to count," he said cheerfully, retracting his hand. "Sister, let us go? We should be able to check these traps tomorrow." It was essential to frequently monitor the traps. Otherwise, they risked being intercepted by others. Naturally, those who did so were aware of the etiquette and would take some, but not all. As the army spoke, his gaze drifted towards the slope ahead, and he immediately felt a shiver run through him. A brown-tailed, bushy-furred sable suddenly appeared before his eyes. Lu Fengying and Lu Han were completely oblivious to the presence of the sable. The army turned to them, placing a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture, indicating they should look towards the southwest. Understanding his intent, they gazed in that direction, and there it was, a sable. The sable, one of the treasures of the Northeast. The 3 treasures of the Northeast include ginseng, sable fur, and Ural grass. While Ural grass is quite common, the first 2 are notably rare, especially sable fur, which is often referred to as the king of furs. A single sable pelt could fetch over 100 yuan, equivalent to an entire family's annual expenses. The army slowly retrieved his slingshot, wary of making any sudden movements that might alert the sable on the slope to his presence. Creak. Just as he attempted to step forward, he inadvertently stepped on a branch buried in the snow, producing a loud crack. The sable, with its large eyes, fixed its gaze on the army, blinking rapidly. Just as he aimed to release the slingshot, the sable had already darted up the tree. "Patience. Cast a long line to catch a big fish. We must secure 3 sables," Lu Han exclaimed anxiously, her youthful face reflecting her tension and urgency. Despite her tender age, she understood well that this sable was a rare find, and its fur was of considerable worth. The soldier remained utterly focused, his gaze fixed on the marten perched atop the treetop, his slingshot firmly grasped in hand. Just as he poised to shoot, the clever little creature seemed to sense impending danger, swiftly evading the threat. The soldier did not release his grip on the slingshot, maintaining the tension of the taut string. Observing the marten's frantic evasions, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. Why not turn the tables? He deliberately misfired, aiming at a branch beside the marten. In an instant, the marten darted away like a flash of lightning, disappearing without a trace. Without hesitation, the soldier took off in pursuit. His eyes locked onto the agile figure of the marten as it leapt deftly among the branches, not daring to relent for a moment. As the marten raced further away, its petite form grew increasingly indistinct. The soldier quickened his pace, the snowflakes swirling in the air necessitating utmost caution. One misstep could alarm the nimble marten, rendering his efforts futile. In contrast, the sisters, Lu Fengying and Lu Hanying, were far less anxious than their brother. Their steady, measured strides appeared exceptionally slow compared to the soldier's frantic dash. Lu Hanying trudged forward, sighing despondently. "Sister, brother was so close to hitting that marten. What a pity. After all our efforts, a valuable catch has slipped away." Lu Fengying looked at her money-minded sister with a mix of exasperation and affection, gently ruffling her hair in consolation. "Do not fret, little sister. See how your brother is in hot pursuit? Perhaps he still has a chance to catch the marten." Hearing this, Lu Hanying opened her mouth as if to protest, but ultimately chose silence, pressing her lips together and continuing to follow closely behind her sister. The marten, with its lithe form, leapt gracefully from one branch to another, swiftly reaching an area dense with birch and elm trees. Among the multitude of trees stood a particularly towering birch, robust and majestic. The marten deftly descended the trunk, its delicate paws touching the pristine snow, pausing intermittently to glance back cautiously, ensuring no one was in pursuit before confidently ascending the grand birch and swiftly burrowing into the warmth of its cozy nest. The soldier, concealed in the shadows, witnessed the entire scene unfold. He carefully tucked his slingshot at his waist, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he murmured softly, "Patience brings greater rewards." Indeed, the soldier had deliberately misfired not only because the marten was elusive, but also because he sought to capture more than one. At that moment, the marten remained blissfully unaware of the soldier's quiet approach to its sanctuary, nestled comfortably atop the tree. The army, slightly calming his anxious and excited disposition, took a deep breath, vigorously rubbed his hands together, and stepped forward to the birch tree. He gently touched the rough bark, examining it closely before a smile graced his face. Indeed, it was spacious enough. Climbing it might prove to be a bit challenging. He spat several times into his rough, sturdy hands, then pressed them together, vigorously rubbing them, producing a series of crackling sounds. He lifted his gaze to the towering tree, its robust stature inspiring a sense of confidence within him. With deliberate slowness, he began to ascend the tree, swiftly reaching the branches. As he gazed up at the marten den not far above, his enthusiasm intensified. Surely, there must be at least 2 martens within that den, otherwise, why would he go through so much trouble? With this thought fueling his determination, he climbed swiftly to the marten den, grasping a nearby branch for support while his other hand reached into the den. His fingers grasped the bushy tails of 2 martens, and he pulled them tightly, looking up with a jovial grin. Running away? Not so much now, are you? Just as he was reveling in his triumph, another marten darted out from the back of the den. To his surprise, he had captured 2, while unbeknownst to him, the den harbored 3 martens in total. Quickly, he descended from the tree, where he found Lu Fengying and Lu Han had already arrived. They stared incredulously at the 2 martens he held. 2 martens? Upon seeing Lu Fengying approach, without hesitation, he thrust the martens into her arms and retrieved his slingshot from his waist, dashing after the direction in which the other marten had escaped. Lu Fengying remained momentarily stunned, while Lu Han eagerly grasped the tails of the 2 martens, reaching out to feel their soft fur, enveloped by a sensation of warmth and softness. Sister, they're martens. Truly martens. You were right, brother, you actually caught them. Sister, you must feel their fur. It's incredibly comforting. No wonder a single marten is so expensive. It's genuinely warm. Realizing the reality of the situation, Lu Fengying chuckled bitterly, reflecting on how she had merely been comforting Lu Han, never truly believing that Lu Jun could catch a marten, which were notoriously agile and difficult to capture. The 2 martens in her embrace evoked a sense of disbelief as she caressed their fur. She felt a warmth emanating from them. How could a marten, valued at 100 yuan each, possibly escape? Meanwhile, Lu Jun continued his relentless pursuit, finally spotting the marten perched on a branch of a birch tree. The marten, exceptionally nimble and clever, had deliberately chosen to flee to a branch-laden area. After a brief chase, the marten paused to look at Lu Jun, adopting a provocative stance while scratching its belly with its front paw. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Jun seized the opportunity, drew his slingshot, pulled it taut, and released it in one fluid motion. As the purple marten had yet to react, the freshly molded clay ball was hurled toward it, landing heavily against its abdomen. The marten plummeted from the tree, crashing into the snow below. Lu Jun chuckled heartily. Seizing the marten, where do you think you're running off to? The marten, still struggling in Lu Jun's grasp, found itself utterly immobilized. Lu Jun affectionately ruffled its fur, jovially remarking, there are 3 martens in this nest, and thanks to you, I managed to catch the other 2. No sooner had Lu Jun finished his sentence than a flurry of hurried footsteps approached from behind. He turned to see Lu Han and Lu Fengying arriving at his side. With a flourish, Lu Jun waved the marten and called out to them, Sister, I've caught one. Lu Han's eyes widened in astonishment as she bounced over to him, gazing at the marten in his hands. Brother, you're amazing. You've caught 3 martens, at least 300 yuan. In times past, Lu Jun could scarcely have imagined such a feat. A standard hunting rifle typically cost between 800 to 1,000 yuan. Currently, with the money from selling antiques and the order from Chuxiong, he had approximately 150 yuan in hand. Adding in Uncle Chun Das Bear Gall and the 2 martens, if they divided the earnings 3 ways, he could expect around 150 yuan. With the 3 martens he had captured, he was looking at nearly 300 yuan. This meant he was a mere 150 yuan shy of the minimum 800 yuan needed for a rifle. The thought ignited a fervor within him. However, it dawned on him that he lacked a clear path to procure the firearm. Just as Lu Jun immersed himself in contemplation, a splash of cold water interrupted his thoughts. Lu Fengying looked at him and said, Juner, I doubt Mom and Dad will allow you to keep this money. Her words struck him like a bolt. He had nearly forgotten that bringing home 3 martens would likely mean the money would not be his to claim. After a moment's reflection, Lu Jun proposed, Sister, what if I take 1 marten home? I want to mention the other 2 to our parents. The money from this one might not be given to me, but it could help with household expenses. Lu Fengying nodded in agreement. While she initially considered asking Lu Jun to surrender the remaining 2 martens as well, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, understanding that her brother must have his reasons for wanting to keep some of the profit. With a playful grin, Lu Jun turned to Lu Han and said, No snitching. When I go to the county town, I'll bring you some tasty treats. All right, Lu Han replied cheerfully. The three of them retraced their steps, heading back toward the village. On the outskirts of the outer mountain, Qian Guang and Qian Run, carrying several wild rabbits, strolled jovially toward home. Along their path, they encountered numerous individuals returning from the brick factory, who noticed the rabbits dangling from their hands. Qian Guang and Qian Ren, have you two young lads caught some game again? How many greyhounds did you manage to snag? One of the bystanders cheerfully remarked by the roadside near the brick factory. Upon hearing the mention of their catch, Qian Ren and Qian Guang replied with equal cheer, Uncle Zhou, we've got 5 greyhounds and 3 wild rabbits. 5 greyhounds. Each pelt fetches 3 to 4 yuan. That's at least 15, better than what we earn in half a month. Given that it's snowing today, I reckon your future catches will be plentiful as well. If you happen to hunt a wild boar, we might share in the bounty too. Uncle Zhou, you speak as if it's certain. My father has already gone up the mountain to set traps. If he catches a wild boar, he'll definitely share some with the village, Qian Guang replied with a grin. Excellent. Youthful promise indeed. You are among the most capable of our village's younger generation. Others smiled approvingly at Qian Guang and Qian Ren, showering them with compliments. In the crowd, Lu Chuan and Li Zhengmin observed Qian Guang and Qian Ren with unchanging expressions, pondering whether these two lads were a bit too full of themselves. Qian Guang continued, Uncle Zhou, I must head back now to process these catches. 2 fine lads indeed. Adept at mountain pursuits. Just look at who his father is, Chen Pao. A tiger begets no dog. Truly impressive. What was the situation with Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo the other day? Before Zhou's uncle could finish his thought, 2 voices echoed from behind. Zhou-san, are you seeking death? Zhou-san, are you itching for a fight? Lu Chuan and Li Zhengmin glared at Zhou-san. Zhou-san shrank back, having intended to provoke, but nearly forgot that Lu Chuan and Li Zhengmin were present. He awkwardly smiled and promptly took flight. Lu Chuan spat. That scoundrel runs faster than the wind. Lu Jun, Lu Han, and Lu Fengying emerged from the woods at the western edge of the village, rubbing the fur of 3 minks for warmth. The 3 of them cherished the warmth emanating from the mink pelts. Lu Han cheerfully inquired, Brother, might we have greyhound meat for dinner today? Last night, she had relished quite a bit of roasted greyhound at the dam, but she felt it paled in comparison to her mother's cooking, which was simply divine. Sure, let us have Mom prepare it for you, Lu Jun replied jovially. After speaking, Lu Jun surveyed his surroundings. Darkness was encroaching rapidly. The trio quickened their pace, and suddenly, Lu Jun noticed a footprint ahead. Lowering his gaze for a closer examination, he murmured, Is that the print of a foolish roe deer? It wasn't uncommon to encounter the northeastern mythical creature, the foolish roe deer, in the woods. They were notoriously naive, often failing to flee even when humans approached. Their reflexes far too delayed to react until one was nearly upon them. The foolish roe deer possesses a peculiar trait. It frequently treads along the paths it has previously traversed. Capturing this simple creature is remarkably straightforward. One merely needs to set snares along its route. However, today, the army, venturing into the woods, brought traps yet neglected to carry any snares. Lu Fengying furrowed her brow as she observed the roe deer's footprints before her, exclaiming, Are these indeed the tracks of the foolish roe deer? Alas, we rushed out this time and left the snares behind. Lu Han, standing nearby, remarked wistfully, Sister, do you truly think our family is solely dedicated to hunting? Upon hearing this, Lu Fengying chuckled heartily, nearly forgetting that her excursion to the mountains was merely a stroke of luck to set a few traps. With Lu Jun having caught 3 minks and 20 greyhounds, she almost believed she was merely an assistant on his hunting escapades. Lu Fengying patted Lu Jun's shoulder, suggesting, Let us go. Without snares, there's no need to linger. Yet Lu Jun shook his head, continuing, Sister, the absence of snares does not preclude us from capturing the foolish roe deer. Are you familiar with the concept of a trigger? A trigger? Lu Fengying murmured, her brow furrowed in contemplation. She seemed to recall having heard the term before, but the specifics of its construction eluded her. Beside her, Lu Han innocently inquired, What is a trigger exactly? A trap, Lu Jun replied cheerfully. The trigger is a specialized contraption designed for capturing foolish roe deer. In his previous life, when he lacked snares, he would craft a trigger whenever he discovered roe deer tracks, ensuring a precise capture every time. Lu Jun located a nearby tree stump, felled it, and fashioned a circular trap with a diameter of approximately 10 feet. Once this was accomplished, the remaining steps were simple. He just needed to gather some wintergreen. He gathered a handful of wintergreen and laid it in the center of the trap. He left a single opening for entry, placing a large fallen log horizontally beneath it and suspending a hefty round log above. He fashioned a mechanism with small branches, connecting it to the suspended log. When the roe deer, drawn by the wintergreen, stepped through the entrance, it would disturb the branches, triggering the mechanism and causing the log above to descend. The large log below would then crush the deer's neck, resulting in its demise. Upon completing this trap, Lu Jun felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back, primarily due to exhaustion. If only someone had assisted him, the task would have been less arduous. Unfortunately, his childhood friend, Li Jiangguo, was not present. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Lu Fengying examined the trigger crafted from the roe deer's tracks, then glanced at Lu Jun, struggling to reconcile this adept individual with her brother. Lu Jun clapped his hands and cheerfully stated, "Sister, let us depart. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we shall behold a lifeless roe deer by tomorrow." Indeed, Lu Fengying nodded, a smile gracing her lips. A roe deer? Does this mean we might feast upon venison? Lu Han's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he gazed at the trigger. "Oh, you." Lu Fengying gently pinched Lu Han's little face, wearing an expression of helplessness. At the entrance of the Lu family home, Lu Chuan and Li Zhengmin were engaged in casual conversation. Li Zhengmin remarked, "Brother Chuan, that scoundrel from Wednesday runs off so swiftly. If I could catch him, I would certainly give him a good thrashing for the gossip he spreads behind our backs." Lu Chuan took a puff from his pipe and continued, "He does have a point, though. The two sons of Chen Pao, Chen Ren and Chen Guang, are indeed among the more promising young men in our village, exceptional hunters. However, that rascal from Wednesday seems intent on undermining them, trying to elevate Chen Guang and Chen Ren while belittling others. What a pathetic old bachelor he is. I wish I could slap him a couple of times." Recalling the day's events, Lu Chuan felt a surge of anger. His son had become the subject of ridicule in the village over the past few days. The crux of the matter was that Lu Chuan felt utterly powerless. He couldn't let his son venture into the mountains to hunt, only to provide proof to the villagers. After all, he understood his son's capabilities better than anyone else. Suddenly, Lu Chuan realized he hadn't seen Lu Jun around. Dismissing Li Jingmin's idle chatter, he turned and headed toward the backyard, calling out, "Lu Jun? Lu Jun, where are you?" Upon reaching the backyard, he shouted several times with no response. A sense of dread washed over him as a troubling thought crossed his mind. Could that rascal have taken advantage of today's snowfall to sneak off into the mountains again? "Fengying, Fengying," Lu Chuan called out again, hoping to inquire with his eldest daughter about Lu Jun's whereabouts. After calling out multiple times without an answer, his worry deepened. "What are you doing? What happened?" Li Qiushui, hearing the frantic calls from the backyard, assumed something was amiss. She hurriedly set aside her work and rushed to the backyard to find Lu Chuan. "Where's Lu Jun? Where's Fengying? Why are both of them missing? Has Lu Jun gone back up the mountain again?" Lu Chuan asked anxiously. It was a snowy day, and wild boars and wolves were likely to emerge from the mountains in search of food. If anything were to happen, the Lu family would face dire consequences. How could he not be concerned? Last time, Lu Jun had been chased all over the mountain by a boar, and if he encountered one again, he would have no chance to escape in the slippery snow. "Lu Jun, Fengying," he called out again. "They went to set traps in the woods on the west side of the village. They haven't gone up the mountain. Fengying is with him. Don't worry. Lu Jun will be fine. Now, I won't keep you any longer. I need to start cooking," Li Qiushui replied before returning to the front yard. Upon hearing this, the stone that had been lodged in Lu Chuan's heart finally fell away. Setting traps was acceptable. As long as they weren't heading into the mountains, he could accept it. The woods on the west side of the village rarely had any substantial game, mostly just small animals like greyhounds, jumping cats, and wild pigeons, which posed little threat to humans. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chuan exhaled slowly. Meanwhile, outside, Li Zhengmin, noticing Lu Chuan had not emerged, approached the backyard and asked, "Brother Chuan, what's the matter?" "It is of no concern. That rascal has gone to set traps in the woods to the west of the village." "Setting traps? Quite splendid. Given that today is a snowy day, many animals will undoubtedly leave traces behind, making it an opportune time for trapping. Let us go outside and speak further." Lu Chuan chuckled heartily, his demeanor jovial. The two resumed their casual conversation just outside the door, as snow continued to fall gently around them. Li Zhengmin opened the dialogue, saying, "Brother Chuan, how about we go ice fishing in a few days? Once this snow settles, I suspect the Great Lake pit will freeze over, allowing us to catch some fish and enjoy a meal. Ice fishing. Sounds delightful. Lu Chuan took a puff from his pipe, the smoke curling in the air. Indeed, when the time comes, we shall each wield a fishing rod and return with an ample catch. Li Zhengmin replied, his spirits high. As they conversed, a figure appeared on the road, none other than Chen Shanliang, a notorious figure in the village, also known as Chen Pao. At that moment, he was holding a wolf and several greyhounds, his quarry from the mountains that day. Upon noticing Lu Chuan and Li Zhengmin, he deliberately slowed his pace, eager to flaunt his success before Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan's expression soured upon sighting Chen Shanliang and the spoils he carried. The reason for Chen Shanliang's desire to show off in front of Lu Chuan stemmed from a grudge formed 2 decades prior. It was rather amusing to recall. At that time, Li Qiushui was known for her virtuous nature. Both Chen Shanliang and Lu Chuan had sought her hand in marriage. Yet she chose the more earnest and simple Lu Chuan. Consequently, Chen Shanliang seized every opportunity to vex Lu Chuan whenever he could. Chen Shanliang stuffed the greyhounds into a bag and produced a filter-tipped cigarette from his pocket, cheerfully approaching Lu Chuan and Li Zhengmin. Could I borrow a light? He asked. Li Zhengmin shot him a disdainful glance and handed him the matchbox, saying, light it yourself. Brother Lu, I have some fresh greyhound meat here that I haven't yet tasted. You should take it for your family, especially for that little girl, Lu Han. She looks rather unwell. It seems she hasn't had meat in quite some time. Children need to replenish their nutrition regularly. Do not hesitate. Take it. Chen Shanliang exclaimed with a grin. To an uninformed observer, he might appear benevolent. Yet those aware of their history understood that he was subtly mocking Lu Chuan's family's financial struggles. Lu Chuan pondered for a moment. Since the facade had already been torn, why engage in empty pleasantries? He retorted directly, do not call me brother. Who is your brother? Keep the fruits of your labor for yourself. After all, should misfortune befall you, you might yet become a ghost of gluttony. Chen Shanliang offered a forced smile, attempting to maintain his joviality, and addressed Lu Chuan. Come now, Lu Chuan. Do not harbor such resentment. I am aware of what transpired with your son a few days ago, but fret not. All things considered, it has turned out for the best, contrary to what was anticipated. Look at my son. When he first learned to hunt, he also progressed slowly. Lu Chuan, if you trust me, you can let me teach Lu Jun how to hunt. Lu Chuan clenched his fists, listening to the sarcasm. You teach Lu Jun to hunt? Who do you think you are? Just as he was about to slap Chen Shanliang, a familiar voice interrupted. Uncle Qian, do you still have the leisure to jest here? I heard that yesterday, Qian Guang and Qian Ren's 2 hunting dogs were killed by wild boars. Is this how you teach them to hunt? I wouldn't dare to learn from you. On his way here, Lu Jun had overheard Chen Shanliang's mockery of his family. How could he remain silent? He retorted directly, especially since the Qian and Lu families were well aware of their animosity. Chen Shanliang, Lu Chuan, and Li Zhengmin turned to look at the smiling Lu Jun, who maintained a calm demeanor. Lu Jun glanced at the game in Chen Shanliang's possession and cheerfully remarked, Uncle Qian, is this all you managed to catch? Just one jackal? Chen Shanliang retorted, a jackal? Open your eyes and take a good look. There are 7 greyhounds as well. He pulled out 7 greyhounds from his bag, wearing a smug expression. Is this all? Lu Jun dug at his ear, gazing at Chen Shanliang with disdain. If Chen Shanliang had boasted like this in front of others, they might have remained silent. But today he had encountered the formidable Lu Jun. The 20 greyhounds Lu Jun had caught were worth far more than Chen Shanliang's meager haul. Not to mention the 3 sable worth 100 each that Lu Jun had. Lu Chuan and Li Zhengmin were about to say something. But seeing Lu Fengying shake her head, they held their tongues, both curious about Lu Jun's unwavering confidence. Was it blind arrogance or genuine fearlessness? Chen Shanliang laughed, unperturbed. Is this it? What do you think it should be like? The more Lu Jun showed off, the more amused Chen Shanliang became. For Lu Jun's bravado was merely that, bravado without substance. Suddenly, Lu Han chimed in. At the very least, there should be at least 20 greyhounds, right? Chen Shanliang chuckled. 20 greyhounds? Ha ha ha. What do you know, little one? Have you ever tasted greyhound meat? Catching 20 in a day is already pushing it. At most, you might catch 15. And 3 of those would be from a den. Oh, is 20 a lot? Lu Jun replied cheerfully. Chen Shanliang continued. 20 greyhounds aren't many, but for you, that is certainly an unattainable feat. Lu Jun looked at Chen Shanliang and proposed, Uncle Qian, how about a bet? If I can catch 20 greyhounds, you will leave your jackal with me. If not, I will give you $20. What do you say? Lu Chuan admonished. But Lu Jun met his father's gaze with resolute eyes and shook his head. Lu Chuan understood and chose not to speak further. Are you trying to intimidate me? Is this some kind of performance? Go ahead and show me. Today, if there were 20 greyhounds, I would exchange them for the wolf. If not, I would not require any payment. In the future, when you see me, just call me Master Qian. Qian Shanliang observed Lu Jun and Lu Chuan, clearly perceiving that the duo was putting on an act. Lu Jun, with an easy grin, nodded. All right, let us proceed. Lu Fengying handed the bag to Lu Jun, who, with a serious countenance, remarked, Uncle Qian, be sure to count them accurately this time. What scheme is this young man concocting? Lu Chuan muttered quietly. Lu Fengying opened another bag, and Lu Jun began extracting the greyhounds. 1, 2, 3, placing them all into a separate bag. As 8 greyhounds settled into the new bag, beads of sweat formed on Qian Shanliang's forehead. 8. Could there truly be 20? A wave of suspicion rose within him. Lu Chuan's brows knitted in confusion. How could there be so many intact greyhounds? Did Lu Jun capture them all? Or had he secretly ventured into the mountains again? Beside them, Li Zhongmin's eyes widened. Disbelief etched on his face as he regarded Lu Jun 10 greyhounds already, and he continued to retrieve more. How could there be so many? Lu Jun meticulously counted. 16, 17, 20. Uncle Qian, may I now keep your wolf? Qian Shanliang glared ferociously at Lu Jun. You little rascal, how dare you set a trap for me? Lu Jun's expression darkened as he clenched his fingers. What do you mean, Uncle Qian? You agreed just moments ago. How am I ensnaring you? Besides, who do you think you are to insult me? You've overstepped. As he spoke, he struck Qian Shanliang across the face with a resounding slap that echoed through the air. Lu Chuan, Li Zhongmin, and the others were taken aback, astonished that Lu Jun dared to deliver such a blow. Qian Shanliang, regaining his composure, instinctively attempted to retaliate. But Lu Chuan swiftly grasped his wrist. Don't stoop to his level. He is merely a junior. If you wish to fight, I will stand by your side. Lu Chuan wore a faint smile, observing the flustered Qian Shanliang. Today, they emerged victorious. Whether regarding the wager or the recent slap delivered by his son, they were the clear winners. You and I, let us practice together, shall we? Li Zhongmin stepped forward, grinning amiably. Fine, just you wait. Just you wait. Qian Shanliang spat venomously, striding away without a backward glance. Lu Jun watched Qian Shanliang's retreating figure and chuckled. Uncle Qian, take care on your way. Let us hope you don't encounter any wolves or leopards. Since the rift had already been established, Lu Jun spared no courtesy. Yet, a tinge of regret lingered. He had allowed Qian Shanliang to leave without claiming the wolf. Lu Chuan's gaze fixated intently on the bag in Lu Jun's hand, inquiring, Now do tell, how did you acquire these 20 greyhounds? Before the army could utter a word, Lu Han, standing nearby, could no longer contain herself and blurted out everything, including the incident of Lu Jun capturing a sable. A sable? Is that for real? Lu Chuan, upon hearing his younger daughter's words, was momentarily stunned as he gazed at Lu Jun. The thought of having caught 20 greyhounds in the western woods of the village was beyond his imagination. Yet, it was not just the greyhounds. There was also the sable. A single sable is worth 100 yuan, surpassing his earnings from the first half of the year. Lu Jun shot a glance at his little sister, Lu Han, thinking that her mouth was quite loose. Thankfully, she refrained from mentioning that he had caught 3. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble. He took a sable from the bag and handed it to Lu Chuan, saying, Look, Dad, it's real and still alive. Lu Chuan, with an expression of disbelief, extended his hand to gently touch the sable's fur. Once he confirmed its authenticity, he felt a sense of relief. I'll take care of this sable for you. Without further ado, he cradled the sable, fully aware of its considerable value. Lu Jun watched as Lu Chuan dashed away, unable to suppress a helpless smile. Li Zhongmin, eager to touch the sable himself, lamented that he hadn't even had the chance, as Lu Chuan had whisked it away too quickly. Lu Jun turned to Uncle Li and said, Uncle Li, I'll head inside now. I'll bring you some greyhound meat shortly. All right. Li Zhongmin nodded and turned to head home. As Lu Jun, Lu Han, and Lu Fengying reached the front yard, they were met with a chorus of astonished exclamations from the kitchen. Did Lu Jun really shoot it with a slingshot? Indeed. And it's still alive. Dear, once we sell the sable, we can prepare 4 essential items for Lu Jun. 4 essentials are still a ways off. We'll keep the funds from the sable for Lu Jun, considering the expenses for his marriage. Good, good. Let us proceed with that plan. Within the kitchen, the couple had already determined how they would use the funds from the sable once it was sold. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun could only shrug in resignation. It would be better to keep the money for himself rather than have it solely for his family's plans. However, Lu Jun dared not voice these thoughts aloud. While his family permitted him to set traps for sables in the western woods, they would never agree to him going into the mountains for hunting. The two activities differ fundamentally. The former relies on luck, while the latter demands skill, capability, and the right equipment. After processing all the greyhounds, Lu Jun skinned them, taking a portion of the meat to Lu Han for their mother, Li Qiushui, to prepare a delectable dish. The remaining greyhound meat was delivered to the Li family, where Uncle Li received it, and Lu Jun noticed Li Aigua behind him, eyeing the meat with hungry anticipation. After chatting with Uncle Li for a while, Lu Jun returned home. Before long, Li Qiushui had prepared a delicious dish of greyhound meat, bringing it to the heated table with a cheerful demeanor. Dig in. Today, let us indulge in some extra meat. Whatever we don't finish, we'll store in the cellar. The individuals on the Kong exhibited an unmistakable eagerness, seizing their chopsticks to hastily convey morsels of meat to their mouths. After a brief moment of indulgence, Lu Jun looked up at Li Qiushui and Lu Chuan, expressing, "Father, Mother, I wish to venture into the woods once more tomorrow." "Another trip?" Lu Chuan inquired, bewildered, oblivious to the subtle shift in his demeanor towards Lu Jun. Perhaps prompted by the presence of that sable, Li Qiushui, succinct and straightforward, questioned, "What purpose does this serve?" "To retrieve the traps from the western woods, which I set today. I wish to check on them tomorrow. Moreover, the snowfall has yet to cease, and the transport to the county remains suspended, rendering me unable to work," Lu Jun explained. Both Li Qiushui and Lu Chuan remained silent, casting disapproving glances toward Lu Jun. It was Lu Fengying who interjected to alleviate the tension, suggesting, "Mother, Father, allow Lu Jun this opportunity. After all, he is idling at home, and the snow is likely to persist for another day. It would be better for him to catch some small game in the western woods." "Lu Jun, you claim to use a slingshot. Who taught you this skill?" Li Qiushui scrutinized him skeptically. Lu Jun scratched his head, replying, "Mother, there's nothing to learn. It's simply a matter of aiming. How else could one learn?" Li Qiushui sighed, observing Lu Jun's eager demeanor, and continued, "Very well, you may go. However, after tomorrow, you must return to your job diligently. Do you understand?" "Absolutely. Now, let us eat," Lu Jun responded. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan stood in stunned silence, pondering. "What is happening? Am I not the head of this household? Shouldn't I be the one making decisions?" As Qian Shanliang walked along the village path, he reflected on the recent scene, instinctively covering his face. Ouch. That little rascal certainly possesses great strength. It truly hurts. He thought to himself, "Next time, do not let me catch you wandering alone. You shall see what I will do." Contemplating the 20 greyhounds in Lu Jun's possession, Qian Shanliang snorted disdainfully. "What are those greyhounds? I have already set explosives in the mountains. Once I catch a wild boar, I shall flaunt my success. I refuse to believe you can capture a wild boar." As he pondered, Qian Shanliang arrived at his home, bursting through the door and calling out, "Qian Guang, Qian Run, come here at once." Upon hearing their father's voice, Qian Guang and Qian Ren quickly emerged from their room and approached him in the yard. Observing the wild animal and 7 greyhounds he held, they inquired, "Father, what is the matter? Have the traps in the western woods been successful?" Qian Shanliang initially intended to unleash his pent-up frustration, but restrained himself from scolding his sons. "They have been successful. By the way, I caught a few greyhounds and a jumping cat, all inside the house. Now, I ask you, did you two encounter Lu Jun in the woods?" Qian Shanliang recalled the sight of over 20 greyhounds in the hands of the army, realizing he had not encountered them on the mountain. Thus, they must have ventured towards the western woods. The army? The one who was frightened to the core by a wild boar? Qian Ren scratched his head and continued, "I have never seen them. There are hardly any traps set up in the western woods. When we were there, we didn't T-spot the army." "Father, why are we discussing the army all of a sudden?" The army had supposedly captured 20 greyhounds today. Qian Shanliang was puzzled by how this individual managed to do so, especially after boasting right in front of him, this little braggart. He refrained from mentioning his own ordeal of being beaten, wanting to maintain some dignity in front of his 2 sons. 20? How did he manage that? "Father, he wouldn't be trying to fool you, would he? I remember he was utterly terrified by that wild boar a few days ago," Qian Ren exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. If the army could catch 20, then he could certainly catch 100. Anyone can boast, after all. Beside them, Qian Guang stroked his chin, deep in thought, murmuring 20. Qian Shanliang placed the jackal on the table, took a sip of yellow wine to moisten his throat, and advised, enough of that. Tomorrow, after retrieving the traps from the mountain, you two should borrow a hunting dog from Chen Pao. The day after, we will head back up the mountain. I've already placed explosives there to see if we've managed to catch any prey. What about that injured wild boar? Qian Ren recalled the wounded beast, lamenting the missed opportunity. Qian Shanliang expressed his thoughts. Let us not worry about the injured boar for now. I circled the front mountain today and found nothing, not even a trace of blood. It has already been a day. Who knows if it has been devoured by other beasts? The scent of blood is quite strong and would surely attract packs of wolves and jackals. It's likely dead by now. Qian Guang and Qian Ren wanted to say more, but Qian Shanliang waved them off, signaling for them to leave. He poured himself another glass of yellow wine and drank alone. Since his wife had passed away 5 years ago, their family consisted solely of the three of them. When in good spirits, Qian Shanliang would cook for his sons. During his darker moods, they would go hungry. That evening, beside the outer mountain, in a small clinic, an oil lamp flickered as two men sat on the kong, sipping yellow wine. After several cups, their faces began to flush slightly. Li Yonglu was the first to break the silence, glancing at Chunda and saying, "Can't handle your liquor anymore? Your face is turning red. Look who's talking. Your face is just as flushed." "It's a case of the pot calling the kettle black," Chunda retorted, a hint of irritation in his tone. After their playful banter, both erupted into laughter. Li Yonglu then retrieved some items from the head of the kong, placing them before Chunda. "You left in such a hurry the other day. Bear paw, bear nose, and bear skin, none of which you took with you. I've taken the liberty of processing them for you. I assure you, I haven't hidden anything. I have also procured bear oil for you, albeit for a modest fee, leaving behind a portion of it. Do I not have your trust? But what purpose do you have for this? It all belongs to the army. It would be best to present it to him once you meet, whether he gives it to you or not. It amounts to the same, as long as you both are in agreement. I harbor no greed for your possessions. Oh, but you have also partaken in bear meat, have you not?" Chunda teased with a hearty laugh. "Spare me your words. This was given to me by the army, and it concerns you not." "Ha ha." Chunda chuckled for a moment before pausing, raising his cup and looking at Li Yonglu with a jovial expression, saying, "Let us continue to drink. No more for me. You should not return tonight. Your arm is still not healed, and with nightfall, wandering alone could bring unforeseen troubles. Stay here with me." "Very well." Chunda nodded, finishing his last cup of yellow wine. "In a few days, I shall visit an old friend. Will you accompany me?" "You mean?" Chunda gestured for silence. And Li Yonglu, on the verge of speaking, refrained, as if he already understood the reason. After a moment's contemplation, Li Yonglu realized the intent was to pave the way for the army. "Have you considered this thoroughly? I recall it has been 20 years since you last met." "Indeed. Since that incident, we have not crossed paths. I have heard he is now a clerk in the receiving area of the state-run store in the county. It seems quite stable. No wonder you have not ventured to the county store to sell your game these past years. Now it makes sense." A serious expression crossed Li Yonglu's face as he continued. "You plan to go in a few days, likely to lay the groundwork for the army, correct? The army is a promising talent. We cannot allow his potential to go to waste. I may not have much to teach him, but others certainly can. Moreover, that person possesses several hunting dogs. Should the army take him as a mentor, he might acquire an excellent hunting hound. But is that the most significant aspect? Are you drawn to his treasures? Ha ha. It is always you. His prized hunting rifles are merely gathering dust. It would be better for the army to purchase one, as it could maximize the value of those treasures. Well, as long as you have clarity in your mind." Li Yonglu raised his cup to Chunda. Chun Fan and Chu Yun, having been struck by slingshots at the dam, bore numerous bloodstains upon their bodies and faces. Yet, upon hearing that his uncle had slain a bear yesterday, Chun Fan sprang from his bed, disregarding his injuries. A bear, undoubtedly possessing bear bile, would fetch a price of no less than $300, even for the least quality. And being injured, his uncle would surely feel pity and bestow the bile upon him. With such thoughts igniting a fervor within him, Chun Fan, undeterred by the darkness of night, resolutely made his way towards Chunda's residence. As Chun Fan made his way to his uncle Chunda's home, he noticed that the lights within were unlit, leading him to believe that his uncle had already retired for the night. He pushed open the gate, and stepped inside with a sense of furtive delight. If his uncle was indeed asleep, he could stealthily procure the bear bile without anyone being the wiser. Chen Fan was aware that the extraction process typically took 2 to 3 days, but as he contemplated this, a black dog suddenly lunged at him, baring its teeth. Before he could react, the dog had already leapt in front of him. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Fan turned and fled, shouting, "Uncle, it's me." However, the only response he received was the echo of his own voice. The black dog relentlessly pursued him, snapping at his heels. And Chen Fan let out a yelp of pain as it bit him. He quickly dashed away, not daring to look back. Had Chinda been present, he would likely have scolded the dog, but alas, Chinda was at Li Yonglu's house, leaving the dog to guard the premises, making it impossible for Chen Fan to gain entry. Clutching his injured rear, Chen Fan sought refuge beneath a large tree, where he observed the blood flowing from his wound. A malevolent glint crossed his eyes as he muttered, "I swear, if I ever catch you, I will turn you into dog meat." Reluctantly, he began his journey back, realizing that with the dog on guard, he could only return to strategize. Upon returning to Chu Yun's courtyard, Chen Fan sensed something amiss. It appeared that a tall, imposing figure with 3 distinct scars on his face had joined Chu Yun, exuding a menacing aura. Chu Yun lifted his gaze to Chen Fan and inquired, "Where's the bear bile?" Chen Fan took a step back, shielding his backside. "Brother Chu, I tried, but I didn't anticipate my uncle leaving the dog in the yard. I called out to him, but he didn't respond, and now I've been bitten. If we want to obtain the bear bile, we must first deal with that guard dog." "Dogs. That's a trivial matter," the burly man beside Chu Yun replied with a fierce expression. "A little sedative will easily incapacitate the dog." Chu Yun smiled. "That's indeed a clever plan, brother. Do you have any drugs? I've long been annoyed by those 2 dogs. Let us put them both to sleep. Then, we can easily seize the hunting rifle and the bear bile, leaving that useless Chindo alone." At this point, Chen Fan felt a surge of reluctance. His earlier bravado about consuming dog meat was merely talk. He could never bring himself to harm the black and yellow dogs. The truth was, hunting dogs were invaluable to hunters, and to kill them would mean forging an irreparable enmity with the hunter. Chen Fan realized he was sinking deeper into a predicament. If he withdrew now, he would likely face a brutal beating or worse. "That makes sense. I'll see if I can find some sedatives," Chu Yun said as he walked out the door, vanishing into the night. Upon regaining his senses, Chen Fan gazed at the retreating figure of Chu Xiu and stammered, "Brother Chu, is that your elder brother?" "Indeed. Let's not dwell on it now. Come, let us take a break. Tomorrow we shall prepare for a grand endeavor." After their meal, Lu Jun accompanied Lu Han and Lu Fengying in the courtyard to construct a snowman. The trio swiftly assembled a rotund snowman with a diminutive head, presenting a comical sight from afar. Their cooperative effort held significant value. Lu Han initially intended to retrieve a carrot from the kitchen to adorn the snowman's face. But before she could procure it, Li Qiushui dismissed her, stating that the carrot was reserved for cooking. Dejected, Lu Han wandered to the backyard, her eyes brimming with a sense of grievance. Observing this, Lu Jun approached and offered her a large white rabbit candy, gently ruffling her hair. "Why the tears?" Lu Han forced a smile, "I am not crying," and proceeded to unwrap the candy, savoring its sweetness. Lu Jun carried Laifu out, feeding it some minced meat, while planning to train the puppy's biting and tugging abilities before bedtime, instilling habits from a young age. Lu Han joined Lu Jun, lifting Laifu and standing upright. "Brother, he is a male dog." Lu Jun shot her a sidelong glance. "What of it?" Lu Han pouted silently, taking Laifu to play in the snow. Lu Jun approached his sister, Lu Fengying, with a smile. "Sister, when are you leaving?" "What? Do you find my presence in the backyard bothersome?" Lu Jun chuckled. "Nonsense. I could never think that. I was merely inquiring. The day after tomorrow or the day following. I cannot linger here for too long. They will be anxious." "All right, sister. When you depart, I shall see you off. I have a turtle in my jar. You may take it with you." "No need. Keep it for yourself. Just a word of advice. After the new year, be diligent in your work. Do not entertain thoughts of hunting in the mountains. You are the only male in the family, and you know the dangers involved." A moment's carelessness. Lu Fengying refrained from continuing, and sensing the atmosphere grow serious, Lu Jun cheerfully reassured, "Do not worry, sister. I shall certainly not stray. I will assist Uncle Chunda and return to work after the new year. Sister, please refrain from accompanying me tomorrow to fetch the traps. The ground is frozen, and should you slip, I would have no way to explain to brother-in-law." Lu Jun's primary objective for tomorrow was not merely to collect traps from the western woods, but rather to explore the back mountain for other potential game. With the cold settling in, even if he were to catch something, he could leave it on the mountain. After all, it was winter, and with snow covering the ground. He could easily dig a pit, cover the catch with snow, creating a natural refrigerator that would keep it preserved for a week or more. Moreover, the traps he set ought to be retrieved, as it has been approximately 5 days. Should he delay any longer, it is conceivable that the prey may have been consumed by other beasts. Very well, I shall await your good news at home, but do not venture into the mountains. Who will accompany you tomorrow? Jiangua. Very well. Lu Jun tilted his head towards the sky, a faint smile gracing his lips. He mused internally. What a warm life this is. In the backyard, the two continued their casual conversation, discussing various topics, while Lu Han playfully teased Lai Fu. Snow continued to cascade gently. In the front yard, Li Qiushui and Lu Chuan observed the sable before them, having procured a small iron cage specifically to prevent its escape. Lu Jun returned to his chamber, retrieving the remaining 2 sables concealed within his cotton coat. In order to prevent these 2 from fleeing, he unsheathed a knife and swiftly dispatched them, collecting their pelts. After completing this task, he examined the 20 greyhound pelts he had harvested that day, each one of superior quality, devoid of any blemishes. This was all thanks to the use of fired clay pellets. Had he employed sharp stones, even a successful strike would have left traces on the prey. Lu Jun concealed the 2 sable pelts and the 20 greyhound pelts, intending to visit Uncle Chun the following day to dry them. After all, should he display the 2 sable pelts at home, it would undoubtedly prompt a barrage of inquiries. It would be far more prudent to go directly to Uncle Chen's house, where he could also discuss with him when to travel to the county town. Resolved, Lu Jun retired to bed for a good night's rest. The following morning, Lu Jun arose early. He concealed the crossbow he had crafted 2 days prior within his ample cotton coat, ensuring it remained undetectable. Had it been autumn, it would undoubtedly have been revealed. After a simple breakfast, he set out to the Li family to seek out Li Jiangua. After finishing his own meal, Li Jiangua, in high spirits, accompanied Lu Jun outside. As they stepped out, Li Jiangua, brimming with eagerness, inquired, "Brother Lu, where did you venture yesterday afternoon? How did you manage to acquire so much greyhound meat? You weren't alone in the mountains, were you? Yet, that doesn't make sense, if you were alone. How could you have brought back the meat?" Lu Jun chuckled softly, replying, "Where else could I have gone? I merely visited the woods to the west of the village. I certainly did not ascend the mountains, and at home, they do not dare question me too closely. Come, let us head to the western woods today." Very well. As Lu Jun and Li Jiangua walked, the latter maintained a cheerful demeanor. Along the way, Li Jiangua produced an axe, causing Lu Jun's eyelids to flutter with concern. "What do you intend to do with that axe?" "Yesterday, while dining, I overheard my father mention a remarkable man from our village, who, 2 decades ago, had felled wild boars and bears with an axe. Inspired by his audacity, I thought to myself that if he could do it, so could I, and thus I decided to bring forth the axe." The army, shaking his head in disbelief, chuckled. "Nonsense. An axe against a wild boar? Against a bear? One must be exceedingly fortunate in both timing and circumstance. With the sheer size of a wild boar, perhaps a smaller one might present a chance, but encountering a formidable boar would render one defenseless, especially when armed only with an axe. A mere charge from a boar, and one would surely meet their end. Nevertheless, I brought the axe, for one never knows when it might prove useful." After their meal, Qian Guang and Qian Ren made their way towards the woods at the western edge of the village, accompanied by Zhou San. Zhou San had delivered a considerable amount of provisions to Qian Shanliang, expressing his desire to hunt and traverse the mountains. Although Qian Shanliang was initially reluctant to acquiesce, he found himself wearied by Zhou San's incessant chatter. With pressing matters of his own, he could hardly spare the time to educate Zhou San on the intricacies of hunting. Thus, he allowed Zhou San to tag along with Qian Guang and Qian Ren, hoping the challenges of hunting would deter him. After all, hunting and trekking through the mountains were endeavors that demanded great mental fortitude and were fraught with peril and uncertainty. Zhou San, however, was only focused on the bountiful game that those experienced in hunting brought home daily, oblivious to the fact that he was mere novice, while others had been honing their skills for over 30 years. Zhou San looked at Qian Guang and Qian Ren with a grin, asking, "What are we up to today?" "We're heading to the woods in the west to retrieve traps," came the reply. "Excellent. Let us go." Huang said with a hint of impatience. They ventured into the woods without even bringing their hunting dogs. Since learning that Chen Pao had single-handedly slain a bear, they had been contemplating borrowing his dogs for their hunting endeavors. Their plan was to visit Chen Pao's home in the afternoon, starting the day by fetching traps. Meanwhile, at the brick factory, Lu Chuan and Li Zhengmin were laboring while engaging in light conversation. Li Zhengmin cheerfully remarked, "Brother Chuan, I suppose Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo have gone to the woods in the west to get traps today, haven't they?" "They should have," Lu Chuan replied. "In any case, it's just a matter of days before the snow ceases and he returns to work in the county. Do you think Lu Jun will bring back any other game this time?" Li Zhengmin inquired. "Nonsense. What can he possibly bring back? With that little slingshot of his, he can only manage to catch some stray dogs or perhaps a few jumping cats. Nothing more." Lu Chuan continued. "However, I must say, he did manage to catch quite a few stray dogs yesterday, over 20, along with a sable. With this, Lu Jun is close to gathering enough for his upcoming wedding." "Huh. But where is Zhou San today? I haven't seen him around," Lu Chuan said, scanning the surroundings but spotting no sign of Zhou San. He had kept yesterday's words in mind, determined not to let Zhou San slip away so easily today. "Zhou San. Indeed, where has that scoundrel gone? I haven't seen him at work today," Li Zhengmin remarked, furrowing his brow. "Zhou San. He seems to have taken a leave, claiming he is going hunting. Whether it is true or not remains uncertain, as I did hear him mention it yesterday." A nearby worker chuckled as he spoke. Both Lu Chuan and Li Zhengmin shook their heads upon hearing this. Hunting? With that slender frame of his, what game could he possibly hunt? Meanwhile, Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo had already arrived at the woods near Tungsitu. After a day of snowfall, the woods were blanketed in white. Lu Jun noticed numerous footprints ahead and quickly retrieved his slingshot, handing the crossbow he had tucked inside his cotton coat to Li Jiangguo, who accepted it with an expression of excitement. "Be quiet," Lu Jun whispered. "There's movement ahead. Let us tread lightly." Li Jiangguo nodded in agreement. Lu Jun pulled back the slingshot and cautiously followed the footprints in the snow. After approximately 50 steps, they came across 3 hares. Hares, colloquially known as jumping cats, elicited a slight smile from Lu Jun. He hadn't encountered any yesterday, yet here they were today. Li Jiangguo was equally tense. Lu Jun released the slingshot, and 3 swift sounds pierced the air, striking the hares squarely on their heads. The 3 hares fell silent in an instant. The 2 hurried over to grasp the ears of the hares, with Li Jiangguo exclaiming, "Lu Gu, what a great start." The 3 hares were quite a catch, indicating that luck was on their side today. After securing the hares, Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo continued deeper into the woods to search for the traps they had set earlier. Catching small game in the snow was particularly straightforward, as any creature that had passed through would leave behind footprints, making it easy to track them. As they searched for the traps, Lu Jun also discovered numerous traces of small game. However, instead of blindly following the tracks, he crouched down to examine them closely. Fresh prints indicated that the game had recently passed, which could be pursued. Conversely, tracks left the previous day were more challenging to locate, though they might lead to a small game den. Yet, Lu Jun didn't have the luxury of time for such pursuits. He would only patiently search for fresh tracks, unless they were from a marten. "Lu Gu, there's a gray squirrel up in the tree," Li Jiangguo alerted him. Lu Jun looked up to see the gray squirrel gnawing on a pine cone. He pulled back the slingshot and released it, the projectile striking the squirrel with a swift sound. The squirrel tumbled down from the tree. Li Jiangguo, witnessing this, cheerfully remarked, "Lu Gu, your slingshot skills are becoming increasingly impressive. Even the finest slingshot cannot fell a wild boar, a brown bear, or a mountain king." Lu Jun replied, shaking his head. "Alas, Brother Lu, your proficiency with the slingshot and marksmanship is impressive. Once we manage to save enough for a firearm, we shall undoubtedly be able to hunt larger game." Li Jiangguo chuckled foolishly. "Let's go." Lu Jun playfully patted the back of Li Jiangguo's head and inquired as they walked, "What do you think of Chen Pao?" "What do you mean by that, Brother Lu?" Li Jiangguo scratched his head, feeling somewhat bewildered. "If Chen Pao were to take you as his apprentice, would you agree?" As soon as Lu Jun finished speaking, Li Jiangguo wore an astonished expression, turning to look at Lu Jun beside him. "Really? If that's the case, I would certainly be willing. Although Chen Pao is older now, his skills remain formidable. However, I doubt he would teach me. If he were to instruct anyone, it would surely be you, Brother Lu. I am just too clumsy." Li Jiangguo's initial excitement gradually waned, leaving him with a demeanor of disbelief. Lu Jun smiled. Do you wish for this? Of course. I definitely do. Then it's settled. This noon, we shall seek out Chen Pao. You will follow my lead, Lu Jun whispered. Leaning closer to Li Jiangguo, Li Jiangguo furrowed his brow, murmuring, is this truly feasible? Absolutely. Lu Jun chuckled, confident that Uncle Chen would be receptive to his proposal. He had noticed Chen Pao's intent to take Li Jiangguo under his wing just a couple of days prior. Otherwise, Chen Pao would not have allowed Li Jiangguo to observe him, hoping to impart even a fraction of his expertise. Brother Lu, how many greyhounds did you catch yesterday? How many more do we need? I caught 20 yesterday, and we still need about 20 more to complete the collection of greyhound pelts. My plan is to wait until the snow ceases. Then have Chen Pao accompany us to the county town to see if he has any connections to find a gun dealer. We should first scout for shotguns. It would be splendid if payment could be made in installments. Huh, what do you mean by installments? Nothing, I misspoke. Lu Jun rubbed his forehead, nearly forgetting that they were in the 1980s, a time devoid of installment plans. The two soon arrived at the trap site, but before they could approach, they overheard voices from nearby. Fortune smiles upon us. We managed to catch 2 jumping cats. Let's explore other areas. Qianren, having just removed a trap, looked up and spotted Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo. Understanding the historical grievances between their families, he held little affection for Lu Jun. Yet he was surprised to learn that Lu Jun had indeed captured 20 greyhounds in the western woods yesterday. Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo also noticed Qian Guang, alongside the 2 brothers, Qian Ren and Zhou San. Hey, I heard you caught 20 greyhounds in the western woods yesterday. Is that true or false? Qian Ren questioned, his expression emotionless. Lu Jun, upon hearing this, chose not to respond, instead taking the crossbow that Li Jiangguo had handed him. I am asking you a question. Can you not hear me? Beside him, Qian Guang exhibited a temperament far less amiable, adopting an air of superiority with a tone that was particularly abrasive. Hello? Who is this? Can't you call me by my name? You might want to ask your father. He was well aware of the situation yesterday. Oh, and by the way, he was quite unscrupulous yesterday as well. Remember to have him return the wolf. That was a bet he agreed to. Lu Jun remarked with a smile that failed to reach his eyes. Go to hell. Qian Guang erupted with expletives, stomping through the snow toward Lu Jun. You little brat. I curse you, Lu Grandpa. I am indeed cursing Lu Grandpa. Ah, such a good boy, grandson. Lu Jun replied mockingly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Qian Guang's face flushed crimson with rage, his finger incessantly jabbing at Lu Jun. Without further ado, Lu Jun pulled the trigger of his crossbow, sending an arrow whizzing past Qian Guang's face to embed itself in a tree behind him. Lu Jun squinted, grinning as he remarked, next time, it won't be so simple. Qian Guang opened his mouth to retort, but upon seeing the arrow lodged in the tree and the crossbow in Lu Jun's hands, he fell silent. Realizing Lu Jun was indeed serious, he was a madman. Qian Ren's face turned ashen as he glared at Lu Jun, gritting his teeth as he said, we will remember this arrow. Oh, just like your father? Untrustworthy? Lu Jun replied with a feigned grin. For years, Qian Shanliang had shared the spoils of the hunt with the villagers, yet he deliberately excluded the Lu family. While this behavior was morally questionable, the Lu family had remained silent. However, Qian Shanliang would often flaunt his bounty, sometimes even tossing scraps to the Lu family, all to humiliate them, which had once infuriated the young Lu Jun. The trio departed in silence, their disappointment palpable. After all, they had ventured into the mountains without their hunting rifles, and with Lu Jun wielding a crossbow, they were not a match for him. Should they provoke him, they would be the ones to suffer the consequences. Thus, Qian Ren resolved to remember this grudge, intending to seek vengeance for his brother and restore their honor upon their next encounter. As they walked, Qian Guang grumbled, still seething with anger. Brother, are we just going to let him off the hook? I can hardly stand that arrogant face of his. I wish I could slap him twice. What are you babbling about? Do you have a gun? Qian Ren replied coolly. Next time, I'll bring a gun. Let us see if he dares to be so arrogant then. Do you genuinely want to shoot him? What about Li Jiangguo? Right now? In the western woods of the village, it's just us. If something were to happen, how would you explain it? Even if you shot him, have you considered how you would survive in the village afterward? But do we just swallow this bitterness? Time is on our side. As long as Lu Jun continues in the hunting trade, we will encounter him again. When that happens, if you catch some game or find a good opportunity to settle the score, wouldn't that be better than shooting him now and attracting trouble? Despite Qian Ren's intense anger, He understood that the situation was far more complex than a mere impulsive reaction. The repercussions of such an act warranted careful contemplation. Unless absolutely necessary, he certainly would not take such a step, nor would he allow his brother to do so. All right, let us proceed to gather the other traps. Beside them, Zhou San, with a puzzled expression, remarked, "Did you notice the greyhound and the jumping cat that the army had just now?" As soon as he spoke, Qian Guang and Qian Rin fell silent, their earlier momentum noticeably faltering. They had indeed seen those creatures, but were reluctant to address the matter. They had not anticipated Zhou San's candidness, which rendered the atmosphere awkward for both. They had only managed to catch 2 jumping cats, while the others had 3 lively jumping cats and 1 greyhound, significantly outpacing their efforts. Zhou San soon realized his blunder. He had not intended to mention it, but was overwhelmed by curiosity, inadvertently voicing what was on his mind. Meanwhile, after Qian Rin and the others left, Li Jiangguo turned to the army and inquired, "Brother Lu, do you think they might return?" The army replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured, even if given 3 chances, they would not dare." He understood the nature of the individuals involved. Qian Guang was brawny yet simple-minded, a quintessential brute. Qian Rin, while slightly more astute, was overly cautious, which often led to excessive reticence. The army patted Li Jiangguo on the shoulder, signaling him to relax. "Let us go retrieve the traps." The duo soon arrived at the trap site, and upon inspection, the army discovered a greyhound ensnared. Covered in snow, he brushed off the frost, noting that the creature had been trapped the previous day and had endured a night of freezing. After a thorough examination, he found the greyhound's coat largely undamaged, which relieved him, and he cheerfully declared, "Another greyhound pelt. We only need 18 more to complete our task." Placing the greyhound into his bag, he continued towards the other traps. In no time, they had retrieved all the traps, uncovering 3 jumping cats and 2 greyhounds. This meant the army had acquired 3 greyhounds without expending any effort, bringing his total to 6 jumping cats when combined with those previously caught. Li Jiangguo laughed, "Brother Lu, your skill with the traps is truly remarkable." The army patted Li Jiangguo on the shoulder. "Once you learn from Uncle Chen, you too will master this." Indeed, Li Jiangguo nodded vigorously. The army then recalled the lever mechanics he had practiced the day before and asked Li Jiangguo, "Have you ever tasted roe deer meat?" Upon hearing this, Li Jiangguo frowned. "Roe deer meat? I seem to have never tasted it. But I have heard that minced roe deer meat used for dumplings is an exceptionally delightful delicacy." Lu Jun chuckled. "You know about using roe deer for filling? Where did you hear that? How come you only know about eating?" Li Jiangguo scratched his head. "I heard it from the folks in the village. They said minced roe deer is the best, so I believe them." "Indeed, minced roe deer is superior. Today we shall go catch a foolish roe deer." "Really? Brother Lu, I'm absolutely craving it. If we could prepare a meal of dumplings filled with roe deer meat, that would be simply divine." Upon hearing this, Lu Jun quickly responded, "All right. Enough with the chatter. Come, let us head over there and see if we can find the foolish roe deer." "Sure." Li Jiangguo followed closely behind Lu Jun. Before they reached their destination, a loud cry suddenly echoed. "A woo!" Lu Jun's eyes lit up with joy. This sound could only belong to the foolish roe deer. "Brother Lu, what was that cry?" Lu Jun urged. "Let us go. It's the roe deer. It must have fallen into a trap. Hurry, not far away." Qian Rin and his companions also heard the cry. "Brother, was that the roe deer's voice?" Qian Rin exclaimed with excitement. "It's definitely the foolish roe deer, coming from the southeast. Let us go." "All right." Qian Guang and Qian Rin disregarded everything else. Upon hearing the roe deer's call, they knew it had either fallen into a trap or been ensnared, releasing a cry of despair. Soon, Lu Jun arrived at the spot where the trap had been set the previous day. As he looked at the trap, he noticed fresh, crimson blood trickling down from it. The foolish roe deer's head was firmly caught. Lu Jun chuckled, "A male roe deer." The roe deer is characterized by its slender neck, large eyes, prominent ears, and lack of tusks, with its hind legs slightly longer than its forelegs, and a short tail. The only distinction between males and females is that the male roe deer has antlers, whereas the female does not. "Wow, Brother Lu, you are truly amazing. It really is a roe deer." Lu Jun replied with a smile. "Give me a hand. Let us dismantle the trap. This foolish roe deer has just died. We need to slit its throat to let the blood out completely, so it won't affect the meat quality." "Sure." Li Jiangguo moved beside Lu Jun to assist in disassembling the trap. "Stop!" A loud voice rang out. Lu Jun and Li Jianguo turned to see Qian Ren and his companions. Lu Jun frowned, casting a displeased glance at them. What? Do you intend to steal it? Lu Jun, I'm not here to rob you. Don't you remember the rule of sharing? This trap was set by other hunters, not by you. Do you plan to hoard the foolish roe deer all for yourself? We three have been watching. Even if you're picking up the leftovers, you can't take everything. Lu Jun nonchalantly retorted, You mountain cannon. You wilted eggplant. You deserve a drink. You little brat. Get lost. A string of northeastern curses flowed effortlessly from Lu Jun's lips. Upon entering the rear mountains, Qian Ren felt his face flush with anger. Yet he quickly regained his composure and said calmly, You may take everything. Thus, everyone in the village will know what kind of people the Lu family truly is. To this, Lu Jun responded not with wrath, but with a hearty laugh. What kind of individuals are you referring to? Comparatively, my family is far superior to yours. We are adept hunters, yet you prance about as if you were something special. And do you both recognize this? This is the trap I set myself just yesterday. Do you understand? At this revelation, Qian Guang and Qian Ren found themselves utterly bewildered. They had assumed Lu Jun had come to scavenge like them, only to discover that the very trap was set by him. Rendered speechless, their faces flushed with embarrassment. They realized that Lu Jun's capture of 20 hares the previous day was undoubtedly a result of his own prowess, especially after Qian Ren had noticed the bulging contents of Lu Jun's bag upon their encounter. Trailing behind the two, Zhou San's mind brimmed with confusion. Could Lu Jun truly set traps? Although he had never heard of such traps, the way Lu Jun had ensnared the hapless hare was indicative of its use as a hunting device. Zhou San pondered, when did Lu Jun become so skilled? Has he received training? Little did he know, Lu Jun's remarkable abilities stemmed from over 20 years of accumulated hunting experience in his past life. Seeking shortcuts in the mountains while hunting? There are none, unless one is willing to gamble their life against the mountain gods. This profession relies heavily on one's own hunting skills and the ability to assess prey. Once the three departed, Li Jianguo spat in frustration. What ill fortune! Encountering those three wherever one goes. But let us not dwell on that. Did you not see how infuriated Qian Guang and Qian Ren must have been? He scoffed. Who told them to make baseless assumptions? That trap is ours, and they expect to share in the spoils without reason? On what grounds? As they conversed, they removed the trap and laid the hare upon the ground. Lu Jun observed the creature, noting the distinct white heart-shaped marking on its rear. With a grin, he remarked, This hare is quite sizable. It could be fashioned into a fine coat. Lu Gu, who is this intended for? They inquired. Lu Jun replied cheerfully, For my sister. She will be leaving in a few days, and I suppose the next time we meet will be on the second day of the new year. Li Jianguo fixed his gaze on Lu Jun and asked, But Lu Gu, aren't you cold? Have you forgotten the bear we caught 2 days ago? We have the bear skin to make do with. Come, assist me in holding the head of the foolish roe deer while I perform the bloodletting and skinning. Later, we shall hang the entrails upon a tree as an offering to the mountain deity. Very well. Li Jianguo helped to elevate the roe deer, and the soldier extracted a knife, commencing the bloodletting. Before long, most of the blood had been drained, and the soldier expertly skinned the entire deer, revealing a flawless pelt before them. Upon completing this task, the soldier wiped the perspiration from his brow and extracted the entrails from the deer's abdomen, handing them to Li Jianguo, who found a branch to suspend them. With this step accomplished, the soldier had fully processed the deer. Li Jianguo, grinning, remarked, Brother Lu, today has been a bountiful harvest. Moreover, we can bring it home. It is entirely reasonable to catch a roe deer in traps. Brother Lu, shall we return now? Have we collected all the traps? Should we go home first or visit Uncle Chen's house? The soldier glanced at the sun, which hung directly overhead. It had only been 2 or 3 hours since he had departed from home. Let us first check the back mountain to see if the traps we previously set have ensnared anything. All right. However, Brother Lu, those traps have been out for nearly a week. Is it truly possible to capture prey? Even if we do catch something, it is likely to have frozen to death. Perhaps. Nevertheless, our primary concern now is to retrieve the traps. Whether we have caught anything is of little consequence. The crucial point is that if the traps remain out there unattended, someone else may take them, and we will be unable to catch any game in the future. Understood. However, Brother Lu, what shall we do with this foolish roe deer? Should we take it along? Its scent is quite strong. If we carry it to the back mountain, it may attract more wild beasts. The soldier chuckled. What are you worried about? Look at the weather. Li Jiangguo scrutinized the snowy landscape and suddenly comprehended the soldier's words. Indeed, it was a snowy day, and the chill was unlike the warmth of autumn or summer. The scent of the prey would not linger. They could easily conceal the roe deer within the snow, ensuring its safety as long as the woods remained undisturbed. With a grin, Li Jiangguo nodded. And the soldier patted him on the shoulder, shaking his head in resignation, signaling him to follow and learn. Come here, I shall teach you. The soldier dug a pit in the snow, laid the snow within, placed the recently acquired roe deer pelt inside, and then nestled the deer meat within, covering it with snow. The strong scent of blood was effectively masked. Li Jiangguo smacked his lips, proclaiming, Brother Liu is indeed impressive. This is quite common. If you ever capture prey in the snow and cannot carry it away, do not leave it exposed on the ground. The scent of blood is potent and will easily attract other wild beasts, the soldier continued. Your best option is to dig a snow pit like I did and bury the prey within. After speaking, the soldier took care to mark a tree nearby with his axe, leaving a distinctive cut to ensure he could identify his own mark later, preventing any chance of losing the location. After completing all of this, the soldier secured his slingshot and, armed with a crossbow, made his way towards the rear mountains. Following a heavy snowfall, the mountains were now enveloped in a wintry white blanket. This marked the soldier's second venture into these mountains, and unlike his previous excursions, he approached this one with heightened caution, aware that the heavy snow would entice various wild beasts to emerge in search of prey. As the soldier and his companion entered the rear mountains, they found themselves surrounded by an endless expanse of snow, the silence palpable. Treading carefully through the snow, the soldier directed his steps towards the bamboo grove where he had previously set traps. Throughout the journey, he remained vigilant, one hand gripping the crossbow, the other clutching an axe. Though the axe served little purpose, it would suffice as a means of defense should a creature spring unexpectedly into their path. Upon entering the rear mountains, it was immediately evident that the temperature was significantly colder than that of the Tungsi woods. Li Jiangguo exhaled a breath of warm air, rubbing his hands together. Lu Gu, why is it so cold here? The temperature in the mountains is low, especially since no one has ventured here recently. You should stay close behind me and tread carefully, the soldier advised. Understood, Li Jiangguo nodded, maintaining pace with the soldier. Soon, they arrived at the bamboo grove, only to discover that nothing had been caught in the trap. However, upon closer inspection, the soldier noticed a single leg of a wild chicken remaining in the trap. It dawned on him that they had indeed caught something, only to have it consumed by other predators. The soldier shook his head in resignation. What a pity. The wild chicken we caught has been devoured by another beast. Let us head back. There is no need to venture further. Li Jiangguo, following closely, inquired with curiosity. Lu Gu, who could have eaten it? From the bite marks on the chicken leg, it's likely either a wolf or a lynx. If it's a wolf, that is somewhat reassuring, as it indicates other prey is nearby. However, if it's a lynx, even if we encounter it, capturing it would be nearly impossible. They are exceedingly elusive. In his previous life, the soldier had attempted to capture a lynx, only to come away empty-handed. Among the most challenging quarry in the mountains, the lynx undoubtedly ranked at the top. Their cunning nature, heightened hearing, and exceptional hunting skills rendered them formidable adversaries. Li Jiangguo asked, puzzled. Isn't it possible to use a gun? When you finally possess a firearm and encounter one, you will understand the depth of despair. They are far too agile. The soldier replied, rubbing his temples. Let us return to the western woods for now. We should gather some greyhound pelts and make our way to the county towns sooner rather than later. What about the wolf? Li Jiangguo queried. Is it easy to hunt? The wolf? It's relatively easy to hunt, but this creature often trails behind wolf packs or lynxes, scavenging their leftovers. If luck is not on your side and you cross paths with a wolf pack, it could spell trouble. Of course, they also hunt for themselves, relying on their keen sense of smell to locate carrion. This is why the wolf is also known as the mountain scavenger. After the army finished speaking, he tidied up the trap and handed it to the nearby Li Jiangguo, who cheerfully accepted it and held it in his hands. Both Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo retraced their steps. After Qian Guang and Qian Ren had finished retrieving the traps, they glanced at the following Zhou San and said, We are heading home now. Uncle Zhou, you should go to the brick factory to work. Zhou San had intended to say something, but upon seeing the attitudes of Qian Guang and Qian Ren, he realized they were blaming him for not advocating for them earlier. Fine. I will seek out Chen Pao later, Zhou San remarked, disregarding the two brothers and departing towards the direction of the brick factory. After Zhou Sen left, Qian Ren and Qian Guang both spat in disdain, muttering, "That old man, daring to watch the show earlier, I've seen through him." They decided it was best to let it go, for they had more pressing matters to attend to. "Let us put the traps and the game at home first. And then we will find Chen Pao to lend us a hunting dog. It should be easier that way." They proceeded towards home. Meanwhile, Zhou Sen walked towards the brick factory, continuously cursing under his breath, those two brats, unable to measure up to others, and still have the audacity to complain. What a couple of useless fools. Lu Jun managed to catch a silly roe deer. What can you two catch? As he grumbled, he glanced behind him. Though he spoke with bravado, he was actually quite cautious and timid. Upon confirming that no one was following him, he resumed his rant. "Once I learn how to hunt, let us see who dares to underestimate me." Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo continued on their way, and as they walked, Lu Jun heard an unusual sound emanating from the snowdrift in the southwest ravine. He tapped Li Jiangguo on the shoulder, signaling him to lower his voice. Li Jiangguo, puzzled, scratched his head, looking bewildered. What's wrong? Without waiting for Li Jiangguo to react, Lu Jun slowly advanced forward, reaching a vantage point to see into the snowdrift of the ravine. Peering in, Lu Jun spotted a wolf cub digging through the snow. He furrowed his brow. How could a wolf cub be here alone? Was there something here attracting it? As Lu Jun pondered, the wolf cub continued to use its front paws to dig into the snow, causing Lu Jun's frown to deepen. Li Jiangguo remained silent beside him, equally perplexed. Is that really a wolf cub? It looks plump, much larger than a sable, he remarked. The wolf cub kept digging through the snow, and Li Jiangguo leaned closer to Lu Jun, whispering, "Lu Gu, what is the wolf cub doing?" After a moment's thought, Lu Jun replied, "If I am not mistaken, this wolf cub is searching for carrion." "Carrion?" Li Jiangguo echoed. "Yes, it's searching for carrion. The wolf cub has an exceptionally keen sense of smell and can detect flesh buried under the snow. It possesses an acute sensitivity to scent, despite its seemingly docile appearance. The wolf-like creature, often referred to as the pingtuj, proves to be quite formidable when provoked. In a previous life, the army had encountered numerous videos online showcasing the fierce battles between these creatures and cobras. The wolf-like creature glanced in the direction of the army and Li Jiangguo. But fortunately, both men had crouched down, escaping detection. The creature resumed its task of burrowing through the snow, quickly forming a small mound around itself. The army stealthily lifted his crossbow, positioning it on the snowy ground, aiming at the creature. His finger rested on the trigger, fully prepared to release the bolt the moment the creature became engrossed in its digging. A successful shot could not be squandered on such a prime target. Perhaps sensing the presence of the army and Li Jiangguo, the creature slowed its excavating pace, glancing around. The army murmured to himself, "What a cunning creature." When he looked up again, without hesitation, he aimed and released the trigger. An arrow shot forth, aimed directly at the creature's head. It is worth noting that this creature is not a wolf, but rather a type of marten, commonly known as the pingtuj. The unexpected bounty of a small deer lay in wait, possibly left behind by wild dogs. Before the creature could react, an arrow pierced through its skull, causing a copious flow of blood as it collapsed to the ground. Li Jiangguo shouted, "Color!" The army playfully swatted Li Jiangguo's head and approached the fallen creature. Upon inspecting the ground, his eyes widened in astonishment. Li Jiangguo, noticing the army's expression of surprise, hastened to the ravine, and upon discovering what lay buried in the creature's excavation, mirrored the army's astonished gaze. Li Jiangguo swallowed hard and chuckled wryly. "Brother Lu, your luck is truly unparalleled." Within the pit was a small deer, and the army joined in the mirth, stating, "Who would have thought there was a deer hidden here? Without the creature, we would never have discovered it." Looking back at the wolf-like creature he had slain with a single arrow, he remarked, "How unfortunate. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The creature never even got a bite before it all fell into our hands. Come, lend a hand to unearth the deer." The most valuable parts of the deer are its antlers and tendons, followed closely by its bones, each of which is a potent tonic, especially when used in broth. Alas, the deer lacked antlers, possessing only tendons and bones. It took considerable effort for the army and Li Jiangguo to finally extract the small deer. Of course, deer skin also holds value, though it pales in comparison to the aforementioned treasures. Li Jiangguo examined the small deer before turning to the army. "Brother Lu, how did this deer meet its demise?" It only snowed yesterday, and now it's buried? Did you not notice? His knee was injured, likely from exhaustion, and he lay here, unaware that yesterday's heavy snowfall would seal his fate. As the soldier unearthed the fawn, he scrutinized its exterior. Brother Lu, should we take it back? A day had passed, and the flesh of the fawn was saturated with blood. It was inedible, wasn't it? Yet, Lu Jun merely chuckled. It has only been a day. The blood hasn't entirely permeated the meat yet. Do you think this is spring or summer? Besides, deer blood is highly nourishing. Every part of the deer is beneficial. Li Jiangguo momentarily lost his train of thought and then patted his head. I almost forgot about that. But how do we explain this to our families? Explain? Just say we found it. There's no sign of gunshot or arrow wounds on the fawn, not a single injury, just a minor scrape underneath. Will they believe us? Li Jiangguo pondered. Lu Jun smiled. Whether they believe it or not is their concern. There's not a single mark on it. At worst, I'll take a beating. Of course, if I can avoid it, I would prefer not to face any punishment. After all, who wishes to be beaten at this age? Lu Jun then took out a knife to drain the wolf's blood and placed the meat into a bag. Zhangguo, you carry the fawn while I carry the silly roe deer. How does that sound? All right, but isn't this a bit too conspicuous, Brother Lu? Li Jiangguo expressed his concerns. Lu Jun laughed heartily. Conspicuous? Nonsense. Everyone in the village is off to work. Who else left idle? If we encounter anyone along the way, we can share a bit with them. Lu Jun's desire to be conspicuous stemmed from wanting to change his reputation in the village. Otherwise, whenever Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo were mentioned, the villagers would immediately think of two fools running from cannon fire on the front mountain. Once the villagers shared their meat, they would be somewhat restrained. As the saying goes, a short hand makes for a soft mouth. Having shared their meat, would they dare to stomp on us again? This was Lu Jun's true intention. Li Jiangguo, carrying the fawn with a cheerful expression, followed closely behind Lu Jun, who walked ahead, reflecting on the abundance of resources in the rear mountains. It was a pity that everyone had grown accustomed to entering the mountains from the front, forgetting that the rear mountains held the greatest resources. However, the dangers of the rear mountains were significantly greater than those of the front. After all, the rear was desolate. And if one were to attract the attention of a ferocious beast, it could spell disaster. As Lu Jun continued walking, he spotted the silhouette of a dog ahead. He thought he might have been mistaken and rubbed his eyes, glancing at the giggling Li Jiangguo beside him. Zhangguo, did you see anything up ahead? Ah, Brother Lu, don't scare me. I'm timid. What did you just see? Li Jiangguo, moments ago wearing a cheerful expression, suddenly felt a tension coursing through him upon hearing the words of the army. Goosebumps prickled on his arms. At that moment, Li Jiangguo recalled stories from his childhood. Could it be that there truly were foul entities lurking within the mountains? The army, observing Li Jiangguo intently, articulated each word. I just caught a glimpse of a large yellow dog's silhouette. I cannot ascertain if it was indeed a real yellow dog. Could it be? Was it the yellow dog from Uncle Chen's home, trailing behind us? No, the skeletal structure of Uncle Chen's yellow dog is not so grand. The one I just saw was unmistakably different. Li Jiangguo slowly remarked. Could it not be a wild dog? I have heard tales of many household dogs that, after giving birth, are abandoned in the mountains. His words resonated within the village, for such occurrences were not uncommon. Wild dogs born in the mountains also existed. Those wild dogs, having survived in the wilderness, were favored by hunters, as they were not entirely untamable, albeit the challenge was considerable. After all, the wildness of these dogs surpassed that of domesticated ones, making them far more ferocious. The army nodded in acknowledgement. Wild dogs, indeed, that seems plausible. He chose to dismiss the matter, directing their focus outward as they continued their journey, yet the image of that yellow dog had etched itself deeper into his mind. Shaking off the distraction, he resolved not to dwell on such fanciful notions. Let us proceed and disregard these thoughts, the army urged, leading Li Jiangguo toward the wooded expanse at the western edge of the village. Unbeknownst to them, a large yellow dog lingered at a higher ravine behind them, the very same creature the army had seen earlier. With a robust frame and powerful forepaws gripping the snow, it turned and darted off in another direction. Li Jiangguo and the army remained oblivious to the yellow dog's presence. Moments ago, it had been ahead of them, but upon sensing their approach, the clumsy beast had veered off, now trailing behind. The dog raised its head to catch a scent, its paws pressing firmly into the snow as it hastened toward the northwestern slope of the mountains. Had the army witnessed the dog's actions, he would have been startled. For such behavior, raising its head to scent the air was indicative of a predator capable of hunting alone in the wilderness. As Li Jianguo returned, his gaze flitted from side to side. The army, noticing his demeanor, chose to remain focused on their path, allowing him to act as a lookout. "Brother Lu, look, is that blood over there?" Li Jianguo's voice suddenly erupted, prompting the army to turn and follow his gaze. Upon encountering the crimson stains upon the snowy expanse, the blood had seeped into the white drifts. The soldier stepped forward, crouching beside the snow to scrutinize the sanguine remnants, delicately touching them with his fingers. Sensing a lingering warmth, "Jianguo, we have prey." Li Jianguo, bewildered and perplexed, responded, "Isn't this blood? How can there be prey?" Observing the confusion on Li Jianguo's face, the soldier stood, wiped his hand clean, and articulated clearly, "The blood still bears warmth, if all goes as expected. The prey should be nearby. The blood has not congealed for long and retains a trace of heat." Furrowing his brow, the soldier continued, "Moreover, it is highly likely to be a wild boar." Li Jianguo exclaimed, "What? A wild boar?" The shadow of the wild boar that had haunted him remained potent. Despite his bravado in speaking of hunting, he was merely posturing. Now, with the soldier's assertion that a wild boar might be close at hand, how could he not feel trepidation? The soldier nodded gravely. "Indeed, it is very likely a wild boar. As for whether it is the same one that disturbed us days ago, that remains to be seen. With blood trails undoubtedly come footprints." And the soldier instinctively scanned the vicinity. As he suspected, wild boar tracks were present, albeit faint, likely concealed beneath the newly fallen snow. Slowly crouching to examine the tracks, the soldier's brow furrowed in contemplation. Beside him, Li Jianguo suggested, "Brother Lu, perhaps we should retreat? We possess only a crossbow and an axe. Should we encounter a wild boar, we would likely meet our demise." The soldier, unwilling to forego this fortuitous opportunity, considered the injured wild boar. With a crossbow and an axe in hand, perhaps there lay a chance for success. Yet, should they fail, as Li Jianguo stated, they would become the wild boar's next meal. Gazing at the crossbow he had crafted, the soldier pondered deeply. Even if his weapon held the potential to fell an injured wild boar, he remained uncertain of the beast's condition. If it were merely on the brink of death, a gamble could be warranted. However, if the wild boar had not sustained grave injuries, acting recklessly might spell doom for both of them. The risk felt insurmountable, and with a sigh, the soldier finally conceded, "Very well, let us depart. What a pity! Had we a firearm, we would surely seek out this wounded wild boar." Just as the two resolved to abandon their pursuit and press onward, a piercing scream echoed from behind them. "Ugh!" Halting in their tracks, the soldier turned to Li Jianguo and asked, "Did you hear that? It sounded like a dog's cry." Li Jianguo furrowed his brow. "It seems to be emanating from the northwest behind us. Let us investigate," the soldier declared, setting off in the northwest direction, convinced that the cry belonged to the large yellow dog he had seen earlier. Yet, this sound was unmistakably one of a wounded howl. Meanwhile, in a snow-laden clearing within the forest, snow continued to fall incessantly, while the wind howled fiercely. A large yellow dog confronted an injured wild boar amidst the trees. The dog arched its back, baring its teeth as it fixated on its prey, the wounded boar. Having gone several days without food in the mountains, the dog knew that if the boar had not been injured, it would never dare to provoke it. Fully aware of the formidable challenge of hunting such a creature, however, faced with the prospect of starvation and the allure of hope, it could no longer afford to hesitate. The yellow dog had managed to bite the boar a few times, yet it too had suffered. A single blow from the boar had sent it tumbling to the ground, which had elicited a pained howl. The boar, with blood continuing to flow from its wounds, bore visible bullet holes, a remnant of its prior encounters with soldiers. Including the duo of Lu Jun and Li Jianguo, the boar snorted, a mist escaping from its nostrils. Sensing the need to distance itself from the dog, it kicked its legs and charged forward. The yellow dog, quick on its feet, sidestepped and narrowly avoided the assault. After evading, it seized the boar's hindquarters, prompting the boar to kick frantically, attempting to dislodge the persistent canine. Regardless of how vigorously the boar thrashed, the dog held on tenaciously. As the struggle continued, the boar bled profusely, staining the pristine snow beneath them, creating a stark contrast against the surrounding white landscape. Lu Jun and Li Jianguo, having followed the sounds, arrived at the scene and were taken aback by the sight of the yellow dog clinging fiercely to the boar. Li Jiangwo's eyes widened in shock as he stammered. Lu Gu, isn't that the wild boar that attacked us a few days ago? Lu Jun nodded, his expression grave as he observed the dog, which matched the phantom he had seen earlier. He had not anticipated that the dog could hold its ground against such a formidable beast. If he had a firearm at that moment, he would not have hesitated to take a shot, as the boar was now vulnerable. Unfortunately, without a weapon, he feared that any sudden movement could divert the boar's attention, as it harbored a significant animosity towards humans and might perceive Lu Jun as the leader of the dog. Noticing the several bullet wounds still visible on the boar, Li Jiangguo remarked, Lu Gu, it seems the boar is injured even more severely than before. Look at its forelegs. Right hind leg and abdomen, they all bear gunshot wounds. Lu Jun scrutinized the creature, confirming Li Jiangguo's observations. Not only were there new gunshot wounds, but the boar also bore fresh scars, particularly on its right hind leg and head, indicating grave injuries. Lu Jun swallowed hard, tightening his grip on his crossbow, and asked, Shall we proceed? This is indeed a rare and fortuitous opportunity. Ahead lies a large yellow dog, steadfastly guarding its territory. Although it may not be a military hunting dog, both the dog and the wild boar remain oblivious to the presence of the army. As long as the army can strike true like they did with the bear, hitting the boar in its eyes with 2 arrows to render it blind, the remaining task will become considerably simpler. Before Li Jiangguo could utter a word, an unexpected turn of events transpired in the snowy landscape. The wild boar, realizing it could not shake off the cumbersome dog clinging to its rear, opted instead to charge backward, slamming its hindquarters into a tree. After sustaining the impact, the yellow dog emitted a series of yelps, and as the boar attempted to strike again, it swiftly released its grip, creating distance between itself and the boar. This time, the yellow dog did not retreat. It chose to seize a bite and then shift its position, repeating this tactic. The blood pooling beneath the wild boar increased steadily. Of course, there were moments when the dog failed to secure a bite, yet fortunately for it, the boar was severely injured and moved sluggishly. Otherwise, the dog might have been unceremoniously tossed aside. Witnessing such a dramatic shift in the snowy scene left the army momentarily speechless, before he slowly exclaimed, What a remarkable dog! Li Jiangguo nodded in agreement. A solitary yellow dog, single-handedly subduing an injured wild boar. Who could possibly deny its prowess? Typically, the more hunting dogs present, the easier it is to secure a catch. While the army and Li Jiangguo marveled at the spectacle, the yellow dog tore a bloody chunk of flesh from the boar, causing the army to shudder at the scene. This fierce yellow dog seemed almost too savage. If one could raise such a ferocious creature, hunting in the future would surely become much simpler. However, the army quickly dismissed this thought. The wild nature of this yellow dog suggested it might have grown up as a wild animal in the mountains, making it exceedingly difficult to tame. As the army pondered these thoughts, the wild boar bellowed in anger, charging towards the yellow dog with renewed speed. With a mouthful of boar meat, the dog was suddenly slammed against a tree by the boar, yelping in pain. The army, realizing the gravity of the situation, instinctively thought, This is bad. Noting the dog's trembling legs, he swiftly aimed at the boar's vulnerable rear. Releasing the bowstring, an arrow flew forth, striking the boar in its most sensitive area, eliciting a pained scream. Li Jiangguo instinctively tightened at the sight. The army had not desired this outcome, given the circumstances. There had been no opportunity to shoot the boar from behind, and he could think of no other spot more vulnerable than this. The boar turned its gaze towards the army and Li Jiangguo, both aware that their positions had been compromised. The army placed his axe on the ground, and upon noticing the presence of others, the boar disregarded the yellow dog lying on the ground. Charging directly towards the army, the soldiers calmly prepared their arrows, aiming at the wild boar's head. With a pull of the trigger, the arrow penetrated deeply into the creature's skull. Though half of the arrow was lodged within, the wild boar let out a pained howl, showing no signs of slowing down. In fact, it surged forward with even greater speed, prompting the soldiers to think, This is bad. Just as one soldier prepared to grab an axe from the ground, a large yellow dog came running towards him, gripping the wild boar's right hind leg with all its might. The boar, already injured on that leg, came to a halt, letting out a cry as it thrashed its leg in an attempt to shake off the dog. No matter how it struggled, the dog held on, the pain in its leg preventing the boar from advancing any further. Seizing the moment, the soldier reloaded his arrows and aimed at the boar's head. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. All struck true, and with 4 arrows embedded in its skull, the wild boar teetered and fell. Without hesitation, the soldier snatched up the axe from the ground, swiftly approaching the boar to strike at its neck. The severed head rolled across the snowy ground, leaving a strong metallic scent in the air, and the dog finally released its grip. Li Jiangguo, filled with disbelief, approached the soldier, murmuring, "Brother Lu, you truly killed this beast. We have avenged ourselves." The soldier, panting heavily, reflected on the recent perilous encounter, a wave of apprehension washing over him. Had it not been for the dog's intervention, both he and Li Jiangguo might have met their end. What good fortune! Truly, the mountain god has blessed us. Had it been a boar of a different kind or less injured, our situation would have been dire. Jiangguo, gut it first, hang the intestines from a tree, and give the dog the innards along with one of the boar's hind legs. Though it is a wild dog, without its help, we would likely be finished. The dog remained by their side, half kneeling, half lying beneath a tree, its gaze fixed on the soldier and Li Jiangguo. Though not human, it possessed a certain spirit, understanding who had come to its aid. It knew that had the soldier not shot, it would have been trampled by the wild boar. This was why, in the moment of danger, it had clung to the boar's hind leg, aware that the soldier had the means to kill it. All right, Li Jiangguo nodded, proceeding to gut the boar. He extracted all the intestines and approached a nearby tree to hang them on a branch, simultaneously uttering, "Thank you, mountain god. O great mountain deity, please continue to watch over us." Li Jiangguo's reverent act of worship revealed his superstitious nature. The soldier could only manage a wry smile at this display, quickly calling out, "Hurry, get the innards out for it to eat and fill its belly." In the secluded retreat, Li Jiangguo nodded as he accepted the knife handed to him by Lu Jun, skillfully slicing open the entrails of the wild boar. The viscera, being more easily digestible for the hunting dog, were tossed aside as Lu Jun, panting heavily, recalled the astonishing scene of the hunt, his first encounter with a wild boar since his rebirth, leaving him with a lingering sense of trepidation. Once he had finished, Li Jiangguo discarded the organs at the feet of the large yellow dog, who hesitated to approach, vividly remembering the fierce struggle between the dog and the boar. The yellow dog eyed the offered entrails warily, glancing back at Li Jiangguo and then at Lu Jun, who cheerfully urged, "Go ahead, eat." In typical hunting practice, a large game would usually first be offered to the mountain spirit, followed by rewards for the lead and assisting dogs. However, with the absence of trained hunting dogs, the wild dog was considered a fitting recipient for the first share. The yellow dog gingerly picked up the entrails, reclining to enjoy its meal, while Lu Jun chuckled softly, remaining cautious about approaching, for one could never truly know the intentions of a wild dog. After a brief respite, Lu Jun grasped an axe and approached the boar's right hind leg. With a swift and forceful swing, he severed it, the crack of bone echoing through the air. Struggling with the weight, Lu Jun lifted the boar's leg, marveling at its heft, no less than 200 pounds, a significant size among sows. He tossed the leg to the yellow dog, who, having finished the entrails, padded carefully through the snow to seize the boar's leg, dragging it towards the deeper recesses of the mountains. Lu Jun merely smiled, allowing the dog to make off with its prize until it vanished from sight. Observing this, Li Jiangguo felt a twinge of curiosity. How splendid it would be if Lu Jun could tame this yellow dog, making future hunts far more convenient. Lu Jun gave Li Jiangguo a gentle nudge, breaking his reverie. "Stop dawdling, lend a hand. Let us cut some hind leg meat from this boar to take to Uncle Chun and Old Li." The two men realized they could not transport the entire boar back. Even if Lu Jun concocted a tale, it would be implausible to claim they had slain such a sizable creature. There was no hiding the truth from the discerning eyes of the villagers. While smaller game like roe deer could be attributed to mere fortune, a wild boar weighing over 200 pounds would surely raise suspicions. Together, they sliced off portions of the hind leg and dug a pit for the remaining boar, burying it beneath a mound of snow. The cold weather would preserve the meat, preventing it from spoiling. Their only concern was that other, more sensitive predators might discover the buried treasure and devour it, yet they had no other recourse but to resort to this method. After completing their task, Lu Jun stood to stretch his limbs, yawning contentedly. "Now let us head out. Go and excavate the concealed roe deer, and return to the woods west of the village." "Very well." Li Jiangguo nodded earnestly. Although the two men could not disclose their hunt for the wild boar, not precisely, it was the army that hunted it alone, and Li Jiangguo merely assisted. Ultimately, they had avenged themselves. At that time, Both had been pursued relentlessly across the mountains, and they had become notorious within the village. If it could be shared, Li Jiangguo would eagerly let everyone in the village know that he and the army had settled the score. The two swiftly made their way to the woods west of the village, where the army uncovered the snow pit concealing the roe deer. He brushed off the snow, cleared the frost from the deer's body, and with a cheerful grin, hoisted it onto his shoulder. The roe deer was not particularly heavy, and the army felt little burden as he carried it. Let us return to the village. Upon exiting the woods, their entrance into the village attracted considerable attention, especially from the idly curious elders. Spotting the army and Li Jiangguo, one bearing a fawn and the other a roe deer, they exclaimed, "What have you two been up to? Have you been back to the mountains? Where did you find the deer and fawn?" "Ah, a roe deer. What a splendid ingredient for filling." Li Jiangguo replied with a broad smile, "Esteemed elder, we captured this in the woods west of the village using traps. As for the fawn, it had succumbed to the cold. It was still there when we arrived, a fortunate find. How could a foolish roe deer appear in the west woods? That desolate place has only small game. I have never heard of roe deer being there." Listening to the musings of the elders, the army chuckled and continued, "Esteemed elders, we must take our leave. Please, continue your conversation." Li Jiangguo wished to bask in the attention further, but was playfully nudged, leaving him no choice but to depart reluctantly. If it were a wild boar or a bear, he would share some with the villagers, but with such little meat from the roe deer and fawn, what would he have left to eat? As Li Jiangguo and the army walked away, a wave of chatter erupted behind them. These two must be favored by the mountain gods. To catch a roe deer in the west woods is sheer luck, someone remarked. Who knows? Just days ago, they were fleeing from wild boars, and today, they return with a roe deer and a fawn. How tantalizing. Favored by the mountain gods. No, it is merely luck. One fawn that had just frozen to death and a roe deer caught in a trap. Why discuss it so much? We want to get a share. If it were this easy, I would set traps in the west woods myself. Would you dare? With your old leg affliction, it acts up every winter. Lu Chuan felt a persistent twitch in his left eyelid, a sensation that stirred a sense of unease within him. As the saying goes, a twitching left eye signifies fortune, while a twitching right eye foretells misfortune. Yet, the frequency of this twitch left him quite perturbed. After completing a segment of work, Lu Chuan seized a moment of leisure to extract a cigarette, puffing away while exhaling a cloud of smoke. He murmured to himself, pondering the cause of his incessantly twitching eyelid. Could it be that there was a joyful event in his family? He quickly dismissed the notion, shaking his head. What joyous occasion could there possibly be? The only news was that his daughter was pregnant, a fact he had learned just a couple of days ago. Could it be that happiness arrives late? As Lu Chuan continued to contemplate, Li Zhengmin, nearby, inquired with a cheerful demeanor, "Brother Chuan, what troubles you?" Lu Chuan replied, "It's nothing, just that my left eyelid has been twitching. I am unsure of the reason." Li Zhengmin furrowed his brow in response, "Brother Chuan, my left eyelid has been twitching as well." With a chuckle, Li Zhengmin added, "You see, Brother Chuan, a twitching left eye is said to herald fortune. Do not overthink it." Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan's previously furrowed brow tightened further as he mused inwardly. Could it be that I am indeed overthinking? Silently inhaling from his cigarette and exhaling a plume of smoke, he slowly articulated, "I hope that is the case. Perhaps I am simply worrying too much." Resolving to dismiss the matter from his mind, Lu Chuan turned back to his busy work. Before long, Zhou San, who had previously taken leave, returned to the brick factory. Upon seeing him, Lu Chuan and Li Zhengmin chose to ignore him and continued their diligent labor. However, Zhou San, with an audacious smile, approached them. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. When Zhou San reached Lu Chuan, the latter frowned and asked, "What is it? Do you need something?" In a departure from his usual demeanor, Zhou San produced a cigarette from his pocket and offered it with a grin, saying, "Brother Chuan, give this a try. It's something special." Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Zhou San. "What are you scheming? Speak plainly. If I hear you disparaging the army or Li Jiangguo again, I shall not hesitate to break your legs." A flicker of defiance crossed Zhou San's eyes, but remembering he needed something from Lu Chuan, he maintained a jovial facade, saying, "Understood. I shall refrain from mentioning the army or Li Jiangguo again." Lu Chuan responded flatly, "Speak your mind. What do you want?" Zhou San grinned, "Brother Chuan, I wish to discuss something with you. Could you arrange for the army to teach me how to set traps?" Upon hearing this, both Lu Chuan and Li Zhengmin were taken aback, puzzled by his request. Lu Chuan frowned. Clarify your words. Brother Chuan. Today I saw the army and Li Jiangguo in the western woods. They captured a roe deer. Li Zhengmin exclaimed in astonishment. What? A roe deer? Lu Chuan took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. How did they manage to catch it? Tell me everything. They set a trap and caught the deer, during which they also had a confrontation with Qian Guang and Qian Ren. Lu Chuan furrowed his brow, swiftly realizing the reason behind Zhou San's visit. It was highly likely that Zhou San had accompanied Qian Guang and Qian Ren to the Tungxi woods to retrieve traps, only to discover that their catch paled in comparison to that of Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo. This would explain his audacity in seeking Lu Chuan's counsel. Lu Chuan held no fondness for such fickle individuals. However, he was even more perplexed about how Lu Jun had suddenly become so adept at trapping. Was it merely a stroke of luck? This question lingered in Lu Chuan's mind, refusing to dissipate. He murmured to himself, that little rascal. I must inquire upon my return. Was it fortune at play, or has he secretly honed his skills? If it was not sheer luck, then the only other possibility was that Lu Jun had sought instruction from another hunter in the village. After all, with his rudimentary skills, how could he have possibly trapped a roe deer? Brother Chuan, could you possibly respond on Lu Jun's behalf? Zhou San's voice interrupted his thoughts once more. Realizing the situation, Lu Chuan shook his head. Zhou San, I believe it's quite plausible that Lu Jun simply had good fortune, and let us not forget. Those foolish deer might have inadvertently stumbled into the trap. I cannot promise you anything. That would only lead you astray. If you truly wish to hunt, I suggest you seek out the renowned hunters in our village, for their expertise surpasses that of Lu Jun. Zhou San, upon hearing Lu Chuan's words, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. So, after all his efforts, he was merely a messenger? He initially contemplated expressing his frustration, but upon observing Lu Chuan and Li Zhengmin's imposing stature and muscular arms, he restrained himself. Resigned, Zhou San retreated to the sidelines, continuing his work, unaware that his boldness had led to such an outcome. For the time being, his only remaining option seemed to be to shamelessly approach Chen Pao again. Li Zhengmin, noticing Zhou San step aside, turned to Lu Chuan and inquired, Brother Chuan, did Jun truly catch a roe deer? Lu Chuan furrowed his brow once more. It seems to be true. I overheard Lu Jun mention yesterday that he was headed to the Tungxi woods to retrieve his traps. He must have had good fortune. The deer likely stumbled into his trap. Lu Chuan continued. It appears Lu Jun went out with Zhang Wo. Today, why don't you come to my house for a drink? I still have the bear paw that Chun Ge sent us a couple of days ago. He added, yes, regarding the roe deer Lu Jun caught. I shall remind him this evening to deliver a portion to Chen Gu, considering he generously provided us with the bear paw. Li Zhengmin nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Chen Fan and Chu Yun had already arrived in the village. After obtaining the medicine, Chu Xiu handed it to Chu Yun but did not accompany them. In Chu Yun's possession was a concoction specifically designed for dogs. After consumption, the animal would either become unconscious or, in severe cases, perish. Chen Fan shuddered at the sight of the medicine and addressed Chu Yun. Brother Chu, are we truly going to use this on the dogs? Is there truly no other alternative? Perhaps I could give it a try instead? Perhaps my uncle's heart will soften and he will grant us what we seek. Chen Fan felt a twinge of trepidation. The matter of drugging the dog was far too grave. Should any unforeseen mishap occur, he was certain his uncle would flay him alive. Chu Yun scoffed. Your uncle? Do you truly believe he would part with the bear gall so easily? He is likely not even home right now. We can drug the dog and make off with the gall. Chen Fan pondered over Chen Da. The words poised on the tip of his tongue. But what? Are you contemplating withdrawal? If so, be my guest. The bear gall could fetch over 300 yuan. Divided among the three of us, myself, my brother, and you, that amounts to approximately 100 each. As soon as Chu Yun's words settled, Chen Fan's mind filled with visions of the 100 yuan, echoing in his thoughts. He gulped audibly, his throat making a gurgling sound. A subtle gleam appeared in Chen Fan's eyes. All right, I will follow your lead, Brother Chu. Excellent. After we pilfer the bear gall, let us also check the house for any hunting rifles to steal. Come on, Brother Chu. The sooner we go, the sooner we return. With that 100 yuan, I intend to enjoy myself in the county town. Chen Fan nodded in agreement, and the two hastened towards the mountains. Fear had dissipated from Chen Fan's heart, perhaps influenced by Chu Yun's words, or perhaps due to his overwhelming desire for money. 081 The attempt to drug the dog fails. The army wounds Chu Yun last night. Chen Da had stayed over at Li Yonglu's house and did not return home. They had enjoyed a hearty meal together, and now, the sun was high in the sky. Upon waking, Chen looked at Li Yonglu and said, "Old Li, why didn't you wake me? What time is it? The sun is quite blinding. This is the first time I've slept so soundly. Your Kong is exceptionally comfortable." Li Yonglu replied somewhat irately, "I saw you were in a deep slumber, so I didn't disturb you. Rise and have something to eat. It's time for you to return home." Sitting on the Kong, Chen chuckled. "I recall sleeping so well at your place before. It must have been 3 years ago. Time flies, doesn't it? You don't say? I nearly forgot about that incident. You were out in the front mountains hunting wild boar, and though you killed it, you weren't unscathed either. You were gored. And it felt as though your ribs were shattered," Li Yonglu remarked brusquely. Recalling that period, Li Yonglu shook his head in disbelief. "Little did I know wild boars could be so ferocious. That hunting trip nearly cost me my life. It seems I am destined to survive, as fate has spared me." As a first-hand witness, Chen vividly remembered the events, particularly the dramatic moments. "Enough chit-chat. Eat quickly," Li Yonglu urged. Chen remained silent, simply chuckling to himself. After finishing his meal, he stepped outside and gazed at the sun, exclaiming, "I've slept so long that the sun is already high." He moved to the eaves of the house, located the bear gall, and upon feeling its readiness, he gathered it up. Just as he was preparing to leave, he heard Li Yonglu's voice from behind. "Bowline cover, bear nose, and bear skin are no longer needed? I almost forgot about these items. Here they come." Chen returned to the house, and after retrieving these belongings, he ambled toward his home, humming a gentle tune along the way. Meanwhile, Chen Fan and Chu Yun swiftly arrived at Chen Da's doorstep, their gazes aligning upon the courtyard enclosed by a fence. Chu Yun glanced up at the eaves, knitting his brow. Why is there no bear gall in sight? Chen Fan leaned in as well, and indeed, the bear gall was absent. Could it be inside the house? No, it must be concealed. Chen Fan suggested. "Chu, it's likely over by the eaves, probably obstructed by something my uncle placed there. Let's toss the medicine inside and let the dog have a taste." "All right," Chu Yun nodded in agreement. Chu Yun had prepared 3 pieces of meat, with only one coated in medicine. After all, if the first piece were laced with the drug, it would be challenging for it to reach the dog in the yard. Thus, it was essential to lower the dog's guard. Concealed behind a tree, Chu Yun and Chen Fan tossed the meat into Chen Da's courtyard. The black dog, nestled in its den with eyes closed, opened its large, dark eyes upon hearing the commotion. Scenting the meat in the snow, the dog crawled out of its den, sniffed it cautiously, and, finding no unusual odor, began to eat. Once finished, Chu Yun, seizing the opportunity, threw another piece. The black dog sniffed once more and resumed eating. Observing this, Chu Yun and Chen Fan could not help but feel a surge of joy. The next piece of meat would be crucial. If the black dog consumed it, they would gain entry into the yard. With this thought igniting a fervor within him, Chu Yun eagerly tossed the 3rd piece inside. Concealed behind the tree, he whispered malevolently to himself, "Eat, eat, consume more. Once you're done, perish." The black dog, lying in the courtyard, approached the 3rd piece of meat, just as before, cautiously sniffing it. This time, however, it detected a pungent odor. The black dog erupted into a cacophony of barks. Chu Yun and Chen Fan froze momentarily, perplexed by the dog's sudden awareness. A flicker of malice crossed Chu Yun's face as he muttered to himself, "Damn it, this dog truly is clever. After tossing 2 pieces, I never anticipated it would still see through our ruse." Chu Yun realized that their efforts would likely be in vain. The black dog had never been kind to them, and should they enter, it would undoubtedly attack. Chen Fan, sensing an inexplicable emotion arise within him, turned to Chu Yun and asked, "So, should we head back now?" Chu Yun, his gaze fixed on the meat in the yard, replied, "Let us wait a bit longer. I refuse to believe that the hunting dog can withstand the allure of the meat scent." The black dog continued its barking, having also sensed the peculiarity of the 3rd piece of meat. Meanwhile, not far from Chen Da's residence, on a small road, the army soon heard the barking of a black dog in the distance, the sound particularly loud and filled with urgency. "Did you hear the dog barking?" Li Jiangguo nodded. "Yes, it seems to be coming from Uncle Chen's house, near the front mountain, aside from Lu Guo. Could it be that someone had provoked Uncle Chen's hunting dog?" Lu Jun hastily exclaimed, "Let us go. We must check it out." Without delay, Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo rushed to the vicinity of Uncle Chen's fence, where Lu Jun gazed into the yard at the incessantly barking black dog. It appeared that the dog's barking was directed towards a large tree. Just then, Chen Fan and Chu Yun emerged from behind the tree. locking eyes with Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo. Recognizing Lu Jun, Chen Fan let out a startled cry. "It's you." Turning to Chu Yun, he remarked, "Brother Chu, the one who shot at us with a slingshot that night is likely him." Lu Jun furrowed his brow, perplexed by how Uncle Chen, a man of such admirable character, could have a nephew like this. The black dog continued to bark incessantly, "Woof, woof, woof," ignoring the exchanged glances between Chu Yun and Chen Fan. Lu Jun focused on the yard and noticed the meat beside the barking dog. It finally dawned on him why Chu Yun and Chen Fan were present. They likely came to steal the medicinal dog. However, Lu Jun hadn't anticipated Chen Fan would be so audacious. Engaging in such underhanded dealings was truly beneath him. Lu Jun spoke up, "Chen Fan, has your conscience been devoured by a dog? You would stoop so low as to engage in such activities?" Chen Fan trembled upon hearing this, his pupils dilating in shock. You are slandering me." Chu Yun's face bore a subtle expression as he bluntly stated, "If the medicinal dog is not effective, then we must take our revenge for the previous grudge." Lu Jun, with a forced smile, replied, "So you really are capable of such deeds? The hunting dog is akin to a hunter's second life. He too was a hunter. And even if he had no ties to Uncle Chen, he could not stand idly by while Chu Yun and Chen Fan harmed the hunting dog. Jiangguo, go collect the meat inside and bring it back to Uncle Chen." "All right." Li Jiangguo nodded. "Lu Gu, be careful." Since witnessing Lu Jun and the wild dog hunt a wild boar earlier, he felt more at ease with Lu Jun. Could these two be more fearsome than a wild boar? Chu Yun, feeling ignored, began to curse loudly, "Little brat." Lu Jun placed the bled deer onto the snow, drew out his crossbow, and aimed at Chu Yun's arm. With a gentle pull of the trigger, the air crackled with a sound. The arrowhead pierced through Chu Yun's arm, and bright red blood began to trickle down as he clutched his arm in pain, howling loudly. Sweat beads formed on his forehead, his face darkening as he glared menacingly at Lu Jun beside him. Chen Fan was left dumbfounded, questioning the identity of the formidable opponent before him. Without hesitation, he brandished the crossbow. The army, unhurried, wiped the weapon and remarked, "Continue shouting? If you enjoy it so much, then carry on." Realizing the ruthlessness of his opponent, Chu Yun ceased his cries, casting a fierce glare at the soldier, proclaiming, "Just wait." The soldier furrowed his brow, pondering why villains always felt the need to be so loquacious. Chu Yun turned to flee, but the soldier was no saint. While he could not kill Chu Yun, injuring him was well within his capabilities. He pulled the trigger once more, the arrow striking Chu Yun's posterior. Perhaps the ample flesh offered some protection, for this time. It did not penetrate. Chu Yun clasped his rear, silenced and fleeing for his life. He knew he must escape or risk losing his backside entirely. The soldier switched to a slingshot, loading pebbles into the pouch, and aimed fiercely at Chen Fan's head. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Chen Fan scrambled away, clutching his head. The soldier had refrained from using the crossbow on Chen Fan solely because he was the nephew of Chen Pao. A few well-placed shots with the slingshot would suffice. However, this incident would not be kept from Uncle Chen. He would surely inform him. The soldier retrieved the roe deer left in the snow and approached the fence gate, where Li Jiangguo handed him the meat. The soldier sniffed and confirmed his suspicions. The meat had indeed been tampered with. Had it been consumed by the black dog, the consequences could have been dire. He patted the black dog's head, saying, "Thank goodness you're unharmed." Just then, the sound of rustling footsteps reached his ears. The soldier lifted his gaze to see a familiar figure approaching from a distance. Accompanied by a yellow dog, Uncle Chen had returned. "Ah, Army, what brings you here? Has something happened?" Chenda inquired upon spotting the soldier and Li Jiangguo with the deer. "Uncle Chen, where have you been? Why aren't you at home?" The soldier pressed. Chenda did not respond directly, but instead eyed the roe deer and fawn in their possession, blinking in surprise. "What fine catches! Where did you find that roe deer? You didn't venture into the mountains again, did you? And what is the story with this fawn?" With a cheerful demeanor, the soldier recounted how he had captured the roe deer and found the fawn. Chenda, upon hearing this, clicked his tongue in admiration. "You're quite fortunate. But how did you manage to keep your balance while carrying it?" "I read about it in a book and remembered," the soldier replied. "By the way, Uncle Chen, there is something else I must tell you." His expression turned grave as he recounted the incident involving Chen Fan and Chu Yun attempting to poison the dog. He then handed the suspicious piece of meat to Uncle Chen. After examining it closely, Chenda's face turned pale, his fists clenched and released repeatedly. His teeth gritting as he said, The one accompanying Chen Fan is Chu Yun. I've seen that scoundrel once. He has beady eyes and a scar on his face. I've heard he was involved with bandits in his youth, a notorious miscreant. But let us not dwell on that. The army observed Uncle Chen's weary demeanor and decided not to press further. He understood that, despite Uncle Chen's outward indifference, there lay an undercurrent of fury. After all, a hunter's hound was akin to a second life. It was inconceivable for him to be truly unconcerned. Li Jiangguo, sensing the awkward atmosphere, realized that his desire to become a disciple would have to wait for another opportunity. He then noticed the bear bile in Uncle Chen's hand and deftly shifted the conversation, asking, "Uncle Chen, is that bear bile you're holding? Why is it so small now?" Uncle Chen rubbed the black and yellow dogs at his feet and replied, "This is after drying. It loses moisture. However, this bear bile is quite substantial. If all goes well, we might sell it for over 400. Li Jiangguo took the bear bile from Uncle Chen, scrutinizing it closely and bringing it to his nose, only to be overwhelmed by a pungent odor that assaulted his senses. "Wow, Uncle Chen, this is incredibly pungent." Chen De shot a disapproving glance at Li Jiangguo, disregarding his theatrics. He then produced from the bag the bear's skin, the bear's nose, and the bear's paw. "Lu Juan, these are the more valuable parts from that bear. You were in quite a rush the other day and left these behind. When I visited Li Yonglu yesterday, he asked me to bring these to you. By the way, he has stored the bear meat in the cellar for you. So there's no need to worry. Whenever you find yourself in need of bear meat, feel free to collect some from there." However, Uncle Li did mention that he would require a bit of interest, as he has kept some bear meat for himself. Lu Juan chuckled. "That's only fair. It's the least he could do. If Uncle Li didn't take it, I would feel quite embarrassed." Such simplicity is indeed a virtue of the people of this era. Bear skins, noses, and paws are valuable, though they cannot quite compare to bear bile. Yet, no one has covertly retained them out of spite. This further solidified Lu Juan's trust in Li Yonglu's character, reminiscent of his past life. Suddenly, Lu Juan recalled the wild dogs on the back mountain and inquired, "Uncle Chen, do you know of any methods to tame wild dogs?" "What?" Chen De looked at Lu Juan with astonishment. "Wild dogs? They are far too ferocious to be tamed." Taking a deep breath, he continued, "Lu Juan, if you desire hunting dogs, you might consider purchasing them from hunters in the county who breed them. Or you could try capturing them yourself. Wild dogs are notoriously untamed and difficult to domesticate. Are you suggesting that the mountain god is chasing after scraps to feed them?" Lu Juan's expression shifted slightly, and just as he believed there was no hope, Uncle Chen added, "However, it is not entirely impossible. I have heard of methods to train wild dogs, though the process is exceedingly challenging. The most effective method is to cultivate a dependency in the wild dogs towards their feeders, thereby simplifying the process of domestication." With a serious expression, Uncle Chen shifted the conversation, stating, "Of course, you must also be prepared for the wild instincts that may erupt in the dogs. They can become aggressive towards humans. After all, their inherent wildness is something you understand. The process is fraught with danger, and I do not recommend it." Lu Juan nodded, indicating his understanding. "I see. Thank you, Uncle Chen. There's no need for thanks. The snow is nearly finished falling. When do you plan to go to the county? Perhaps tomorrow or the day after?" Lu Juan pondered aloud. If all goes smoothly, it will be tomorrow. If not, then the day after. He still had several gray dog skins left to finish, and it would be more convenient to go to the county after completing them, avoiding multiple trips. Lu Juan glanced at Li Jiangguo, who seemed lost in thought, and gestured for him to offer some of the roe deer meat to Uncle Chen. Once Li Jiangguo snapped back to attention, he handed some deer meat to Uncle Chen, saying, "Uncle Chen, take some of this roe deer meat. It's great for making filling." All right, Uncle Chen replied cheerfully, his mood visibly brightening at the sight of Li Jiangguo. With a smile, Lu Juan asked, "Uncle Chen, where is your cart?" In northeast China, almost every household possesses a cart for transporting grain, and hunters like Uncle Chen certainly have one for easier transport of wild boars. Uncle Chen, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "A cart? What do you need it for? Have you hunted something large?" Typically, he would use a cart to haul large game from the mountains back home. Lu Juan, beaming with enthusiasm, nodded, "Uncle Chen, I had good fortune today. I encountered a wild dog in the mountains that was pursuing an injured wild boar, the very one that had previously disturbed us." As if a floodgate had opened, Lu Juan recounted the dangerous events he had experienced that day in the mountains. Uncle Chen, upon hearing this, felt his heart race and clutched his chest in disbelief. Staring at Lu Juan, "You mean you killed the wild boar with this crossbow?" Yes, but Uncle Chen, the boar was injured. I was merely fortunate. Lu Jun replied with a light-hearted tone, not wishing to boast. In truth, he had been the primary force in taking down the wild boar. The wild dog merely delayed its fate. In the hunting profession, collaboration is paramount, and one must avoid blind arrogance. Uncle Chen, still clutching his chest, gazed at the snowflakes gently falling from the sky, feeling a tightening sensation in his chest. Comparisons can be disheartening, he thought. The young man he had rescued had managed to hunt a wild boar in less than a week, and even an injured wild boar posed significant challenges. Moreover, Lu Jun had used a crossbow, not a shotgun. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Uncle Chen was about to speak when Li Jiangguo scratched his head and asked, "Uncle Chen, how many wild boars have you hunted?" 24 heads. This line has existed for over 20 years, averaging nearly one catch per year. On fortunate occasions, 2 might be caught, while on less fortunate days, hardly any would be seen. As Uncle Chen spoke, his gaze involuntarily drifted toward Lu Jun. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no envy. After all, who would not covet the thrill of capturing a wild boar? Yet, what truly stirred Chen Da's envy was Lu Jun's remarkable fortune. This was no mere blessing from the mountain god. It was as if he were being fed by fate itself. Venturing into the back mountains, discovering an intact fawn could yield considerable value, not to mention encountering injured game, which left Chen Da questioning his very existence. Li Jiangguo nodded in agreement, his eyes sparkling as he observed Uncle Chen. Perhaps he too could partake in such fortune. Once Chen Da took him under his wing as a disciple, he was certain he would also secure a wild boar each year. He envisioned the day when he could boast about his exploits. Little did he realize, he had yet to complete his apprenticeship, and contemplating future successes might be a tad premature. Seeing Li Jiangguo's foolish grin, Lu Jun's lips twitched in amusement. What fanciful notions was this lad entertaining? Chen Da shot a glance at Lu Jun, further convinced of what he had confided to Li Yonglu last night. Lu Jun was indeed a formidable hunter. Yet he lacked both a proper firearm and the guidance of an exceptionally seasoned mentor. Chen Da murmured to himself, "It seems that meeting is inevitable." Patting Lu Jun on the shoulder, he said, "Come, accompany me to retrieve the vehicle. You can venture into the mountains and drive out the wild boar." "Uncle Chen, let's hold off for now. I need to discuss this with my family first. I can't brush it off so easily," Lu Jun replied. "After all, it's winter now, and with the recent snowfall, the wild boars will be hiding in the mountains for a while longer." "All right then," Chen Da replied cheerfully. "Let's first set the roe deer and fawn aside, go inside for some hot tea, and perhaps have a bite to eat today?" Li Jiangguo eagerly agreed. "That sounds splendid." After his agreement, he instinctively glanced at Lu Jun, who nodded in affirmation without further comment. Meanwhile, Chu Yun clutched his arm in pain with one hand while the other cradled his rear. The gazes of the villagers turned toward him, their expressions shifting to one of bewilderment, as if regarding a fool. Was he not in his right mind? Who else would be caught holding their backside? Beside him, Chen Fan was not faring much better. Though he had been pierced by Lu Jun's arrow, his head was adorned with bumps. Running his hands over his scalp, he counted 7 protrusions, indicating that Lu Jun had struck him with a slingshot 7 times. "Damn, what are you all staring at? Haven't you seen a man before?" Chu Yun growled, prompting the onlookers to disperse, eager to distance themselves from such a reckless individual. With an exasperated shout, Chu Yun exclaimed, "What are you yelling for?" As if possessed, he intended to slap the speaker but soon realized he had no spare hand to spare, so he refrained from striking. "Chu Gu, it seems as though blood is dripping from behind you. You've left a trail of it all the way here." Upon hearing this, Chu Yun immediately turned to glance behind him, and upon noticing a vivid crimson line on the snow, he recognized it as the blood he had shed. Enraged, he cursed. "Why didn't you warn me sooner? I've been bleeding all this way, my blood." Chen Fan took a few steps back, wary of getting too close to Chu Yun. In another location, within a modest courtyard in Sajiatan, Chu Xiu lounged comfortably in a chair, watching the snowflakes fall gracefully outside. "Another splendid year for snow," he murmured, pondering when Chu Yun would return and if he had brought back the bear gallbladder. However, he was sure it would not be long. After all, a bear gallbladder was worth at least 300, and he could pocket 250 for himself. As he entertained these thoughts, his spirits lifted. And though he was not inherently stingy, he decided to set aside a little money for Chu Yun and Chen Fan. Yet, he mused, perhaps only he would think this way. Sipping his warm tea and rubbing his hands together, he quietly contemplated, If only I could also procure that old coot's hunting rifle. Then this endeavor would truly be a success. He was confident it would soon be within reach. Once the bear gallbladder was secured, he would ensure Chu Yun pilfered the rifle, claiming it was stolen by his nephew. What could that old man possibly do about it? At worst, he could simply flee if discovered. The more he pondered, the more he chuckled, feeling as though he had them all in the palm of his hand. In the distance, he spotted two figures approaching, one limping noticeably, which nearly provoked laughter from Chu Xiao. However, as they drew closer, amusement faded, replaced by a frown. Elder brother, you must take charge for us. I was shot through the arm and backside by a little brat with a crossbow. Chu Xiao ignored Chu Yun's plea, pressing on with his inquiry. Where's the bear gallbladder? Ah, the bear gallbladder. I didn't manage to get it this time. Next time, I promise to bring it to you. Chu Yun replied, his voice tinged with regret. Chu Xiao furrowed his brow. Very well, explain the situation in detail. If he did not believe these two still held some usefulness, he would not have shown such leniency and would have struck them without hesitation. To him, failure equated to excuses, and punishment was the immediate course of action. Chu Yun began embellishing the story, making sure to mention how Chu Xiao had not given face to him, which felt like a slap to his dignity. Although the tale was fabricated, it was hard to deny the impact of Chu Yun's words. Even Chen Fan, who stood nearby, thought that the fellow from the army was indeed deserving of a beating. However, in truth, it was Chu Yun, the fool, who had instigated the conflict. Chu Xiao glanced at Chen Fan and inquired, is what he says true? Chen Fan cast a glance at Chu Yun, who immediately shot him a glare. Understanding the unspoken message, Chen Fan hastily remarked, indeed, just as Brother Chu said. Chu Xiao clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles resonating in the air, and slowly declared, tonight, I shall teach him a lesson. On his way back, I will strike him with a bludgeon and incapacitate his arm. Chu Yun promptly affirmed, excellent. Chen Fan eyed Chu Xiao with skepticism, pondering whether it was truly possible to render Lu Jun's arm useless. The memory of Lu Jun's fierce demeanor from their previous encounters sent a shiver of fear coursing through him. Qian Guang and Qian Ren, after retrieving the traps and other game, hurriedly made their way toward Chun Da's location, with Qian Ren clutching a leg of a jackal. They soon arrived near the outer mountain and, upon stepping into the snow, noticed unusual signs. Was the area of disturbance truly this extensive? The footprints were abundant, and Qian Ren discerned several bloodstains in the snow. Frowning, he speculated, could it be that Uncle Chun has been injured? Let us hasten and see what has transpired. The two swiftly approached the yard, calling out, Uncle Chun, are you home? Inside, Chunda and two companions were seated on the kong, preparing to enjoy some mead and sip a little wine to warm themselves. Chunda furrowed his brow and inquired, who is it? Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo shared their confusion. At this hour, who would come by? Was it merely to scrounge for a meal? Just as Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo pondered this, another voice rang out from outside. Uncle Chen, may we enter? Recognizing the voice, Lu Jun realized it belonged to Qian Ren. Earlier that morning, they had crossed paths in the western woods, and there was no mistaking that tone. Yet, why had the Qian brothers come to see Uncle Chun? The Chen family seldom maintained contact with them, and if it were Qian Shanliang, one might entertain the notion of a legitimate purpose for the visit, as he was an experienced hunter. As Chunda descended from the kong and patted his two hunting dogs, he stepped outside to the yard. Qian Guang, Qian Ren, what brings you both to me? He asked, momentarily taken aback. He truly could not fathom what business they might have with him, given his limited dealings with the Qian family. Having only interacted with Qian Shanliang in passing, displaying his wit, Qian Ren refrained from immediately mentioning the request to borrow hunting dogs. Instead, he broached the subject, Uncle Chun. I noticed a considerable amount of blood outside. Are you injured? I happen to have a leg of jackal meat here. If you do not mind, please take it. Chunda furrowed his brow and, looking at the two individuals outside, inquired, what is it that you seek? Having lived a long life, he was well aware of the adage that one should not expect rewards without merit. To put it plainly, the fact that they sought him out must indicate they had a request. If he were to acquiesce, he would be falling right into their trap. What could we possibly desire? We merely thought, with the year-end approaching, to bring you some meat. Qian Ren replied with a cheerful smile. Within the room, Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo could overhear the conversation outside. Lu Jun slowly remarked, what mischief are Qian Guang and Qian Ren up to? I have no idea, came the reply. Without further ado, Lu Jun stepped outside and was met with the sight of Qian Guang and Qian Ren, their eyes wide in surprise. "What are you doing out here? Return inside. It's cold," Chen Da said to Lu Jun, his tone amiable. "Lu Jun," Qian Ren murmured, gazing at him in disbelief. He then glanced at Chen Da, who had maintained a distant demeanor while speaking to him earlier. Yet, when addressing Lu Jun, the man exhibited an unexpected warmth. Laden with concern, Qian Ren understood that Chen Da was the one who had saved Lu Jun's life. But he could not fathom why Chen Da displayed such care for him. "Qian Ren, what brings you to seek out Chen Da? Spare us the trivialities. We are all from the same village, so let us speak plainly." Observing the wild boar leg in Qian Ren's hand, Lu Jun realized he intended to solicit Chen Da's assistance. Qian Ren, slightly twitching at the corners of his mouth from Lu Jun's remark, replied, "Uncle Chen, I have come primarily to borrow your hunting dog." As soon as the words left his lips, Chen Da's expression darkened, and the atmosphere seemed to thicken. "Borrow a hunting dog? That is no mere favor. Under different circumstances, one might consider lending a dog, but what is the current situation? This is Chen Da's hunting dog, and one of them had recently fallen prey to the schemes of Chu Yun and Chen Fan. Even if they had failed, Chen Da could not afford to lend out his hunting dogs lightly. If something were to go awry with Qian Guang and Qian Ren, what would become of him? What future would he have? A hunting dog is akin to a hunter's second life and cannot be carelessly entrusted to others. The last time he lent one to Lu Jun was out of necessity, for such opportunities are rare. Lu Jun exuded a sense of stability far surpassing that of the Qian brothers. With a grim expression, Chen Da firmly stated, "No, I will not lend it." Hearing this, Qian Ren grew anxious. "How can you refuse? I no longer have a hunting dog. It becomes quite troublesome to hunt in the mountains." Qian Ren urgently said, "Uncle Chen, please reconsider. I do not exploit your hunting dogs without recompense. I share the spoils with you as well. How about this? You take the wolf's leg for now and have your meal. Is that agreeable?" With a snicker, Lu Jun covered his mouth, unable to contain his laughter. The harsh sound of their mirth turned Qian Ren and Qian Guang's faces a shade of deep iron. Their gazes fixed intently on Lu Jun. Lu Jun chuckled. "Qian Guang. Qian Ren, are you both a bit daft? Uncle Chen, just the other day, we captured a bear. Do you honestly think Uncle Chen is in want of prey? And what exactly are you offering? A wolf's leg? Surely that is the leg you lost to me in a wager, isn't it?" Qian Ren was rendered speechless with indignation, while Qian Guang trembled with rage, pointing a finger at Lu Jun. "Lu Jun, you, what of it? Are you suggesting that without a hunting dog, I would be incapable of catching prey?" Lu Jun replied with a grin. "Just take a look at this." He brought forth a fawn from within the house, causing Qian Ren and Qian Guang's eyes to bulge in disbelief. "Where on earth did you catch that fawn? It's intact. It must belong to Uncle Chen. Are you trying to deceive me, Lu Jun? We met this morning in the West Woods, and you now claim to have captured a fawn?" The two brothers wore expressions of skepticism, convinced Lu Jun was merely jesting. Lu Jun shrugged. "You wouldn't believe me anyway. I found it. One can hunt without a dog. Much like I did today. While checking my traps, I came across numerous gray rabbits, and even a foolish roe deer, and later stumbled upon this fawn." Li Jiangguo emerged from the house, scoffing. "Lu Gu, why waste your breath on them? Qian Ren and Qian Guang are already furious enough to strike out. Qian Ren, Qian Guang, why don't you both head back? Let us put this matter of borrowing hunting dogs to rest. My dogs are not for lending. Off you go." "Off you go." Chen Da gestured for them to leave, signaling that their presence was no longer welcome. With no choice, Qian Guang and Qian Ren huffed disdainfully and departed, clutching the wolf's leg in anger. Once the brothers had vanished, Chen Da, Li Jiangguo, and Lu Jun returned to the warmth of the calm. Chen Da patted Lu Jun's shoulder, a wry smile gracing his lips. "Do you harbor a grudge against the Qian brothers?" Lu Jun took a piece of bear meat from the Kong and swallowed before responding. "I suppose it could be seen as a grudge, particularly because..." He then recounted the times Qian Shanliang had boasted about their hunting successes, clearly disregarding their family. Chen Da frowned upon hearing this. Qian Shanliang truly lacks integrity. He purposefully neglects to share the meat with your families, clearly a deliberate affront. Having hunted for over 20 years, Chen Da understood the intricacies of such rivalries. Qian Shanliang's actions were undoubtedly intended to irritate the Lu and Chen families. Indeed, they have long reveled in their arrogance. Now that Lu Gu's hunting prowess is no less than theirs, we shall turn the tables and vex them in return. Enough talk, enough talk. Uncle Chen, come. Let us have a drink, Lu Jun said with a cheerful demeanor. Well, if they knew that you could single-handedly take down a bear and a wild boar, I wonder if they would be infuriated. Come, let us drink. In the afternoon, after Army and Li Jiangguo had their fill at Uncle Chen's house, they shouldered a fawn and a roe deer and hurried homeward. Once Chunda noticed the two had departed, he sobered up considerably, took a piece of meat, and fed it to his 2 hunting dogs. The dogs devoured the food eagerly, and Chunda gently stroked their heads, his gaze settling on the black dog. Suddenly, his expression darkened, and he muttered, "Every grievance has its origin, and every debt its master. This matter is far from over." When Chunda learned that his hunting dog had nearly perished, his emotions were beyond description. His unchecked indulgence had led to the current predicament. He felt compelled to teach Chu Yun and his own nephew a lesson, particularly Chu Yun. He wanted him to understand that his hunting dogs were not to be trifled with. He possessed his own sense of honor, and had it not been for Army's presence, he would have already taken his shotgun to Sajiatan. After expressing his thoughts, Chunda retrieved his hunting rifle from the head of his bed, cleaned it with a cloth, and declared, "Old friend, it seems we shall see blood today." Having regained some sobriety, he hid the bear gall and other valuable items, took his shotgun, closed the gate, and set off in a determined direction. Meanwhile, Army and Li Jiangguo were on their way home, with Li Jiangguo feeling rather pleased with himself. He boasted to everyone about their good fortune in finding a fawn in the western woods and trapping a roe deer, which elicited envy from those in the village. Army chuckled wryly and patted Li Jiangguo on the head, cautioning, "Don't be so boastful. Be wary of lightning striking you." Li Jiangguo scratched his head in confusion and asked, "Why would lightning strike me?" "Because of your arrogance. It's bound to attract misfortune." Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Mother Lu, Li Qiushui, looked at Lu Fengying and inquired, "Fengying, when do you plan to leave?" Lu Fengying pouted and replied, "Mom, why do you keep asking when I'm leaving? I want to stay a few more days." Li Qiushui clarified, "No, I'm not rushing you. I was merely asking when you intend to depart. If you plan to leave later, I can buy some meat to make dumplings for you to eat before you go." "Mom, there's no need to go through all that trouble. We have meat at home. It's better to save it for Army and Luhan." "Nonsense. It's not the same. Sending off guests with dumplings and welcoming them with noodles carries a good omen. It's a pity that the snow keeps falling. The roads to the county town are covered in snow, making it impossible to go there." "Mom, if I can't eat it, I can't. I'll have another chance on the second day of the Lunar New Year. But it's all right. I still have 2 or 3 days before I leave. Mom, I'm going to the backyard now." With that, Lu Fengying dashed off to the backyard. As she reached the back, she quickly wiped the damp warmth from the corners of her eyes, holding back tears that did not fall. For many years, Mother Li Qiushui has treated each of her children with equal affection, never subscribing to the notion that a married daughter is akin to water poured out. In her eyes, Lu Fengying remains her daughter, and she wishes to prepare a meal of dumplings for her before parting ways. The significance of dumplings is entirely different from that of bear paws. Sending off dumplings symbolizes a smooth journey and abundant wealth. Li Qiushui sat in the main room, lost in thought. "If only I had known sooner, I would have purchased them earlier." "Mother, I'm back," Lu Jun exclaimed as he reached the doorstep. Stepping into the courtyard, he locked eyes with Li Qiushui, who was seated inside, mending shoes. She paused her task, scrutinizing the peculiar object on Lu Jun's shoulder, and inquired, "Where did you acquire that foolish roe deer?" "Mother, I set traps in the western woods yesterday. Fortune smiled upon me, and I caught this roe deer. I bled it out in the woods. Otherwise, the meat would not taste as good," Lu Jun explained. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Qiushui regarded him with skepticism. "You truly did not venture to the back mountain? You are certain you caught it in the western woods?" Li Jiangguo then entered the courtyard, carrying a young deer on his shoulder, chuckling, "Aunt Li, this is genuine. We even stumbled upon a young deer. Look, it has frozen to death. Deer hide is a precious commodity." Lu Gu also caught numerous greyhounds and jumping cats. Upon hearing Li Jiangguo's words, Li Qiushui turned to Lu Jun and asked, "Lu Jun, is all of this true?" "Of course it is. Would I deceive you?" "Mother, shall we make dumpling filling with this roe deer meat? It will be delectable." Li Qiushui smiled. Good. Fengying, hurry up and come out." Lu Fengying responded from the backyard, Coming. Upon seeing her, Li Jiangguo grinned widely. "Sister Fengying." "Jiangguo, you've grown so much," Lu Fengying exclaimed, her gaze shifting to the roe deer on Lu Jun's shoulder. "Where did you find that?" Lu Jun explained again with a grin, while Lu Fengying blinked in disbelief at him. He then rubbed his nose. "Mother, sister, you both go ahead and prepare the filling. I will skin the deer. Every part of it is valuable." Li Qiushui nodded, all right. Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo carried the young deer to the backyard, entrusting the roe deer to Mother Li Qiushui. Ignoring the two boys, she turned to Lu Fengying and said, Fengying, go to the next door and call Aunt Li to come over and assist us. We shall prepare a grand meal tonight, making dumplings. Mother, isn't this a bit extravagant? Extravagant? What a waste it would be not to eat what your brother caught in the trap. Once we finish preparing the filling, I will send Lu Jun to deliver some to Brother Chen. He sent us bear paws a couple of days ago. We should reciprocate with a token of appreciation. Very well. After speaking, Lu Fengying rose and headed towards Aunt Li's house. Li Jiangguo and Lu Jun had already carried the fawn into the backyard. Li Jiangguo looked at the fawn and chuckled. Lu Gu, how shall we handle this? Suddenly, a cacophony of barking erupted from behind. Li Jiangguo looked up to see a small dog barking towards them. Lu Gu, you have a dog now? When did this happen? Upon seeing the little white dog, Li Jiangguo quickly pieced it together. A few days ago, my sister returned and brought it back. She wants this dog to guard the house. So I'm keeping it for now to see if it can be trained as a hunting dog. Please step aside, I'll feed it. It's probably quite hungry after the morning. Lu Jun said, handing a piece of meat from a bag to the dog, which chewed it eagerly with its tiny teeth. Seeing this, Lu Jun affectionately patted its head, noting its lack of food aggression. I'll go fetch a sharp knife. It will be more convenient for skinning the deer later, Lu Jun said as he walked into the house. Soon, he emerged with a small knife, approaching the fawn. He carefully made an incision at the head, the blade penetrating the flesh as he began to skin it. The art of skinning requires both speed and steadiness. Otherwise, even the swiftest efforts may result in numerous nicks on the hide, rendering it less valuable. Lu Gu, your knife skills are impressive. It's passable, compared to skinning a dog. I'm still a bit out of practice. Despite having skinned many deer in his previous life, this was Lu Jun's first attempt in this new existence. Relying solely on instinct to avoid damaging the hide, he drove the knife deep into the flesh, knowing that some meat would adhere to the skin. However, he was untroubled. The meat could be smoked and then gently sliced off with the knife. Though the process was somewhat intricate, it was fundamentally simple. Before long, Lu Jun had successfully skinned the deer, holding the hide with a grin. Not bad. Here, feel it. Li Jiangguo eagerly approached, reaching out to touch the hide. After a moment of rubbing, he exclaimed, truly remarkable. The deer hide is splendid. I'll take the hide, and you can have a larger share of the deer meat later. Lu Jun stated. Sure, I'll follow your lead, Lu Gu. Whatever you say goes. The earnest Li Jiangguo beamed, revealing his bright white teeth. With the hide removed, processing the deer meat became much easier. Before long, Lu Jun had efficiently dealt with the deer bones and meat. Holding the bones in his hands, he remarked cheerfully, this is a fine treasure. I'll go find some liquor. I almost forgot. You should come inside too. I have something impressive to show you. Lu Jun aimed to capitalize on the moment, intending to transform the deer bones into a rich bone liquor and the meat into a savory deer meat liquor. If this were taken to the county town for sale, it would surely fetch a handsome price. Venison and deer bones are both potent sources of nourishment. The venison is already infused with the essence of the deer's blood, which has mostly permeated into the meat. However, this is not without merit. The blood within the meat enhances the efficacy of the brewed deer wine. Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo entered the room, where Lu Jun opened a jar. Gesturing for Li Jiangguo to take a look inside, it contained the bamboo shoots that had been pickled last time. Taste this, freshly pickled bamboo shoots. Delightful. Li Jiangguo nodded, savoring a piece and exclaiming, smooth, tender, and crisp. Lu Gu, how do you excel at everything? With a cheerful demeanor, Lu Jun replied, enough of your flattery. Bring over that jar on your right. It contains the wine we brewed earlier. We will add the deer bones and meat into it. Li Jiangguo carried the jar out, while Lu Jun stepped into the yard, noticing that the snow was beginning to diminish. He extended his palm, catching the snowflakes as they danced into his hand. The snow is almost over. Lu Gu, should we open it now? Let us wait a moment. First, clear away the debris and cobwebs on the jar. Understood. Li Jiangguo affirmed, grabbing a cloth to tidy up the jar. Lu Jun approached, opened the jar, and the aroma of the wine tantalized his senses. What a fine wine. Adding deer bones will surely enhance it. With a grin, Lu Jun ladled out a few spoonfuls of the wine, ensuring they had enough space in the jar. For if it were too full, the wine would overflow upon adding the deer bones. After they had both sampled the wine, Li Jiangguo smacked his lips and inquired, Lu Gu, who brewed this? It couldn't possibly be Uncle Lu, could it? If it's not my father, who else could it be? Come, lend a hand and place the deer bones inside. Without even rinsing the bones, Lu Jun directly added them, emphasizing a commitment to authenticity. With the wine still bearing traces of deer blood, Li Jiangguo swallowed hard and said, Lu Gu, I also want to brew some. Just wait. I'll go fetch my family's wine. Lu Jun playfully tapped Li Jiangguo on the head. No need to move it. When you return home later, bring back the deer bones and meat to soak. That would be far better. Indeed, wine brewed with deer bones and meat will certainly be stronger. Lu Jun chuckled but remained silent, returning to the house to retrieve another jar of wine. After tasting a bit, he added the deer meat inside. The previous jar contained deer bone wine, while this one would be infused with venison. The remaining deer meat was evenly divided between Lu Jun and Li Jiangguo, and it appeared that Li Jiangguo had also gained from this, considering Lu Jun had found the young deer. Li Jiangguo bore no grievances, smiling as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Lu Gu. In the front yard, Li Wan, Li Qiushui, and Lu Fengying worked diligently, chopping the hind leg meat of the roe deer and placing it on the cutting board. With great precision, they wielded their knives, affirming how delightful roe deer meat is for making filling. The venison was devoid of fat, consisting entirely of lean meat. However, to the people of this era, a richer cut was undoubtedly more desirable. Li Wan observed Li Qiushui diligently slicing the venison and inquired once more. Is it truly the case that the army and Li Jiangguo set these traps? Li Mei, you've asked this 7 or 8 times now. Your son was right there beside us. He can certainly attest to its authenticity, replied Li Qiushui. All right, as long as those two stay off the mountain, I shall find solace. Otherwise, my heart feels as if it were being scratched by a cat, especially after the last incident. Li Mei, I comprehend your concerns. As mothers, we are aware of the stakes involved. However, this time it should indeed be genuine. Let us prepare the filling, Li Qiushui continued. Once Li Di, Lu Chuan, and your family arrive, our family can finally enjoy a proper feast of dumplings, don't you agree? Lu Fengying interjected. Mother, I shall fetch the scallions, salt, and flour. I will need the dough shortly. Excellent. The three in the front courtyard worked harmoniously, preparing for an evening of dumplings. This marked the first occasion the two families would dine together in this manner. In previous years, they had been quite impoverished, only able to savor dumplings during the festive season, and even then, they were primarily reserved for the children, with the adults seldom indulging. In a certain courtyard in Sajiatan, Chu Yun and Chen Fan reclined on the Kong. In another room resided Chu Xiu. Chen Fan, lying on the Kong, murmured, Brother Chu, do you truly believe your brother will avenge us? Chu Yun, momentarily taken aback, erupted in fury, kicking Chen Fan. What foolishness is this? Of course, he will avenge us. My arm is rendered useless. That scoundrel shall not escape unscathed. But what do you mean? Chen Fan retreated to the corner, too intimidated to speak further. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu rested in the adjoining room, a knife at his side, his means of self-preservation. He took a puff of his pipe and muttered, two incompetent fools, incapable of handling even this. I shall have to wait until nightfall to devise a plan. For now, I shall rest. With that, Chu Xiu covered himself with a blanket and fell into a deep slumber. At this juncture, the small courtyard in Sajiatan remained blissfully unaware of the impending arrival of an unexpected visitor. Chunda had already entered Sajiatan, inquiring of everyone he encountered about the whereabouts of Chu Yun. The villagers, intimidated by Chunda's fierce demeanor, refrained from answering, wary of potential retribution from Chu Yun should they divulge information. Thus, throughout his journey, Chunda failed to elicit any response. Instead of departing, he stowed his shotgun and approached a villager with a jovial demeanor. Good fellow, do you happen to know where Chu Yun is? Who am I, you ask? I am a distant relative of his, come to deliver a grand gift. Oh, he is over there, is he? Many thanks. After Chunda inquired about the address, his expression shifted dramatically, becoming particularly fierce as he hurried towards the direction of Chu Yun's home. Once Chunda departed, the individual who had provided him with the location revealed an expression of utter disbelief. Such a person has distant relatives? Truly absurd. What he failed to realize was that Chunda was not at all a distant relative of Chu Yun. His purpose for coming was to claim the other arm of the latter. With the sound of a gunshot, Chu Yun's arm was rendered useless. Meanwhile, Chunda had already arrived outside Chu Yun's courtyard. Initially intending to enter with his firearm, he reconsidered. The sound of a gunshot would undoubtedly alert others in the vicinity. Rather than risk discovery, it would be wiser to wait until the households were occupied with cooking before making his move. With this thought in mind, Chen lingered outside Chu Yun's courtyard. Today he must exact his vengeance. At the Chen family residence, Chen Pao had returned long ago and was currently lounging on the kong, sipping a bit of liquor. Earlier that morning, he had ventured into the mountains to check on the traps, discovering they had not yet yielded any game, indicating that no large prey had traversed this area. However, he was far from worried. The traps were sure to be successful. With the fresh snow, large animals were bound to emerge. Chen Pao took another sip of his drink, the fiery liquid warming his throat, and mused, I wonder if those two youngsters will manage to acquire a hunting dog. Having an additional dog would surely enhance our chances. As he spoke to himself, he lifted his cup once more, only to set it down moments later upon spotting two familiar figures approaching outside. It was Qian Guang and Qian Ren returning home. Once they entered, they strode into the main room, where Qian Shanliang, seated on the kong, regarded them and inquired, So, did you manage to borrow one? No, came the reply. Qian Shanliang paused, then asked again, Why not? When we arrived, the army was also at Uncle Chen's place. Moreover, there was a significant amount of blood at his doorstep. Qian Ren recounted the events that had transpired at Qinda's. Qian Shanliang furrowed his brow, perplexed by the omnipresence of this troublesome individual. It seemed as though he was a relentless specter, involved in every matter. What puzzled Qian Shanliang was not merely that Chunda had failed to borrow a hunting dog, but rather the extraordinary luck that the army seemed to possess. To find a roe deer by the roadside, and to trap a Navi deer as well. Dad, without a hunting dog, how are we supposed to proceed? How to proceed? Let us wait a bit. If it comes to that, we'll just go to the county town and purchase a few hunting dogs. Qian Shanliang glared fiercely at his two brothers, then waved his hand dismissively, adding, For now, let us leave it at that. When I manage to catch a wild boar or a bear, then we'll truly celebrate. All right. At the brick factory, the workday had concluded. Lu Chuan and Li Zhengmin finished their tasks and set off on their way home. Lu Chuan was particularly eager to discover whether his son, Lu Jun, had indeed caught a foolish roe deer. As soon as he stepped out of the brick factory, it did not take long for Lu Chuan to notice that numerous eyes from the village were upon him. This realization sent a shiver down his spine. Li Zhengmin, standing beside him, felt the same way. He too observed that many villagers were fixated on the two of them. Leaning closer to Lu Chuan, he whispered, Brother Chuan, it seems like everyone is staring at us. Could it be that Jun and Zhang Wo have gotten themselves into some trouble? This thought instinctively crossed Lu Chuan's mind. Before he could voice his concerns, a jovial villager standing by the roadside chimed in. Chuan, you didn't see your son, Lu Juan, today? That fellow emerged from the woods in the west, with a roe deer slung over his shoulder. Indeed, he was carrying a roe deer. The others echoed. Listening to their praises of his son, Lu Chuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, It's merely luck. He was fortunate enough to catch a deer in a trap. Had he gone up the mountain, he likely would have been chased around. Li Zhengmin, unable to suppress his envy, thought it was a bit disheartening. After all, they were both fathers, yet their circumstances seemed vastly different. Was his own son somehow inferior? This is indeed Zhang Wo's father, I assent it. Today Zhang Wo has also done remarkably well, shouldering a fawn. Yes, I saw the fawn with my own eyes. Li Zhengmin was taken aback by his unexpected pride in his son, a sentiment he had never contemplated before. For him, as long as Li Jiangguo was not causing trouble, it felt like a blessing. It's all just luck, he quickly replied. As the two departed under the envious gazes of the villagers, their figures gradually diminished. Brother Chuan, do you think my son is as fortunate as that? To have stumbled upon a fawn. Meanwhile, in Sujiatan, outside Chu Yun's courtyard, Chunda gazed up at the curling smoke rising into the sky, aware that many villagers had begun preparing their meals. He trudged through the snow, step by step, towards Chu Yun's residence. Inside, Chu Yun was deep in slumber, still recovering from his medication earlier that day. Too wary to leave the warmth of his bed due to the biting cold outside, which was detrimental to his wounds. Chunda, gripping his hunting rifle, murmured, Chu Yun, this time you cannot escape. Without further ado, he entered the courtyard and knocked on the door. The unexpected noise startled Chu Yun awake, and he cursed, Who is it? Do you not know that your grandpa Chu Yun is sleeping? Upon hearing Chu Yun identify himself, a faint smile crept across Chunda's lips. Indeed, this was Chu Yun. Just as Chu Yun attempted to rise from the bed, a loud banging echoed from outside, and Chunda strode directly into the room. Who is it? Chu Yun exclaimed. But before he could finish, Chen Da stood before him, a dark muzzle of the rifle aimed at his forehead. Startled, Chu Yun looked up to see the furious expression on Chen Da's face. Why you are Chen Da? Spare me. Have mercy. The commotion roused Chen Fan from his slumber, who stared in shock as his uncle held the rifle against Chu Yun's head. Chen Fan trembled in fear as he gazed at Chen Da before him. Uncle, you still remember I'm your nephew? You and your group were the ones who dealt with the drugs, weren't you? Sweat poured down Chu Yun's forehead as he exclaimed. Chen Da, we didn't succeed with the drugs either. Before Chu Yun could finish his sentence, Chen Da aimed at Chu Yun's other arm and fired a shot. Bang! At such close range, Chu Yun's arm was shattered, blood and flesh flying. He screamed, my arm. The wailing echoed through the air as Chen Da pressed the gun's muzzle into Chu Yun's mouth, speaking leisurely. Try calling out again. I dare you. Terrified, Chu Yun fell silent. In another room, Chu Xiu, lying on a bed, immediately sprang up upon hearing the gunshot. Vengeance is complete. My drink. Chu Yun cried out. It wasn't me. It was my brother, Chu Xiu. He made me do it. With the gun pressed into his mouth, fear gripped him. He no longer cared about anything else and rambled incoherently. Beside him, Chen Fan was paralyzed with shock. Blood from Chu Yun's arm splattered across his face. Gazing at Chen Da, who resembled the Grim Reaper, a profound sense of dread rose within him. Just as Chu Xiu stepped off the bed, he dashed towards the door without a second thought. He was no fool. After all, it was a gun. How could his knife possibly compare? Your brother? Chu Xiu? Where is he? He has fled. That noise just now must have been him. Quickly pursue. Chen Da picked up the shotgun and knocked Chu Yun unconscious. If Chu Yun had deceived him, there would be dire consequences. Rising from the bed, Chen Da glared at his nephew with malevolence, ordering, keep an eye on him. Just as Chu Xiu reached the door, hurried footsteps echoed behind him. He hadn't managed to hide yet. A voice called out, you must be Chu Xiu, right? The older brother of Chu Yun? Gripping his machete, sweat trickled down Chu Xiu's forehead as he struggled to maintain his composure. No, I'm just his recognized brother. We share no blood relation. Enough with the nonsense. Who conceived this drug scheme? Be clear, or my shotgun may go off, and it won't end well for you. Chen Da threatened Chu Xiu, who wiped the sweat from his brow. I was the one who obtained the drugs. The plan was conceived by Chu Yun. Chen Da's expression instantly turned cold. So, you are indeed involved. Without hesitation, Chu Xiu continued. Even if you kill me now, you cannot escape. It would be better for you to flee now. I will handle the matter regarding Chu Yun. Before Chu Xiu could finish his plea, Chen Da swung the shotgun, striking Chu Xiu's hand, causing his machete to clatter to the ground. In that moment of distraction, Chen Da aimed at Chu Xiu's arm and fired in one fluid motion. The agonizing cries of Chu Xiu resonated, the once pristine courtyard now saturated with the scent of blood. Chen Da's expression remained unchanged, as if he believed that those who dared to touch his hunting dogs deserved such punishment. Chu Xiu covered his arm, his gaze sharp and venomous, resembling that of a viper. Taking a deep breath, Chen Da slowly exhaled. Let this be the end for today. Should you ever harbor any further intentions, you will come to realize that the consequences you face will be far more severe than today's ordeal. Initially, Chen Da contemplated eliminating the two men, but upon reflection, he understood that their demise would inevitably lead to his own downfall. In a secluded place, it might have been feasible, but under the current circumstances, this act of retaliation had to cease here. Ignoring Chu Xiu, who lay in the snow, Chen Da strode directly into the house. He turned to Chen Fan and said, Here, take this 100 yuan and leave this place. Start anew elsewhere. Uncle, I don't want to go. I want to take care of you. Take care of me? That's unnecessary. Furthermore, whether you leave or stay is not for you to decide. Do not blame me for being ruthless. I have yet to settle the score regarding the matter of the hound and the fish you pilfered from the granary. Enough. Chen Da interjected. Take this 100 yuan and go. The Chu brothers have been thoroughly offended by me, unless you wish to invite their wrath upon yourself. With that, he departed. He did not desire to act in such a manner, but Chen Fan had proven himself unworthy of compassion, capable of the most extreme actions devoid of humanity. Chen Da had given all he could. The remainder of the path lay solely in Chen Fan's hands. If he thrived outside, it would be well. If he faltered, it would no longer concern Chen Da watching his uncle's desolate figure retreat. Chen Fan felt a pang of anguish in his heart. He grasped the 100 yuan and walked towards the southern edge of the village, vowing never to return to Chen family village until he had achieved something worthwhile. Brother Lu, I shall return shortly. I will come by later. Li Jiangguo stuffed deer meat and bones into a bag and hurried home. Upon his return, Li Aigua, playing in the snow, blinked his large eyes at Li Jiangguo's bag. Brother, what have you brought? Li Jiangguo waved him off. Go play elsewhere. This bag contains precious items. We cannot allow this little rascal to spoil them. Li Aigua pouted in response. Humph. If you won't tell me, then I won't ask. Li Jiangguo disregarded his brother's words. Casting a glance in his direction, he entered the main house and retrieved the wine purchased by Li Zhengmin. Although Li Zhengmin did not brew wine himself, he enjoyed drinking it and had accumulated several bottles over the years, saving 1 or 2 each year. Consequently, after more than a decade, there were still dozens of bottles left in the house. Li Aigua had taken them all out. In the past, Li Jiangguo would not have dared touch the wine, let alone take it, for Li Zhengmin would suspect him of attempting to steal it and would not hesitate to mete out punishment without discernment. However, the situation has changed. Li Jiangguo brazenly collected the wine and began pouring it into a jar. With a cheerful demeanor, he brought a jar from inside the house and exclaimed, "Let us open the jar. Pour the wine." Observing this, Li Aigua felt a twitch in his eyelids. Although he was still a child, he was not entirely oblivious. He was well aware of the implications of such actions, especially since he had seen his father clean the bottles repeatedly. Remaining silent, he distanced himself, fearful of his parents' return and potential reproach. Li Jiangguo uncorked the bottles one by one, and the delightful aroma of the wine swiftly filled the air. It was intoxicating. He took a hearty sip and remarked, "What a splendid wine." With that, he continued to pour the wine into the empty jar. Soon, Lu Chuan and Li Zhengmin arrived at the house, and from a distance, they both caught a whiff of the fragrant wine. Lu Chuan mused, "Who is drinking wine? The scent carries so far." Li Zhengmin chuckled, "It smells wonderful. I wish I could have a sip, but alas, I lack the fortune for such wine." Lu Chuan retorted, "Nonsense. Who doesn't know that your family has plenty? Every year, you manage to save 2 or 3 bottles. Over the years, you must have amassed dozens of fine wines." Li Zhengmin grinned sheepishly, scratching his head. "This year, during the new year, we shall drink heartily." Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Noting the increasing aroma of the wine, Lu Chuan pointed towards the Li residence. "Zhengmin, could it be possible that your wine has been opened?" No sooner had he spoken than Li Zhengmin felt as if struck by lightning, left speechless. As he attempted to move, he realized his legs were shaking uncontrollably. A look of anguish crossed his face. Chuan, could you check for me? My legs have gone numb." "That scoundrel! My wine!" Li Jiangguo protested, getting beaten? "That is utterly impossible." As Lu Chuan passed by the Lu household, he did not enter, but hastened towards the Li residence. Even before stepping inside, the rich aroma of the wine enveloped him, intoxicatingly fragrant. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Li Jiangguo was rapidly uncorking bottle after bottle, and Lu Chuan watched in astonishment. The speed at which Li Jiangguo was pouring left him in a state of disbelief. Trembling slightly, Lu Chuan imagined himself in Li Zhengmin's place, mistakenly believing that a drunken intruder had invaded the home, only to realize it was a member of the family causing the chaos. No wonder Li Jiangguo faced daily reprimands. With a loud shout, Lu Chuan exclaimed, "Jiangguo, stop! What are you doing?" "Huh?" Li Jiangguo, hearing his name called, looked up to see Lu Chuan. "Uncle Lu, when did you arrive?" Lu Chuan's lips twitched slightly, but Li Jiangguo's actions did not cease. He continued pouring the precious wine into the jar. Lu Chuan felt a pang of anxiety. This was fine wine, and it was all being wasted. "Uncle, is there something you need from me?" Li Jiangguo, somewhat bewildered, exclaimed, "How could you undertake such an act? Have you poured all the wine into the jar?" Just as Lu Chuan's words faded, Li Zhengmin, who had just reached the doorway, nearly fainted upon hearing this. Fortunately, Li Aigua was quick to support him. Otherwise, Li Zhengmin would surely have collapsed. "You ungrateful wretch! My wine! How could you ruin it all?" he lamented, pounding his chest in sorrow. On his way home, he had felt pride in his son, bolstering his reputation outside. However, upon returning home, he discovered that his son remained the same, still deserving of a thrashing. All the wine accumulated over the years had been squandered by this boy. "I might as well have thrown it in the water for a splash." Li Zhengmin threatened to strike Li Jiangguo, who, while dodging, protested, "Dad, what are you doing? You spendthrift. I'll make you pay. What have I squandered? I merely used your wine." Lu Ge used it too. As soon as he uttered these words, Lu Chuan's smile froze. "My son did the same?" Startled, Lu Chuan was taken aback, and before he could react further, Li Jiangguo hurriedly interjected, "Dad, let me explain. I care not for your explanations. Just take the 10 blows, and we shall call it even. Otherwise, I shall be restless. Dad, this wine is valuable. Look, look." In the midst of his speech, Li Jiangguo had already retrieved the deer bones and venison from his bag. Li Zhongmin halted his pursuit, his gaze fixated on the venison and bones before him. As Lu Chuan and Li Zhongmin were still lost in thought, Li Jiangguo swiftly placed the venison and bones into the wine jar. "Dad, this is deer bone and venison, meant for infusing in the wine. It would be exceptional." Li Zhongmin paused, observing the meat and bones in the jar, silent for a long while. Without the venison and bones, Li Jiangguo would have undoubtedly faced punishment. However, it appeared that he was now in the clear. "Old Li, are you still going to hit him?" Lu Chuan chuckled beside him. This scene was truly unexpected. Who would have thought that Li Jiangguo poured the wine into the jar to create a concoction of deer bone and venison wine? Li Zhongmin murmured, "You rascal, you've actually done one thing right. Without the venison and bones, all that wine would have gone to waste." Li Jiangguo grinned broadly and continued, "Uncle Lu, you should go back and take a look. Lu Gu has already prepared several jars of deer wine. If it weren't for the fact that we don't have much wine at home, I would have made all of it into deer wine." As his words fell, Lu Chuan smiled brightly, nodding. "All right, I'll head back to check." Lu Chuan stepped away, and Li Zhongmin shot a glare at Li Jiangguo. "Take care with this. These are fine wines. Dad, rest assured." Upon hearing Li Jiangguo's remark about bodyguards, Li Zhongmin shot him a disapproving glare. "When can we trust what you say?" Meanwhile, Li Aigua, perplexed by the unfolding events, pondered why his brother was no longer in trouble. Was the shift in circumstances not a tad too abrupt? Just as Lu Chuan entered the doorway, he spotted 3 figures lingering in the main house. Approaching them with a cheerful demeanor, he inquired, "What a lively gathering today. Li Meizi is here too. You must be in for a treat, as you'll be relishing dumplings today, thanks to your son." "Oh, made with deer filling? Are you aware of everything?" "Well, who else could it be? It's Wednesday." Lu Chuan proceeded to recount the happenings involving the Qian brothers in the woods west of the village. It seemed that Juner had indeed not ventured up the mountain. Upon hearing this, Li Qiushui realized that Lu Jun had spoken the truth. "If he dares to ascend the mountain, I shall break his legs. All right, enough of your banter. Go deliver the filling to Brother Chun. Let him have a taste too," Li Qiushui cheerfully suggested as he placed the prepared filling before Lu Chuan. "Me?" Lu Chuan pointed to himself in disbelief. "ISNT at your turn? Are we sending Lu Jun instead? Then let Lu Jun take it. I'll deliver the filling to him and let him fetch Lu Han as well." "Fine, fine." When Lu Chuan reached the backyard, he found Lu Jun already seated inside. He clapped Lu Jun on the shoulder and remarked, Well, young man. Today, as I strolled through the village, I heard numerous praises about you. You've really made a name for yourself." "It's merely good fortune," Lu Jun replied modestly. "Now, what about the deer meat and deer bone wine? Don't just stand there. Let me have a look. I'll guide you on how to prepare the deer bone and deer meat wine," Lu Chuan said with a smile. The intentions of Sima Zhao are evident to all. Under the pressure of Lu Chuan's bloodline, Lu Jun finally produced the deer meat and deer bone wine he had planned to sell in the county. Selling it now is pointless. Lu Chuan took the wine jar, opened it, and a fragrant aroma wafted forth, revealing chunks of deer meat and bone within. "I'll keep this safe for you, to be given back when you marry. Here we go again." Always the same line. A hint of resignation crossed Lu Jun's face. After avenging his grievances, Chunda strolled leisurely along the path, polishing his hunting rifle. Soon, he arrived near the outer mountain courtyard, where darkness had already enveloped the surroundings. Uncle Chun," a familiar voice called out. Chunda, who had been focused on his rifle, looked up to see Lu Jun, his face lighting up with joy. "What brings you here?" "I brought back some deer filling made by my mother for you. By the way, Uncle Chun, where have you been?" As the army observed the hunting rifle in Chunda's hands, a conjecture surfaced in his mind. Chunda cheerfully took the porcelain jar and remarked, "I've resolved a few troublesome matters, all settled now. The roe deer filling is excellent. I intended to prepare something today, but lo and behold, you have brought it to me. This is fortuitous, as it spares me further trouble." Both Lu Jun and Chunda proceeded to the courtyard. Chunda rubbed his hands together and exhaled a puff of warm breath. "Is it cold?" Lu Jun replied with a smile, "Not too bad. Uncle Chun, how about joining me at my home for a meal? We are making dumplings today. Come and taste them." "All right, Let me just put the rifle away first. And I'll join you, Chen responded. Lu Jun nodded and waited in the courtyard while Chen tended to the two hunting dogs before heading to the Lu residence together. Naturally, Chen did not arrive empty-handed. He brought along a bottle of wine, which appeared yellow and murky through the glass. On the way, Lu Jun refrained from inquiring about the nature of the wine. Before long, they arrived at the Lu household. As they entered, Lu Han greeted them at the door, her face alight with excitement. "Brother, you're back. Today we are making dumplings. Let us eat dumplings." Lu Jun affectionately ruffled Lu Han's hair and introduced her to Chen standing beside him. "This is your Uncle Chen. Be sure to greet him." The bear paw from last time was brought by him. "Hello, Uncle," Lu Han exclaimed. Chen chuckled heartily, tousling her little head. "Greetings to you, Brother Chen. What brings you here? Come in quickly." Lu Chuan, emerging from the kitchen with a bucket of water, set it down upon seeing Chen and hurried over. He pulled Chen towards the main room, ensuring the guest would not be exhausted. "Brother Chen, please sit here. I'll go summon Zhongmin. Let us have a good chat today over some drinks." Chen nodded in agreement. "Very well." Lu Jun took the bucket away, attending to the water himself and filling it before placing it in the kitchen. Just as he entered, Li Qiushui instructed Lu Jun to set the bucket aside and then ushered him out, advising him to wait for the dumplings. Rows of dumplings lay neatly on the tray, each one plump with filling and thin-skinned. Seeing he could not be of assistance, Lu Jun cheerfully stepped outside, only to encounter Li Jiangguo approaching. "Brother Lu, I've also prepared a jar of venison and deer bone wine. What should we do with the remaining venison? Let us save it for later, but be warned. Do not consume it all at once tonight, and try to eat it sparingly when you do." Why is that?" Lu Jun cast a mildly exasperated glance at Li Jiangguo. "Why? Can you eat this as much as you would roe deer or pork? It's too nourishing." Li Jiangguo leaned closer and whispered, "Brother Lu, how many greyhound pelts do we still need?" "About 13. The snow has ceased. We shall make another trip tomorrow and see if we can complete it all at once, as the delivery date is fast approaching." "Very well," Li Jiangguo nodded. Indeed, choosing to accompany Brother Lu on the hunting expedition was the wisest decision made. Laughter resonated from the main house, prompting Li Jiangguo to look up in surprise. "Uncle Chen has arrived?" "Yes, he has. We shall eat dumplings together shortly," Lu Jun cheerfully replied. He had intended to inform Li Jiangguo that he had just seen Uncle Chen returning with a hunting rifle. If his intuition was correct, Uncle Chen must have been seeking revenge. However, judging by his demeanor, Lu Jun surmised that the vendetta had likely been settled, as Uncle Chen appeared quite lighthearted. As night fell, candles were lit in the main house for illumination. "Dumplings are ready," Li Qiushui's voice rang out, as she brought forth a large basin of dumplings to place on the heated platform. Indeed, it was a substantial basin of dumplings, devoid of any broth. "The broth is in the kitchen. Whoever wants some can serve themselves later," Li Qiushui said with a cheerful smile. "Thank you, sisterly, for your hard work," Chen remarked, his tone light. "Oh, don't mention it. Please, dig in," she replied. "Chen, let's eat dumplings." Lu Chuan chimed in with a welcoming grin, filled with endless gratitude for this benefactor. "Chen, if it weren't for my son having consumed all my liquor, I would have insisted you try my fine wine." "Fine wine, you say? I happen to have a bottle of exquisite wine. Let me fetch it for you," Chen said, not arriving empty-handed at the table. He produced a bottle of yellowed and murky liquor, smiling broadly. Both Lu Chuan and Li Zhongmin furrowed their brows, unable to identify the beverage. "Tiger wine," Chen declared with glee. "Tiger wine. Indeed. A decade ago, during a great hunt, we captured a formidable tiger in our village. I specifically requested the tiger's bones to craft this wine, which is made entirely from tiger bones. It has aged for about 10 years. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan and Li Zhongmin exchanged concerned glances and exclaimed in unison, "That cannot be. Such wine could fetch 70 to 80 yuan in the county. How can it be consumed like this? Especially after Chen has treasured it for so many years. Nonsense. I have plenty of this wine. This is merely one of the bottles. Come, let us drink," Chen asserted, adopting a tone that suggested no one could leave without partaking. Reluctantly, Lu Chuan and Li Zhongmin acquiesced, with Lu Chuan urging, "Just a little, just a little. Tiger wine is quite potent. We should not overindulge." "All right then. Let us share half a bottle among the three of us," Chen proposed. Li Zhongmin, with a hearty smile, replied, "I will follow Chen Gu's lead." Nearby, Li Jiangguo gazed longingly at the tiger wine, lamenting that he could not partake. Lu Jun shook his head, saying, "What would you drink? This liquor is far more nourishing than deer meat or deer bone wine. Do you have a wife? Do you wish to take a cold shower after drinking?" Li Jiangguo and the army remained silent, both engrossed in their dumplings. The taste was delightful, with the meat being of excellent quality. Alongside the army, Li Jiangguo was joined by Li Aigua, Lu Han, Li Qiushui, Lu Fengying, and Han Wan. They all indulged in dumplings, occasionally exchanging a few words. Although most of the time was spent savoring the meal, the dinner stretched on for quite a while, and the three on the Kong had consumed enough to feel dizzy. Their faces flushed like two bright lanterns.